I was just an ordinary college guy, but overnight I became a top-tier scumbag, all because I was bored late at night and jokingly replied, "Wanna mess around with the campus goddess?" Who knew the next second I'd be bound to a scandal system? Just by taking a photo of someone with my phone, I could instantly uncover all their secrets. At that moment, I pointed my camera at the class beauty Zhang Yining, and immediately shocking information popped up on my phone screen. Name, Zhang Yining. Scandal details, faked college entrance exam scores. I opened the attached PPT, which contained a detailed description of the incriminating material over a dozen pages long, with evidence so meticulously documented it was downright chilling. After reading it, a cruel smile crept across my face. In my past life, just because I happened to glance at the sink while looking for a restroom, the class beauty, Zhang Yining, had snapped a photo and posted it on the school forum, falsely accusing me of being a perverted peeping Tom. Not only did my long-term girlfriend break up with me over it, but even my parents back in our hometown couldn't hold their heads up in front of relatives and neighbors. Wherever I went, people pointed and whispered. After graduation, I couldn't find a job, and in the end, I took my own life in despair on the rooftop. The ringing of the class bell snapped me out of my thoughts. I saw Zhang Yining laughing with her friends as she prepared to leave her seat. I quickly stepped forward and called out to her, "Zhang Yining." Zhang Yining stopped in her tracks. When she saw my face handsome enough to rival a celebrity, she froze for a moment, then delicately tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and flashed a sweet smile. "Hello, is there something you need?" Watching her put on this act, I sneered inwardly but maintained a gentle tone. "Hello, I'm Lu Xian. There is something I'd like to discuss with you in private." Zhang Yining frowned in confusion. "Can't we talk about it here?" I took a step forward and whispered in her ear, "Some things are better said elsewhere. I'm afraid you might cry if we discuss it here. It's about your college entrance exam results." Hearing this, Zhang Yining abruptly looked up, her eyes filled with disbelief. "My exam results? How could I know?" Only she, her father, and that Director Li were aware of it. But seeing my calm expression, she turned to her friend and forced a composed smile. "You go ahead. We'll find a quieter place to talk. It's a bit noisy here." The short-haired girl found it odd but didn't press further, merely giving us a suggestive glance. "Alright, I'll go save seats in the cafeteria. Hurry up, okay?" Next, Zhang Yining followed me to a corner of an abandoned staircase. She suddenly turned around and shouted at me, "What nonsense were you spouting just now? Who told you there was an issue with my college entrance exam results? I'm warning you, if you dare spread rumors again, don't blame me for suing you for defamation." A playful smile tugged at the corner of my lips as I leisurely pulled out my phone. The screen displayed a blurry photo of a transcript, with the name and ID number clearly visible. It was indeed Zhang Yining's, but the score was a full 50 points lower than what was recorded in her file. Zhang Yining's pupils constricted sharply. Forcing a stiff smile, she retorted, "It's just a photo. With how advanced photo editing technology is these days, who knows if it's real or fake? Besides, there are plenty of people with the same name across the country. How can you prove this is me?" As if anticipating her reaction, I tapped on my phone again and opened a PowerPoint file. The name Zhang Jianguo isn't exactly common, is it? This PPT has over a dozen pages of evidence. What do you think would happen if I anonymously posted it on the school forum or leaked it to those media outlets that love sensational stories? Let the internet dissect it for themselves? Every word I spoke was like a cold knife, stabbing sharply into Zhang Yining's nerves. She couldn't fathom how this previously invisible boy in class could know so much. Don't send it out, please. As long as you don't reveal any of this, just give me that PowerPoint, I'll pay you whatever you want. Name your price. 10,000? 20,000? Or 50,000? She cautiously offered the maximum she could bear. I couldn't help but laugh. "Zhang Yining, do you have some misunderstanding about your future, or your deputy director father's political career? In your eyes, is all that worth just 50,000 yuan?" At these words, Zhang Yiling's face turned even paler. She hadn't expected me to dismiss such an amount outright. In desperation, she prepared to go all out. "Then what exactly do you want? Don't push me too far. If you drive me into a corner, I'll make sure no one gets out unscathed. Mutual destruction is always an option." I put away my smile, my eyes turning icy. "You don't seem to understand the situation. The fish will definitely die, and as for the net, do you really think your father's shabby little web of connections can even protect himself? By then, he'll be struggling to save his own skin. And you still think he'll step up to deal with me for you? Are you living in a dream?" These words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly dousing the last flicker of hope in Zhang Yiling's heart. Her eyes dimmed as she muttered, "Then what do you actually want?" Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind. "I get it now. You've gone to all this trouble just to make me your girlfriend, haven to you? Well, considering how much effort you've put in, maybe I could." Before she could finish, I abruptly reached out and gripped her smooth, delicate chin. "Even now, you still think of yourself as some untouchable goddess? Let me play with you right here, right now. If you perform well, I might consider letting you off for now." "What?" Zhang Yiling's eyes instantly widened, her face flushing red. What nonsense are you talking about? This is a school, someone could pass by outside at any moment. Watching her panic-stricken expression, a surge of vengeful pleasure welled up in my heart. Although Zhang Yining flirted ambiguously with some boys for vanity and personal gain, she had always firmly guarded her boundaries, rarely even letting anyone hold her hand, let alone anything like this. I released my grip on her chin, curling my lips into a wicked smile. So you're saying, as long as it's not at school, you'd let me play with you once? Stop talking nonsense. Zhang Yiling, both embarrassed and frightened, reached out to push me away. If you keep this up, I'll call the police. Hearing this, I seemed to catch something amusing and took a step back, holding my phone out to her. Go ahead and call them right now. I'd really like to see whether it's faster for you to be publicly disgraced or for your official father to. Zhang Yiling stared at the phone right in front of her, then looked into my eyes, her heart pounding wildly in her chest. Call the police? How could she dare? If the college entrance exam cheating scandal were exposed, she couldn't even imagine the consequences. Seeing her utterly distraught state, I knew the timing was about right. Do you know what to do now? Tears welled up in Zhang Yiling's eyes as she glanced around nervously. Here isn't good, someone could come by any minute. Can we go somewhere else? With the memories from my past life, I effortlessly led Zhang Yiling through several corridors to a secluded old teaching building. He pushed open a creaking, unlocked door to a room filled with discarded tables, chairs, and clutter. Come in. Lu Xin sidestepped and let her in, then backhanded the door and gently brought it on, but did not lock it, as if to imply to her that escape was futile. Zhang Yining's heart shrank even tighter as she looked at the even more enclosed and depressing environment. She leaned against the cold wall, her hands gripping the corners of her coat tightly as her body shivered uncontrollably. Chapter 5, Mean and Shameful. Even eat and take. You. What do you really want? Her voice trembled, still making a last, futile struggle. You got my handle, isn't it for? For? She wanted to say money, but it had been mocked before. She wanted to say feelings, but the other party's earlier sentence of "you are also worthy" was still ringing in her ears. Lu Xian approached step by step, blocking her completely in the corner. The distance between the two was so close that they could feel each other's breath. He lowered his head and looked at her pale and frightened face, with a playful cruelty in his eyes. What do I want? He let out a light laugh. Haven't I made myself clear? Before the words left his mouth, he violently lowered his head and captured her lips. Well. Zhang Yining's eyes instantly widened, filled with shock and humiliation. She subconsciously reached out to push Lu Xian's chest, but the muscles that were as solid as rocks did not move. Her strength was like an ant in front of Lu Xian, whose physique was as high as 80. His kiss carried an unquestionable aggressiveness, domineering and rude, not at all any romantic scene in her imagination, only pure plunder and conquest. It was only after a few minutes that Lu Xian let go of her slightly, looking at her as she gasped sharply from the lack of oxygen, her cheeks flushed with an abnormal blush. Zhang Yining breathed heavily, tears rolling down her face like broken beads. Bastard. This is my first kiss. Her voice was filled with aggression and collapse. This accusation seemed so pale and powerless at this moment. First kiss? Lu Xian sniffed, the teasing under his eyes became even more intense. Is that so? That would really be too much of an honor. He deliberately lengthened his tone. First kiss is good, how does it feel? Was it more impressive than your fake report card? His words pierced into Zhang Yining's heart like a knife. Cut the crap. Lu Xian's patience seemed to run out as his eyes turned cold. Take it off yourself, or should I help you? His gaze landed on her small white halter with undisguised scrutiny. Let me see, the class flower of our Chinese department's class 3. What kind of surprise is she wearing inside today? A sense of humiliation flooded Zhang Yining like a tidal wave. She clenched her lower lip, almost biting blood. She knew that resisting was useless and would only invite rougher treatment. I take off. Her voice was thin as a thread, with a desperate tremble. You get what you want. Can you delete that PPT afterward? She was still trying to negotiate, retaining the last shred of hope. Lu Xian laughed coldly, as if he had heard a big joke. Zhang Yining, haven't you figured out your situation by now? You are not qualified to negotiate any conditions with me. He once again took out his cell phone and made a gesture to click on something. One more nagging sentence. I'll now let the entire school, teachers and students, as well as the colleagues from your father's unit, all come to enjoy the surprise. No. Zhang Yining screamed, completely giving up her resistance. I'll take off. I'll take off now. Please don't send it. She closed her eyes, tears of humiliation sliding down her cheeks, and with a trembling hand, she undid the halter she was wearing. Being obedient is your only choice now. Lu Xian looked at her submission, a twisted pleasure surged in his heart. All the humiliation and pain that he had suffered in his last life seemed to have found an outlet for venting at this moment. Without further words, he directly stepped forward and picked her up by the waist. Zhang Yining was caught off guard and let out a cry of surprise, subconsciously wrapping her arms around his neck, her body stiff as a rock. Lu Xian placed her on a dusty old desk next to him, and the cold touch of the desktop caused her to shiver again. He reached out and gently lifted her short pink and white pleated skirt. Zhang Yining's head was deathly low, her long hair hanging down, covering her expression at the moment. Only her clenched fists and slightly trembling shoulders could be seen. Can you lighten up a little? She begged in a barely audible voice. I don't know how long it took, maybe half an hour, maybe longer. Detected that the target character's psychological defense has collapsed, the control value has increased. Current control value 3100. Reward, Sansho Beginner's Path. The system's beep sounded in Lu Xian's mind, accompanied by a stream of information about fighting techniques pouring in. He moved his muscles and bones a little, feeling that his body's use of power was more coordinated and comfortable. He straightened his clothes and looked condescendingly at Zhang Yining, who was lying on her desk, her shoulders shrugging slightly as if she was crying silently. Her suspenders were crumpled and thrown to the side, and her skirt was in disarray, revealing a section of her white thighs. Lu Xian! You bastard! Shameless! Pervert! Zhang Yining raised her head violently, her eyes red and swollen, her face streaked with tears, mixed with humiliation, anger, and a hint of indescribable complexity as she glared at Lu Xian with a deadly glare. Pervert? Lu Xian snorted and walked over to her, reaching out and cupping her chin, forcing her to look at himself. Where is this? Don't worry, tonight, there's even more perverted play waiting for you. What? Zhang Yining's face instantly turned even paler. Tonight? Didn't you? You say? What did I say? Lu Xian tilted his head, pretending to be innocent. Oh, I said to let you off temporarily, but I didn't say to let you off all the time. Nor did I say that it's enough to play just this once. He loosened his hand and patted her cheek, his movements were frivolous and insulting. Do you think that the price for falsifying your grades to enter Yen University and ruining someone's life is just this much? You go back on your word. Zhang Yining was so angry that she was trembling, her voice changed tone. You promised not to put the PPT. That's right, Lu Xian interrupted her, smiling like a devil. I did promise not to tell, and I didn't say that I wouldn't post it to the campus forum or our class group. You see, I'm still very good at keeping my word. Zhang Yining looked at his scoundrel face and was so angry that she almost spat out a mouthful of blood. She finally realized that she was completely planted in this devil's hands, and he had no intention of letting her off easily. Alright, don't cry here, it's a waste of time. Lu Xian impatiently waved his hand, took out his cell phone, and pulled up his green bubble QR code. Add me. Then, transfer $10,000 over to me now, pocket money. What? Zhang Yining couldn't believe her ears. You still want money? You just... She was so angry that she couldn't speak, even taking it. How could this person be shameless to such an extent? What? Not willing? Lu Xian raised an eyebrow, his finger sliding on the cell phone screen, making a gesture to open the campus forum. It seems like you still like a more direct way? Don't! Zhang Yining hurriedly stopped, she was now convinced of Lu Xian's threat. With a trembling hand, she took out her own cell phone and reluctantly added Lu Xian's green bubble, then gritted her teeth, endured the great humiliation and transferred $10,000 over. That's right. Lu Xian looked at the cell phone arrival prompt with satisfaction and put away his cell phone. That's more like it. Remember, book the hotel at night and send me the address. If you dare to play tricks. You disgusting. And eating women's soft rice. Zhang Yining couldn't help but scold, her voice filled with contempt. Thanks for the compliment. Lu Xian didn't care and even smiled. It's my honor to eat your soft rice from the class flour. See you tonight. After saying that, he turned around and walked away without a care in the world. Stop. Zhang Yining suddenly shouted, her voice carrying a hint of hysterical shrillness. Lu Xian. You remember. Today's matter, if a third person knows about it, I will definitely not let you go. I swear. Lu Xian, who had walked to the door, had a footstep and slowly turned back. His eyes instantly became cold and piercing, like 10,000 years of ice, causing Zhang Yining to involuntarily shiver. Had the corner of his mouth hooked up into an extremely dangerous smile. Little, give you some color and you've really started a dye house? Threatening me? Are you even ING qualified to threaten me now? His voice was not high, but it was filled with biting killing intent, instantly shattering Zhang Yining's last bit of pitiful courage completely. She paralyzed on the desk, no longer able to say a single word, only endless fear and despair remained. Chapter 6, Roommate? Beasts? Clean up one by one. Padding, can be skipped. This chapter padded some persona, anxious treasure son can skip. Lu Xian's figure disappeared into the stairway for a while before Zhang Yining seemed to have found a bit of strength. She held onto the cold wall and slowly stood up straight. She lowered her head, her gaze falling on her beloved pink and white pleated skirt, the hem of which was wrinkled, and even more piercing was the small piece of crimson red on it that had begun to darken. Humiliation, pain, fear, and a feeling of utter devastation and despair, like a flood breaking through a dike, instantly overcame the dam she had been holding onto. Unable to hold back any longer, she crouched down and buried her face in her knees, her suppressed whimpers resounding in the utility room. Why was this happening? She was clearly the proud daughter of heaven, the highly regarded class flower, the freshman of Yen University who was about to start a brilliant life. How could it be that all of a sudden, she was pinched by a boy she had never noticed before with a handle that was enough to destroy everything? And also suffered such treatment? That boy called Lu Xian, his eyes, his words, his dominance, all haunted her like a nightmare. Especially that last warning full of killing intent made her fall into an ice cave. She had no doubt that if she dared to have any more thoughts of resistance or threats, that demon would definitely not hesitate to send her to hell. After crying for a while until her voice was a bit hoarse, Zhang Yining slowly raised her head. She knew that now was not the time to cry, she had to leave this hellish place immediately. She wiped her face haphazardly, picked up the sling that had been thrown aside and haphazardly put it on, and carefully straightened her skirt in an attempt to hide the stinging marks. She walked over to the door and pulled it open a crack like a thief, peering out nervously. The hallway was empty, with only the faint sound of some muffled joking and laughing in the distance. Confirming that no one was there for the time being, she took a deep breath, and like a frightened deer, she violently scurried out, lowered her head, and limped towards the direction of the dormitory building as fast as she could. She didn't dare to raise her head for fear of encountering acquaintances, and even more so for fear of others seeing her wretched appearance at this moment. However, what she feared came to her. Just ran to the teaching building to the dormitory path, face to face came a girl in the same class. That girl's cheerful personality and eyes are also good. A glance saw the undried tear marks on Zhang Yining's face and her unnatural walking posture, as well as her strange action of covering the back of her skirt. Ha! Yining? What's wrong with you? Why are your eyes red? Your face doesn't look too good either. The girl walked forward with concern. Zhang Yining's heart thumped and she was so scared that she almost lost her soul, subconsciously wanting to hide, but her feet couldn't move as if they were filled with lead. She shook her head in panic. No. Nothing, just a little upset stomach. The girl glanced along the place she was covering and then revealed a look of realization, with a bit of sympathy. Oops, are you that coming? Look at the back of your skirt, it seems like. Zhang Yining's face turned red with a swish, and then turned pale in an instant. She hated to find a crack in the ground. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. The girl was very enthusiastic, and hurriedly took off the thin sports jacket she was wearing. Come on, this dress of mine, you can put it around your waist to block it for a while, and hurry back to the dormitory to change it. Look at you like this, it is estimated that the amount is a little big, all get to the skirt, right? Hey, girls are just troublesome. Zhang Yining's mind was blank at the moment, she couldn't care less about explaining in embarrassment. She took the jacket carelessly, said thank you incoherently, and immediately tied the jacket around her waist, covering the traces that made her ashamed. Then, without looking back, she dashed towards the dormitory, and her back was so hasty that it looked like she was hiding from some fierce beast. Looking at Zhang Yining's fleeing back, that girl also shook her head and muttered, this girl, coming to that and still wearing a light-colored skirt, her heart is really big. On the other side, Lu Xian slowly walked back to the dormitory. In stark contrast to Zhang Yining's trepidation, he was in a rather good mood at the moment, and could even be said to be pleasant. The first target of his revenge had been initially controlled, his body had been strengthened, and he had also gained an additional $10,000 of pocket money. Although this money didn't mean much to him, this feeling of even taking it with him filled him with a teasing pleasure towards the goddess who was so high and mighty in his last life. Pushing open the door to the dormitory, a familiar, mixed smell of sweat, instant noodles, and some kind of cheap air freshener hit him. The dormitory was still the same, 4 beds, 4 tables, a few pairs of sneakers scattered on the floor, and a few pieces of clothes that hadn't yet dried hanging on the balcony. In his last life, this dormitory had also been his new beginning, full of expectations. But when the false information came to light, this place became part of his humiliating memories. Except for his distant parents, no one believed him, and no one helped him. These 3 roommates, instead of a word of comfort, but in order to clear the relationship, the rush to fall on the well, and even jointly reported to the school, asked him to move out of the dormitory. That a hypocritical and indifferent face he still vividly remembered. His gaze swept across the dormitory. By the window, a figure wearing headphones was staring intently at the computer screen, his fingers crackling on the keyboard. It was Chen Min, the departmental herb of the Chinese department. The other 2 beds are empty, Zhao Qin and Lu Ming should not be back yet. Chen Min, look like a dog, relying on a face in the department is quite popular. His sister Qin Shui in the Department of Finance, but also the top of the Department of the Name of the Flower, brother and sister in the School of the Wind is not small. In his last life, it was this Chen Min who badmouthed him the most behind his back and incited others to isolate him the most. Zhao Qin, his family engaged in real estate development of the 2nd generation of rich, flamboyant, like to use money to hit people, look down on poor students like him, was also the first to join Chen Min, asked him to move away. Lu Ming, gym regulars, practiced a pimple meet, girlfriends change more often than clothes. It is said that the private life is quite chaotic, no less on the basis of physical bullying. In his last life, although Lu Ming didn't say much, the contemptuous and distant eyes, Lu Xian also remembers clearly. Very well, all have arrived. The corner of Lu Xian's mouth hooked up in an icy arc. Since he had been reborn, he would take revenge for revenge and revenge for revenge, and naturally, these 3 good roommates could not let go of any of them. Then, let's start with the one closest to him. Lu Xian walked to his seat, put down his backpack, and then seemingly casually took out his cell phone, and the camera slid over Chen Min's back as he focused on playing the game without any trace. Click. A virtual shutter sound that only he himself could hear sounded. Photo taken successfully. Analyzing the target's information. Black information being generated. Chapter 7 Black Material, Mesmerizing and Threatening the Teacher. Lu Xian was already familiar with the process. He sat down on the chair, tapping his fingers on the desktop one by one, patiently waiting for the system to give him the black information about this departmental herb. A few seconds later, the panel refreshed. Name, Chen Min. Face value, 92. Other basic data skipped. Generation of black data completed. 2 redemption options popped up again at the bottom of the screen. $1,500 redemption, black material redemption coupon X1 redemption. $1,500? It was $500 cheaper than Zhang Yining's, so it seemed that this departmental herb's secret was slightly less valuable. Lu Xian thought about it. He had just made an entry of $10,000, he had money in his pocket and was not short of cash for the time being. Moreover, something like a redemption coupon might be of great use at a critical moment. The ton rat habit left behind by playing the game made him subconsciously want to keep some cards. Use 1,500 yuan for redemption. Lu Xian read silently in his mind. Redemption successful, balance, 8,500 yuan. A PPT file icon labeled Black Materials appeared in the system interface. With a slight movement of his mind, Lu Xian clicked on the PPT. Details of the black information, long-term affair with a high school math tutor, and suspected of poisoning and extortion. Specific description, the target, Chen Min, used his appearance to his advantage during high school to entice his math tutor. During a remedial lesson, Chen Min purchased an unknown drug from the internet suspected to be ecstasy or monohydrate and secretly put it into the teacher's drinking water, causing her to fall unconscious. Afterwards, Chen Min used this as blackmail and secretly filmed the video, long-term forced the teacher to maintain a relationship with him, and repeatedly asked for money. The PPT likewise has more than a dozen pages, and the chain of evidence is quite complete. There are not only screenshots of the chat records between the two, but also several large transfer records. The payee is Chen Min's account, and even a few video screenshots. The angles of the screenshots were tricky, and it looked like they were carefully arranged to be taken secretly. The man's side face lines in the screenshots, who was it if not Chen Min? Nice guy. It's true that you can't tell the difference between a person and a person. Lu Xian said in his heart. This ostensibly sunny, handsome, and graceful department grass behind the scenes was such a clothed beast who poisoned, shot videos, and blackmailed his teacher. This guy obviously has a good family background and doesn't lack money, but he also threatens his teacher. What a bad taste. If this were to get out, not to mention his reputation as a departmental grass, I'm afraid that he'll have to sing Tears of Iron Windows in jail for the rest of his life. That poor math teacher, I guess he was pinned to death, not even dare to call the police, can only be at his disposal. It's true that you don't know what you're getting into. Lu Xian raised his head and looked at Chen Min's back that was still immersed in the game world, and that cold smile at the corner of his mouth became more and more obvious. Just then, Chen Min seemed to have finished playing a game, took off his headset and stretched his back before he noticed Lu Xian next to him. He turned his chair and immediately piled up the kind of handsome smile on his face that he thought had charmed thousands of girls, and naturally reached over and wrapped an arm around Lu Xian's shoulders in a brotherly manner. Yo, Xuanzi is back? Boy. Chen Min minly patted Lu Xian's shoulder, his tone carrying a bit of flirting and unsuspecting gossip. I've heard that you're quite bold this afternoon, and that you called the pink-haired class flower of our class, Zhang Yining, out alone to talk about things? He scowled and came closer, lowering his voice. Hey, quickly tell me, what did you talk about? How far did it go? That girl, TSK, a head of pink hair, look at it is strong, wild enough. Is not long been taken down by you? Lu Xian's eyes were cold, and he laughed coldly in his heart. Buddy? You're also worthy? When you fell down the well in the last life, I didn't see you being so affectionate. Snap. A crisp ringing sound was extraordinarily clear in the not-so-quiet dormitory. Lu Xian lifted his hand expressionlessly and slapped off the claw that was resting on his shoulder with precision and force. The action was crisp and clean, without the slightest bit of procrastination. The smile on Chen Min's face instantly froze, and his arm that was wrapped around the empty arm stopped in mid-air, somewhat embarrassed, and then turned to annoyance. Lu Xian? He looked like he had heard something unbelievable, his brows furrowed and his tone sank. What the are you pretending with me for? What's the point of slapping my hand? Old man? Lu Xian slowly stood up, his height was already slightly superior. At this moment, he looked at Chen Min condescendingly, his eyes carried a kind of icy coldness that made Chen Min's heart palpitate inexplicably. You're also worthy of claiming yourself as Lao Zi in front of me? Before the words fell, Lu Xian fiercely struck out, so fast that Chen Min couldn't even react in time. Bang! Chen Min only felt a huge force come upon him, and his entire body was pressed dead center by one of Lu Xian's hands on his own computer desk that was piled high with snack wrappers and drink bottles. His cheek was pressed against the cold and greasy desktop, and his nostrils were instantly filled with the disgusting odor of dust and food residue mixed together. Uing. Chen Min was shocked and angry, just wanted to struggle, but found that Lu Xian's arm was like an iron clamp, not moving. This strength. When did this kid become so strong? Lu Xian bent down, his icy gaze locked onto Chen Min's face that was slightly twisted due to his anger and panic, the corner of his mouth hooked into a cruel smile. His voice was not loud, but his words were killing him. Do you remember? Teacher Zhang Ah? Chen Min's pupils shrunk violently. Lu Xian's voice seemed to carry magic, and continued to say unhurriedly, the one who teaches math, Teacher Zhang. Do you need me to help you recall it properly? Chen Min, who was still struggling, heard the three words Teacher Zhang, and his body froze as if all his strength had been instantly taken away. All his movements stopped, only his chest heaving violently from shock. He twisted his head with difficulty, trying to see Lu Xian's expression, his voice dry with a trace of imperceptible trembling. What are you? You babbling about? I can't understand. What teacher? I don't know any Teacher Zhang. His face turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye, a fine cold sweat seeped out from his forehead, and his palms were instantly soaked. Although his mouth was still forcefully denying it, the panicked eyes had long betrayed the fear in his heart. Lu Xian looked at his colorful appearance and smiled coldly in his heart. He let go of his hand that was holding Chen Min down, straightened up in a calm manner, and slowly and methodically took out his cell phone. His fingertips scratched the screen a few times, and called up the PPT that he had just redeemed. Instead of directly disliking Chen Min's face, he first flipped to a couple of coded video screenshots. The familiar scene and profile was enough to send the person in question's soul into a spin. Then, he flipped to a few pages of screenshots of chat records. Finally, he gently tapped his finger, and a photo of a middle-aged woman appeared on the screen, not quite stunningly beautiful, but with a gentle temperament. It was that poor math teacher. Lu Xian turned the cell phone screen to the pale Chen Min, his tone carried a hint of playfulness. Look, does this look familiar? Still don't recognize it? Chapter 8. I heard that your sister is the department flower? Chen Min's eyes were dead set on the cell phone screen, and when he saw the picture of the teacher, his breath caught violently, as if he was being strangled. A hint of madness flashed in his eyes as he violently reached out and lunged towards Lu Xian's cell phone as if he was grabbing a life-saving straw. Give it to me. Lu Xian was prepared for this, and with a flip of his wrist, he easily and effortlessly dodged Chen Min's snatch, his body not even shaking a bit. The reaction speed and strength that had been strengthened by the system could not be compared to a student like Chen Min who was addicted to games and whose body had been emptied. Hey, Lu Xian took a step back and slipped the phone back into his pocket with a teasing smile on his face. How can I just give you such a good thing? This is precious information, I have to keep it for myself. He paused, looking at Chen Min's disoriented, nearly broken look, and slowly added, maybe one day I'm in a bad mood, or feel that life is too boring, I'll just send it to the internet by hand. What campus forum posting microblogging jittery so that the majority of netizens people all come to appreciate and comment on it. Tisk, high school students drug-forced female teachers, but also shoot video blackmail. This melon is not big enough? Is this melon big enough? You say, can it make a hot search headline or something? Chen Min's face could no longer be described as pale, it was simply as white as paper. His body was trembling slightly uncontrollably, and cold sweat slid down his temples, wetting his collar. He stared at Lu Xian with a deadly stare, his teeth clenching. Lu Xian. He took a deep breath, as if trying to calm himself down, but his voice still carried an overwhelming fear and trembling. Have something to say. What do you really want? What are the requirements, you say, as long as I can do it, I will try to fulfill you. As things stand now, he is even more stupid to know that his darkest secret has been firmly clutched in the hands of the roommate in front of him, whom he has always looked down on. Other than compromising, he had no choice. He now only hoped that the other party was trying to get money or something else. As long as he could use the cost to get back this evidence and save his reputation in future, he was willing to do anything. Lu Xian looked at his goofy face, his heart was unbridled. He slowly paced back to his chair, sat down with a big horse, and even crossed his legs. His posture was so leisurely as if he was chatting with an old friend. He raised his eyes, glanced at Chen Min, and the corner of his mouth hooked up a meaningful smile. Chen Min, I heard that you have a sister? Called Chen Shui, right? The department flower of the finance department? I heard that. Looks quite a bit prettier than you, the department grass, Chen Min sniffed and jerked his head up, his eyes instantly covered in blood, and the last trace of blood color on his face faded cleanly. He looked like he had been stepped on his most painful tail, almost growling as he stood up. Lu Xian. How dare you hit on my sister? I'm warning you. However, his warning seemed so pale and powerless to Lu Xian. Lu Xian still maintained that leisurely posture, not even lifting his eyelids, only pulling out his cell phone once again, his fingers sliding casually on the screen as if he was browsing through some interesting news. Tis, look at you, what are you excited about? Lu Xian's voice was still smooth, even with a hint of laughter. I'm just casually asking. But then again, you said, if I were to accidentally slip my hand, click these things. And post them online, and then by the way, at Yen University official, and your sister Chen Shue's account. He deliberately paused for a moment, admiring Chen Min's stifled expression of wanting to kill but not daring to move, and continued slowly, you say, when the time comes, is it you who will first lose your reputation, have your future ruined, and even sit through the bottom of the jail cell, or is it your icy clean departmental flower sister who will first be pointed out by the entire university, saying that she has a brother who is worse than a beast, and be looked at with a different eye? Wherever she goes? What about it? Aya, really difficult to choose off. I'll kill you. Chen Min was completely enraged, and the strings of reason instantly snapped. The instinct to protect his sister overpowered his fear, and like a mad beast, he hissed and lunged towards Lu Xian once again, his hands spread out as if he wanted to strangle Lu Xian's neck. However, what greeted him was not the imagined twisting and fighting, but a precise and swift sole of the foot. Lu Xian didn't even change his posture much, he just raised his right foot seemingly casually and delivered a crisp and clean square stomp, which hit Chen Min's charging belly squarely and impartially. Boom! A muffled sound. Chen Min only felt an irresistible huge force instantly penetrate his abdomen, and severe pain spread throughout his body like an electric current. His entire body looked as if he had been hit by a high-speed truck, his eyes widened violently, his eyeballs almost bulging out of their sockets, and his body bowed backwards uncontrollably before he flew straight backward like a kite with a broken string. He fell heavily on the ground, covering his stomach and curled up into a ball, his face instantly turned saucy purple, his mouth opened wide but he couldn't make a sound, he could only make a painful ho-ho sound. A few seconds later, he violently turned on his side and coughed violently, accompanied by a sickening burst of acidic water vomiting out of his mouth, dirtying the floor beneath him. Lu Xian slowly retracted his foot and stood up, walking over to Chen Min, who was paralyzed on the ground and twitching like a dead dog, and looked down on him condescendingly, his eyes icy cold, without a trace of emotion. Rubbish. Bah! Lu Xian looked at the cowering Chen Min at his feet and nonchalantly spat, landing on that once self-proclaimed handsome face. Chen Min stiffened, a sense of humiliation running through his body like an electric current, but he didn't even have the courage to raise his hand to wipe it. The sharp pain from the kick just now had not completely dissipated, and his internal organs seemed to have shifted, making him even breathe with caution. He had never thought that he would be treated like this, especially by this Lu Xian who he didn't even put in his eyes on a regular basis. Still want to make a move? Lu Xian's voice carried a hint of mockery as he looked at him condescendingly, as if he was looking at a bug being stepped on. Quite a lot of strength, department grass? Where's that mad dog-like strength from earlier? Show it to me again? Chen Min's face was a shade of red and a shade of white, shame, fear, and pain intertwined together, making him almost faint. He knew that he was finished. This Lu Xian knew his secret from somewhere, the one that was enough to destroy him completely. Lu Xian slowly and methodically pulled out his cell phone and unlocked the screen, his fingertips sliding casually on it as if he was picking out an item. What do you say, should I first date the account of Yen University, so that they can see what kind of talent has come out of their school? Or should I directly ate the account of our Yanjing Municipal Bureau, so that they can comment on whether or not your dirty crap is enough to file a case? He purposely tilted the screen of his phone slightly, so that Chen Min could vaguely see the PPT, and the page that was being about to be released. Chapter 9 I'm only interested in your sister. Or, just do it, directly post the full version with video screenshots to our school's confession wall and major forums? I've thought of the title, it's called Shocked. Chinese department Grass Chen Min and his high school math teacher had to say 2 or 3 things, what do you think? Is it hot enough? Every word was like a cold awl, ruthlessly piercing into Chen Min's heart. He was shaking like a sieve, sweat mixing with the stains on his face and dripping down. He raised his head with difficulty and tried to get up from the ground, but fell back because of the sharp pain in his abdomen. Don't. Chen Min's voice was hoarse and dry, full of pleading, Lu Xian, brother Xian. I was wrong. I'm really wrong. We have no past grievances, no recent enmity, you let me off this time, okay? He struggled, using his elbow to support his upper body, almost half kneeling on the ground, looking up at Lu Xian. What do you really want? You say. As long as I can do it, I will definitely fulfill you. Money? Is it money you want? I'll give it to you. I'll transfer it to you right away. As if he had grabbed the last straw, he said eagerly, 50,000. No. 100,000. I'll give you $100,000. Enough to last you long enough. Consider it as me making a friend, okay? Friend? Lu Xian looked like he had heard the funniest joke under the sky and couldn't help but snort out a laugh. He looked at Chen Min's humble to the dust look and then thought about this bastard's condescending, down in the well face in his last life. The evil anger in his heart was like it had found a vent and was surging endlessly. 100,000? Lu Xian slowly shook his head, the contempt in his eyes undisguised. Chen Min, do you still think, until now, that money can solve everything? Do you think that the disgusting things you did can be wiped out by a mere $100,000? He recalled that just now, Zhang Yining was also trying to use money to get rid of him. These self-righteous people always think that money is omnipotent. It seems that you still haven't grown a memory. Lu Xian's eyes suddenly turned cold. Before the words fell, he raised his foot again. This time, the movement was faster and more ruthless. Bang! With a muffled sound accompanied by the subtle clicking sound of misplaced bones, Lu Xian's toe accurately kicked Chen Min's attempted raised chin. Ah! Chen Min let out a mournful scream as his entire body fell backwards, the back of his head hitting the cold and hard concrete floor with a dull thud. He only felt a black eye, the jawbone came from the drilling pain, his mouth was instantly filled with a strong taste of blood, a few teeth seemed to have loosened. He lay on the ground, his body convulsing uncontrollably, his eyes staring at Lu Xian in horror, fearing that the other party would strike again and completely disfigure his proud face. Damn, it's noisy. Lu Xian frowned and seemed a little impatient. Don't grunt like a pussy. Listen up. He leaned down and gripped Chen Min's well-groomed, but at the moment blood and dust-stained hair, forcing his head up from the ground and forcing those fear-filled eyes to look at him. Tonight, Lu Sun's voice was lowered but carried an unquestionable command. Ask that precious sister of yours, Chen Shui, out for me. Let's have dinner together. Chen Min's pupils suddenly contracted. At the mention of his sister, he almost instinctively wanted to resist, but the sharp pain coming from his scalp and Lu Xian's ice-cold eyes instantly doused all his courage. And Lu Xian moved closer and sniffed the smell of blood emanating from Chen Min's face, his tone carrying a hint of playful malice. Bring me some of those goodies that you used to make Mr. Zhang dizzy. Is that clear? Chen Min's body trembled violently as he looked at Lu Xian's face that was so close to him, and for the first time, he felt what was called true fear and despair. He couldn't figure out what Lu Xian wanted those medicines for. Could it be that? Hear that? Lu Xian's hand added a little strength. Chen Min grimaced in pain, and his tears were almost soaring out. Here. 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 Chen Min was almost with a sobbing voice, nodding his head repeatedly, afraid of slowing down and inviting another beating. He didn't dare to think about anything right now, only seeking to save himself first. Very good. Lu Xian loosened his hand in satisfaction, allowing Chen Min's head to hit the ground again. He stood up straight and looked at Chen Min, who was paralyzed like a puddle of mud, and raised his hand again, using the back of his hand to slap his swollen and bleeding face a few times without being light or heavy. Slap, slap. The sound was not loud, but the insult was extremely strong. If you hear me, get on with it. Book a good hotel, don't be too shabby, send me the address on WeChat. Medicine ready, don't fool me with fake goods. Most importantly, bring your sister on time. Lu Xian commanded slowly and methodically, every word was like giving Chen Min an ultimatum. After saying that, he no longer looked at Chen Min, who was like a dead dog on the ground, turned around and walked towards his own bed, threw himself on the bed with a dashing movement, pulled out his cell phone, and began to leisurely swipe it. Chen Min was lying on the ground, half a day without regaining his strength, the sharp pain coming from his abdomen and jaw pounded his nerves, making him almost think that he was going to die. He turned his head sideways with difficulty, and out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Lu Xian, who had laid back on his bed like nobody's business. He even leisurely crossed his legs, one hand resting on the back of his head, the other hand holding his cell phone, the light from the screen reflecting his face, which at the moment was as loathsome as an evil ghost in Chen Min's eyes. That calmness, that composure, as if the person who had just kicked someone like a broken sack, kicked them in the jaw, and gripped their hair in a threatening manner, was not him at all. An unspeakable humiliation and icy fear, more so than the pain in his body, wrapped around Chen Min's heart like a viper. He was finished. This thought surfaced clearly and incomparably in his mind. What Lu Xian clutched in his hands was enough to make him lose his reputation and even sit in jail. His proud family background, appearance, and departmental grass status would all come to nothing in front of that PPT, becoming a laughingstock that everyone would spit on. As for resistance? That positive stomp just now, as well as that precise and vicious kick, had completely shattered any thoughts of him getting away with it. Lu Xian's strength and speed, simply not his kind of flowery frame, can be compared, not to mention the other party's unabashed ruthlessness, is really dare to lay down a deadly hand. He had no doubt that if he didn't do as he was told, Lu Xian would definitely stab those things out. But, sister. Chen Shui. When he thought of Lu Xian's smile with an evil aura and the playful tone when he mentioned his sister, Chen Min's heart felt like it was being clutched hard by a big invisible hand, hurting him so much that he almost suffocated. Chapter 10, Brother who is worse than an animal. No way. Definitely can't let his sister get involved. As soon as this thought rose, it was suppressed by another, stronger fear. What would Lu Xian do if he didn't agree? Would he let his sister go? The words that demon had just said were still echoing in his ears. You say, when the time comes, will you be the first to lose your name, have your future ruined, and even sit in jail, or will your icy clean departmental flower sister be the first to be fingered by the entire school? Chen Min winced. He understood the horror of public opinion, and was also clear that once his own scandal came to light, his sister, as his loved one, would definitely not be able to stand alone. Those gossips, those strange gazes, were enough to destroy a girl's pride and reputation. Choose the lesser of two evils. A vile thought began to grow and spread in his mind. Yes, it was just a meal. What else could Lu Xian do? In front of a large crowd, he wouldn't dare to mess around, right? As long as he keeps a close eye on himself, he should be fine. As for that medicine, the big deal is that he will find a chance to dispose of it at that time. He began to make excuses for himself, trying to convince himself. Since he was a child, the best resources of his family were given to him as a son, and his parents had high hopes for him. For the sake of his own future, in order not to let his parents down, sacrifice a little. Sister is so kind, and in the future will definitely understand his suffering. She is so beautiful, so good, even if something really happened, she can always find a good home. Right? Once this idea appeared, it was like opening Pandora's magic box, and all the moral bottom line appeared to be unbearable in front of the fear of the future and extreme selfishness. He struggled and propped up his body on his elbows, and with each movement, a tearing pain came from his jaw and abdomen. He held onto the cold edge of the bed and crawled up little by little. His movements were so wretched that he looked like a dog that had its spine broken. He didn't dare to look at Lu Xian, just lowered his head and stumbled back to his seat, pulling out the chair and sitting down. The tabletop was still covered with the oil and food crumbs that had rubbed off when he had been pressed down just now, emitting a sickening odor. He haphazardly wiped the sweat mixed with blood and stains from his face with his sleeve, his movements contorted slightly from the pain. Taking out his cell phone, the screen looked a little blurry from the slightest stain of blood. He took a deep breath, and with trembling fingers, he clicked on the green bubble and found the familiar avatar. It was his sister Qin Shui, smiling like a flower. Looking at his sister's sunny smile, Chen Min's heart throbbed again, but it was quickly replaced by a deeper fear and determination. He gritted his teeth and began typing, trying to make his tone seem relaxed and natural. Brother Min, Schwer, busy? Schwer not Sydney, brother? What's up? Just got out of class. Cute. Minnie, hey, it's nothing. I'm just asking. By the way, are you free tonight? Why don't you come out for dinner? Cher, not Sydney, tonight? What's up? I'm meeting a classmate at the library tonight. Seeing his sister's reply, Chen Min's heart rose to his throat. He hurriedly continued typing, his fingers a little stiff from nervousness. Brother Min, oops, when can't I go to the library? Tonight is a special occasion. It's my roommate's birthday, he's very nice, and he keeps saying he wants to get to know you, a beautiful woman. Give me face, come out? Handsome man. Laughing. He deliberately added the word handsome, knowing that although his sister is simple, but still a little interested in good-looking boys. The other side was silent for a while, seemingly hesitating. Every second of waiting was like torture for Chen Min. He stared at the screen dead on, his palms covered in cold sweat. Finally, a new message popped up. Schwer is not Sydney, well. Your roommate I don't know, will it be awkward to go? Drama. Chen Min's spirit lifted and he hurriedly replied. Brother Min, hey. What's so embarrassing about this? We're all from the same school, so let's just get to know each other a little better. We're all from the same school, so let's just say we're friends. And mainly my treat, you are responsible for the beautiful flowers on the line. Come on, I haven't eaten with you for a long time. Pathetic. After he sent it, he added a pouty emoticon. There was another short silence. Cher is not Sydney, okay, afraid of you. What time? Where? But say yes I have to go back to the dormitory early. Fu Chenmin let out a long sigh of relief. The whole person leaned back in his chair like he was deflated. Cold sweat had soaked the clothes on his back. It was done. He closed his eyes, feeling the dull pain in his jaw and abdomen, but his heart was a cold numbness. Settling his mind, he forced himself to pick himself up and reply to his sister. Brother Min, no problem. How about 7 o'clock? I'll send you the location later, book a good place. I love you, sister. Flying kisses. After replying to his sister, he immediately switched to the takeout software and searched for the highest-rated Western restaurant near the school. Sliding his fingers, he finally selected a Netflix Western restaurant that looked luxuriously decorated and inexpensive. Booking a place, he copied down the address and time of the restaurant, switched back to Green Bubble, found the avatar that made him afraid, and tremblingly pasted and sent the message. After doing all this, it was like all his strength had been drained out of him. He stood up, walked over to the bed, crouched down, and fumbled in an inconspicuous corner under the bed. There was a small locked box there, the place where he hid his secrets. Shivering, he opened the box with the key and rummaged through it for a while, eventually pulling out a small brown glass bottle without any label. The bottle was small and heavy in his hand. He looked at this small bottle with complex eyes, with fear, disgust, and a trace of imperceptible madness. This is what he once used to deal with Teacher Zhang. He clutched the bottle in his death grip, his knuckles white from the force, then carefully slipped it into his pants pocket, as if he was carrying a time bomb. The dormitory was quiet, with only the subtle sound of Lu Xian's occasional body rolls and the blurry human voices coming from outside the window. Chen Min sat on the edge of the bed and looked at his blurred reflection on the glass across the room. His cheeks were swollen high, the corners of his mouth still had traces of blood, and his eyes were lax and filled with fear and humiliation. Was this still the spirited department Grass Chen Min? He didn't know. He only knew that from today, his life may never return. And the originator of all this is lying on his upper bunk like a grandpa, leisurely brushing his cell phone, and from time to time let out a light laugh, as if he saw something interesting. That laughter sounded even more piercing than the devil's whispers to Chen Min at this moment. Chapter 11, Sister Share, drink this cup of red wine. He didn't dare to have the slightest thought of resisting anymore, and with his head lowered, like a prisoner who had made a mistake and was waiting for judgment, he walked up to Lu Xian. The sweat mixed with the bloodstains at the corner of his mouth made his normally proud face look wretched. Xian. Brother Xian, his voice was dry with undisguised fear, his hands trembling as he cupped the small brown glass bottle and handed it over. The meal, the restaurant I've already booked, the rotating restaurant of the Yinjing Hotel, the address was sent to you on WeChat. This is the medicine you wanted. Lu Xian didn't even sit up from the bed, he just lazily raised his eyelids and reached out to take the small bottle. He brought the bottle up to his eyes and shook it into the light, and inside was some white powder. Tisk, the corner of Lu Xian's mouth curled into a mocking smile, just this stuff? It doesn't look good, is the effect reliable? Don't be some laxative you mixed yourself? I don't dare to. Chen Min was scared out of his wits, waving his hands in a hurry, absolutely don't dare. This is what I got before, the effect is very good, Brother Xian, don't worry. He couldn't wait to pull out his heart to prove that he wasn't lying. It better be. Lu Xian played with the small bottle, his eyes sweeping over Chen Min icily. If you dare to play tricks on this, or let that baby sister of yours know something in advance, I don't mind letting you experience what it means to truly die in society, and by the way, let your whole family follow along and become famous. Understand? Understand. Understand. I understand. Chen Min nodded his head like garlic, and cold sweat swished out again. He had no doubt that Lu Xian could do what he said. Right at this moment, Lu Xian's cell phone vibrated. It was a message from Zhang Yining. Zhang Yining, the hotel is booked, Century Golden Resources Hotel, 608 luxury suite. Tonight at 8 o'clock, is that okay? But I have to be back in the dormitory by 10 o'clock at night, or the hostelants will register it. Lu Xian looked at the message and snorted. Still want to bargain? Still want to maintain your pathetic bit of innocence? He flipped his fingers and quickly replied, Bull. Don't come with me on this. Back to the dormitory before 10 o'clock? You think I'm dating you? 11 o'clock at night, wash up and wait for me in your room. If you're a minute late, or dare not show up, you'll suffer the consequences. In order to strengthen the effect, he smoothly sent over the screenshot of Zhang Yining's father transferring $500,000 to the deputy director of the admissions office in the PPT that was generated by the system earlier. Lu Xian, image, just to remind you, don't forget how much effort your parents put into getting you into Yen University. After the message was sent, there was silence there for a full minute or so before a single word came back tremblingly, Zhang Yining, okay? Lu Xian put away his cell phone with satisfaction, sneering in his heart. Thinking that Zhang Yining was probably facing the cell phone screen at this moment, her face white and shivering, he felt a burst of pleasure. In the past few days since the start of school, this woman had relied on a few moments of beauty to treat many of the boys in her class, including herself in her previous life, as monkeys, enjoying the vanity of being surrounded by stars. And now, still not like a dog, he told her to go east, she dared not go west? What bull-class flower, but a ready-to-be-discarded rotten goods. Time quickly slipped into the evening. The night falls, the lights come on. Lu Xian changed into clean casual clothes and walked out of the dormitory refreshed. Chen Min followed behind, although his face was covered with ice, but you can still see the obvious redness and swelling, and the corners of his mouth are still faintly bruised. He lowered his head, deliberately avoiding the gaze of the other students on the road, that kind of cowering appearance, and usually the department of self-expectation of the grass is a different person. Chen Min drove Lu Xian to Yinjing Hotel. The top floor of the revolving restaurant has an excellent view, and can take in the night view of half of Yinjing City. The environment was elegant, the lighting was soft, and gentle music flowed. Chen Min had booked a semi-open private room by the window, with good privacy. Tisk, Kena Chen Min, Lu Xian sat down with a big grin, enjoying the night view from the window, his tone carrying flirtation. Quite good at picking a place. It seems like your family base is indeed thick, unlike a thug like Zhao Qin who knows how to show off his father's few buildings. Chen Min barely managed to squeeze out a smile that was worse than crying, not daring to answer. He knew that Lu Xian was deliberately humiliating him. Once upon a time, how could he not look down on a poor student like Lu Xian like this? The wind and water had turned, and now he had become the one being stepped on. Thinking that he was about to push his sister into the fire pit with his own hands, his heart hurt like being cut by a knife, but he could do nothing about it. Lu Xian's heart was soothed as he looked at his expression of a dead parent. He slowly poured himself a glass of lemonade, calculating in his heart. This Chen Min, good-looking, excellent family, sister or department flower, what a good resource ah. In the last life, didn't you like to fall on your sword and see me laugh? In this life, I will let you and the people you care about the most become mud under my feet. As he was thinking, the door of the private room was gently pushed open. A figure stood pavilion in the doorway, poking in a small head and looking around curiously. The girl wore a playful and cute double ponytail that swayed gently as she moved. A delicate doll face, her eyes were big and bright, like they were full of starlight. Her skin was fair and translucent, with a collagen sense unique to teenage girls. She was wearing a pure white dress, the hem of which fluttered slightly with her movements. With a pair of clean white canvas shoes on her feet, the whole person exuded a youthful, sweet, and uninitiated air. It was none other than the department flower of the finance department, Chen Shui. Brother! When Chen Shui saw Chen Min, she immediately revealed a bright smile and trotted in, her tone tinged with a bit of pout. You really are. I've told you that I'm meeting a classmate to go to the library in the evening, and you have to drag me here for dinner. It's weirdly embarrassing. Her gaze fell on Lu Xian next to her and she couldn't help but be slightly stunned. What a handsome boy! With a straight body, well-defined features, deep eyes, and a hint of if not a smile at the corner of his mouth, he looked even more charming than in his brother's photos. Lu Xian stood up the moment she entered the door, a sunny and cheerful smile on his face, and took the initiative to extend his hand. Hello, Chen Shui, right? I'm Lu Xian, your brother's roommate and his best buddy. I've often heard Chen Min mention you, saying that he has the prettiest sister in the whole school, and when I see you today, your name really lives up to it. His voice was gentle with just the right amount of praise, making people feel like they were in the spring breeze. Chen Shui's cheeks blushed slightly, and somewhat embarrassed, she reached out her small hand and gently shook it with Lu Xian. Hello, Senior Lu Xian, I'm Chen Shui, from the first class of the finance department. You're overpraised. The fingertips touched each other, warm and soft. Lu Xian held the small hand and felt the girl's slight nervousness, but the bad thoughts in his heart became clearer. What a pure little white rabbit, but unfortunately, it was stalled with a brother who was worse than a beast. Chen Min watched from the sidelines as the two men shook hands, especially when he saw the blush on his sister's face that surfaced due to Lu Xian's praise. His heart was like a knife, his face became even more somber for a few minutes, his fists quietly clenched under the table. But he didn't dare to say anything or even show a hint of dissatisfaction. Don't stand, sit down quickly. Lu Xian naturally loosened his hand and smoothly pulled open the chair next to Chen Shui, signaling her to sit down, and he himself sat down right next to her, his movements smooth and natural, as if they were only friends who had known each other for a long time. Chen Shui's first impression of Lu Xian was extremely good, thinking that he was not only handsome, but also had a good character, sunny and cheerful, and spoke well. Seeing him sitting beside her, although the distance was closer, she didn't feel any discomfort, instead she felt that this senior was very kind. Hiya, you're Chen Min's sister, so you'll be my Lu Xian's sister from now on. Lu Xian picked up the menu on the table and handed it to Chen Shui with a bright smile. Don't be polite, feel free to order whatever you want to eat. I'm treating for your brother today. We'll be a family from now on. The three words family were like needles in Chen Min's heart, his face instantly became a bit more ugly, and his breathing was a bit irregular. As if Lu Xian had just noticed his abnormality, he pretended to be concerned and asked, Hey? Chen Min, what's wrong with you? Is your face so ugly? Isn't it uncomfortable somewhere? Chen Min's face turned red and white at his question, and he hurriedly covered it up. No, it's just that my stomach suddenly hurts a little bit. It's an old problem. It's fine. Tummy ache? Lu Xian raised his eyebrows, his tone exaggerated. Then you have to hurry to the bathroom. Don't suffocate. There's me here with Sister Shui, so don't worry about going. Saying that, he picked up the open red wine on the table and poured a cup for Chen Shui seemingly casually. With a skillful movement of his fingers, a bit of imperceptible powder had slipped down the mouth of the bottle and into the cup, instantly dissolving into the dark red liquid. Only after doing this did he gently push the cup in front of Chen Shui. Come on, Sister Shui, don't just talk, have some red wine. All of this was clearly seen by Chen Min, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table. He watched as Lu Xian poured that sinful medicine into his sister's cup. Chapter 12, Taking Chen Shui to a Room. His heart instantly clenched and his blood seemed to freeze. He wanted to hiss, he wanted to stop, he wanted to overturn the table, but Lu Xian's icy cold eyes were like an invisible shackle, strangling his throat to death, making it impossible for him to move, unable to say a single word. A great sense of fear and humiliation overwhelmed him. He knew that there was no way back for him. Chen Min stood up violently, his voice trembling slightly from the extreme suppression, and he didn't dare to look at his sister's eyes. Brother went to the bathroom, my stomach really hurts. You eat with Brother Xian, with Brother Lu Xian first, I'll be right back. Brother, are you alright? Do you want me to accompany you? Chen Shui immediately revealed a worried look, putting down the cup she had just picked up. She was about to get up. No. Chen Min was startled and hurriedly pressed her shoulders. I'm just having an old problem, I'll just go to the restroom. You two eat. After saying that, he rushed out of the private room without looking back as if he was avoiding the plague, his back hasty and wretched. He didn't dare to stay any longer, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to help himself, and even more afraid of seeing what happened next. He could only escape, like a coward. In the private room, only Lu Xian and Chen Shui, who was looking at the door with a worried face, remained. Lu Xian looked at Chen Min's back as he fled, and the corner of his mouth curved up into an icy arc. Then, he turned his head to look at the simple and ignorant girl beside him, and that harmless and sunny smile reappeared on his face. Don't worry, your brother probably ate something bad at noon. He picked up the cup of spiked red wine in front of Chen Shui and tenderly passed it to her lips. Come on, Sister Shui, have a sip of red wine first to suppress your shock. Chen Shui pinched the corner of her skirt and watched as her brother disappeared out of the door, her heart a little bit in turmoil. Lu Xian pushed the glass of wine with a ruby red luster in front of her. Come on, Sister Shui, try this, 82-year orange juice, it tastes good. Chen Shui was amused and took the cup, gently taking a small sip. The liquor was slightly astringent, with a strong fruity flavor. It was really good. She put down the cup. Thank you, brother Lu Xian. But I'm still a little worried about my brother. Why don't I? Hey, it's fine. Lu Xian interrupted her, picked up his knife and fork, and began to slowly and methodically cut the zippy steak in front of him. Is that old disease? It is estimated that he ate something unclean at noon. Go to the toilet will be good. Let's eat first. He forked up a small piece of cut steak and naturally passed it to Chen Shui's plate. Try this, their fillet is very tender. His movements were elegant and calm, as if he was simply taking care of his good buddy sister. At this moment, in the restroom cubicle, Chen Min slid to the floor against the cold door panel, raised his hand, pop, slap. 2 hard slaps on his face, fiery pain. He covered his face, his shoulders trembling uncontrollably. Shui, brother is sorry for you, I'm really sorry. But Lu Xian, that devil. He will really destroy me, destroy our whole family. The mirror reflected his red and swollen face, wretched and pathetic. He mumbled to the man in the mirror, as if hypnotizing himself. Lu Xian is also quite handsome, and his family seems to be quite rich. Swear with him shouldn't be too much of a disadvantage, right? Brother also can't help, is for the good of our family. Swear is so understanding. In the future, she will understand my hardship. The self-consoling words were pale and powerless, but like a life-saving straw, they were grasped by him to death. Inside the private room, the atmosphere seemed cordial. Lu Xian was very good at chatting. From school anecdotes to popular movies, he could always find topics that Chen Shui was interested in. As they chatted, Chen Shui felt a little flowery in front of her eyes and her head was dizzy, like she was drunk. The rotating lights in the restaurant also started to become blurry. Well. She shook her head and felt her body go a little soft. Brother Lu Xian, I seem to be a little dizzy. Maybe it's because this red wine has too much aftertaste. She held onto the table and tried to stand up. I'd better go find my brother, we should go back. Don't be in a hurry. Lu Xian also stood up, naturally reaching out his hand to support her swaying body. Look at you, you can't even stand up. How are you going to find him? That guy your brother is probably still struggling in the restroom. Let's wait a little longer. His palm supported her arm, the warm touch coming through the thin material of her clothes. Chen Shui was simple, but not a cutie. This dizziness came too quickly and violently, unlike simple drunkenness. Alarm bells went off in her heart, and she forcefully tried to push Lu Xian's hand away. No need, brother Lu Xian, I really have to go, it's too late. She insisted on walking out, but her steps were weak and feeble. Lu Xian obediently took a step forward, his arm looped over her shoulder, seemingly assisting. How can you walk like this? If you really can't, I'll send you back to the dormitory first. No need, myself. Before the words were finished, Chen Shui's eyes went black and she completely lost consciousness, her body softly collapsed. Lu Xian's eyes were quick, his long arm reached out and steadily swept her into his arms. The girl's body was light, her waist was slender and soft, as if she had no bones. He picked Chen Shui up horizontally, and his movements were not the slightest bit strenuous. At this exact moment, Chen Min, who had been hiding at the entrance of the private room and had not dared to enter, saw Lu Xian holding his unconscious sister and came out, his face losing its color. He couldn't hold back any longer, and rushed up with a sobbing voice. Brother Xian. Brother Xian. Please. Let Shui go. Please. This is the only sister I have. I kowtow to you. Lu Xian hugged Chen Shui, not stopping in his footsteps, but just glanced at him coldly before lifting his foot, which was wearing loafers, and kicked Chen Min in the stomach without any mercy. Bang! Ah! Chen Min arched his body like a shrimp and fell to the ground in agony, covering his stomach and curling up, unable to even let out a scream. Waste! Lu Xian's voice quenched with ice. I remember, it seems like your family has more than one daughter, right? There's also a sister? Do you want to call it over now as well and make a scene together? Chen Min's body trembled violently, and the last trace of blood on his face faded away, leaving only boundless fear. He fell to the ground and kowtowed as if he were pounding garlic. I was wrong. Brother Xian. I was wrong. I'll roll right away. Lu Xian no longer paid attention to the garbage on the ground. Holding the warm and soft girl in his arms, he walked straight to the elevator. In front of the restaurant, he stopped a cab, placed Chen Shui in the back seat, and sat in himself. Century Golden Resources Hotel. The driver saw the unconscious and beautiful girl in the back seat from the rearview mirror, and then looked at the indifferent young man next to him. He couldn't help but tsk twice, his tone ambiguous. Hey, buddy, okay, where did you pick up this girl? Positive point. Lu Xian's hand was resting on the girl's smooth thigh under her dress, feeling the amazing elasticity. Hearing the driver's words, he raised his head, his eyes suddenly cold. "Drive your car and shut up." The chill in those eyes caused the driver's neck to shrink, immediately closing his mouth and silently starting the car. The car drove smoothly in the night. Soon, the cab stopped at the entrance of Century Golden Resources Hotel. Lu Xian hugged Chen Shui and got out of the car, walked straight to the front desk and reported Zhang Yining's cell phone number. After checking the information, the front desk quickly handed out a room card. Lu Xian took the room card, held the girl in his arms, and turned towards the elevator. Chapter 13 Departmental Flower Black Material is actually intentional murder? Entering the room, Lu Xian backhandedly locked the door, isolating everything outside. He casually threw the unconscious Chen Shui in his arms onto the big bed. The soft Simmons didn't even make too much noise, and the girl's body bounced gently twice before she didn't move a muscle. Lu Xian walked to the minibar, poured himself a glass of ice water and tilted his head back to pour it down. He turned around and looked at the unconscious girl on the bed. The pure white dress outlined the delicate curves of the young girl. The delicate dull face was currently flushed with an abnormal redness due to the effects of the drug, and the long eyelashes were like two small fans, covering the eyelids, looking pure and innocent. Department of Finance's Department Flower, Yanjing University. How many boys? Midnight Dream Goddess. The corner of Lu Xian's mouth pulled up a smile that had little temperature. He walked over, his movements were not gentle, even with a bit of roughness, his fingers hooked onto the neckline of the dress, and with a forceful tug. Tear. The white dress was casually thrown on the carpet by him, revealing the girl's fair and jade-like body. Lu Xian's eyes, however, were unusually calm, without the slightest fluctuation of lust, only an almost anatomical scrutiny. He pulled out his cell phone, the light from the screen reflecting his cold-side face. Fingers on the screen, rapid operation, aimed at the unconscious girl on the bed. Click, a light sound, took a picture. On the screen, the curves of the girl's body were exposed, forming a strong contrast with the innocent face. Lu Xian looked at the photo expressionlessly, and with a little finger on the screen, he called up that familiar system interface. Generate black material. He read silently in his heart. He just couldn't believe it. This harmless-looking little white rabbit could be cleaned to wherever. All people had a dark side, and all had secrets that they didn't want to be known. Not to mention, she had a twisted brother like that. Target's information being analyzed. Name, Chen Shui. Face value, 95. Control value, 0. Circumference, 79-59-78. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 53 kilograms. Black information generation in progress. The system beep sounded in his head as the progress bar slowly climbed. Lu Xian stared at the screen, an inexplicable light flickering in his eyes. Black material generation completed. 5,000 yuan redemption. Black material redemption coupon X1 redemption. Seeing that exorbitant redemption price, Lu Xian slightly raised his eyebrows. 5,000 yuan? This was not a small amount, knowing that he had only redeemed Chen Min's black material for $1,500 before. This meant that Chen Shui's black material was worth more and more powerful. A hint of curiosity rose in his heart. What secret was this innocent and harmless-looking girl hiding that could be worth $5,000? Without hesitation, he chose 5,000 yuan redemption. The system interface flashed, and a PPT file icon labeled Black Materials appeared in front of him. With a slight movement of his mind, Lu Xian clicked on the file. Redemption success. A PPT file icon labeled Chen Shui's Black Materials quietly hovered in the system interface. Lu Xian's consciousness focused and clicked on the file. Details of the black information. The target character, Chen Shui, is suspected of intentional homicide and maliciously planting evidence to frame others. Specific description: in high school, Chen Shui was jealous of fellow classmate Shen Rushue who had outstanding looks and excellent grades, and during a summer camp activity, she lured Shen Rushue to no one's place by the lake and pushed her into the lake when she wasn't ready, causing Shen Rushue to drown. Afterwards, Chen Shui used her status as an eyewitness to provide false testimony, deliberately pointing the finger of blame at Wang Long, a male classmate who was secretly in love with Shen Rushue, claiming to have witnessed Wang Long committing the murder because of his unsuccessful attempts at wooing her. This ultimately led to Wang Long being sentenced to 15 years in prison, and he is still serving his sentence in prison to this day. Lu Xian's pupils suddenly contracted as he looked at the text on the screen. He thought it would be something like school bullying, cheating, or having an inappropriate relationship with a teacher, never thought that it would be murder? Moreover, not only did he kill someone, but he also framed someone else, directly sending an innocent male student to prison. At the bottom of the screen there are a few pages of PPT, which is a screenshot of the conversation in which Chen Shui lured Shen Rushue to the lake, and the chat record shows that Chen Shui asked Shen Rushue to go to the lake to look at the scenery, and the tone of voice is sweet and natural, and no malice can be seen at all. On the next page was a blurry photo that seemed to have been secretly taken with a cell phone. The image showed a girl in summer camp attire with her back to the camera, reaching out to push another girl into the water. Although the image is not clear, the posture and angle of that push, as well as the surroundings, all match the written description. The last page was a screenshot of the court trial record, which clearly stated that Chen Shui had provided testimony as a witness, conclusively identifying Wang Long as the murderer. Lu Xian's heart beat violently a few times, not because of fear, but because of shock and an unspeakable excitement. He couldn't help but explode in his heart. What the is this situation? This girl in front of him, lying on the bed as if she was uninitiated and pure as a little white flower, was actually a murderer? Or a murderer with such a deep heart and such ruthless methods? Because she was jealous of her classmate's good looks, she pushed him into the lake and drowned him? What kind of twisted mind is that? It's just a matter of pushing him down, but he can calmly frame someone else for the crime and send an innocent person to jail for 15 years? This is not a white rabbit, this is simply a wolf in sheep's clothing. No, wolves aren't even this vicious. Lu Xian looked at the evidence on the screen, and then looked at the unconscious Chen Shui on the bed, only to feel a burst of absurdity. This contrast was too big, right? He had originally thought that Chen Shui was just a tool being used by her brother, an innocent victim. He had even thought about whether or not to be slightly gentler with her, after all, she looked so innocent. Now it seemed that he was the cutie who was almost blinded by appearances. Chen Min was a kindergartner compared to her. Chen Min was at best a morally corrupt, bullying scum, but Chen Shui, this was an actual murderer. And it was murder. You can't judge a person by their appearance, Lu Xian muttered, looking at Chen Shui with complicated eyes. He had previously felt that Chen Min was ruthless enough to personally send his sister to him for the sake of his own future. Now, it seemed that this pair of siblings, one selfish and cowardly to the extreme, and the other vicious and venomous to the bone, were truly not a family. In his mind, he could not help but recall Chen Min's wretched appearance, kneeling and begging for forgiveness, as well as his repeated words, "Shui is so sensible, she will surely understand my pain in the future." A brother who could send his own sister into the fire for the sake of his future, and a sister who could kill and frame her because of jealousy. This brother and sister were a perfect match. Lu Xian couldn't help but laugh, and the sound of his laughter seemed a bit abrupt in the quiet room. This was truly an unexpected delight. He originally just wanted to use Chen Shui to pin down Chen Min, and in the meantime, take revenge on the siblings. Now, it seemed that Chen Shui herself was a huge reservoir of black material, enough for him to completely control the Chen family. Chen Min's black information would at most cause him to lose his reputation and even sit in jail. But Chen Shui's black information, once exposed, it was a death sentence. Even if he can't be sentenced to death, he can't escape life imprisonment. Moreover, the Chen family must have paid a huge price in order to cover up this matter, and even more people might be involved. Now, the Chen family was going to be pinned to death by themselves. Lu Xian felt his entire body's blood boiling, a thrill of controlling everything surging through his body. As he looked at the unconscious Chen Shui on the bed, his eyes lacked the initial indifference and had more than a hint of playfulness and calculation. He bent down, stretched out his hand, and gently caressed Chen Shui's smooth cheeks. This face, which looked so pure and innocent, was harboring such a dark secret. "Sister Shui, Sister Shui," Lu Xian whispered, his voice carrying a hint of evil, "you've really given me a big surprise here." His original plan was just to ruthlessly take revenge on Chen Min and let him taste the taste of losing his reputation. As for Chen Shui, he hadn't thought of doing anything to her, at most, he would use her to threaten Chen Min. But now, the situation was completely different. A murderer, a demon who could calmly frame innocent people, lay here at his mercy. The evil thoughts in his heart grew as wild as weeds. Lu Xian stood up straight and walked to the edge of the bed, condescendingly looking at Chen Shui. Chapter 14 Lu Xianyu. Murder? Planting evidence? 15 years in prison? TSK, really people cannot be seen, seawater cannot be measured. He originally thought that Chen Min, that goat softball, is already the best on earth, in order to self-protection can personally send his sister out, simply refreshing the lower limit. But he never thought that his sister, who looks as pure as a white lotus flower, is the real ruthlessness and high level. Dressed in the most pure and innocent skin, doing the most unscrupulous hook, but also keep everyone in the dark. Exciting. Too damn exciting. Lu Xian put away his cell phone, and his gaze fell back to the still unconscious girl on the bed. Under the light, that delicate doll face through the sickly redness, long eyelashes slightly fluttering, as if frightened butterfly wings. At this moment, this face seemed to emanate a kind of demonic twisted charm. Purity and evil, angel and devil, such contradictory qualities, can be so perfectly fused in the same person. The slight intolerance that arose before because she felt that the other party was innocent and was only victimized by her beast of a brother, instantly dissipated, not even a crumb remained. A great gift sent to the door, not for nothing. What's more, this is still a deeply hidden poisonous scorpion beauty, a cannibalistic flower blooming on the edge of hell. Lu Xian walked to the edge of the bed and condescendingly scrutinized her. He wasn't some kind of willow who sat on his hands and didn't get upset, especially after he had gained insight into the other party's shocking secret, a mixture of desire for conquest, desire for revenge, and the strong emotion of being in complete control of everything, like magma, churned in his chest. He leaned down, his slender fingers gently hooked the girl's sharp chin, feeling the delicate warmth of her skin, but his eyes were as cold as poisoned blades. The action of taking off the clothes is simple and clear, without the slightest hesitation. The pure flower of the finance department, which countless boys have been seeking for a long time, is now nothing more than his chopping block. Now, is just a piece of meat on his chopping board, let him slaughter. What he wanted was never a simple fish and water pleasure, but from the body to the spirit, complete and utter control and crushing. He wanted to make this pair of selfish and vicious siblings understand that from now on, who was the god that could dominate their destiny. 1 hour later, Lu Xian got up and walked barefoot towards the bathroom with a steady pace. The rushing hot water rained down from the top of his head, washing over his body with smooth lines and a sense of strength, but it couldn't wash away the almost perverted pleasure in his heart that came from being in control of everything. The system's beep sounded appropriately in his head. Current control value, 10-100. Reward points, 50. As expected, in the unconscious state, the effect was greatly reduced, and what increased was only the body's instinctive control value. However, it doesn't matter, this control value is just an appetizer, the real show has just begun. The consciousness felt like it was sinking under the muddy and sticky water, struggling hard to rise up. Her head ached, and her eyelids were heavy as if they were filled with lead and mercury. Chen Shui struggled to open a thin slit, and the blurred light stung her eyes with a sharp pain. Where was this place? A luxurious crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, refracting a misty halo of light, and the air was filled with an unfamiliar smell that belonged to the hotel's fragrance. The fragments of memories began to piece together chaotically, the glittering night view of the revolving restaurant, the speechless, pain-filled face of my brother Chen Min, and the sunny smiling, soft-spoken senior Lu Xian. Oh yeah, and that glass of red wine. It seemed like she had only taken a small sip and felt dizzy. Then what happened? She couldn't remember at all. There was a burst of unspeakable soreness coming from her body, and the cracks in her bones all felt like they were filled with glass, and the slightest movement hurt like hell. She subconsciously moved her legs, and a sharp, as if tearing, sharp pain instantly came, causing her to suck in a breath of cold air. Hiss. The intense pain instantly cleared most of her chaotic thoughts. This wasn't her dormitory, nor was it a hospital, this was clearly a hotel room. At this moment, click a light sound, not far from the bathroom door was pushed open. In the dense water vapor, a tall and straight figure walked out. He was bare-chested, only a white bath towel loosely wrapped around his waist, and the water beads snaked all the way down his well-defined pecs and abs. Without entering the edge of the bath towel, his body exuded a moist, hot aura of a freshly bathed body, as well as an extremely aggressive scent of testosterone. It was Lu Xian. Chen Shui's pupils suddenly tightened, and her brain seemed to be instantly drained and blank. She violently lowered her head and saw the messy silk sheet on her body, as well as the naked body under the sheet that was covered with ambiguous marks. There was also that blinding, as incriminating dark red on the sheets. What had happened was already self-evident. The mask of that usually carefully maintained, churlish, sweet and innocent expression shattered at this moment, revealing the most primitive panic and monstrous anger underneath it. Lu Xian! She screamed out, her voice becoming hoarse and hard to hear due to her extreme anger and fear. What have you done to me? Like a lioness whose territory had been violated, she violently grabbed the quilt and wrapped her trembling body in death, a pair of originally clear and bright large eyes now turning red from congestion, glaring deathly at the man who was leisurely wiping his wet hair. This! I'm going to call the police. I'm going to sue you. And I'm going to tell my brother. He'll never let you go. Absolutely not. Lu Xian's action of wiping his hair paused, raised his eyelids, and glanced at her. Those eyes were calm and waveless, even carrying a bit of teasing, as if he was looking at an unreasonable clown. He walked to the single sofa on the other side of the room and sat down in a big way, slowly and methodically crossing his legs with an undisguised mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. Call the police? Tell Chen Min? He snorted a laugh, which seemed particularly harsh in the quiet room. Sister Chen Shui, are you still awake? Brain burned out by alcohol? Do you think that without that good brother of yours nodding his head and personally sending you to me, I could bring you here so smoothly? Impossible. Chen Shui retorted sternly, her face instantly turning as white as paper, her body swaying, nearly falling off the bed. You're talking nonsense. My brother, he couldn't possibly do this to me. Absolutely impossible. She panicked and lifted the corner of the quilt, looking around for her cell phone. She wanted to contact her brother immediately and poke holes in this devil's lie. Lu Xian felt a little comical as he watched her fumble around on the bed like a headless fly. He took out his cell phone from his pocket and casually scratched his fingers on the screen twice, then raised his hand and threw the phone onto the soft mattress with a thud sound, not too gently but not too heavily. Here, don't look for it, use mine. It'll call the police straight away. Chapter 15 Chen Shui, you will be one of my dogs from now on. Chen Shui was stunned by his sudden move and subconsciously looked down. The cell phone screen was still on, but what was displayed on it was not a dialing interface, but a photo. The background of the photo was this messy bed, and the main character of the photo was herself. Undressed, her eyes were disoriented, and her face was flushed with an abnormal flush. This was clearly taken secretly when she was unconscious earlier. Chen Shui was so angry that she was trembling, and her fingers uncontrollably wanted to click that delete button. Save it. Lu Xian's cool voice came out, carrying a cat and mouse-like teasing. This kind of level of photos, I don't have 100 backups in my cell phone, but I also have 80. You want to delete them? Or want to drop your phone? Be my guest. It's on me if you drop it, I have more than enough spares and more than enough backups. Chen Shui's fingers froze in midair, and that lightweight-looking cell phone seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds at the moment, weighing her down. She slowly raised her head and looked at the well-groomed man on the sofa. That face that once made her feel sunny and handsome, and even had a few heartbeats. At this moment, in her eyes, the lines were cold and hard, the eyes were shadowy, and the smile at the corner of his mouth, if there was one, was even more hideous and horrifying than the evil spirits in hell. This man is the devil. The devil through and through. What? No more words? Lu Xian looked at her disoriented and deathly pale face and felt that the fire wasn't enough. He stood up and paced leisurely to the edge of the bed, looking down condescendingly at the girl curled up in the quilt, his eyes filled with undisguised playfulness and malice. Weren't you quite energized just now? Again, you wanted to call the police, and you wanted to find your brother to back you up. Why don't you continue? The cell phone is right by your hand, call. Chen Shui bit her lower lip in death, her shell teeth almost bleeding from her tender lips. She raised her head and glared fiercely at Lu Xian, her eyes filled with biting hatred, as well as deeper fear and despair. She knew that with this photo around, she wouldn't dare to call the police at all. Once the matter was exposed, she, the department flower of the finance department, this pure goddess in the eyes of countless people, would immediately be reduced to the rags that everyone spurned, and her reputation would be tarnished. Feel aggrieved? Feeling angry? Feel betrayed by the whole world? As if Lu Xian had read her mind, he leaned down again, his face almost pressing against hers, his warm breath spraying on her cool skin. His voice, however, was suppressed extremely low, carrying an icy, creepy malice. Don't be anxious, sister, I have something more fun here. Do you want to open your eyes? He picked up the cell phone that had been tossed aside by Chen Shui, and his slender fingers made a few quick strokes on the screen, calling up another file before turning the screen back toward Chen Shui. This time, what was displayed on the screen was no longer the shameful photo, but a well-made PPT file. The title of the file was written in eye-catching bold letters. Chen Shui Black Information. Chen Shui's heart skipped a beat, an extremely ominous premonition that made her almost suffocate. Her eyes were glued to the screen when she saw the name of another familiar and frightening girl appear in the PPT Shinrushui. And followed by summer camp, Lake, lost his footing and fell into the water, drowning, eyewitness, false testimony, Wang Long, intentional injury, 15 years in prison. These words, dusty in the deepest part of her memory and often waking her up when she dreamed at midnight, were like a red-hot branding iron, fiercely branded on her retina, so hot that her soul trembled. No. Impossible. This is fake. It's absolutely fake. Where did you get these things from? You forged it. Chen Shui lost her voice and screamed, her face instantly turning as white as paper, the last trace of blood color fading cleanly. As if she had gone mad, she violently lunged up from the bed, reaching out her trembling hand, wanting to snatch that cell phone and completely destroy that sinful evidence. However, her wrist was easily clutched by Lu Xian's steel-like fingers, unable to move. Fake? Lu Xian raised an eyebrow, the smile on his face grew colder and colder, his eyes sharp as knives, as if he could pierce through all her disguises. Shinrushui, your classmate in your first year of high school, looks prettier than you, has better grades than you, and has a better family background than you, and presses you in every way, so you hold a grudge, and took advantage of the summer camp when no one else was around at the lake, and pushed her down, didn't you? Wang Long, that unlucky guy who had a crush on Shinrushui and wrote you love letters, just because he also appeared in the neighborhood at that time. Just by you, the only eyewitness, a few sentences of testimony that accidentally slipped out of your mouth, coupled with the unintentional evidence that you unintentionally provided afterward. Evidence was directly treated as a murderer whose love bore hatred and passion, and took the blame for you, the real murderer, for 15 years. Still gnawing on a nest egg in jail to this day. Sister Chen Shui, this move of yours, killing with a borrowed knife and planting evidence to frame, is really well played. Even I have to say I'm impressed. Lu Xian's voice wasn't loud, and even carried a bit of idle chat-like ease, but it completely shattered her last psychological line of defense. She looked at the cell phone screen that, although blurred, but vaguely recognizable as she pushed Shinrushui into the water of the side photo, looking at the black and white, recorded her year in the court inverted black and white, word to kill the court record screenshot. Brain buzzing, a blank, the body's strength seems to be instantly drained. Finished. Everything is over. This secret that she had hidden for 3 whole years, expended countless efforts to cover up, thought that no one would ever know, and was enough to send her to the 18 layers of hell, was surprisingly known by Lu Xian. How did he know? Chen Shui was paralyzed on the bed, her eyes were empty, all her struggles, anger, and unwillingness were reduced to nothing in front of this brutal truth, leaving only boundless coldness and despair, like the darkest tides, drowning her completely. Satisfied with her soul-crushing, completely collapsed appearance, Lu Xian slowly and methodically retrieved his cell phone. Now, he looked at her condescendingly, as if he was looking at a mole cricket that had been pinched 7 inches and could only be at his mercy. Still want to call the police? Still want to go to your good brother who would sell you out for a future? He reached out his hand and once again cupped her bare chin, forcing her to raise her head and meet his own bottomless, icy, and calculating eyes, and then, word by word, as if pronouncing a judgment, he said, "Remember, from now on, your life, your body, your honor, everything you hold dear, even the secret of that murderer of yours, is all in my hands. You will live only if I let you live. I let you die, so you can die. I let you go east, you can't go west. I let you kneel, you can't stand. Get it, get it, get it? Kill, man, criminal, sister. Chapter 16, A High Goddess? It's just a dog." On Chen Shue's deathly gray face, the pair of eyes that should have been pure and innocent, but at this moment quenched with a hint of gloomy cold light, staring at Lu Xian with a deadly glare. She took a deep breath, her voice was hoarse, but it carried a kind of determination to break the boat. "Humph, Lu Xian, don't think that you can pin me down like this. The big deal is to burn the jade and stone together. I'll call the police now, I'll sue you for forced hooking. I'd like to see if the police believe you as a hooker or me as a victim." This is said harshly, but there are a few points when she planted Wang Long's decisive. Chen Shui knew deep down that her only way to survive nowadays might be to bite back. She was not the innocent white rabbit that she appeared to be, and the ruthlessness in her bones, which had been forced into a desperate situation at the moment, had instead been galvanized. Lu Xian heard, instead of the slightest panic, but as if he had heard some great joke, the corner of his mouth hooked up a playful arc, gently shook his head. "Calling the police? Interesting." He paced slowly and methodically to the window, looking out at the neon of the city outside, his tone flat as if he was discussing the fact that it was a nice day. Chen Shui, have you forgotten that the PPT that I showed you just now was much more convincing than the accusation of your pretty face?" He turned around, his gaze like a torch, as if he could penetrate the heart. "Think about it, once that shocking secret of yours of intentional murder, planting evidence, and framing comes to light, what will you, the flower of the finance department of Yenjing University, the pure goddess in the hearts of countless boys, turn into? A street rat? Or a poisonous woman that everyone is clamoring for?" Lu Xian paused, admiring the momentary stiffness on Chen Shue's face, and continued to make up for it unhurriedly. "At that time, not to mention being courted, I'm afraid that even the dormitory you're living in right now will be drowned with rotten eggs and rotten vegetable leaves, right? Oh yeah, there's also those keyboard warriors on the internet with a bursting sense of justice. They'll rake you over the coals for all 18 generations of your ancestors, making you and that precious brother of yours, Chen Min, swim together in the spittle of public opinion. You're talking nonsense." Chen Shue's voice carried a trace of imperceptible trembling, and her eyes began to flicker. She braced herself, not wanting to show her cowardice in front of Lu Xian. "I'm bolting?" Lu Xian snorted and took a few steps closer, looking at her condescendingly. "Then why don't you tell me why that good brother of yours, Chen Min, would be so generous as to send you to my room? Do you really think it's as simple as him having a stomachache? He watched me spice up your wine with his own eyes and didn't even dare to fart. No way. My brother, he what?" Lu Xian interrupted her, his tone carrying a hint of pity and as if he was mocking. "For the sake of his own future, in order to prevent me from publicizing those little hobbies of his, he can even push out you, his own sister, as a shield without hesitation. Do you think that such a person, after you call the police, will help you out, or will he be the first one to come forward, stab you in the back about the murder, clear the air with you, and sell me another favor in the process?" Chen Shue's face was instantly as white as paper. Every word of Lu Xian's was like a sharp knife, accurately stabbing at her most vulnerable place. What kind of virtue her brother Chen Min was, she knew better than anyone in her heart. Selfish, cowardly and incompetent, he would do anything for himself. "And your parents," Lu Xian's voice was like the devil's whisper, lingering in her ears. "Will they offend me and destroy their only son, Chen Min, for the sake of you, the daughter who killed and ruined the family's reputation, or will they choose to sacrifice you to preserve the entire Chen family and Chen Min's future? What the hell do you want?" Chen Shue's voice finally took on a sobbing tone, and the ruthlessness that had just been forced out of her quickly fell apart under Lu Xian's layer upon layer of heartbreaking words. She knew that every word Lu Xian said was a bloody reality. "What do I want?" Lu Xian raised an eyebrow and reached out to pinch her sharp chin, forcing her to meet his gaze, those deep eyes glittering with an icy, unemotional light. "It's simple. 2 choices. First, the fish is dead, you call the police, I'll publicize your black information, and by the way, I'll pull your brother down as well. At that time, you will lose your reputation, the old case from 3 years ago will be retried, and you will have enough jail time. As for your brother, his job is lost, his future is ruined, and he might even have to go in to accompany you. Your Chen family, completely finished." He paused, looking at the fear that kept building up in Chen Shue's eyes. He hooked his lips in satisfaction and continued, "Second, submit to me. From now on, be one of my dogs. You will do whatever I tell you to do. That murderous secret of yours, I will keep it for you. On your brother's side, I'll also deal with him as I see fit. Your Chen family may still be able to survive. Choose to squat in prison, or choose to submit. Have you thought about it, my murderer's sister? Lu Xian's tone lightly please. Lu Xian's tone was soft, yet it carried an oppressive feeling that could not be refused. Chen Shui trembled violently and her teeth clenched. She stared at Lu Xian with a deadly glare, those beautiful eyes filled with humiliation, anger, unwillingness, and undisguised fear. She wanted to resist, wanted to scream, wanted to tear this demon in front of her into pieces. However, she didn't dare. Lu Xian looked at the fierce struggle in her eyes and knew that the fire was almost ready. He loosened the hand that was cupping her chin and slowly and methodically undid the belt of the bathrobe. Ah! Chen Shui subconsciously screamed, fiercely covering her eyes and shrinking her body towards the corner of the bed like a frightened deer. What are you doing? Rascal! Lu Xian took a step towards the big bed, an evil smile on his lips. Rascal? Heh, just now, you were passed out and not enjoying yourself at all. Now, since you're awake, let me play again. He didn't finish his sentence, but the threat was unmistakable. He leaned down and roughly yanked Chen Shui's hand away from covering her eyes, forcing her to look at him. What's even more roguish is yet to come. 1 hour later. In Lu Xian's mind, the system's beep sounded again. Detected that the target character's psychological defense has collapsed, the control value has increased. Current control value, 5100. Reward, drone piloting first glimpse. Reward points, 100, reward points, 100, reward points, 100. The corner of Lu Xian's mouth curved into a satisfied arc. Good, one step closer to completely controlling this woman. He got up and glanced at Chen Shui. There was not the slightest bit of pity in his eyes, only cold calculations. He picked up his cell phone and took a few more pictures of Chen Shui's current sorry state. Then, he leisurely walked into the bathroom. The sound of water clattered. Chen Shui lay there, motionless, as if she had lost her soul. Her dignity, her pride, everything she had worked so hard for, was mercilessly torn apart and trampled to nothing by Lu Xian this night. From now on, her life would be completely controlled by this devil. She, Chen Shui, the department flower of Yanjing University, once a high goddess, now, is just a dog of Lu Xian. A dog that wags its tail and begs for mercy, at the mercy of others. Tears of humiliation silently slipped from her empty eyes, soaking the pillowcase. Chapter 17. Tuning the department flower into what? Lu Xian finished his shower and glanced at the wall clock, 10:30 p.m. Zhang Yining was probably about to arrive. His gaze turned to the bed, no, to be precise, on the carpet beside the bed, the figure curled up in a ball with her shoulders still slightly twitching. Chen Shui's black hair was messily plastered on her sweaty cheeks and neck, a pitiful look that if it were someone else, he would have felt pity for her. Unfortunately, Lu Xian was not an outsider. The corner of his mouth hooked up a playful smile, and a certain thought flashed through his mind, like a child who had found a new toy. TSK, the ground is cool, don't really catch a cold. Lu Xian slowly paced over and sat down on the single sofa chair in the center of the room, patting his thighs. His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached Chen Shui's ears. Sister Shui, come over. Chen Shui's body stiffened and slowly raised her head, those red and swollen eyes from crying filled with bewilderment and undiluted fear. Ha! Her voice was hoarse with a heavy nasal tone, clearly not understanding what Lu Xian meant. Lu Xian leaned back on the back of the sofa in a calm manner, pointing to his leg and then to her, his smile growing more meaningful. I said, come here, sit here. Chen Shui's face swished, from pale to red, and from red to white. She was not an unsophisticated little girl. Lu Xian's unsuspecting eyes, how could she not understand? Shame, anger, humiliation. All sorts of emotions tumbled in her heart, but in the end, they all turned into a strong sense of powerlessness. She knew that she had no room for resistance. What? Still want me to treat you? Lu Xian raised his eyebrows, and a hint of impatience was brought to his tone. Chen Shui bit her lower lip, her shell teeth almost bleeding her lips. She struggled to get up from the carpet, and every time she moved, a tearing pain came from her body, causing her to suck in cool air. She held onto the edge of the bed and limped, moving her heavy steps towards Lu Xian. Those few short steps seemed as if they had taken as long as a century. Finally, she stood in front of Lu Xian, her head hanging low, not daring to look into his eyes. Lu Xian stretched out his hand and gently brought it around, and Chen Shui let out a cry of surprise. Half an hour later. Old husband. She laboriously squeezed out a few words. Her voice was as thin as a gnat, with a crying voice and a trace of dependence that she did not even notice. Online. Online all say. Say what only tired oxen, no plowing bad ground. All. It's all a lie. After saying that, she herself froze for a moment. At a time like this, how could she say such words? It was like pampering and complaining. Lu Xian looked down at her with a hint of teasing and undisguised conquest in his eyes. He stretched out his foot and gently tickled Chen Shui's chin with his toe, as if he was teasing a pet. Hee, little fool, that also depends on whose oxen it is and whose land it's plowing. He laughed out softly. As long as you are good and obedient, there will be more new tricks waiting for you to see in the future. Chen Shui sniffed, her body involuntarily trembled, but her face squeezed out a pleasing smile, her voice breaking. I naturally want to listen to my husband. Later, I will listen to you in everything in the future. People under the roof had to bow their heads. What's more, her handle was clutched in the dead hand of this demon. Lu Xian nodded with satisfaction, as if he was enjoying her humble obedience at this moment. He suddenly thought of something else, and his tone carried a hint of nasty amusement. You say, those boys in your finance department who have offered you up like a goddess, if they saw you in this state now, what would be their expressions? Chen Shui's heart clenched violently, and the color of blood on her face faded. The hala can probably flow out for 2 miles, right? Lu Xian scared twice, not hiding his malice. They couldn't have dreamt that the pure departmental flower, the ice-clear sister Shuer, whom they had longed for and thought about day and night. At this moment, it's just a, well, docile little curtain hook for me, Lu Xian, right? Oops, husband. Chen Shui put her head down, shy and angry, but did not dare to retort, and could only cover it up with a pout with a sobbing voice. You just know how to joke about me. Ha ha ha. Lu Xian erupted into a burst of unrestrained laughter, which echoed in the large presidential suite. How do they know that their goddess, right now, will only wag her tail at me? Chen Shui's body trembled, and only after several seconds did she raise her head to look at Lu Xian with complicated eyes. Hubby is right, I'll listen to everything hubby, I'll do whatever you tell me to do. I am whatever hubby says I am, all of me is hubby's. Chen Shui's eyes were drawn and delicate as she looked at Lu Xian. At this moment, what Lu Xian said was what he said. Lu Xian was Chen Shui's heaven. Shuer is so good. Lu Xian leaned down and patted her cheek, his tone carried a hint of appreciation, again as if he was admiring his own masterpiece. It's only the first day, and I've coached the famous finance department flower like this, even I'm somewhat admiring myself. Right at this moment, in Lu Xian's mind, the system's beep sounded one after another. Detected that the target character's psychological defense has completely collapsed, and the control value is full. Current control value, 100-100. Congratulations to the host for his first perfect control of the target character, rewarding 399 points. Reward special skill, Gynecology Sage First Glimpse. Host's physical quality trace improvement, physical quality 80-82. Lu Xian couldn't help but explode in his heart. The control value was full, this was expected, after all, Chen Shui had been completely played with by him. The reward of 200 points was not bad either. The physique had actually increased by 2 points, which was considered an unexpected blessing. But what the hell is this gynecological saint? Is this the system encouraging me to move in the direction of a friend of women? Or does it think that I'm busy with my business and need some specialized skills to keep me from starting a fire in my backyard? The corners of Lu Xian's mouth twitched, and he felt a little saddened by the tears. However, skills are better than nothing. Maybe it can really come in handy in the future. What are the points? Points for? Lu Xian read silently in his heart, and his consciousness sank into the system. Sure enough, on the system panel, in addition to the black material generation and character panel that existed before, there were 2 new icons. One is skill management. After clicking on it, you can see that he currently owns the spread sparring beginner's path, drone piloting beginner's path, and the gynecology sage beginner's path that he has just obtained. The other icon was a glittering shopping cart style, labeled Points Mall, underneath. Lu Xian's eyes lit up with interest. Chapter 18, The Almighty Points Mall. With a thought, Lu Xian's consciousness sank into the system and tapped on the glittering shopping cart icon Points Mall. In the next second, a dazzling list of goods unfolded in front of his eyes, almost blinding his titanium alloy dog eyes. GAD-X 105 Strong Attack Gundam, a high-tech weapon that travels in space and dominates the universe. Value, 999,999,999 points. The corner of Lu Xian's mouth twitched. Raider Gundam? Was this preparation for him to drive it to the school games, or to directly unify the globe? With the few points he had just gotten, he couldn't even afford a single part. Divine Shield-class Battlestar Galactica nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, a maritime overlord that dominates the seas and looks out of the corner of its eye. Value, 999,999,999 points. But Lu Xian almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. An aircraft carrier? Was this system serious? What does he need this for? Frying fish in the school's unnamed lake? Or, the next time Chen Min dares to fool around, directly to his home downstairs, let him feel what is called the real face. Green Dragon Crescent Blade, the sword of the Sage of Guan, a sword that cuts through thorns and brings with it the hegemony of the Sage of Wushu. Value, 19,999,999 points. This was a bit interesting, but the price was still prohibitive. With this amount of points he had now, he probably wouldn't even be able to touch the red tassel on the hilt of the blade. Deja Transformer, the bearer of the power of light, transforming into a giant of light, guarding the peace of the universe. Value, 999,999,999,999 points. Lu Xian. He silently shifted his line of sight downward, skipping over these outrageous to Grandma's house. Look. Come to this system mall, there were quite a few high-end atmospheric contraptions that he just couldn't afford to consume at the moment. Fortunately, there were some grounded things below. Aston Martin 177 sports car, the perfect combination of speed and beauty, picking up girls, ahem, travel essential. Value, 2,999 points. This one can be had. Lu Xian's eyes lit up. Although he only had over 400 points right now, it didn't seem out of reach if he worked hard. Driving this thing around the campus, the rate of return would absolutely explode. Yanjing's second ring grand flat, a symbol of status, the standard for urban elites. Value, 2,999 points. House. This one is more tangible. The golden nest is not as good as one's own doghouse, especially in Yanjing, where every inch of land is gold. Devil's collar, wearing it, the target will be absolutely enslaved to you, and life and death will be at your fingertips. Value, 99,999 points. When Lu Xian saw this, his eyes slightly condensed. This thing is a bit interesting, but the price, for the time being, it's better to just look at it. Sprint potion, anytime, anyplace, stimulate the potential to sprint violently. Combat, escape, or. You get the idea. Value, 199 points. Hey! Lu Xian let out a soft laugh of uncertainty. This potion, it had a wide range of uses. Muscle buster small twist, after consumption, it can traceably enhance your physique by 0.1. Value, 1,999 points. Permanently enhancing body mass? This is good. Unfortunately, it's too expensive, and the price-performance ratio isn't as fast as directly enhancing the control value. Beautiful face water, increases face value by 0.1 after consumption. Value, 9,999 points. Lu Xian touched his face. Well, he didn't need it for now. Face essence, locks the user's peak state of face value for 10 years. Value, 3,999 points. This can be used for one's woman later. Several figures flashed through Lu Xian's mind. Finally, he saw one that was plain and unassuming, but made his eyes light up. 10,000 yuan cash, plain and simple money to solve an urgent problem. Value, 1 point. Daily limit, 0.10. 1 point for $10,000. It could still be exchanged 10 times a day, which was 100,000. Lu Xian didn't hesitate and directly pulled the full amount. Redeeming 10 copies of $10,000 in cash. 10 copies of $10,000 exchanged successfully, consuming 10 points. Current remaining points, 459 points. Almost instantly, Lu Xian's mobile banking app received 10 incoming notifications, each of 10,000 whole dollars. Looking at the string of zeros, he took a deep breath. $100,000. For some rich second generation, this might just be a month's pocket money, not even enough to buy a bag. But for Lu Xian, who had been reborn with a pocket cleaner than his face, this was undoubtedly a huge sum of money. He remembered that in his last life he was muddled, accomplished nothing, and only gnawed on his old age, eventually ending up in the miserable end of jumping off a building and committing suicide. Every time he thought of it, he felt his face burning hot. That was really wasteful to the extreme. In this life, he would never repeat the same mistake. He wanted to be a man of the world, to trample under the feet of all those who had once looked down on him and trampled on him. This $100,000 was just the beginning. He felt the heavy balance in his bank card, and the desire to control everything in his heart became stronger and stronger. Money, power, women. He wants it all. Just when Lu Xian was thinking about the future, ding-dong a sound, the doorbell rang. At this late hour, who would come? Could it be the hotel service? Lu Xian walked to the door and looked out through the cat's eye. There was a figure standing at the doorway, her caramel-colored trench coat wrapped her tightly, only revealing a slightly pale little face. It was none other than Zhang Yining. She seemed to be very nervous, constantly looking around, her hands tightly clutching the corner of her coat, like a frightened bunny. The corner of Lu Xian's mouth hooked into a playful smile as he slowly opened the door to the room. Come in. His voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable meaning. When Zhang Yining heard the voice, her body visibly trembled, like a frightened deer. She jerked her head up to look at Lu Xian, and then quickly lowered her head again, almost jogging as she rushed in, afraid of being seen. With her head lowered, her long eyelashes trembling slightly from nervousness, she didn't dare to look at Lu Xian's eyes at all. Lu Xian closed the door and sized her up in a good way. Is it according to my request? He asked indifferently. Zhang Yining's body stiffened again, her head buried even lower, and she nodded with a gnat-like hmm. The small earlobes were already so red that they were about to drip blood. Showed it to the receptionist? Lu Xian asked again, a hint of teasing in his tone. Zhang Yining's cheeks instantly turned red as she nodded, the amplitude so small that it was almost invisible. She could imagine the odd look in the front desk lady's eyes, and at the moment, she only felt ashamed. Lu Xian looked at this look of shame and embarrassment on her face, and the mischief in his heart intensified. He walked over to the sofa and sat down, crossed his legs and pointed to the empty space in front of him. Then you demonstrate it again, let me see. Zhang Yining raised her head violently, her eyes filled with panic and pleading, her lips opened and closed a few times, but she couldn't say a single word. Let her in front of Lu Xian. What? Lu Xian raised his eyebrows, his voice a few points colder. Need me to help you? Zhang Yining shivered, knowing that she had no room to refuse. She closed her eyes, and as if resigned to her fate, she trembled and reached out her hand, slowly undoing the belt of her trench coat. The caramel-colored trench coat slid down to the sides like petals, revealing what was inside. A set of black, sexy lingerie with pitifully little fabric was tightly wrapped around her exquisite body. That visually striking image formed a strong, blood-curdling contrast with the watering expression on her face at the moment. This was the so-called QQ underwear. Chapter 19 Sweet Double Row. Lu Xian brother. Her voice was as thin as a gnat, with a crying voice. Lu Xian closed the door and unlocked it, then walked to her unhurriedly, condescendingly scrutinizing. Did you do what I said? He asked indifferently, but his gaze was like a hook with a hook, scraping over every inch of her skin. Zhang Yining's body stiffened again, her head buried even lower, almost poking her chest, and she let out a tiny, inaudible hum, her small earlobes already so red that they were about to drip blood. Gave. To the front desk to see? Lu Xian asked again, with a hint of teasing in his tone. He could imagine what kind of wonderful expression would be on that receptionist lady's face when Zhang Yining wore this robe to the front desk to report that she was coming to his room. Zhang Yining's cheeks instantly reddened like ripe apples, and she nodded haphazardly, her amplitude so small that it was almost invisible. The way she looks at me is so strange. The voice was full of shame and indignation. He, not bad, very obedient. Lu Xian let out a light laugh, satisfied with her obedience. Just at this time, the inner bedroom came a slightly lazy, but with a hint of vigilance and possessive female voice. Hubby, who is it? It's so late. Zhang Yining was jolted and jerked her head up, her eyes filled with horror and disbelief. Hubby? In this room, there was actually another woman? And, listening to the voice, it seems to be a bit familiar? She subconsciously wanted to pull the door handle to escape. This Lu Xian, simply a devil. What the hell does he want to do? Lu Xian, however, as if he had read her mind, grabbed her wrist. The force was not too strong, but made her unable to break free. He held her hand, the corner of his mouth hooked up with an inscrutable smile, pulling her towards the bedroom. Come all the way here, what are you afraid of? Come with me, it's not likely that you still recognize it. No. Don't. Brother Lu Xian, I'm wrong, I'll leave first, you guys continue. Zhang Yining was scared out of her wits, desperately trying to pull her hand back, but Lu Xian's hand was like an iron clamp. The bedroom door was pushed open. Chen Shui was wrapping up the silk quilt tightly, only revealing a small head as she looked at the doorway vigilantly. When she saw Zhang Yining, who was pulled in by Lu Xian, dressed in revealing clothes and full of panic, she was also stunned. Then the blood color on her face faded away, and she buried her entire head into the quilt in a mixture of shame and anger. What a disgrace! This Lu Xian, how did he bring another girl back? He even let her bump into his appearance. As for Zhang Yining, the moment she saw the woman on the bed, her mind went blank. How could she not recognize that face? Chen Shui. The flower of the finance department. One of the top 10 freshman flowers of Yenjing University. The one who was the star of the campus. She had only ranked 35 in the school's flower rankings, and compared to Chen Shui, who was the true pride of the heavens, she was simply a far cry from the rest of the world. But now, this high and mighty department flower, surprisingly, will appear in Lu Xian's bed, and also call him husband? Zhang Yining felt like her worldview had been shattered. She stuttered a little and asked with a hint of a dreamy tone, You are Chen Shui? Aya, don't be shy. Lu Xian looked at the two girls, erase an embarrassed look. The bad taste is more thick. He strides to the bedside, a hand will Chen Shui's quilt lifted up. We are all classmates, although not in the same department, but in the future we will be good sisters. We should treat each other sincerely. Why are we covering up? Lu Xian smiled like a cat that stole fish. Don't! Hubby! Chen Shui shrieked, her hands haphazardly trying to cover her body, so ashamed that tears were about to fall from her eyes. Zhang Yining also looked dumbfounded, her cheeks so red that they could drip blood, subconsciously trying to cover her eyes, but she couldn't help but peek through her fingers. The smile on Lu Xian's face gradually converged, and his voice went 3 times colder. I gave you 2 face, right? Dawdling, want to die? His eyes snapped and his tone was filled with unquestionable threats. Damn it, do you want me to pack up and send those unseemly black materials of the 2 of you to the school forum right now, so that the entire school can enjoy them? As soon as these words came out, both Chen Shui and Zhang Yining's bodies shook at the same time, as if they were doused with a pot of ice water. All of their shyness, anger, and unwillingness instantly turned into bone-chilling coldness and fear. They looked at each other incredulously, both seeing a trace of the same horror in the other's eyes. She also had a handle on Lu Xian? Chen Shui was fine, after all, she had already been tempered by Lu Xian. Although her mouth was still resisting, her body no longer dared to make the slightest movement of resistance, and she only looked at Lu Xian with pleading eyes. Zhang Yining on the other hand was completely dumbfounded. She originally thought that only she was being held by Lu Xian. She didn't expect that even such a popular figure as Chen Shui would also have black material being clutched by him. At this moment, her heart that point because of being coerced and produced a sense of humiliation, surprisingly bizarrely dissipated a lot, replaced by a kind of ridiculous, the same end of the world down people illusion. Lu Xian brother, I am wrong, I listen to you. Zhang Yining was the first to give in to softness, her voice was tinged with a sobbing tone, but with a hint of resigned docility. Chen Shui also bit her lip and whispered, husband. I'll listen to you. Well, that's good behavior. Lu Xian nodded with satisfaction, the frost on his face instantly melted and he rehung that cynical smile. Come on, Shuer, say hello to Sister Yining. Yining, don't be formal either, we'll all be family from now on. 4 hours later. The sky outside the window had already turned fish belly white, and the first rays of morning sunlight shone in through the gaps in the curtains. Lu Xian leaned against the bed with a refreshed look and lit an afterthought cigarette. He had to admit that this cannabis flower was no less than a system product. The system's beep sounded at the right time. Detected that the target character, Zhang Yining, has undergone a drastic shift in her mindset and has developed a deep dependence on and fear of the host, the control value has increased. Zhang Yining's control value, 100/100. Congratulations to the host for having perfect control over the target character, Zhang Yining. Reward, 1 BMW M4 Coupe Nürburgring Official Cooperation Limited Edition. The vehicle has been automatically registered in the host's name and parked in the hotel underground parking lot, Area B, parking space 007, and the car key has been put into the host's pocket. Reward points, 200 points. Bonus points, 200 points. Detected that the host has perfect control over 2 high-value targets within a short period of time, triggering a special stacking bonus. Special stacked reward, 1,000 points. Current total points, 1,659 points. BMW M4 New York North Limited Edition. There are still 1,200 points credited. Lu Xian took a deep breath of the cigarette, feeling the pleasure brought by the nicotine and the great surprise brought by the system reward. The smile at the corner of his mouth became more and more open. This feeling was simply better than being an emperor. Chapter 20 Ex-girlfriend black material is also shocking. Lu Xian, according to the system's prompts, in the hotel's underground parking lot, Area B, parking space 007, at a glance saw the BMW M4 Coupe emitting a metallic cold light, the Nürburgring Official Cooperation Limited Edition. The car body is arrogant and eye-catching silver white, in the parking lot under the slightly dim lights, still reflects the palpitating luster, as if a silver cheetah ready to go. The smooth body lines are full of power, and the wide air intake grille and sharp M Sport package all highlight its pure track pedigree. Lu Xian couldn't help but burst out in a low voice, his eyes glazing over. In his last life, a limited edition sports car of this level was something he wouldn't even dare to think about. Not to mention, it was still a free gift from the system. Being born again is ing great. Having a system is even more ing awesome. Lu Xian rubbed his hands in excitement, feeling his palms getting a little sweaty. He took out the heavy car key with the BMW logo in his pocket and pressed the unlock button. Tick-tock. The sports car let out a pleasant response, and the angel eye headlights then lit up, as if it was instantly endowed with a soul. Lu Xian took a deep breath and pulled open the car door. A fragrance mixed with high-grade leather and the unique odor of a new car hit his face. He sat his buttocks into the excellent wrapping racing seats, and his hands couldn't wait to touch the M Sport steering wheel. Lu Xian closed his eyes and rubbed it repeatedly, feeling the extreme touch as if he was caressing a rare treasure. Boom! Pressing the start button, the V6 twin-turbocharged engine let out a low and majestic roar, and the entire body shook slightly with it, like a beast that had been awakened, announcing its awakening. Lu Xian only felt a stream of hot blood rush from the soles of his feet to the sky, and every cell in his body was trembling with excitement. From today onwards, I am the most beautiful boy in Yenjing University. He put on the D gear, gently tapped the gas pedal. Silver-white BMW M4 is a stringless arrow. The sound of the engine echoed in the empty underground parking lot, attracted a few passing car owners have sidelong glances, eyes full of amazement and envy. All the way through the wind, Lu Xian enjoyed the attention cast by passers-by. His mood was so good that he was practically humming a song. The M4's maneuverability and power output is simply perfect and impeccable. Every acceleration, every cornering, brings him an incomparable pleasure. Soon, the sports car was steadily parked under the Yenjing University boys' dormitory. This tawdry silver M4, in the surrounding crowd of ordinary bicycles and a few mobility cars, was simply a crane, instantly attracting the attention of all passing students. M4, or limited edition. Who is it? So powerful? There's still this kind of hero in our school? This must be a few $1 million, right? I'm so envious. Listening to the bursts of exclamations and comments coming from the surroundings, the arc of Lu Xian's mouth rose higher and higher. This feeling of being in the limelight was just too damn good. Just at this moment, his cell phone rang abruptly. Lu Xian took out his cell phone and saw that the caller ID was Xingyahui. He frowned slightly. Xin Yahui, his girlfriend in his previous life. Lu Xian then remembered that according to the timeline, at this time, he had not broken up with this woman. For Xin Yahui, Lu Xian's memories were not very good. In his last life, after he became infamous because of those unfounded perverted peeping Tom, this woman almost immediately cleared the relationship with him and turned her head into the arms of another rich second generation. Not only that, she also added oil and vinegar on the internet, saying that Lu Xian usually do have some special fetishes, words implying that he is a pervert, stepped on him hard, but also indirectly solidified his perverted peeping Tom charge. Damn, I haven't gone to look for you to settle the score, but you called first? Lu Xian's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness, and he pressed the answer button. Lu Xian. You actually dare to go to a room with another woman behind my back? On the other side of the phone, a sharp and piercing female voice filled with anger and questioning immediately came out, and it was none other than Xin Yahui, who had not been heard of for many years. My friends all saw you. It was at the Century Golden Resources Hotel. Can you stand up to me? It was actually seen by Xin Yahui's friend? Such a coincidence? Lu Xian raised an eyebrow and wasn't too surprised. The kind of place like Century Park was crowded with people. Xin Yahui went to school at Yanjing Science and Technology Vocational and Technical College, a third-rate specialized college. Compared to Yanjing University, it was simply the difference between mud and clouds. Previously, the two probably saw each other once a week. Lu Xian in his previous life, she is also considered stalking before chasing to the hand. Lu Xian recalled Xin Yahui's looks. Well, according to his current vision, it was just average, barely a 6 pass. Even compared to Zhang Yining, it was a cut below, not to mention Chen Shui's kind of level. Say something, I'll hang up if there's nothing. Lu Xian's tone was flat, not the slightest fluctuation of emotions could be heard, as if he was talking to a stranger. Xin Yahui on the other end of the phone obviously froze for a moment, as if she didn't expect Lu Xian to react this way. In the past, when Lu Xian had been in front of her, which time had he not lowered his voice and pleased her in every way? Lu Xian, what's your attitude? You cheated on her and you're still justified? I'm telling you, this matter is not over. You must give me an explanation. Otherwise. Lu Xian was too lazy to talk nonsense with her, directly spitting out 2 words and dryly hanging up the phone. Beep, beep, beep. In the girls' dormitory of Yanjing Science and Technology Vocational and Technical College, Xin Yahui held up her hung-up cell phone with an incredulous look on her face. He dared to hang up on me? He even cursed me? Xin Yahui was so angry that she was trembling, her pretty face reddening. The few roommates next to her also looked at each other. Yahui, what's wrong with Lu Xian? Wasn't he quite good to you in the past? A roommate asked cautiously. Good my ass. Xin Yahui screamed, he must have a weak heart. This scummy guy. I worked so hard to be with him, and he actually dared to mess around outside. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got and immediately dialed again. Lu Xian looked at the cell phone screen that lit up again and hung up again without hesitation. After repeating this several times, Lu Xian simply pulled Xin Yahui's number directly into the blacklist. The world cleared up. The corner of his mouth hooked up a cold smile, opened his cell phone album, and flipped through a few photos of Xin Yahui. The girl on the photos wore heavy makeup and tried to strike various poses that she thought were sexy, but in Lu Xian's opinion, they were full of cheapness. With a thought, he dragged Xin Yahui's photos into the Black Material System interface in his mind. Analyzing target character information. A line of cold system prompt text surfaced. Name, Xin Yahui. Face value, 82 after makeup 75 plain face. Control value, 2100. Circumference, 906689 circumference, 906689. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 57 kilograms. Target evaluation, a gold-digging woman who is quite scheming and is used to utilizing her advantages, mainly her figure, to gain benefits among men. There is a certain exploitation mentality towards the host, and the loyalty is extremely low. Lu Xian looked at the 90 bus data and snorted. I'm afraid that the only thing Xin Yahui was proud of was these waves. Unfortunately, the brain wasn't very good. The control value was actually only 20 points? He had once poured out his heart and soul to her, only to get this point in return? However, it didn't matter now. Lu Xian didn't put her in his eyes at all. Black material generation in progress, please wait. The target has been detected to have multiple records of bad behavior. Black material screening in progress? Black material generation completed. $1,000 redemption, black material redemption coupon X1 redemption. Select $1,000 for redemption. Redemption completed. Black information, maintained improper and ambiguous relationships with multiple men, while dating 3 boyfriends and soliciting property, including a married middle-aged greasy man. Looking at the system-generated black material list, Lu Xian's eyes grew cold. Actually dating 3 boyfriends at the same time? Counting himself? Thinking that once he was so miserable, he really didn't deserve it for his previous self. It turned out that Xin Yahui had cuckolded herself before the scandal broke out. This Xin Yahui, she's even more rotten than he thought. Very good, very good. The corner of Lu Xian's mouth hooked up a cruel arc. Xinyahue, don't you like to mess around? Then let you also taste what it's like to be ruined. Chapter 21 Professor Gu Yunxi. Today is the first day of school at Yanjing University. The aftermath of the fall tiger is still there, and the sun shines brightly and is a bit blinding. Lu Xian, the tawdry silver-white BMW M4, steadily parked in the first teaching building not far from the temporary parking space, causing the surrounding in and out of the students have to look sideways, marveling and talking one after another. He just locked the car. A staggering voice came from the side. Xian brother. You kid. Line ah. Lu Xian looked at the sound and saw Lu Ming, his roommate who was usually the most vocal in the dormitory, was staring at him with rounded eyes and an open mouth that could be stuffed into an egg, pointing at him with the face of a living ghost, and pointing at the M4. My goodness. This is a BMW M4, right? Or is it a Nürburgring limited edition? Lu Ming rushed to Lu Xian in front of him in 3 steps, circled around the car twice and scared in wonder. Okay, Lu Xian, you've got a lot to hide. 2 days ago I saw you living in a dormitory, eating carefully. I thought you were a poor peasant like me. So you're the prince who's on a private visit? Lu Ming remembered clearly, just a few days ago, Lu Xian, this kid is still because of the order of takeout to get a single with them, half a day of grumbling, how to turn around on this kind of millions of dollars of luxury cars. This change is also too fast, with the rocket like luck, won a lottery ticket. Lu Xian casually perfunctory sentence, patted Lu Ming's shoulder. Okay, later have the opportunity to talk to you in detail. Rush to class, the first day cannot be late. The 4 people in Lu Xian's dormitory were from the south and north of the country, and their majors were different, so they didn't attend classes in the same class. Today it was just a coincidence that both he and Lu Ming had classes in this first teaching building. Don't Xianer. Lu Ming pulled him back with a fawning smile on his face. You'll be a brother from now on, so if you have a way to get rich, you'll have to take me with you. Look at my looks, how about I work for you as a driver and bodyguard? I'm not sticky. The corner of Lu Xian's mouth twitched, shaking off his hand. Get lost, don't be poor. Something's really wrong. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to Lu Ming, who was still squeezing his eyebrows at the same place, and walked straight towards the inside of the school building. Lu Ming looked at Lu Xian's distant back, stroked his chin, and muttered in his heart, this kid, the spectrum is quite big. But, hey, in the future, this thigh will be hugged. He turned his eyes, took out his cell phone, to the M4 click as a fierce shot, ready to send a circle of friends to show off their own have a limited edition sports car brother. Lu Xian walked into the school building. The air is filled with freshmen's unique excitement and restlessness. He found the classroom of his major Chinese linguistics in the Chinese department in a familiar way. Thinking of last night's sweet double row, Chen Shuai and Zhang Yining, those 2 little goblins, at this moment, they were probably still sleeping like dead pigs in the presidential suite of Century Golden Resources. The corner of Lu Xian's mouth hooked up with an imperceptible smile, and he had to say that the effect of that dragon magic's first glimpse of the doorway was so domineering that it made him experience an unprecedented thrill of conquest. If not for the system rewards gynecological sage this kind of divine skill, last night that kind of sound battle, he is really a little worried about his waist cannot eat. Now, I feel refreshed and energized enough to kill a cow. Walking into the staircase classroom, there were already a lot of people sitting inside. Lu Xian swept a glance, in the back of a corner position sat down. Today was the first specialized class of the school year, teaching ancient Chinese. The teacher who taught the class, Lu Xian's memory can be said to be etched in stone. Not long after, a middle-aged woman wearing a modest dress and gold glasses, with her hair coiled meticulously at the back of her head and a small beauty mole at the corner of her mouth adding a bit of intellectual beauty, walked in with a lesson plan. She was the linguistics professor, Gu Yunxi. Lu Xian looked at the figure on the podium, his eyes slightly cold. In his last life, it was this Gu Yunxi who, when he was blacked out on the internet and vilified as a perverted peeping Tom, accepted a media interview in his capacity as a teacher of specialized courses. In the interview, she did not say half a good word for him, but instead, righteously, painfully said Lu Xian students usually seem to be well-mannered, did not think that the mainland is such a person, words are implying that he is not the same as the table, poor character, sitting on his crime. I'm not sure if he's a good teacher, but he's a good teacher. Oh, what a good example of a teacher. In his previous life, he leapt from a high building, and in this school, anyone who knew him and stepped on him when he was in trouble, 1 for 1, was a murderer. Not a single person had ever offered him a helping hand. Even some people who didn't know each other had to step on Lu Xian's foot, just to rub off on Lu Xian's traffic, and many people ate Lu Xian's bloody buns. Gu Yunxi on the podium had already started lecturing, his voice was clear and organized, quoting scriptures, quite a scholarly style. Just that occasional glance to the eyes of the students, always with a few unconscious scrutiny and condescension. We're going to focus on the vowel system of the upper ancient sounds today, especially about the compound consonants. Gu Yunxi's voice echoed in the classroom, but Lu Xian was a bit distracted. He quietly fished out his cell phone from his pocket, adjusted a relatively hidden angle, and took advantage of the gap between Gu Yunxi's turning around to write on the blackboard. The screen was pointed at her, and he wordlessly pressed the shooting button. A clear photo of Gu Yunxi standing in front of the podium was thus saved into his cell phone album. Very good. The corner of Lu Xian's mouth hooked up into an ICR, and with a thought, he dragged that photo into the Black Material System interface in his mind. Analyzing target character information. A line of icy cold system prompt text surfaced. Name, Gu Yunxi. Face value, 95 temperament plus 88 vegan. Control value, 0-100. Circumference, 88-65-90. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Target evaluation, outwardly moralistic, but in fact extremely vain, keen on fame and fortune, once went to any lengths to get a title. There is serious prejudice and malice towards the host. Lu Xian looked at Gu Yunxi's data, as well as the system's unforgiving evaluation, and a hint of sarcasm flashed in his eyes. Professor Gu, I'm afraid you wouldn't have dreamt that the student with the bad character in your eyes has already transformed into a new person, right? Black material is being generated. Please wait. We've detected a number of serious disciplinary infractions in the target. Black material screening in progress? Lu Xian's eyes became deeper and deeper with anticipation. He was eager to see what kind of shocking black information this Professor Gu, who usually always looked like a towering, moral model, could expose. Didn't you like to comment on my character in the last life? In this life, it's also the turn of the whole school teachers and students, and even the whole network, to properly appreciate the noble character of your Professor Gu de. Chapter 22, Can't Hammer a Bitch Without Shedding Points. Black material generation completed. The system's beep sounded dryly in Lu Xian's head, and the interface was then refreshed, revealing two new redemption options. Option 1, redeem the complete black material, consume 1500 points. Option 2, use black material redemption coupon X2 sheets. Lu Xian's pupils suddenly shrunk. 1500 points? He remembered clearly that he had only used 1000 yuan in the black material redemption option that had been generated earlier when he had taken care of Shen Yahui's little. Chen Shui's shocking black information involving intentional murder had only cost 5,000 yuan. But now, this Professor Gu Yunxi's black information had directly soared to 1,500 points. That was equivalent to 15 million dragon coins. It was 3,000 times as much as Chen Shui's when converted in money. It was 15,000 times that of Shen Yahui. Hiss. Lu Xian secretly drew in a cold breath. This Professor Gu, who usually seemed to be a dignified and unappetizing person, in the end, how much thunder was hidden behind his back? Surprisingly, he was able to make the system of the geese and geese open such a heavenly price. He took a look at his remaining 1,659 points, of which 1,200 points were the special stack rewards from the system for last night's double-line operation of Chen Shui and Zhang Yining. With these 1,500 points slammed down, he was almost back to his pre-liberation days. There was still only one black material redemption coupon left, so he could only use the points. However, when he thought of Gu Yunxi's face in his previous life, and her righteous words towards him, the hesitation in Lu Xian's heart instantly disappeared. If you can't give up the child, you can't catch the wolf, and if you can't give up the points, you can't hammer the whore. Exchange. Lu Xian's mind moved, and he decisively chose the first option. Points 1500, current remaining points, 159 points. Black information details generating. Black material details, secretly conveying important national-level ancient literature research information and undisclosed cultural relics information to a foreign power. Specific description: the target, Gu Yunxi, since his promotion to associate professor 5 years ago, has used his position to repeatedly steal and copy the research results of ancient literature, scan copies of orphaned books, and important undisclosed cultural relics that he learned about when he was involved in an archaeological project at the university and national level of confidentiality, and has been selling them at a high price to the intelligence agency and collection organization of a major Western country through encrypted channels. On the system panel, a dozen pages of illustrated PPT reports slowly unfolded, like a detailed Sin scroll. The above clearly lists the time and place of each transaction of Gu Yunxi, the codename of the connector, a summary of the content of the specific information of the transaction, photos of artifacts, some of which have her appearing as a background, as well as the number of the amount of money paid by the other party and the path of the incoming money. The completeness of the chain of evidence, and the exhaustiveness of the details, is simply outrageous. The corner of Lu Xian's mouth, uncontrollably, slightly upward, sketched out a cold and cruel arc. Gu Yunxi, Gu Yunxi, as a teacher, but doing the hook of betrayal, you can really give the teacher this 4 words, smeared with a thick and colorful black ah. This time, how can you still be elegant and noble? Gu Yunxi on the podium knows nothing about this, still immersed in their own academic world. She held the golden glasses on the bridge of her nose, and the eyes behind the lenses were cold and arrogant, as if they did not contain a trace of the human world. The slightly stereotypical dark-colored professional dresses, worn on her body, but there is a special charm: the waist looks extraordinarily thin, unbearable to hold. Especially the dark red hip skirt, will be her upturned buttocks curve perfectly outlined, along with her occasional turn around the board book action, adding a few points of thought-provoking mature flavor. The pair of shiny black stockings with delicate luster on her legs, wrapped around her well-proportioned and slender legs, flickered vaguely under the light, making her whole person exude a kind of paradoxical charm intertwined with asceticism and sexiness. The most tantalizing thing was her slightly detached phoenix eyes, as well as the small, just right beauty mole by the corner of her mouth, which added a few points of intellectualism and flirtation. Only, at this moment, in Lu Xian's eyes, all of this had become excellent irony. He could even imagine, when this PPT was made public, how the cool expression on the face of this towering Professor Gu would collapse, and how panic and despair would flow out of those phoenix eyes that were always scrutinizing and critical. Lu Xian leaned back in his chair calmly, his fingertips unconsciously tapping on the desktop, his eyes playfully admiring the bright landscape on the podium. His heart had already begun to calculate how to make this big gift play out the biggest surprise effect. Ding bell. The bell finally rang. Gu Yunqi seemed to be a little thirsty. She put down the chalk in her hand, picked up the lesson plan on the podium and her own handbag, cleared her throat, and said class dismissed in her usual calm and unruffled tone, and then she was ready to turn around and leave without the slightest hint of procrastination. The students in the classroom were like amnesties, and they all began to pack up their things, ready to scatter. Professor Gu, please stay. A voice that wasn't quite loud, but clear enough, rang out from the back of the slightly noisy classroom. Gu Yunqi, who was about to step out of the classroom, had her footsteps lurched, her eyebrows slightly furrowed as she followed the sound and looked towards the source of the voice. When she saw Lu Xian, who stood up with a flourish, a trace of undetectable doubt and barely audible contempt flashed in her eyes. This student, she had a bit of an impression, seemed to be less focused in class and always felt a bit wandering. This student, Gu Yunqi's tone still carried professional politeness, but that sense of detachment had not diminished at all. Is there something you didn't understand in class? Lu Xian walked out of his seat unhurriedly, crossing several rows of tables and chairs to arrive in front of Gu Yunqi. He was a good half a head taller than Gu Yunqi, and at the moment, he was looking at her with slightly downcast eyes, with a light smile on his face that made him inscrutable. Yes, Professor Gu. Lu Xian nodded, his voice gentle. I do have some academic questions that I would like to ask you for in-depth advice. Gu Yunqi frowned a little tighter as she looked at Lu Xian's calm and collected demeanor. She had always disliked being pestered too much by students after class, especially this kind of student who didn't look like he was genuinely asking for advice, but instead looked more like he was looking for words without words. She had an important academic seminar this afternoon, and her time was precious. But good professionalism still allowed her to patiently ask, well, what's the question? You can just say it here. If it's simple, I can answer it on the spot. The implication was that the complicated questions would be talked about on another day, so don't delay her time. Lu Xian sniffed, but he didn't rush to open his mouth. Instead, he meaningfully swept a glance at the students in the classroom who hadn't yet finished walking in twos and threes, then redirected his gaze to Gu Yunqi, the smile at the corner of his mouth a little deeper. Professor, there are still too many people here, it's a bit noisy. He paused, his voice lowered a few points, and added with a hint of mystery, moreover, I'm afraid that the question that I want to ask for advice is not quite convenient to discuss openly here. The content may be more special. Chapter 23. I'll see how long you keep your mouth shut. Gu Yunqi's face really sank. What problem can't be said here? She was most annoyed with this kind of student who pretended to be mysterious, as if she was so important. In her opinion, Lu Xian was nothing more than an ordinary student that she had little impression of, and the odds were that he was trying to find an excuse to get close or ask about some irrelevant personal matters. Student, this is a teaching building, any academic issues can be discussed normally. Gu Yunqi's tone carried a hint of unquestionable coldness, as if saying, don't waste my time. She held up her glasses, her eyes behind the lenses revealing an unapproachable innocence. If it's not a study problem, then I'll leave first. I hope you'll try to listen in class from now on and not wander off. After saying that, Gu Yunqi stopped looking at Lu Xian and turned around straight, intending to step out of the classroom. Her steps were light, as if everything behind her had nothing to do with her. However, the moment she turned around, a hand reached over, accurately, yet with a hint of strength that could not be denied, and gently rested on her arm. Gu Yunqi's body froze instantly. She turned back violently, and with a sense of offended anger, she coldly shouted, let go. She raised her head and looked at Lu Xian with cold eyes, which were no longer the same detached look as before, but instead carried a scrutiny, a warning. It was as if she wanted to see through Lu Xian, and there was even a moment when Lu Xian felt that there was a flash of icy killing intent in those eyes that was the ferocious light of an animal's instinct after being offended. Lu Xian did not let go of his hand, only the corner of his mouth hooked up into a playful arc as he turned his cell phone screen towards Gu Yunqi. On the screen was a screenshot with only a few short lines of English and a few numbers, but the background could vaguely be seen as the interface of some encrypted communication software. Professor Gu, I suggest you come with me. Lu Xian's voice was very soft, but it carried an oppressive feeling that people couldn't ignore. After all, this matter is too important. He looked at Gu Yunqi, his eyes changing from playful to deep with a hint of insight into everything. Look, this is a screenshot of the ancient literature material purchased by Pretty Country 3 years ago. You should be familiar with it, right? Gu Yunqi, who was originally about to push Lu Xian's palm away, instantly tensed her wrist muscles and froze in mid-air. Her face, at a speed visible to the naked eye, became pale, as if the blood was fading from her face in an instant. The pair of phoenix eyes that were originally tinged with anger were now filled with disbelief and a hint of desperately suppressed panic. She quickly looked around, and after confirming that not too many students had noticed this side, almost subconsciously, she violently tugged on Lu Xian's arm, no longer pushing it away, but pulling him with force as she quickly walked towards the outside of the classroom. Her movements were a bit hasty, and she even appeared to be in a bit of a mess. Lu Xian let her pull, his face still had that inscrutable smile, as if everything was under his control. Gu Yunqi pulled Lu Xian through the corridor, avoiding the crowds, and finally stopped at a relatively less crowded corner. This place had its back to the corridor and was not easily seen by people passing by. After stopping, Gu Yunqi took a deep breath and tried to calm her violently beating heart. She was worthy of being someone who could do something as big as betraying state secrets, and after a brief moment of panic, she surprisingly regained her composure very quickly. She looked at Lu Xian again. Her eyes had already regained their superficial calmness, only that there was still a trace of undissolved horror hidden in the depths. "Classmate, what's your name?" Her voice no longer sounded as sharp as before, but it carried a suppressed coldness. "Where did you get these things?" She tried to turn the tables and steer the conversation towards Lu Xian's illegal acquisition. "Don't be fooled, these are all important and confidential documents. These screenshots of yours, if you're found out, you'll be sentenced to jail." As Lu Xian listened to Gu Yunqi's words, his heart simply applauded her. This handful of tactics to move right and wrong, to turn black and white upside down, was truly pure, worthy of being at the level of a professor. If it was any other student, she might have been bluffed by these soft and hard words, scared out of her wits, and obediently handed over her things. Unfortunately, she was facing Lu Xian. The smile on Lu Xian's face gradually tightened, replaced by an icy mockery. "Professor Gu, are you scared, silly?" Lu Xian took a step forward and approached Gu Yunqi, lowering his voice with a creepy threat. "Are you threatening me?" He looked at Gu Yunqi's forcibly calm face and said word for word, "These are the evidences, but it's not me who proved that you broke the law." Gu Yunqi's face clouded over once again, a hint of annoyance flashing in her eyes. She hadn't expected this student to be so difficult to deal with. A little goes a long way, not being threatened at all. "Classmate, I don't know what you're talking about." She tried to continue her denial, her tone carrying a hint of forcefulness. "These are state secrets, I hope you won't take them out again in the future." She originally wanted to scare this student. After all, it was just a brat, although she didn't know where he got these photos from, but a college student, once fooled, he would surely fall for it, and with a little bit of coercion, he would surely be scared, and obediently hand over the things, and then she would think of a way to make amends. But Lu Xian's performance was completely out of her expectation. This student's eyes were frighteningly sharp, like a knife, as if it could pierce through all her disguises. Lu Xian's eyes became sharp all of a sudden, as if it was a knife looking at Gu Yunqi, the expression on his face completely cold, without a trace of temperature. "Professor Gu, you're still playing dumb with me, aren't you?" Lu Xian burst out, his tone filled with impatience and oppression. "Have to ask me to give you more details, right?" He came close to Gu Yunqi, almost to her ear, and in a voice that only two people could hear, with an evil whisper, he murmured in her ear like a devil. "March 25, 2020, pretty country, selling scanned copies of an important document, the ancient texts and canonical records, for $1.5 million US. Gu Yunqi's body shuddered violently, and a fine cold sweat instantly seeped from her forehead, sliding down her temples. The date, content, amount, and even the unit of currency that Lu Xian had said were all exactly the same. This was simply not something that a simple screenshot could reveal. Lu Xian looked at her horrified reaction, the corner of his mouth hooked into a cruel smile as he continued to apply pressure. "Remember? Your sports car, your villa, where did it all come from?" He paused, looking at Gu Yunqi's body, which was slightly trembling from extreme fear. His tone became even colder. "You laundered all this black money into your parents' account through a special channel, and shaking it off, your dad became an entrepreneur? That old classmate of yours who owns a company, did he help you a lot too?" Gu Yunqi's face was no longer pale, but took on a sickly greenish-gray color. She opened her mouth but couldn't utter a single word, only letting out a sharp gasp. Her forced composure completely disintegrated under Lu Xian's precise description of one sentence. What are you babbling about?" She squeezed out a few words with great difficulty, her voice carrying a sobbing tone and trembling, no longer having the high spirits she had before. "I don't understand." Lu Xian smiled evilly, looking at her on the verge of collapse. He felt incomparably pained. "Fine, can't understand, right?" Lu Xian said lightly. "That's fine, I don't mind helping you remember. Or, we can discuss it out loud here so that you can slowly listen to it." Chapter 24, Misogyny? "Yeah. I'll cure you today." Or, Lu Xian's voice was tinged with laughter, but it was like quenched ice. "I'll just post it online and let the majority of enthusiastic netizens help you recall your memories? You see, it's the information age, what travels fastest? Of course it's gossip, it's scandal. Especially a high and mighty university professor, doing unseemly hooks behind your back. TSK, think about that traffic, or worried for you. His right hand reached out and his fingertips frivolously hooked Gu Yunqi's chin, forcing her to raise her head and look straight at him. There was not the slightest bit of temperature in those playful eyes, only the coldness of controlling everything. Gu Yunqi's body shook violently, subconsciously raising her hand to try and slap his hand away, her voice carrying an obvious tremor. "Let go of me." Lu Xian's eyes instantly became sharp, the smile on his face disappearing without a trace. "Stinking, you're still pretending with me, aren't you?" He cursed coldly, completely tearing off his disguise. He pulled out his cell phone and moved quickly to open the Weibo interface, his fingers seemingly about to slide on the screen, his tone carrying an ultimatum. "Since the professor is so confident that this is a false accusation, it's better to get the netizens to comment on it. They love to discern the truth the most." Gu Yunqi was completely flustered when she saw that he had really opened his microblog. Her toughness and denial just now instantly fell apart in front of Lu Xian's unhesitating action. She violently grabbed Lu Xian's arm, her voice carrying a sobbing tone, almost pleading, Don't ever send it, I beg you." She tried to squeeze out a trace of aggrieved expression, trying to play the emotional card. "Classmate, you listen to me. Teacher, I was framed. These things, they are all fake. It's some people who are red-eyed and just want to ruin me." She bit her lower lip, her eyes reddened, a look of having been wronged by the heavens. Her acting skills were superb. Lu Xian looked at this pearly, pitiful look of hers and only felt endless sarcasm in his heart. It's really worthy of being a professor. This speed of changing face, this skill of acting, not to go to get an Oscar or talented. He wouldn't be fooled by such a poor performance. Lu Xian gripped Gu Yunqi's coiled up hair. The hair was roughly torn by him, a few strands of hair scattered, adding a bit of messy beauty. "Stinking, you're still acting with me, aren't you? Do you really think that old me is?" Lu Xian's voice carried an undeniable coldness, and his tone was filled with violence. "You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. I'll send it to the internet now, so that your moralistic face will be completely exposed in the sunlight." He made a gesture to click send, his finger hovering over the screen. Seeing this, where did Gu Yunqi care about her image? She screamed and pounced forward, trying to snatch away Lu Xian's cell phone. She was completely out of instinct, her mind had gone blank, only the thought of stopping him remained. Lu Xian had expected her to do this, and a sneer flashed across his face. He raised his hand and slapped Gu Yunqi's face hard. Slap! The crisp, loud sound echoed in the empty corner. Gu Yunqi was hit so hard that she inclined her head, and clear red marks instantly surfaced on her face. The fiery pain instantly cleared her brain for a few moments, and also made her completely understand that this student in front of her was not something she could deal with by her usual means. "You still dare to resist?" Lu Xian's voice carried an unquestionable majesty, and his eyes were as cold as knives. Gu Yunqi gritted her teeth, a hint of humiliation and despair flashing in her eyes. She looked at Lu Xian and then at the cell phone in his hand, and in the end, all resistance disintegrated in the face of great fear. With a crossed heart, she bent down violently and took off the high heels on her feet. Those ankles wrapped in bright black stockings appeared extraordinarily slender. Immediately after, under Lu Xian's playful gaze, flop sound, she even directly kneeled on the ground. The towering Professor Gu was now humbly kneeling in front of a student, her scattered hair, red and swollen cheeks, as well as the unstoppable tears at the corners of her eyes, forming a shocking picture. "Please, classmate, don't post it online." Her voice carried a heavy nasal tone and trembling, and her tears couldn't stop falling down. They were truly pear-shaped. She knew that once these things were exposed, everything would be over for her. Her reputation, status, and even her freedom would all instantly come to nothing. Lu Xian looked down at Gu Yunqi, who was kneeling on the ground, without the slightest bit of pity in his eyes. There was only a sense of pleasure in grasping the power of life and death. He cupped her chin with one hand, forcing her to raise her head to see the coldness in his eyes. Professor Gu was so beautiful, and her body is also good. Lu Xian's gaze balked at her body, his tone ambiguous and unclear, as if he was admiring a commodity. "I wonder if you're married?" Gu Yunqi was stunned, not expecting him to suddenly ask this question. With her brain racing, she immediately replied, I don't have a boyfriend, I'm single." She deliberately emphasized that she was single in an attempt to soften Lu Xian's attitude or explore his purpose for asking this question. However, Lu Yunqi had a secret that she didn't know: she had severe male misogyny. This pathological aversion made it impossible for her to tolerate any physical contact with men, and she would feel physically uncomfortable even being close. Not to mention interacting with men, she was annoyed by even looking at them, feeling that they were greasy and disgusting. The actions that Lu Xian had done to her just now, pinching her chin, gripping her hair, and even that slap, she was forcibly holding back the nausea and physiological reaction in her heart to prevent herself from throwing up on the spot. At this moment, Lu Xian's fingers were still pinching her chin, and that strong feeling of disgust at being touched by a male, superimposed on the immense fear and humiliation, instantly overcame all her psychological defenses. Her stomach flipped, and she could no longer hold back, dry heaving. "Vomit, you!" Gu Yunqi covered her mouth and arched her back, letting out an agonizing dry heaving sound, her tears and physiological tears mixing together, looking both wretched and disgusting. Lu Xian's brows instantly tightened. As he looked at Gu Yunxi, who was kneeling on the ground and dry heaving, the playfulness and teasing on his face instantly disappeared and was replaced by a sense of annoyance at being offended. What do you mean? You're so disgusted that you want to vomit when I touch you? Are you looking down on yourself? As soon as he let go of the hand cupping her chin, he turned to choke Gu Yunxi. It wasn't hard enough to suffocate her, but the force was enough to make her feel threatened and in pain. Bitch, what do you mean? Looking down on me? Lu Xian's voice was low and dangerous, full of oppression. Gu Yunxi's face flushed red as she was choked, breathing hard. She felt Lu Xian's anger and knew that her reaction just now had angered him. Forcing back her nausea and fear, she explained in a broken voice, "No, it's not. I have misogyny. I can't be touched by men. Anorexia?" When Lu Xian heard this word, his eyes flashed with a hint of realization and a hint of playfulness. I see, no wonder the system evaluation said that she has serious prejudice and malice towards the host, so the root cause is here. Misogyny? Can't be touched by men? Lu Xian looked at Gu Yunxi, who was kneeling on the ground, trembling due to physical aversion and fear, and a strong desire to conquer surged in his heart. His favorite thing was to break this kind of taboo, to make the high and mighty submit, to make the untouchable to be toyed with at his whim. Misogyny? Good. The corner of Lu Xian's mouth hooked up into an evil arc, his eyes filled with a dangerous light. I'll cure you of this disease today. He lowered his head and fiercely kissed Gu Yunxi, who was kneeling on the ground. This kiss carried punishment, possession, and even more so, a strong declaration from today onwards, you, Gu Yunxi, are no longer that high and mighty, man-hating professor. Your body, your soul, will be controlled by me. Chapter 25 Gu Yunxi offers loyalty. The feeling of disgust was like a raging tide that instantly flooded her, and her stomach turned over, almost vomiting out her internal organs. She desperately slapped Lu Xian's shoulder, letting out a whimper. That pair of once noble and arrogant phoenix eyes were now full of fear and pleading, tears rolled down uncontrollably, mixed with the smeared lipstick, a mess. Lu Xian, however, seems to be determined to cure her misogyny, arms like iron clamps around her, let her struggle, until more than a minute later, only slightly separated a little. Vomit, you. Gu Yunxi, just to get free, will no longer be able to support, the whole person paralyzed on the ground, covering the chest violently dry heaving up. Tears paste to face, where there is still half of the usual high cold intellectual professor appearance. TSK, can't take it anymore? Lu Xian looked at her condescendingly, the evil arc at the corner of his mouth getting colder and colder. Professor Gu, your illness, it seems that you are not very sick. But it doesn't matter, I have plenty of patience. Before his words fell, he once again roughly gripped Gu Yunxi's scattered hair, forcing her to tilt up that pearly face, and without giving her any chance to catch her breath at all, he once again kissed her fiercely. This time, it carried a stronger punitive meaning, as if it wanted to devour all her resistance and disgust. It was another few minutes of suffocating plunder. When she let go again, Gu Yunxi's lip color had long been blurred, and the corners of her mouth were even worn through, oozing blood. She was panting heavily, her chest heaving violently, her eyes lax, with only instinctive fear and pleading left. Stop. Stop. Classmate, I beg you, please. Let me go, I really. Vomit. She wanted to say, I really can't take it anymore, but before the words came out, there was another violent bout of dry heaving. Spare you? Lu Xian let out a light laugh, and that laugh sounded even more terrifying than the devil's whispers to Gu Yunxi. With a stern look in his eyes, he stopped talking nonsense and yanked Gu Yunxi's hair like he was dragging a rag doll, walking straight towards the corner outside. Oi! Classmate, you let go. You let go I'll walk by myself. Don't you drag my hair, it hurts. Gu Yunxi screamed, and her hands went to break Lu Xian's hands randomly, but that little bit of strength in front of Lu Xian was like a praying mantis. Lu Xian turned a deaf ear and continued to tug on her hair, striding forward. Gu Yunxi was forced to bend over, staggering behind him. High-heeled shoes have long been thrown to wear, now barefoot on the cold ground, adding a few points of misery. At this time it was nearly noon, the students in the teaching building had long since dispersed, only the two of them remained in the empty corridor. Bang! Lu Xian kicked open the door of the staircase classroom where the class had just been held, and the classroom was empty. He threw his arm violently, and Gu Yunxi was viciously thrown onto the cold ground like a discarded piece of trash, the back of her head knocking against the table leg with a muffled thud, causing her eyes to glaze over in pain. Gu Yunxi curled up on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, her scattered hair plastered to her miserable white cheeks, her eyes filled with extreme fear. She tilted her head and looked at Lu Xian, who was approaching like a demon, her voice shaking beyond recognition. Fellow, classmate. You. What the hell do you want? She tried to make a final struggle, her voice tinged with a sobbing tone. How much money do you want? You name a number. As long as I can get it out, I'll give it to you. Please, don't. Money? Lu Xian snorted as if he had heard a big joke. Professor Gu, do you think I lack your dirty money? He slowly crouched down, leveling his eyes with Gu Yunxi, the teasing and coldness in his eyes intertwined. What I want is you as a person. Let me play nice for once, and I won't expose you for a while for all your. How about it, this deal, good deal, right? The three words play once were like three poison knives, piercing Gu Yunqi's heart. Her face instantly turned as white as paper, her blood color faded, and her pupils suddenly contracted due to shock. No. No. She lost her voice and screamed, with the last vestiges of stubbornness and a sense of crumbling edge. Class, I can't promise you that. You ask for something else, anything. You've just taken my first kiss. I wouldn't agree to such a thing even if I were to die. She thought that moving her first kiss and preferring to die would make Lu Xian scrupulous, but she didn't know that these words only sounded ridiculous to Lu Xian. A woman who could even sell her country, now talking to him about chastity? First kiss? Lu Xian raised his eyebrows, and the evil smile on his face grew even more, with a hint of cruelty and playfulness. Professor Gu, you are still naive and cute. Want to die? Isn't that easy? However, don't worry, I won't let you die so easily, I'll let you live, not, like, die. He slowly and methodically took out his cell phone, and in front of Gu Yunqi's face, he unhurriedly pressed down the 3 digits of 110, and then pressed the speakerphone button. Beep 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 beep. The monotonous and urgent dial tone rang out in the silent classroom, each sound like a heavy hammer on Gu Yunqi's heart. The phone quickly connected, and a calm female voice came through the receiver. Hello, this is the Yanjing City Public Security Bureau Alarm Center, how can I help you? Hello, police sister. Lu Xian's voice was so calm that it didn't have a single ripple, and even carried a few polite smiles. I hear, there's a heavenly matter I want to reflect to you, about state secrets. What is it? You please speak. The policewoman on the other end of the phone still sounded professional and calm. It's like this. No. Don't say it. Gu Yunqi's last nerve completely snapped when she heard the word state secrets. Her face was ashen, and she couldn't care less about the pain and wretchedness of her body, crawling over on her hands and knees, holding onto Lu Xian's arm as if she was grasping for a life-saving straw, preventing him from continuing. Please. Classmate. I beg you. Her cheeks were covered in tears and snot, and her voice was hoarse with a thick nasal tone and desperate begging as she begged in a small voice, I promise you. I promise you everything. Oh, I promise you, just don't call the police, please. She could no longer care about what dignity, what bottom line, in front of the fear of losing her name and going to jail, everything seemed so insignificant. Lu Xian looked at her this humble to the dust, the corner of his mouth hooked up a shallow smile of victory, said to the cell phone and, sorry police sister, a misunderstanding, it's okay, bother you. After saying that, he dryly hung up the phone. The classroom once again resumed its deathly silence, leaving only Gu Yunqi's suppressed whimpering. Lu Xian cupped Gu Yunqi's chin with one hand and forced her to raise her head, looking at her face that was distorted by tears and fear with a hint of playful approval in his tone. Well, that's what makes you a good girl. Wouldn't it have been better if you'd done it earlier? You have to be a toast. He leaned in close to her ear, his warm breath spraying the contours of her ear. Let me take a good look at what it's really like for our high and mighty Professor Gu. Before his words fell, Lu Xian yanked her up from the floor and roughly pressed her onto the cold podium. Half an hour later, Lu Xian straightened his collar. Detected that the target character's psychological defenses have completely collapsed and signs of misogyny have loosened, the control value has increased significantly. Current control value, 5100. Reward, professional grade racing driver's driving skills, black material redemption coupon X1. Reward points, 300 points. Professional grade racer driving technique? The corner of Lu Xian's mouth rose slightly, this reward was good, and there were a few more points for racing in the future. As for the black material redemption coupon and 300 points, it was also considered an unexpected pleasure. He glanced at Gu Yunqi on the ground like a dead fish, and in his heart there was not the slightest pity, but only a kind of vengeful pleasure and the satisfaction of controlling everything. Gu Yunqi, this is just the beginning. The pain you brought me, I will make you pay back twice as much. Chapter 26, Call Out to the Master. Gu Yunqi, as if she had lost her soul, was paralyzed by the cold podium. The original meticulous professional dress was now crumpled and wrapped around her body, and a few parts of it had even been torn apart, revealing her snow-white skin, making her even more wretched. Disheveled hair sticking to the sweaty cheeks, that was once written full of noble and arrogant face, at this moment, in addition to the vertical and horizontal tear marks, and then no half a bit of blood, empty eyes staring straight at the ceiling, as if losing the ability to focus. What made Lu Xian slightly surprised, and then a stronger and more twisted pleasure of conquest surged in his heart, was the blinding splash of crimson on the podium. She surprisingly did not lie. This high-cold professor who normally rejected people, even with ice in her eyes, was actually still. The corners of Lu Xian's mouth couldn't help but raise upwards, the tyranny and pleasure in his heart almost overflowing. This feeling of pulling down a lofty and holy existence and trampling on it ruthlessly was just too damn fascinating. Gu Yunqi, Gu Yunqi, your proud innocence, your inviolable stance, from this moment onwards, they all crumbled into pieces. Lu Xian walked forward, bent down, and gripped Gu Yunqi's long, disorganized hair, forcing her small, miserable face to lift up and meet his gaze. Tisk, tisk. He lowered his head, the tip of his nose almost touching the tip of her nose, with a hint of teasing, but his voice was so cold that it didn't carry any temperature. Professor Gu, I didn't expect you to be so moist. Gu Yunqi's body trembled violently, and her disoriented eyes finally slowly regathered a bit of luster. In the eyes that looked at Lu Xian, the once bone-deep loathing and fear was now bizarrely mixed with a hint of broken bewilderment and resigned obedience. Also, from now on, I, Lu Xian, am your master. Do you hear me? He paused, admiring the tears that kept accumulating in her eyes and the extreme humiliation. If, for a moment, you are half disobedient or want to play any tricks. He trailed off, then violently came to her ear and said in a voice that only two people could hear, as if it were a demonic whisper, those proofs of your selling out your country, I will make them appear in all the places where they should and shouldn't be at the fastest possible speed. By then, what consequences you should know, right? Master. Master. Gu Yunqi's lips trembled, these two words seemed to have exhausted her entire body's strength, her voice was as thin as a gnat, with a thick nasal tone and an unstoppable sobbing voice. Tears were like broken beads, rolling down from her phoenix eyes that used to defy everything, and smashing on the cold floor. Everything she was so proud of was now trampled under this man's feet and crushed to pieces. That's good behavior. Lu Xian hooked his lips in satisfaction, lowered his head, and placed a symbolic kiss on her tear-stained cheeks before straightening up, pulling out his cell phone, and adjusting the angle slowly and methodically at the wretched Gu Yunqi. Here, Professor Gu, look at the camera and smile. His tone was so relaxed that it looked like he was taking some kind of landscape photo. This is the beginning of your brand new life. You have to take a few memorable and elegant photos, otherwise how can you live up to your status as a teacher? No. Don't take photos. Gu Yunqi subconsciously curled up her body, her hands futilely trying to cover up, her voice carrying a desperate plea. Lu Xian, however, completely ignored her resistance and went on his own click, shot several close-ups, and only then contentedly put away his cell phone, turned around, and left the classroom in large strides without looking back. In the classroom, Gu Yunqi was left alone, like an abandoned broken doll, trembling silently. It was only after a long time that she woke up as if she had finally awakened from a nightmare, shivering violently and wiping the tears from her face haphazardly. Panically organizing her clothes, she then held onto the wall, staggered step by step, and fled as if she had left this hell that she would never forget. Lu Xian was walking back to the dormitory in a happy mood when his cell phone vibrated. It was a green bubble from Zhang Yining. Clicking it open, it was a photo. In the photo, Zhang Yining was wearing a cool halter nightgown. She was intimately snuggled beside the sleeping Chen Shui, with a devilishly smug smile on her face, and even made a V gesture to the camera. Chen Shui was sleeping very deeply, with a hint of redness on her fair cheeks. The corner of Lu Xian's mouth hooked up a playful smile, and returned, not bad, Yining is getting more and more understanding, keep up the good work, there is a reward. Then he saved the photo in his hand. Returning to the dormitory, he pushed open the door, and a scent of kenkikis hit his face. Xiaoin was crossing his legs, swiping a short video while stuffing chicken nuggets into his mouth. When he saw Lu Xian coming back, he lifted his chin and said vaguely, Yo, Xuanzi is back? Come, buddy just ordered a family bucket, let's make some together? Lu Xian glanced at him and sneered in his heart. Xiaoin, this guy, still the same, always liked to use this kind of cheap small favors to show their generosity. In fact, the bones but half despise people. In his previous life when he was down and out, this guy didn't talk behind his back. No thanks, just ate. Lu Xian responded indifferently and walked straight to his own bed. On the other side, Chen Min, who had been fidgeting all this time, almost immediately bounced up from his bed as soon as he saw Lu Xian enter the door. A few steps rushed to Lu Xian, his face as white as a piece of paper, his lips shivering, his eyes filled with blood and thick worry. Xian. Brother Xian, you're back. His voice is with a tremor. Schwer she. Is she all right? You didn't do anything to her, right? He was almost on the verge of crying. Lu Xian looked at his soulful appearance, secretly laughed in his heart, but his face showed a relaxed expression, reached out and patted Chen Min's shoulder, comforting, Hey look at this point of interest of yours. Your brother, I'm here, are you still not assured? Don't worry, Schwer is very good, is probably too tired to play yesterday, let her rest, more rest will be good. Playing? Too tired? Chen Min heard this, his face, instead of getting better, became a few points more miserable, and his body was a little shaky, as if he would pass out at any time. Xiaoin, who was gnawing on a chicken leg, heard the word Schwer and curiously came over, asking with a mouth full of grease, Hey? Schwer? Who's Schwer? Sounds like a girl name Xuanzi, can when hooked up? You don't want to introduce me to your buddies? At this time, the other people in the dormitory still do not know Chen Shui is actually Chen Min's own sister. Chapter 27, The Great Filial Son Who Likes Little Mom Literature. Padding chapter, can be skipped. This chapter, in order to draw out the new characters, Anxious Treasure Son, can be skipped. Lu Xian felt a wave of physical discomfort at Zhao Qin's greasy hand and his self-righteous buddy address. He raised an eyebrow, his eyes abruptly turned cold, and his tone was even less warm. He directly slapped Zhao Qin's chicken oil-stained hand away. His voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable chill. "Who the hell is a buddy with you?" The smile on Zhao Qin's face instantly froze, as if he had been slapped in public, and that bit of false enthusiasm instantly froze. He first froze, then a wave of anger miso from the soles of his feet up to the ceiling. His face reddened, like a boiled crab. "Lu Xian, you're shameless, aren't you?" He felt that he had been greatly insulted. He was used to being a bully in the dormitory on weekdays, or had he received this kind of anger? He was so angry that he grabbed the half-eaten chicken leg and smashed it towards Lu Xian's face without thinking. The chicken leg was carrying oil stars, whistling. Lu Xian's eyes were cold. He didn't even blink his eyelids. His body moved slightly. His right hand came out as fast as lightning, and he lightly slapped the greasy chicken leg down on the ground. Immediately after that, his feet powered up, a swift and incomparable pop kick. The movement was clean and sharp without the slightest bit of procrastination, hitting Zhao Qin's slightly protruding belly. Ow! Zhao Qin let out a pig-like scream. His entire body was like a boiled prawn, instantly arching his body. The expression on his face twisted beyond recognition, veins rippled on his forehead, and cold sweat swished out. He only felt his stomach turning over, as if his internal organs were all misplaced, and the sharp pain made it impossible for him to even speak. However, this was only the beginning. Without waiting for Zhao Qin to react in any way, Lu Xian had already bullied his way up, and with another kick, he mercilessly stomped on Zhao Qin's head, pressing his face, which was twisted by the pain, to death on the cold dormitory floor. Bah! Lu Xian condescendingly looked at Zhao Qin, who was like a lost dog under his feet, and nonchalantly spat a mouthful of spittle on his face, his tone filled with the ultimate contempt and mockery. "Just like this pussy of yours, you are also worthy of being called a brother to me?" He exerted a slight force under his feet, and Zhao Qin's cheeks rubbed against the ground, emitting a toothsome sound. "Call daddy." Lu Xian's voice was cold and piercing, without a trace of emotion. Zhao Qin slumped to the ground, grimacing in pain, his face covered in saliva and dust, wretched to the extreme. He wanted to struggle, wanted to resist. But Lu Xian's feet were like a mountain pressing down on him, making him unable to move. Humiliation, anger, and a hint of incredible fear were intertwined in his heart. Lu Xian. You're sick, right? I haven't offended you, have I?" He hissed, his voice a little pitchy from the pain and anger. "Didn't offend?" Lu Xian sniffed, the corner of his mouth hooked up into an icy arc, his eyes deep and terrifying. That's just you don't know. In his previous life, this grandson was relying on his family's small amount of money, but he didn't rarely make up his own behind the scenes, and he was even more comfortable doing things that fell down the well. Now that the wind and water have turned, it's time to let him taste what it's like to be stepped on. Lu Xian no longer paid attention to Zhao Qin, who was wailing under his feet, and slowly turned his head. His eyes fell on Chen Min, who had been shivering since a while ago, his face as white as paper. Chen Min was scared out of his wits by the sweep of Lu Xian's icy cold eyes. His legs softened and he almost directly knelt down. As he looked at the miserable state of Zhao Qin under Lu Xian's feet, his heart was even more terrified and he didn't even dare to take a breath. Roll. Lu Xian's voice still didn't have any ups and downs, but it carried an irresistible pressure, obstructive thing. Yes. Yes. Brother Xian, you're busy. I'll roll. Chen Min was like an amnesty, rolling and crawling, rushing out of the dormitory, as if there was an evil ghost chasing behind him. He now only wanted to get as far away from this bogeyman as possible. As for Zhao Qin's death or life, it was none of his business. In the dormitory, only Lu Xian and Zhao Qin, who was lying on the ground and grunting, remained. Lu Xian slowly and methodically took out his cell phone. At the foot of Zhao Qin's dignity, Click took a close-up. Ding! A new analyzable target character has been detected. Scanning photo information. Target, Zhao Qin. The system's cold beep sounded in Lu Xian's head. Zhao Qin, male, 21 years old, Yanjing local. His family operates a small real estate company, standard rich second generation, arrogant and domineering personality, horny and brainless. Black material generation in progress, please wait. Black material generation is complete. Option 1, $3,000 redemption. Option 2, Black material redemption coupon. Option 2, Black material redemption coupon X1 redemption. Lu Xian looked at the two options and pondered slightly. The Black material redemption coupon was precious, and it would be a waste to use it on this Zhao Qin. Moreover, he was quite generous with his hands right now, so he wasn't that far behind. Choose 3,000 yuan redemption. Lu Xian recited silently in his mind. Black material redemption successful. The account balance was deducted by 3,000 yuan. Details of the black information: inappropriate behavior with his stepmother of the same age. Specific description: the target character Zhao Qin, his father Zhao Qintian is a well-known real estate developer in Yanjing, flirtatious, home year-round, keeping a number of young and beautiful lover. Zhao Qin, this person, a unique addiction, specializing in his father's lover. Whenever Zhao Qintian new little mother, Zhao Qin will try to find ways, behind the back of his father secretly hooked up, line of affairs. According to the system's statistics, so far, Zhao Qin has managed to get his hands on 4 of his father's mistresses, all of whom are similar in age to him, and 2 of whom are even a year or 2 younger than him. Immediately after, a PPT file of more than 30 pages appeared on Lu Xian's cell phone screen. Inside, there were detailed records of all kinds of explicit screenshots of Zhao Qin's chats with his 4 young mothers, unpleasant intimate photos, and even a few small restricted videos that were not short enough to make Zhao Qintian gasp out a brain hemorrhage on the spot. Every photo, every chat, clearly pointed to Zhao Qin's disgraceful behavior. Lu Xian quickly flipped through these black materials, the curve of his mouth curving higher and higher, his eyes filled with playfulness. TSK, little cub, you're really not small, your hobbies are also chic enough, specializing in picking your own old man's woman, it's really filial death. He secretly laughed in his heart, this Zhao Qin is simply a talent. Zhao Qin under his feet seemed to notice something, forcibly endured the pain and raised his head with difficulty, just in time to see a familiar, heart-stopping photo flashing on Lu Xian's cell phone screen. Although it was just a flash, he still recognized it. Zhao Qin's face instantly became paler than it was just a moment ago, cold sweat beating down, his voice carrying a tremor. What the? Are you babbling about? Lu Xian. You. What is that thing in your cell phone? This kind of words you cannot say nonsense. It will kill you. His eyes were filled with panic, and that arrogance had long since vanished. Chapter 28. I heard that your mom is a beautiful deputy mayor? Lu Xian admired the masterpiece in his cell phone. The curvature of his mouth curved higher and higher, the eyes, like surveying a rare treasure, but also like scrutinizing a fat lamb that was about to be served on the table. Zhao Qin under his feet, although he was stepped on and showed his teeth, but the rest of his eyes never left Lu Xian's cell phone. When those few pictures that flashed by on the screen and were enough to make him fall into ruin came into his eyes, it was as if the blood in his body instantly froze. That wasn't the one he had just coaxed into his hands last month, his dad's new young model little mom? And that one was the college student that his dad had hidden in his golden house last year. The angle of these photos, some of them are obviously sneak shots, some of them are ing selfies. At that time, in order to seek excitement, he was a lot of shots. He shouted out will die when the voice is trembling, face of arrogance has long been replaced by panic and despair. His father Zhao Qintian what temperament he knows best, if he knew that he even dared to touch his own woman, I am afraid that he will really break his legs and then expelled from the family. Lu Xian sniffed, his feet crushed again, condescendingly looking at him, his eyes full of teasing and cold. Oh? You still know that people will die? Tell me, who died? He paused, like a cat catching a mouse, and slowly added, it's you who died, right? If you let your father, Chairman Zhao Qintian, know about his precious son, not only did he give him one bright and shiny cuckold after another, but he also photographed all of his treasured little mom literary material. Do you think that you can still flaunt yourself in front of me like you are now, eating KFC, crossing your legs, and getting away with it? Zhao Qin's cold sweat swished down, soaking the broken hair on his forehead, his face as white as paper, his lips trembling, unable to say a word. Or, Lu Xian's voice carried a hint of malicious temptation. I won't bother Chairman Zhao, I'll directly post these wonderful moments online, so that the majority of enthusiastic netizens can help your several young, beautiful, and distinctive little mothers to die socially with you. I've thought of the title, it's called The Chic Filial Piety of Yanjing's Rich Second Generation, My 2 or 3 Things with My Little Moms. How about it? My suggestion is good, right? No. Don't. Zhao Qin finally couldn't hold herself together and let out a mournful scream, not caring about her stomped head. Her hands clutched Lu Xian's calves in death, snotting and tearing up. Brother Xian, I was wrong. I'm really wrong. Please, let me go. Let me go this time. He raised his head violently, not caring about the dust and saliva on his face, and cowed out his head with a thud, his forehead making contact with the cold ground with a dull sound. Brother Xian, you are generous. How much money do you want? 100,000? No, 200,000. I'll call my dad right away. No, 500,000. Brother Xian, as long as you raise your hand, I'll transfer $500,000 to you right away. Lu Xian snorted, and with a light pick of his toes, he hooked Zhao Qin's chin up, forcing him to look at himself. $500,000? Zhao Qin, do you think that I, Lu Xian, lack your dirty money? Zhao Qin's heart sank to the bottom. He knew that today, this matter was not going to be that easy, I'm afraid. Then Brother Xian, you say, what exactly do you want? As long as I can do it, I will definitely die by all means. Zhao Qin's voice carried a sobbing tone, humble to the extreme. The smile on Lu Xian's face became more and more evil. It's simple, I want you to be one of my dogs. In the future, if I tell you to go east, you can't go west. If I tell you to bite, you can't just bark. Understand? A dog? Zhao Qin was first stunned, then his face squeezed out a smile that was worse than crying, and a ho-ho sound came out of his throat. Then, under extreme fear and humiliation, he really woof, woof. While barking, he used his hands to support the ground, trying hard to shake his buttocks, imitating the posture of a dog. As long as he could keep this secret, not to mention being a dog, he would admit to being a grandson. Not bad, learned it quite well. Lu Xian nodded with satisfaction, moved his foot away from his head and said slowly, "Since you're a dog, you have to show something, right?" Zhao Qin hurriedly climbed up and knelt in front of Lu Xian, looking at him blearily, waiting for instructions. Lu Xian looked down at him, the corner of his mouth hooked into a playful smile. "By the way, Zhao Qin, I've heard that your mom is a great beauty, and she's also the famous iceberg deputy mayor of Jinhe City, Mayor Su Evening Qing Su, isn't she?" Zhao Qin heard the words, as if struck by lightning, his body trembled violently, his face instantly turned even whiter than just now, even his lips lost their blood color. His mom, Su Evening Qing, that was the deepest taboo in his heart, and the only person he was still somewhat in awe of. Although Su Evening Harvest and his dad had long been divorced, Su Evening Harvest's strength and coolness was his shadow from childhood to adulthood. "Xian. Xian brother. You don't open this kind of joke." Zhao Qin's voice shook out of shape. My mom, she and my dad divorced a long time ago, and that person. She will not see you." "Divorced?" Lu Xian raised his eyebrows. "That's your dad divorced her, she's still your mom. I heard that she is very precious to you, her son. I think, invite Mayor Su to have a casual dinner, contact feelings, you should be able to arrange it, right?" "No. No way, Ah Xian." Zhao Qin was about to cry. "My mom, she is especially busy at work, and her temper is not very good. I really can't arrange it." He would rather kowtow to those little moms of his again, but he also doesn't want to mess with that iceberg mom of his. "Oh? Can't arrange it?" Lu Xian's eyes instantly went cold. Zhao Qin shivered in fear and hurriedly said, Brother Xian, you listen to me. I recently made a new girlfriend, is Yanjing Academy of Fine Arts, School Flower. Really, the plate is beautiful and smooth, the work is good. Cough, no, I mean, especially pure, or a chick. I'll arrange for you to be clear tonight, how do you think? In order to save his life, he even just chased his girlfriend to go out. Pa! Lu Xian kicked Zhao Qin's face hard, sending his entire body tumbling to the ground. Zhao Qin immediately had a long nosebleed, his eyes blazed, and half of his cheeks swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Damn, gave you face, didn't I? Lu Xian's voice was cold and piercing. How dare you bargain with me? I'm not interested in your second-hand goods, and even more so, I'm not interested in your mediocre fans. I'm about to see your mom, Su Wanqing. He squatted down, grabbed Zhao Qin's hair, forcing him to raise his head, and said word by word, I'll give you 3 days, if you can't arrange it well, I don't mind letting the love story between you and those little moms of yours become bedtime reading all over the internet. By the way, let your father also appreciate his son's filial piety and see how his Zhao family's face has been disgraced by you. Zhao Qin was paralyzed on the ground, his chest was in severe pain, his face was a mixture of blood and tears, smelling the smell of blood coming out of his own nostrils, his eyes were empty, and all that was left in his heart was a cold despair. He knew that Lu Xian was not joking. This devil could do anything. Chapter 29 Grandpa, I am Lu Xian. Lu Xian looked at Zhao Qin, who was snotting and swearing to be a good dog at his feet, with little expression on his face, only feeling a little bored. However, his iceberg mom, who was in a high position, had brought up a hint of interest in him. Go back to your doghouse, don't be an eyesore here. Lu Xian retracted his foot, his tone indifferent as if he was driving away a fly. Yes. Thank you, Brother Xian. Thank you, Brother Xian. Zhao Qin was as if he had been pardoned, and not caring about the severe pain on his face and the smell of blood all over his mouth, he climbed up on his hands and knees, rolling and crawling as he shrunk back to his own bed. He pulled the quilt over his head, his body still trembling slightly from fear and trepidation, and only dared to sneakily observe Lu Xian's movements through the cracks in the quilt, fearing that this bogeyman would think of any more reasons to torment himself. Lu Xian didn't even look at him one more time. He disgustingly kicked away the chicken bones stained with Zhao Qin's saliva and blood on the floor, walked to his own bed, took off his shoes, rolled over and lay on it, and lazily took out his cell phone and continued browsing. The thoughts that had just been interrupted were reattached. He clicked on the official website of Yanjing University and familiarly found the column of faculty and staff information. On the screen, a face that was either serious, amiable, or pretentious slid by quickly. Lu Xian's eyes were calm and unperturbed, his fingers sliding unhurriedly on the screen. When he slid past Gu Yunqi's ID photo, his finger gave a slight lurch. The woman in the photo was wearing a decent professional outfit, her hair was meticulously coiffed, her face had a knowing and detached smile, her eyes were clear and cold, and she still had that high and mighty look. I really want to show the whole school to see her kneeling on the ground and wagging her tail right now. The corner of Lu Xian's mouth hooked up a cold arc, and the pleasure of controlling everything in his heart rose up again. In his previous life, those who fell into the well, in his most difficult time stepped on his foot, or rely on the identity of his teacher, professor, their faces, he can remember clearly. One by one, there is no hurry. He has plenty of time and patience to pull down these people who used to be on top, one by one, so that they can also taste the taste of falling into the dust and being trampled on by others. Just as Lu Xian was sifting through the next lucky one, the door of the dormitory was suddenly kicked open from outside with a loud bang. A burly, muscular man of at least 1 meter 8 and a half in height blocked the doorway. He wore a whitewashed basketball undershirt, revealing 2 stripes with poor quality dragon and tiger pattern of flower arm, neck also hung a Kentai. The dog's gold chain looked like fake. His face was full of flesh, his eyes were fierce, and he looked like the type with a simple mind and developed limbs. Who the hell is Lu Xian? Get the hell out of here! The burly man roared in a jar, spittle spraying far and wide as his eyes ferociously scanned the dormitory. Zhao Qin, who had his head covered, shivered in fear and almost peed, and in his heart he cursed this unknowing ram, another one to die. The burly man's gaze quickly locked onto Lu Xian, who was lying on the bed, the only one with a leisurely posture, even looking at him with interest. You are Lu Xian? The burly man crooked his neck and pointed his finger at Lu Xian. His tone was extremely unkind. Kid, I heard that you're quite arrogant, huh? Pulled Hui Hui's blackout and you're still ing around outside? Hui Hui? Shenya Hui? Lu Xian raised his eyebrows and instantly understood. After half a day, was it that gold-digging woman Shenya Hui who found a licking dog? This is the stupid big man who saw himself go to a room yesterday and then ran to Shenya Hui to chew the dust, right? TSK, this IQ really is a perfect match. Lu Xian didn't even have the interest to sit up, still lying lazily, changed to a more comfortable position and glanced at him lightly. Grandpa, I'm Lu Xian. If you have a fart, let it go and get lost. Don't delay me from choosing a consort. Hey yo ho! The little pussy brat is still quite mad. The strong man was completely enraged by Lu Xian's contemptuous attitude, coupled with the fact that he had made a promise to come and teach Lu Xian a lesson in front of Shenya Hui. He was even more enraged at the moment, feeling that he couldn't hang on to his face. You're ing looking for death. Today, I will teach you, this little white boy, a good lesson on behalf of Hui Hui, so that you know why flowers are so red. Saying that, he roared angrily and swung his casserole-sized fist, and with a whistling wind sound, he smashed it towards Lu Xian's face. Zhao Qin closed her eyes tightly in fear under the quilt, as if she had already foreseen the tragic situation of Lu Xian being punched in the face. However, in the next second, the expected screams did not ring out. Only to see Lu Xian as if he had eyes behind his back. Just at the moment when that fist was about to reach his body, his entire body was like a civet cat, a light and swift carp kick, instantly bouncing up from the bed and landing steadily on the ground. At the same time, his right fist met him like lightning, without the slightest bit of fancy, directly and hard into the strong man's fist. Ka-ching! A toothsome bone-crunching sound clearly resounded within the dormitory. Ow! The strong man let out an earth-shattering miserable howl, clutching his deformed right wrist, rolling on the ground in pain, the muscles on his face twisted beyond recognition, and cold sweat instantly soaked his undershirt. His fist, which was currently drooping at a bizarre angle, was clearly a broken bone. This was not over. Lu Xian's eyes were icy cold, his movements did not have the slightest pause, a clean-turning sweeping kick, his right leg was drawn out like a steel whip, and with a cracking sound, he kicked the burly man's waist and eye viciously. Bang! The burly man's huge body was like being hit by a high-speed truck. The whole person was kicked off the ground and tumbled half a circle in the air, then smashed heavily on the ground in the center of the dormitory, stirring up a cloud of dust. He struggled twice and tried to get up, but felt like his bones were falling apart, his throat was sweet, and he spat out a mouthful of white foam, his eyelids flipped, and he kept convulsing. The whole process, so fast that people's eyes were dazzled, before and after only a few seconds. Lu Xian clapped his hands and dusted off the non-existent dust on his body. He walked up to the unconscious burly man and looked at him condescendingly, without the slightest ripple in his eyes, only a piece of indifference. Waste. He gently spat out 2 words, then lifted his foot and stomped on that dusty and foaming face twice, not lightly but not heavily, as if he was crushing a cigarette butt. Go back and tell Shenya Hui. Lu Xian's voice was not loud. If you want to look for trouble, tell her to roll over herself. Send this kind of ungrateful trash again, and next time, it won't just be a hand that's broken. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to the burly man on the ground who was holding up his corpse, turned around and returned to his bed, picking up his cell phone. Zhao Qin watched the scene from the crack of the quilt and only felt a chill rush from the soles of his feet straight to the sky, and his sweaty hair stood up all over his body. Mama! Is this Lu Xian? Still a human being? This ing is simply a devil ah! He had no doubt that if he dared to resist just now, his fate would be 100 times worse than that of this stupid big man on the ground. Thinking of himself just now as this devil stepped on the foot, forced to learn dog barking, Zhao Qin felt a hot and wet crotch. Finished, as if the really scared urine. He hurriedly covered the quilt to death, fearing that he would be discovered by Lu Xian, and even his breathing was careful. At this moment, there is only one thought in his mind: within 3 days, must. To find a way to his iceberg mom about out. Otherwise, he did not dare to think of the consequences. Chapter 38 Kick to burst your balls. That burly man convulsed on the ground for a while before his eyelids lifted a slit with difficulty, his mouth foaming indistinctly, but his eyes were still fierce. Cannon called Feng. You don't get old me today. Old me tomorrow. Lu Xian almost got angry and laughed when he heard this. It's all this pussy, and you're still talking tough? Really a stone in the pit, stinky and hard. He slowly rolled down from the bed, paced in front of the strong man, and then unhurriedly walked around behind him. The strong man's heart thumped, an ominous premonition surged to the heart. Just want to struggle, Lu Xian's feet have already moved. Only heard a click sound, accompanied by the soft sound of fabric tearing, as well as some kind of ineffable sound, as if the egg was crushed. Ah! The burly man's howl was just halfway out of his mouth, and then his eyes rolled over and he foamed even more joyfully. The whole person was like a fish out of water, bouncing violently for a few moments before completely fainting to death, and a foul odor filled the air if nothing else. At this time, the dormitory door poked into two heads. Is the previous downstairs waiting for the strong man's companions? They waited for half a day, did not see the big brother down. The heart feels wrong, sneak up to take a look, just to see Lu Xian the flavor of the foot, as well as their own big brother's glorious martyrdom of the scene. Two people were scared out of their wits on the spot, their faces went white, and one of them had a soft leg and almost kneeled on the ground. Hey, don't go Lu Xian's voice was light with a hint of playfulness. I haven't had enough, wake him up for me. Those two people heard this, as if they heard the king of hell's life-suppressing talisman. They shivered in fear, but they didn't dare to disobey, for fear that they too would end up in the same situation as the strong man. Zhou, brother. You wake up, brother Zhou. A little brother trembling hand pushed the strong man, no reaction. The other one is slightly more resourceful, his eyes rolled, remembering certain funny movies he used to watch. A clenched teeth, a heart, trembling hand outstretched to the strong man's indescribable parts, gently grasped. Ow! The strong man, like a fraudulent corpse, violently bounced up from the ground. The voice was so miserable that it could penetrate the ceiling, covered his crotch and rolled on the ground, tears and snot paste to face. Ouch! It hurts me to death. My egg. Lu Xian frowned, obviously dissatisfied with the noise, and kicked the burly man in the stomach again. The force was controlled just right, making him curl up in pain, but he couldn't make too much noise. Give the old man a break. If you howl again, I'll pull out your tongue and feed it to the dogs. This time, the strong man was completely honest. Covering his stomach was not a good idea, covering his crotch was not a good idea either. In the end, he simply covered his mouth, his eyes stared like bronze bells, covered with blood, tears couldn't stop flowing down, veins on his forehead, cold sweat like rain, nodding frantically at Lu Xian, afraid of slowing down by half a beat. Go back and tell Xin Yahui. Lu Xian looked at him condescendingly, his tone was flat. Don't be in a hurry, her account, I will slowly count with her one by one. However, before I take the initiative to go to her, she'd better put her tail between her legs and stop sending unimpressive trash like you to bother me. Otherwise, she will regret coming to this world. He paused and added, get lost. Remember to take this puddle of trash on the ground with you as well, don't dirty my ground. The strong man and the two minions were like amnesties, feeling like they had retrieved a life from the gates of hell. Thank you, brother, for not killing me. The strong man covered his crotch, his voice shaking like sifting chaff, and with the help of the two little brothers, he limped and crawled out of the dormitory. Lu Xian looked at their backs as they fled in a sorry state, the corner of his mouth hooked up a cold smile, turned back to the bed, picked up his cell phone, and continued to look through the faculty and staff information on the campus network, as if nothing had happened just now. And all of this was seen clearly through the gap by Zhao Qin, who was under the blanket. He was not scared to death, but felt that he had already died once. That click sound seemed to directly pinch his heart, making a certain part of him also follow a throbbing pain. He died covering the quilt. The atmosphere did not dare to come out, afraid that Lu Xian's next target is himself. Where the hell is this student? This is clearly a cultivator evil ghost that crawled out from hell. Right at this moment, Lu Xian's cell phone rang. Zhao Qin shivered in fear and almost rolled off the bed. Lu Xian glanced at the caller ID, it was his old mom. The icy hostility in his eyes instantly dissipated quite a bit and he picked up the phone. Hey, Mom. Hey, Xianera. A gentle and kind female voice came from the other end of the phone. Mom told you something. I entrusted the secretary of the village, and it was hard to apply for a scholarship place for you. I have filled out the documents. Is the need for the school side of the seal? You take the documents to find your school leader. The seal, this thing is even a success. Lu Xian smiled, his heart warmed, and then he cried and laughed a little. Now that he had the system, although there was only a daily quota of 100,000, the last thing he needed now was money. But on second thought, he couldn't let his mom and dad know about his sudden wealth now. The old couple had been frugal all their lives, and when he suddenly told them that he had endless money, they would have to think that he was crazy or had done something illegal. This thing, still have to slowly, little by little to improve the family's life. Moreover, he did apply for this scholarship in his previous life, but because of the limited number of places, coupled with the fact that no one has any connections, in the end, it did not work out. In this life, his mother still applied for the bursary. Got it, Mom, hard work. Lu Xian's voice carried a trace of imperceptible choking. Being able to clearly hear his mother's voice once again and feel this warmth from his family, the flame of revenge in his heart burned even more vigorously. Those who had hurt him and his family, none of them could run away. Silly child, what are you polite with, Mom? The document I 2 days ago to you courier over, counting the time, today almost should arrive. Express single number I sent you on the green bubble, you pay attention to see. Well, good la mom, you also pay attention to health, do not be too tired. Mother and son and chattered a few sentences of family life. Lu Xian hung up the phone. He took a deep breath, clicked on the green bubble, and really saw the courier single number sent by his mother. It seemed that it was time to make a trip back to his old home that he had been away from for a long time. But before that, in Yenjing University, there were still a few old scores that needed to be settled. He returned his gaze to the list of faculty members on his cell phone screen, his eyes once again becoming cold and sharp. Chapter 31. Who are you calling a licking dog? Collecting his mind, Lu Xian got up from the bed. Zhao Qin was still deathly blindfolded, his body twitching every now and then, like a quail that had been scared out of its wits. Lu Xian didn't even look at him and went straight out the door. The courier station was near the eastern part of the school, and it was only a 10-minute walk. Lu Xian walked all the way there, his mind still calculating the next plan. Gu Yunxi was just the beginning, there were still a lot of old friends in Yenjing University waiting for him to visit. As for Zhao Qin's side of Su Evening Qing, a deputy mayor, it is a bit interesting. When I arrived at the door of the post station, as my mother said, there are still a lot of people, and there is a long line in front of the pickup window. Lu Xian walked to the end of the line and took out his cell phone to casually browse. However, just as the line slowly moved forward, a girl dressed in fashion and wearing exquisite makeup walked to the front like no one was watching and directly reported her pickup code to the window. She wore an expression of taking things for granted on her face, as if such things as queuing had nothing to do with her. Lu Xian raised his eyebrows. He had lived a suffocating life in his previous life, and many times he had to hold his tongue in order to survive. But now, with the system and the power, he wouldn't give face to anyone, and he wouldn't be spoiled by anyone's foul temper. Especially this kind of self-righteous guy. Hey, classmate. Lu Xian's voice carried a hint of carelessness, but it clearly reached the girl's ears. Can't you see everyone lining up? The girl was waiting for the staff to find the pieces, and at his words, she impatiently turned around and swept a glance at him. That look, with a condescending arrogance, as if Lu Xian was some kind of nosy fly. Who are you? She rolled her eyes. Did I cut in front of you? What's it to you? Saying that, she also looked at the few silent students in front of her, her tone even more arrogant. The people in front of me didn't say anything. Who are you? You're just meddling with the dog's business. Some of the students in the surrounding queue had their heads lowered to play with their cell phones, some had their eyes flashing, but none of them spoke out to agree with Lu Xian, and none of them accused the girls of queue jumping behavior. It was as if they had all become transparent, not caring about themselves. This kind of numbness and indifference caused a chill to rise in Lu Xian's heart, but it also strengthened his determination to stop hiding his sharpness. Lu Xian smiled, a cold smile. He slowly walked up to the girl and looked down at her. The girl was a little disturbed by the oppressive feeling emanating from his body, but she still held herself together, puffing out her chest and assuming a victimized stance. What? You want to bully a girl in public? Everyone is watching. Bullying you? Lu Xian let out a light laugh, raised his hand, and spat a mouthful of saliva at the girl's forehead. The spit accurately landed on the girl's bare forehead, sliding down her eyebrows. The girl instantly froze, the arrogance on her face solidified, replaced by unbelievable shock and humiliation. You've never been beaten before, have you? Lu Xian's voice was very soft, but it was exceptionally clear in the silent stagecoach. Without waiting for the girl to react, Lu Xian raised his hand and with a crunching sound, he slapped her hard on the face. This slap was full of force, the girl was hit and stumbled, half of her cheeks were instantly red and swollen, and a trace of blood even seeped out from the corner of her mouth. Can you line up in the future? Lu Xian gripped her hair, forcing her to look up at herself with grim eyes. The sharp pain coming from her scalp caused the girl to completely collapse, and tears swished out. She could no longer care about any image or dignity, and with a sobbing voice, she begged, Brother, I was wrong, can you let go? It hurts. Don't do such shameless things after you know it hurts. Lu Xian slapped again, hitting the other side of the face. The crisp ringing sound once again echoed in the stage. The girl covered both sides of her fiery cheeks, her body trembled, her lips shivered, and she nodded her head repeatedly. I know it's wrong, brother, I won't dare in the future, I really won't dare. Lu Xian loosened her hair, took out his cell phone, and took a picture of her red, swollen, pearly face with a click. I'll remember you. He put away his cell phone, his tone with a warning. In the future, if you cut in line again, you'll see if I slap you. Get behind the line if you know you're wrong. Lu Xian pointed to the end of the line. The girl no longer dared to say another word, covered her face, cried and ran to the end of the line, her face red like a monkey's, but she didn't know whether it was from pain or shame. She lowered her head, took out her cell phone, trembling fingers tapped a contact, and sent a voiceover with a crying voice, Brother phone. I'd been beaten up at the stage station. You come over quickly. In the stagecoach station, everyone looked like they were watching a free movie. No one came up to talk out the fight, no one expressed dissatisfaction with Lu Xian's behavior, and no one even accused the girls of jumping the queue. They just watched silently, with complicated eyes, from surprise, to gloating, to indifference that it was none of their business. Lu Xian ignored these gazes, reported his pickup code, and smoothly got the courier. He weighed the document bag in his hand, thinking of his mother in his heart. His eyes became a few points softer again. He turned around and walked out of the stagecoach station, and just as he stepped out of the threshold, he saw a few boys blocking the doorway intently. The one in the lead had dyed yellow hair, with an unknown pattern tattooed on his arm, and a ferocious look on his face. And the girl who had been slapped twice was hiding behind them, pointing at Lu Xian, her eyes full of resentment and smugness. "That's him. Brother Feng, he's the one who hit me," the girl screamed shrilly. The yellow-haired man took a step forward and sized up Lu Xian. Seeing that he wasn't exactly stout, a look of contempt immediately appeared on his face. "Kid, you're pretty wild, huh?" He crooked his neck and his joints made clicking sounds. "Dare to touch my brother Feng's woman in school? You're tired of living, aren't you?" Lu Xian looked at these few aggressive guys, and then looked at the girl hiding behind with a villainous face, the corner of his mouth hooked up in a sneer. "You're the lickspittle she found?" Lu Xian's eyes faintly swept over the yellow-haired man, his tone so calm that it was like asking for directions. "What, want to stand up for your master? Who are you calling a licking dog?" The yellow-haired man was poked in the sore spot and became irritated, waving his fist. "Old me is her boyfriend. Cut the crap, kneel down and apologize to me, and then shell out the medical expenses and mental damages or whatever. I'll spare you today." "Kneel down? Admit your mistake?" Lu Xian seemed to have heard some great joke. The sarcasm on his face increased. "Just with you crooked bastards?" He took a step forward, and the aura emanating from his body abruptly changed, like a dormant ferocious beast, instantly locking onto the few people in front of him. "Want to play?" Lu Xian looked at the yellow-haired man, his eyes icy cold. "Grandpa will play with you guys today." Chapter 32 Hobbies are stealing, or underwear. Before those few fierce and vicious guys set up their stance, Lu Xian had already moved. He is not interested in playing with this kind of small minions. The strength of sparring, used to deal with these street gangsters, is simply to kill the chicken with a bull knife. Lu Xian foot force, the whole person like a string of arrows like rushing up, speed so fast that the yellow hair man did not react at all. He only felt a flash in front of his eyes, followed by a huge force came from the chin, the whole body uncontrollably to the back, feet off the ground, flew out more than 2 meters away, bang sound smashed on the ground, nosebleed instantly sprayed out, the eyes of the Venus chaotic. The remaining several juniors were shocked. "Just wanna go forward." Lu Xian's action is faster. He swept out a clean turning whip leg with a harsh wind sound, directly kicking away the two people who rushed at the front. Immediately followed by another side kick, kicking the guy who tried to outflank him to the point where he fell to his knees covering his stomach. The whole process of the flow, 3 times, on the ground lay a piece of wailing crooked. Before and after only a few seconds, the scene was completely reversed. The several people who had been so aggressive just now were now all holding some part of their bodies and rolling around in pain on the ground, with no trace of their previous arrogance. The entrance to the stagecoach station instantly quieted down. The onlookers' eyes were wide open, their mouths slightly open, obviously shocked by Lu Xian's clean and sharp hands. No one had expected that this handsome-looking boy would be so capable of fighting, and that he would not show any mercy at all. Lu Xian clapped his hands and swept his eyes calmly over the several people lying on the ground. His gaze finally landed on the girl who was hiding at the back, her face as white as paper. At this moment, fear and disbelief were written all over her face, and her previous villainy had long since vanished. Lu Xian stepped towards her. Every step was like stepping on the tip of her heart. "Don't you come over." The girl was so scared that she retreated back and forth. Her voice was tinged with a crying tone as she cried out in a colorful voice, "I'll call the police if you come over again. You've hit people." Lu Xian sneered, his eyes cold. "Call the police? Fine, go ahead and report it. It's just right to let the police uncle take a good look at all this of yours." He stopped, took out his cell phone, and put the photos he took earlier into the Black Material app. Ding! New analyzable target person detected. The system's icy tone only rang in Lu Xian's mind. Scanning for photo information. Target person, Gao Yuan. Gao Yuan, female, 22 years old, from Tianjin. Her parents are leaders of a drama troupe. She has been raised to be superior, and has no one in her sight. Black material is being generated. Please wait. Black material generation is complete. Option 1, $1,000 redemption. Option 1, $1,000 redemption. Option 2, Black material redemption coupon X1 redemption. Choose 1,000 yuan for redemption. Lu Xian silently recited in his heart, for this kind of black material of a minor character, redeeming it with money was enough. Redemption completed. The account balance is deducted by 1,000 RMB. Details of the black information: repeatedly stealing snacks from the supermarket and stealing underwear from classmates in the dormitory building. Specific description: the target, Gao Yuan, has a very good family, but Gao Yuan has a penchant for stealing. She doesn't lack money, she just likes the process of stealing, she likes the excitement of stealing, and she has repeatedly stolen various commodities from different supermarkets in the school, and she has also stolen many people's clothes as well as undergarments from the dormitory building. A PPT file of up to 50 or 60 pages instantly appeared on Lu Xian's cell phone screen. It not only contained photos of her sneaking around in the supermarket stealing snacks and cosmetics, but also many photos and videos of her sneaking around in the dormitory hallways, taking advantage of the fact that no one was around, pulling open the clothesline, and grabbing a handful of the clothes drying above it, especially women's underwear. Each photo clearly captured her expression at that time. There was the excitement of winning, there was the nervousness of stealing, and there was even more of that morbid, unspeakable satisfaction. Lu Xian casually tapped on a photo and turned his cell phone screen towards Gao Yuan. On the photo, Gao Yuan was bending over, sneakily yanking a pink lace lingerie off the clothesline with a twisted kind of smile on her face. Little, look who's in this photo. Lu Xian's voice was very soft, but when it fell on Gao Yuan's ears, it was like a thunderous explosion. The moment Gao Yuan saw the photo, her entire body was struck by lightning, and the blood color on her face instantly faded away, paler than when she was beaten just now. Her lips trembled violently, and her eyes were filled with extreme fear and disbelief. Where did you get that picture? She screamed, her voice unusually harsh from fear. You stole the photos. You invaded my privacy. Lu Xian laughed in anger at her reaction. She even had the face to backtrack? It was really rotten to the bone. Put your mom's ass on the line. Lu Xian's voice rose steeply, carrying an undeniable pressure. This is the evidence of you stealing your classmates' underwear. You still have the nerve to say that I stole it? A thief who steals cries thief. It shows how bad of a you are. The atmosphere in the stagecoach, which had been quieted down due to the fight, was instantly triggered again by Lu Xian's words. Everyone's eyes focused on Gao Yuan, their eyes changing from surprise to shock to disbelief and a hint of hidden contempt. Stealing? Or stealing a classmate's underwear? This kind of fetish was simply creepy. I didn't. Gao Yuan was still talking tough, but her eyes had started to dodge and her body was shaking uncontrollably. Lu Xian sneered and slid his cell phone screen a few more times. More shocking photos and video clips flashed before Gao Yuan's eyes. There were the ones of her stuffing things into her bag in the supermarket, her sneaky figure on different dormitory floors, and more photos of her smiling sickly at the camera after she got her hands on them. No? Lu Xian's tone became even colder. Were these all taken by the surveillance camera? Or have you lost your memory? Do the parents of the leader of your Tsimshatsui drama troupe know that their precious daughter at Yinjing University is a pervert with unclean hands and feet? You shut up. Gao Yuan completely collapsed, no longer caring about any image, covering her ears and screaming loudly, It's not me. You're bolting me. She rushed up to grab Lu Xian's cell phone, but Lu Xian easily dodged it. What, want to destroy the evidence? A hint of teasing flashed in Lu Xian's eyes. It's too late. I've already synchronized these things to several places. As long as I'm willing, the entire school, and even the entire internet will be able to see your wonderful performance tomorrow. He pointed at the yellow-haired man and his minions who were still moaning on the ground. You found these trash. Do you want them to solve your problems for you? Or do you want them to enjoy your unique hobby as well? Chapter 33. Call me Little Angel of Exposing Black Material. When the yellow-haired man heard Lu Xian's words, and then saw Gao Yuan's pale face and flickering eyes, as well as the strange gazes of the surrounding students, a wave of nausea surged through him. Although he was a gangster, he also felt very displeased about stealing, especially something like stealing underwear. When he thought about the fact that he had just almost had his legs broken for such a woman, he was simply ashamed and angry. The surrounding students began to whisper. Oh my god, she's actually such a person. Usually see her dressed up brightly. I didn't expect to really know people's faces and hearts. No wonder our dormitory is always losing things. It can't be her, right? Those girls who had lost clothes, especially underwear, looked at Gao Yuan with eyes full of anger and suspicion. As Gao Yuan listened to the chatter around her, she felt like she had been stripped naked and stood in front of everyone. The sense of shame and despair of being completely exposed was even harder to bear than the physical pain. She paralyzed on the ground, covering her face, her body curled into a ball, crying her heart out, no longer having any semblance of her previous arrogance and haughtiness. You know how to cry now? Lu Xian looked at her condescendingly, his tone was terrifyingly calm. I gave you the opportunity to get in line. It's you who didn't cherish it. Saying this, Lu Xian opened the previously prepared vest account, exposed black material Little Angel. Lu Xian was too lazy to look at Gao Yuan's crying dead look. His fingers operated quickly on the cell phone screen and sent the selected videos and photos, with a few short but powerful text descriptions, to his exposed black material Little Angel vest account in a brain. Jitterbugs, crooked necks, none of them. He thought, from now on, this number will be his Justice Enforcement Special Vest, specially used to clean up these ungrateful things. Gao Yuan watched Lu Xian's action, his soul almost flew away, even rolled and crawled over, wanting to hold Lu Xian's thighs. Oh. Brother, I beg you, don't send it. I really know it is wrong. I will never dare again. I will kowtow to you. I will give you as a cow as a horse. Please don't send it. That cry was as mournful as a chicken that had been strangled. Lu Xian frowned, disgustedly kicked her away, not too much force, but enough to make her roll to the side. Stinking, now you know to cry? Too late. Lu Xian's voice didn't have a trace of temperature. You don't know it's wrong, you're scared. If you have any grievances, go and explain to the majority of netizens, see if they believe in this. After saying that, he walked out of the courier station without looking back, as if the drama behind him had nothing to do with him. In the station, Gao Yuan sat paralyzed on the ground, bawling in despair. The surrounding students, at this moment, were like sharks that had smelled the smell of blood and raised their cell phones. Ka-ching! Click! Flashes and shutter sounds rose and fell. Big news! Yen University Female University. Oh no, it's a kleptomaniac female university, hurry up and send it to your friends. I've thought of the title, shocking. Glossy female college students actually have such a nasty fetish, human nature is twisted or moral degeneration? Quickly, record the video, this can be on the hot search, we also rub a wave of traffic. For a while, photos and videos from various angles, accompanied by words of jealousy, spread like a virus on campus forums, WeChat groups, microblogging and other social platforms. No one bothered to comfort Gao Yuan, and even less cared about her death. In this era where traffic was king, she had already turned from a living person into a material for people's amusement and to earn clicks. Lu Xian naturally didn't care what happened to her. He knew very well that Gao Yuan was finished, and that she would live in the shadow of this stain for the rest of her life, and would be criticized everywhere she went. The daughter of the leader of the Jinmen drama troupe? I'm afraid that her parents' old face will be disgraced by her. He held the bag of documents sent by his mother. His mood was not affected in the slightest, but instead felt a hint of relief because he had solved a small problem. Thinking that his mother was still worrying about this district scholarship, his heart was both warm and a little helpless. When the time was right, he must let his mom and dad live a good life. Soon, Lu Xian arrived at the school's administrative office building. He had long inquired clearly, the scholarship stamp, need to go to the finance department and then to the student financial aid management center. The official stamps of the two departments are indispensable. Lu Xian decided to go to the Student Financial Aid Management Center first to try his luck, looking for the legendary Chen Yubing director. The office is on the 3rd floor, and the door plate reads Office of the Director of the Student Financial Aid Management Center. Lu Xian straightened his collar and gently knocked on the door. Please come in. A slightly cold, yet very pleasant female voice came from inside. Lu Xian pushed open the door and his first glance was attracted by the figure behind the desk. It was a woman who was looking down and reviewing documents. She was wearing a tight black lace-trimmed t-shirt on top, which perfectly outlined her slender waist in full curves, and her neckline was slightly open, vaguely revealing her snow-white skin and delicate collarbone. A head of black shiny long hair like a waterfall hanging down, more set off her skin than snow. Lu Xian was slightly surprised. This woman looked too young, at most 25 or 26 years old, but she was already a director? This was not a position that an ordinary person could sit in. Hello Director Chen, I am Lu Xian from the School of Economics. Lu Xian walked forward, his tone very polite. I have a bursary application form here that needs a stamp from your side. The woman sniffed and slowly raised her head. The moment she saw Lu Xian clearly, a trace of undetectable surprise flashed through her beautiful phoenix eyes, as if she didn't expect the visitor to be such a handsome and upright boy. However, that trace of surprise passed in an instant, and she quickly regained her professional calmness. She stretched out her right hand, her nails were rounded and neatly trimmed, and she was coated with a light layer of burgundy nail polish, which looked particularly attractive against her fair fingers. Lu Xian, right? Chen Yubing's voice was just like her appearance, with a hint of just the right amount of detachment. The stamps we have here require you to go to Director Gu of the finance office to finish stamping them before we can give them to you. Her fingertips gently tapped twice on the smooth desktop, making a soft knocking sound, as if she was emphasizing something. After saying that, she lowered her head and continued to read the documents, as if Lu Xian no longer existed. Lu Xian cursed bureaucrat in his heart, but still had a polite smile on his face. All right, thank you Director Chen, I understand. He turned around and exited the office, gently bringing the door with him. TSK, this woman, looking young and pretty, is quite sophisticated in her behavior. Go to the finance office first, right? Okay, then let's meet that Director Gu first. Lu Xian didn't remember such a curve when he applied for a bursary in his previous life. Chapter 34, Inexplicably Targeted? Lu Xian sought out the finance office again. With the Student Financial Aid Management Center site Chen Yubing director of the Office of the Clean Different, the financial office door has been lined up not a short queue. Students were holding various forms in their hands, with different expressions on their faces, some anxious, some expectant, and some with a numb face. Lu Xian stood at the end of the queue, pondering in his heart, this scholarship thing. Originally he was calculating to not count, after all, now the system gives the amount of money every day, this money he really do not see. But the thought that this is the mom fee 9 bulls and 2 tigers effort to get relations to the quota, that heavy maternal love, let him feel that this chapter must be stamped down. Not for the money, just to let the mom's heart can be more stable, can be happy. Waiting is always boring. Lu Xian took out his cell phone and habitually clicked on the account of the little angel of exposure. As expected, Gao Yuanyuance has already rushed to the top of the hot search list. Hashtag Yen University Strange Female Theft Addiction. Hashtag Under the Bright Appearance of the Dirty Soul. Hashtag Who Gave Her the Courage to Steal. And so on. The hashtag More Than One Explosive. The comment section was even more agitated and verbally abusive, with all sorts of moral judgments coming out all the time, and there were even netizens who claimed to be psychology enthusiasts who began to analyze Gao Yuanyuan's childhood shadows. The corner of Lu Xian's mouth hooked up an arc, if there is any, on one of the comments, suggested that the school strictly investigate such black sheep out of the campus. Casually clicked a like, and then turned off the jitterbug with no interest. He didn't bother with what happened to Gao Yuanyuan. The line moved extremely slowly. Lu Xian patiently swept his eyes around the office and quickly locked onto his target, a separate office cubicle with a sign that read Director of Finance, by Yanxi. Another beautiful director. Lu Xian secretly muttered in his heart, this Yenjing University's leadership are not all picked according to the standard of beauty pageant? This white director looks more than Chen Yubing. A few points of dry and stern, a tailored professional suit, hair meticulously coiled in the back of the head, the bridge of the nose on a pair of rimless glasses, behind the lenses of the eyes through a few points of scrutinizing meaning. It was finally his turn. Lu Xian took a deep breath and with a standard polite smile on his face, he walked over to Bai Yanqi's desk. Hello Director Bai, he gently placed the bursary application form on the desk. I'm Lu Xian from the School of Economics. I just came from Director Chen's side of the Student Financial Aid Management Center, and she said that this application form of mine needs to be stamped with you first before she can continue the process on her side. Bai Yanqi held up her glasses and picked up the application form, her eyes quickly swept through it and her brows frowned a few imperceptible times. Her white fingers gently tapped somewhere on the form before pushing it back to Lu Xian. Classmate, did you make a mistake? Her voice was clear and cold, with a hint of unquestionable certainty. The process of our financial office has always been that the Student Financial Aid Management Center side first reviews and stamps the form to confirm that it's correct, and then sends it to us to fulfill the financial procedures. Director Chen, as the director of the Financial Aid Center, it is impossible that he is not clear about this process. The smile on Lu Xian's face slightly stalled, but he still patiently explained, Director Bai, I did just come from Director Chen, and she personally told me that it needs to be stamped here with you first. Could it be that the process has been adjusted in some way recently? Bai Yanqi seemed to be a bit impatient. She raised her hand and rubbed her brow. Her tone was also a few points heavier. Alright, classmate, I'm very busy here. I don't have the time to explain it over and over again with you. The process is the process. There are no adjustments. You go to Director Chen first to get the seal stamped, then come over to me. Don't affect other students doing their business, there's still a line behind you. As she said that, her gaze had already crossed over Lu Xian to the students waiting behind him. Lu Xian glanced back at the long line behind him, as well as the eyes that were either anxious or impatient, and a nameless fire rubbed up in his heart. He clenched his back teeth and finally swallowed back the sentence, Are you two conspiring to play tricks on me? He picked up the application form and squeezed out a smile that was even worse than crying. Okay, Director Bai, I understand. I'll go find Director Chen again to confirm. Damn, what a thing to call this. As soon as he walked out of the finance office, Lu Xian couldn't help but curse in a low voice. These two women, what kind of drugs are they selling in their gourds? His feet were windy, a few steps and 2 steps, holding a bellyful of fire and killed back to the office of the director of the Student Financial Aid Management Center. Knock knock knock. This time, the knock on the door was obviously a few points more urgent than the last time. Please come in. It was still the same cool and pleasant, but Lu Xian's female voice sounded particularly harsh at the moment. Lu Xian pushed open the door and tried his best to make his tone sound calmer. Director Chen, I'm back again, still the same Lu Xian from earlier. Chen Yubing was carrying a cup of tea that was steaming hot. She raised her eyes at the sound, seeing Lu Xian who had gone and returned. A trace of imperceptible surprise flashed through her pretty phoenix eyes, and then she resumed that unperturbed look. It's like this, Director Chen. Lu Xian placed the application form in front of her once again, trying to restrain his emotions. I just went to Director Bai of the Finance Division, and she insisted that this application form must be stamped by you here first before it can be stamped on her side. You see this. Chen Yubing put down her teacup, her fingertips gently tapping on the smooth desktop, her gaze flowing between Lu Xian and the application form for a moment, her mouth holding a smirk like arc. Student Lu Xian, I've made myself clear. We, the Student Financial Aid Management Center, must strictly follow the rules and regulations of the school. This seal, indeed, needs to be stamped on the finance office's side first. Otherwise, I can't stamp it for you here. This is a matter of principle and a matter of process. The muscles on Lu Xian's face twitched. These two women, they were really treating him like a monkey. One pushed the other, and the ball was kicked quite smoothly. He took a deep breath and suppressed the fire in his heart, but his eyes gradually turned cold. Director Chen, Director Bai said that he wanted you to stamp it first, and you said that you wanted Director Bai to stamp it first. Then, this chapter of mine, can I stamp it today, or not? Or perhaps I should go and ask the president first, what exactly is the statute of our Yenjing University's bursary application? His words had already taken on a hint of threat if nothing else. The smile on Chen Yubing's face remained unchanged, but an imperceptible hint of severity swept through the depths of her eyes. She picked up her teacup and gently took a sip before slowly and methodically saying, "Mr. Lu Xian, threats won't solve the problem. I still say the same thing, follow the process. If you feel that there is a conflict between my explanation and Director Bai's, then perhaps you have not expressed the situation clearly to Director Bai. You can go back and communicate with Director Bai again, and I believe that misunderstandings will always be resolved." Communicate? Lu Xian gasped and laughed. This woman really did not see the coffin. He kind of understood, these two ES were just having a hard time, taking him for a laugh. Good. Good one to follow the process. Good communication. Lu Xian violently picked up the application form on the table, and the bit of fake politeness on his face was gone, replaced by a cold sneer. Since both directors are so fond of communicating, then I'll accompany you to communicate properly. He turned around and left, but when he reached the door, his footsteps slightly lurched, turned back, and showed his teeth and smiled at Chen Yubing, a smile that caused Chen Yubing's heart to inexplicably flutter. By the way, Director Chen, Lu Xian's voice was light, but carried an evil aura. The scenery of your office is good, just don't know, do you usually have any other hobbies besides drinking tea and reading documents? After saying that, he no longer paid attention to Chen Yubing's face that instantly sank, and straightly raised his head and left. Very well, honoring the wine and refusing to eat the penalty wine. Lu Xian walked out of the office, the icy arc at the corner of his mouth growing larger and larger. Originally, he still wanted to do it according to the normal process. Since you guys don't give face, then don't blame me for not speaking martial arts. He took out his cell phone and skillfully tapped on that familiar app interface. Chapter 35 The Black Material of the Military Region Chief's $1,000. Lu Xian snorted coldly and pulled out his cell phone. His fingers danced nimbly on the screen as he familiarly opened Yenjing University's campus internal website. The public information of administrators was open to the public, and it didn't take him much effort to find the position information column of the director of the Student Financial Aid Management Center, Chen Yubing. Name, position, office phone number, and even a 1-inch photo ID. Chen Yubing on the photo, eyebrows and eyes cool, the corner of the mouth pursed, a businesslike appearance, and Lu Xian just saw in the office of the real person is generally the same, and even more a few points to reject people outside of the sense of detachment. With a click, Lu Xian took a screenshot of the page containing the basic information and saved it, and then with a thought, he threw the photo ID directly into the app interface in his mind that was emitting an eerie black light. Ding! New analyzable target character detected. An icy mechanical tone rang out in his head, like a prelude announcing judgment. Analyzing target person information. Please wait. On the app interface, a light blue data stream began to emerge around the tiny ID photo, as if it was undergoing some kind of precise scanning and parsing. After a few seconds, the data stream stabilized, and lines of clear text emerged. Name, Chen Yubing. Gender, female. Age, 26. Face value, 96. Control value, 0-100. Circumference, 85d65-85 circumference, 85d65-85. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Target evaluation, cold as frost on the surface, rejecting people, but in fact the inner passion is like fire, extremely eager for stimulation and release, especially love the extreme pleasure brought by the contrast. Oh. When Lu Xian saw this comment, the corner of his mouth grinned a playful smile. An iceberg beauty on the surface, passionate as fire on the inside, and she also likes to play with contrasts? This is interesting. How does it sound so much like the legendary stuffy plus double-faced person? He also thought that this Chen director was an iron lady who was oil and salt. He did not expect the evaluation actually hides such a large amount of information. The fire in his heart dissipated quite a bit, and was replaced by a cat and mouse kind of teasing and anticipation. Black material generation in progress. Please wait, the app's beep sounded again. This time the waiting time seems to be a little longer than the time of Gao Yuan, and Lu Xian is not in a hurry. Slowly leaning against the wall of the corridor, his fingers knocking on the cell phone case, his mind has begun to calculate how to communicate with Director Chen later. Finally, black material generation is complete. Option 1, 3,000 renminbi for the complete black material package. Option 2, black material redemption coupon X1 to redeem the complete black material pack. It's better to use money, save the trouble. Lu Xian mumbled in his mind, choose 3,000 renminbi to redeem. Redemption completed. The account balance is deducted by 3,000 yuan. Almost instantly, a huge and explosive flow of information surged into Lu Xian's mind like a flood breaking the dike, and materialized into an encrypted PPT document on the mobile app interface. The core details of the black information: Chen Yubing, the director of Yenjing University's Student Financial Aid Management Center, is actually an anonymous free FLJ on the well-known offshore social platform Little Blue Bird. Lu Xian's pupils plummeted. FLJ, or is it free? This director Chen, so wild? He forced down the shocking waves in his heart and continued to look down. Specific description: the target character Chen Yubing, born in the military and political family in Xiamen, his father is a military region command chief of staff, the rank of major division. Since childhood in the family shade and the envy of all the people grew up in the gaze, material conditions are extremely favorable, developed its surface lonely and arrogant, do not care about the common people for the company's character. However, the long period of repression and camouflage makes her heart long for rebellion and excitement. By chance, she came across the XLN platform and started posting her photos and videos anonymously. At first, she was just looking for the thrill of no one knowing, but with the increasing number of likes and followers, she gradually became addicted to the contrast between her real life and online roles, enjoying the fun of those men who were too respectful to even look at her directly in real life, but who were crazy and obsessed with her on the internet. She never profited from this, it was purely to fulfill her own unique psychological needs. Lu Xian looked on in wonder. Good man, this background, this fetish, it was simply heavenly. The chief of staff of the military region's daughter, in the internet is FLJ, if this is exposed, not to mention her father's old face where to put, the whole family will have to follow the hot headlines. He couldn't wait to click on the accompanying PPT. There were dozens of pages. From the first account Chen Yubing registered on XLN, yes, she had also changed a few vests, but they were all dug up by the system. To every tweet she had released, every carefully taken photo, every short or long video clip, they had all been meticulously collected by the system, with a clear timeline and conclusive evidence. Lu Xian casually clicked on a few photos. Most of the photos were indeed as the description said, not directly revealing their faces, and the shooting angles were all very tricky, either only revealing sexy collarbones, or slender waists, or long, straight legs. But the power of the app lies in the details of the analysis, through the physical characteristics of the characters in the photo. For example, the small, light brown beauty mole on the left shoulder near the bottom of the collarbone, as well as the occasional leakage in the video, and Chen Yubing's cool voice, the system 100% confirmed that the heroine in the photos and videos is exactly Chen Yubing herself. The contents of the photos and videos were even more blood-curdling. Various styles of QQ pajamas, all kinds of clothing imaginable are available. Lu Xian looked at the corner of his eye straight twitching. This director Chen, in the office well-dressed, a look of forbidden look, private actually play so flower, so open. It's true that you can't judge a person by his appearance, and you can't measure seawater by a bucket of water. What's even more explosive is that as the length of the video advances, until the end, some video clips even appeared Chen Yubing alone. He didn't even dare to imagine what kind of landslide and collapse of faith these photos and videos would be if they were seen by the school's suitors who regarded Chen Yubing as an iceberg goddess. It was estimated that going crazy a few times on the spot would be light. Grand Director Chen, Grand Director Chen. The corner of Lu Xian's mouth hooked up into an evil arc, and his eyes flickered like a hunter staring at his prey. I wonder if you'll still be able to keep your high and mighty ice-cold demeanor when you see these surprises later. He put away his cell phone, and the smile on his face grew wider and wider, except that in that smile, there was a hint of chilling moroseness. He straightened his collar, as if nothing had happened just now, and with a calm and unhurried step, he once again walked towards the room at the end of the third floor with the sign office of the director of the Student Financial Aid Management Center. This time, he didn't even bother to knock on the door. Chapter 36, Director Chen, this mole is so familiar. Lu Xian directly pushed the door into the office. Coincidentally, Chen Yubing is looking down intently at the cell phone, seems to be browsing what important information, even he came in did not notice the first time. It was only when Lu Xian's shadow was cast on her cell phone screen that she jerked her head up, and a pair of beautiful phoenix eyes instantly met Lu Xian. Her brows immediately wrinkled up, as if she had been disturbed in her dreams, with obvious displeasure. Classmate, is there something wrong with you? Also, why did you come in without knocking? The voice was still that clear and cold tone, but listening carefully, it seemed that there were a few more points of imperceptible annoyance than last time. Lu Xian had a smile as warm as the spring breeze on his face, and walked himself to the chair opposite the desk and sat down very unseen, as if this was his own family living room. Director Chen, noble people forget things. I just went out from you not long ago, don't you remember me? He crossed his legs, his posture leisurely, with a hint of teasing. Chen Yubing's face sunk a few more points. Of course she remembered Lu Xian, this boy who made her feel a little irritated inexplicably. She didn't like the way he looked at her, that calm, waveless look that lacked the usual awe or desire of other males, making her feel like her proud charisma was failing in front of him. I know you, Lu Xian, right? She tried to maintain the majesty of the office director, but her tone couldn't help but harden a few points. I've already made it clear to you that for your bursary application, you have to go to the finance office to get Director Bai's side to stamp it before I can stamp it for you here. This is the school's process, don't you understand? She even aggravated the words, don't you understand, trying to use this way to get back some face. Lu Xian, however, didn't seem to hear the impatience in her tone, but instead reached out his hand and made a pause gesture, the smile on his face still bright. Stop, Director Chen, don't be in a hurry to drive people away. This time I come, not to stamp that little thing, is something else important want to communicate with you communication. said. He slowly took out his cell phone from his pocket, clicked a few times on the screen, and then turned the cell phone screen to Chen Yubing, on which was a photo. The scale of the photo didn't directly show his face, but the exposure of the body parts and clothing taken was enough to make the heart of anyone who saw it race. Director Chen, you are busy with your business, so by the way, help me identify it and see if this photo looks familiar? Lu Xian's tone was so relaxed that it was like discussing the weather. The moment Chen Yubing's gaze fell on the photo, his pupils suddenly contracted. That usually always with a few points of cold and arrogant pretty face, first swish a moment to become white, followed by a strange flush uncontrollably spread from the neck to the root of the ear. Her breathing was obviously shortened, and her hand on the desktop was subconsciously clenched. She violently raised her hands and covered her eyes, as if this would deny what she saw in front of her. Her voice also took on a trace of imperceptible trembling. Fellow classmate, what are you doing? What do you mean by showing me this kind of photo? She stood up violently, and because of the excessive movement, the chair legs and the ground rubbed together with an ear-piercing sound. You get out of here. Immediately. Or I'll call the police. At this moment, how could she still have half of her usual iceberg beauty's composure, completely looking like a cat that had its tail stepped on? Lu Xian's mouth curved even more as he watched this colorful reaction of hers. Instead of going out, he slowly and methodically stood up, walked to the office door, and with a click, unlocked the door from the inside. This time, the air in the office seemed to instantly freeze. Chen Yubing's face changed drastically, almost shouting out of breath, "What are you doing? Student Lu Xian, what do you want to do? Do you know where this is?" Her voice was plucked up from fear and anger, and even broke a little. In those beautiful phoenix eyes, a panicked look appeared for the first time. Director Chen, don't get excited, excitement hurts your body. Lu Xian turned around, leaning nicely on the door panel, his hands clasping his chest with an expression of watching a good show. I'm not being kind, worrying about your secret being accidentally known by others. Think about it, if this secret is known by those colleagues and students in the school who admire you, how will you still see people with your flowery face? The daughter of the chief of staff of the military region? TSK, this name, how loud it is. With every sentence he said, Chen Yubing's face turned whiter. On her forehead, a fine cold sweat had begun to seep out, dampening the few strands of hair on her forehead. She forced herself to calm down and took a few deep breaths in an attempt to regain her usual composure, but that slightly trembling body betrayed her inner fear. Mr. Lu Xian, I don't know what nonsense you're talking about. She tried her best to make her voice sound smooth, but she couldn't control her trailing voice as it fluttered a little. What secret? I can't understand. Her mind was turning over at the moment. How the hell did this student know? Those photos and videos, she obviously handled them very carefully, never showing her face, and her voice had also done some blurring. How did he recognize that it was her? No, absolutely cannot admit it. Once you admit it, your life will be completely over. Fame, future, family's face. Everything will be ruined. Classmate, I don't know where you got these messy photos from. Chen Yubing's eyes rolled and decided to turn the tables. She couldn't be so passive anymore. You're so young, why are your thoughts so dirty? It's just fine to look at it yourself in private, but you actually took it out and showed it to others, let alone showing it to your teacher, and it's still a female teacher. This behavior of yours is no longer a simple prank, it's simply perversion. It's harassment. She tried to use harsh wording and the moral high ground to suppress Lu Xian and reclaim the initiative. Lu Xian almost laughed in anger as he listened to her backhanded remarks. This woman, at this point in time, still wanted to talk tough? Still want to put a hat on him? He walked slowly to the front of the desk and didn't stop. Instead, he walked around the desk and directly to the inner side of the desk, instantly closing the distance between him and Chen Yubing to less than half a meter. Chen Yubing's body leaned back violently, clinging to the back of the chair, the displeasure and alarm on her face almost overflowing. Classmate, you, don't give an inch. What do you want? She could clearly smell the faint, refreshing male scent coming from Lu Xian's body, and the oppressive feeling of such close proximity made her heart beat like a drum. Lu Xian leaned down and looked at her condescendingly, a meaningful smile at the corner of his mouth. He once again raised his cell phone, and this time, instead of directly handing it over, he tapped on a video in front of her. As the video played, unpleasant images began to bounce across the tiny screen. Although the woman in the video still didn't show her face, the familiar background of the room. That lace nightgown that she had worn late at night not long ago, and that sound that was deliberately suppressed but still recognizable as it rose and fell with the movement. Chen Yubing's face turned from red to white, then from white to green, and finally turned into a dead gray. Her lips trembled violently, almost biting blood. Every frame in the video, as the video time went by, the clothing of the person in the picture was reduced one by one, becoming more and more revealing, more and more licentious. Ah! Chen Yubing finally couldn't bear this extreme humiliation and fear, and fiercely reached out to grab Lu Xian's cell phone, wanting to completely destroy this sinful evidence. Lu Xian was prepared for this, and with a flip of his wrist, he lightly dodged her snatch, causing her to pounce. Tisk, Director Chen, don't be so agitated, it's not good if the phone breaks. Lu Xian took the phone a little farther away, admiring her out-of-control appearance with good grace, his tone carrying a hint of playfulness. You take a closer look, the person in this video, although he did not show his face, but this voice. How do I sound so familiar? It seems like not long ago, it was heard in this office. And He paused, his gaze deliberately lingering for a moment below her left collarbone. There was an extremely small, lightly colored beauty mole there that was usually covered by clothing, so if you didn't look closely you wouldn't be able to find it at all. Especially this position below the collarbone, it seems that there is also an identical beauty mole. Director Chen, you say, isn't this a bit too coincidental? Lu Xian's voice wasn't high, but it was like a devil's whisper, causing the defense in Chen Yubing's heart to shatter directly. Chapter 37, Chen Yubing, I want to see your talent. Chen Yubing's pretty face, which had reddened due to her shame and anger, looked like it had been drained of all its blood color in an instant, and swish, it became as white as a sheet of paper. The corner of her forehead, a fine cold sweat seeped out uncontrollably, and soon moistened a few strands of her hair in front of her forehead, which was woefully plastered on her bare skin. She subconsciously wanted to raise her hand to cover her collarbone, but she felt that this action was tantamount to a silver lining. The pair of phoenix eyes that usually always carried a cool and detached look were now staring at Lu Xian with a deadly stare, and instead of coldness, it was more like a mixture of panic, shame, and a hint of dying-like resentment. You. Her lips trembled, wanting to say something harsh, but she found that her throat felt like it was being strangled by an invisible hand, unable to even organize a complete sentence. Classmate, I'm warning you. Chen Yubing finally squeezed out a sentence, but her voice was tinged with a tremor that she herself hadn't even noticed. You are talking nonsense. You are slandering. If you keep this up, believe it or not, I'll call the police right now and have the school arrest you. Spreading these nasty things, the school will definitely give you a disciplinary action and make you unable to graduate. You are destroying your own future. She finished in one breath, her chest rising and falling violently, like a cat that had blown up but was terrified. She tried to use these words to scare Lu Xian away. This was the authoritative stance she had long been accustomed to as the director, but unfortunately, in front of the absolute evidence, these threats seemed so pale and powerless. Lu Xian heard the words, as if he had heard some great joke, first snorted a laugh, and then that laugh grew louder and louder, and finally turned into an undisguised belly laugh. Ha 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 ha. Cough cough, I say Director Chen, are you talking about stand-up comedy? And calling the police? And disciplining me? The laughter came to an abrupt end, and Lu Xian's face was like the sky in June, changing at the drop of a hat. He fiercely converged his smile, his eyes suddenly became cold, like an abyss, staring straight at Chen Yubing, and said word by word, bitch, it's all come to this time, and you're still pretending with me? Do you really think that I am scared? He took a step forward, and the invisible oppression caused Chen Yubing to shrink back uncontrollably. Call the police, right? Lu Xian took out his cell phone from his pocket and directly snapped it on the desk in front of Chen Yubing, making a loud noise and provoking Chen Yubing's shoulders to tremble. Come on, the cell phone is here, you report it now. I want to see, when the police come, is it you who is more troublesome or me? He looked at her condescendingly, the corner of his mouth hooked up an extremely mocking arc. You say that all of you are missing a string in your brain? Accident does not think of how to make amends, how to repent, the first time to think of is the police, is the threat? Do you really think that the law is for people like you as a protective umbrella? Chen Yubing was made to blush by his words, her fingers clutched the edge of the desk, her knuckles turning white from the force. She looked at the cell phone on the desk, not daring to touch it at all. Lu Xian snorted coldly, not giving her a chance to catch her breath at all, suddenly reaching out and grabbing at her collar as fast as lightning. Ah! Chen Yubing screamed, subconsciously trying to hide, but where faster than Lu Xian. Only to hear hiss a light sound, her black lace edge-tight t-shirt collar was Lu Xian roughly yanked downward. Suddenly, her left collarbone below the piece of snow-white skin, as well as the skin on the small, light brown beauty mole, so uncovered in the air, but also exposed in Lu Xian's line of sight. That mole was exactly the same as the one leaked out from a particular angle in the video screenshot. Ironclad evidence. Lu Xian laughed coldly in his heart, the system's productions really never let anyone down. What are you doing? Let go of me. Chen Yubing completely lost her temper, her hands desperately covering her chest, trying to cover up the piece of spring light that had already leaked out, her voice becoming sharp and shrill due to extreme shame and fear. Lu Xian. You're committing a crime. You are being a hooligan. I'm warning you, you get out of here right now, or else. Or else how? Lu Xian loosened his hand, looking at her wretched appearance with good grace, the sneer at the corner of his mouth grew stronger and stronger. Senior Director Chen, now that it's come to this, you still want to talk tough? Don't you know that those art photos and life documentaries you've taken of yourself are also enough to be borderline illegal and criminal? Especially with your status, spreading this kind of stuff has an extremely bad impact, and is enough to make you reflect for a decade or 8 inside. 10 or 8 years? She thought of her future, her family's reputation, and even more so, her father who held a high position in the military and valued his face more than his life. As if Lu Xian had read her mind, he slowly added, "Oh yeah, your father is the chief of staff of the Jinmen Military Region Command, a full division major, right? Tisk, TSK, you say, if you let his old man know that his proud baby daughter, behind his back, is such a multi-talented welfare G, would he be so angry that he would have a brain hemorrhage on the spot? At that time, the entire Jinmen, no, the entire military world, I'm afraid that your Chen family's face will be disgraced." Ha 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 ha. Lu Xian's laughter was unbridled. "No. Don't say it. Please, don't say it." Chen Yubing finally couldn't withstand the repeated blows and her mental defenses completely collapsed. Her hands covered her ears in despair, her body curled up in the wide office chair, shivering, tears came out of her eyes uncontrollably, mixed with sweat, and made a wretched trail on her pale face. There is no longer any half of the usual hauteur and coolness, only endless fear and despair remains. "Please, don't send it out." She choked, her voice as thin as a gnat. "What do you really want? As long as you don't send those things out." "What conditions?" "As long as I can do it. I promise you." She finally gave in. Lu Xian looked at her pitiful appearance, but there wasn't the slightest bit of pity in the bottom of his eyes. Instead, a hint of a playful smile flashed through. He leaned down and came close to Chen Yubing's pearly face, so close that he could almost feel the hot breath she exhaled with a sobbing tone. "Oh?" He deliberately dragged out his tone, his voice carrying a hint of teasing. "What, now you admit those things are yours? No more stiff upper lip? I thought Director Chen was planning to be stubborn with me to the end, putting on a show of a chaste and virtuous woman who would rather die than submit." Chen Yubing's body trembled at his frivolous tone, and a sense of humiliation overwhelmed her like a tidal wave. She raised her head violently, her reddened eyes filled with blood, glaring at Lu Xian with a deadly glare, squeezing a few words out from between her teeth. "Don. T-Bull. Say. Your conditions." That voice, cold and hard, like it was fished out from the ice cellar, only the uncontrollable trembling exposed her inner weakness. "My requirements, well." Lu Xian straightened up, stroked his chin, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. That smile, in Chen Yubing's view, was simply more terrifying than the devil. "It's actually very simple." He paused, admiring Chen Yubing's expression that was tense to the extreme, before slowly spitting out the second half of his sentence. "Since Director Chen has so many wonderful talents, how about just perform for me once on the spot and let me open my eyes, how about it?" Chapter 38. Strong sense of contrast was satisfied. Chen Yubing's face could no longer be described as pale, it was an almost transparent, bloodless despair. The pride and decency that she had carefully maintained was shattered to the point that not even crumbs remained at this moment. "Classmate." Her lips trembled, her voice so thin that it was like a spider silk that would break at any moment. You change your request, okay? Please." She looked like she was grasping the last straw, a sickly glimmer of hope in her eyes. I'll give you a stamp right now." "No, more than just a stamp, I'll give you money. A lot of money. Really, a lot more than that little bursary you applied for." "What do you need a bursary for with all that money?" She was incoherent, trying to solve the immediate demise in the most familiar and confident way she knew how. Money, power, these things that used to be unbeatable in the past had become her only hope at this moment. The icy coldness in Lu Xian's eyes did not show the slightest sign of melting. Instead, because of her words, it added a few more points of undisguised disgust and contempt. "You people, ah." He shook his head gently, his tone sounding like a sigh and a mockery at the same time. "Why do you open your mouths and talk about money? Is it that in your eyes, everything in this world can be measured by money and settled with money?" He stepped forward and looked condescendingly at Chen Yubing, who was paralyzed in her chair. His voice was not loud, but his words were heartbreaking. "I'm inclined to let you know today that there are some things that money can't buy. Some accounts, too, can't be written off with money." Saying that, Lu Xian slowly and methodically fished out his cell phone from his pocket and skillfully clicked on the video recording function. Then he casually picked up the somewhat aged Celadon penholder in the corner of the desk, adjusted the angle a few times, and steadily set the phone on the edge of the desk, with the camera aiming unbiasedly at the inner side of the desk, at the Chen Yubing, who was in a sorry state at the moment. "Come on, Director Chen." The corner of Lu Xian's mouth hooked up into a teasing arc, as if he was an artist about to start creating. "Since you're so talented, today, let's also create some artwork together, how about it?" He purposely emphasized the pronunciation of the words talent and artwork. "Don't you like to shoot? When I look at your previous works, most of them were one-man shows, slightly lacking in creativity. Today, let's change our style and shoot a little. You haven't tried yet, well, something a little more interactive." When Chen Yubing heard the three words of interactivity, her entire body was as if the last ounce of strength had been drained away, completely understanding Lu Xian's intentions. Her face, turned from pale to deathly gray, and even the pair of phoenix eyes that had widened out of fear, lost all its luster, leaving only a boundless emptiness. "No. Don't. Classmate, please, let me go. You change your request, as long as I can do it, I promise you everything." She raised her head violently, her eyes exploded with the last trace of desire to survive, and her voice became shrill because of her excitement. "My dad. Yes, my father. He'll be able to help you. How about I get him to special recruit you? Get you into the military command. That's a place where many people can't even get in. As long as you nod your head, I guarantee that you'll have a bright future ahead of you. She stared at Lu Xian closely, not sparing any slightest change of expression on his face. She didn't believe that this young student would be unmoved by such heavenly riches, such an opportunity to rise to greatness in a single step. This was already the most significant bargaining chip she could take out. However, Lu Xian only glanced at her lightly, that looked like he was looking at a jumping clown. Director Chen, are you still awake? With a snort, his tone was filled with undisguised mockery. I think you've got the order reversed, right? When the shooting of our artwork is completed, you'll naturally have plenty of opportunities to help me out, won't you? Lu Xian no longer gave her any more chances to open her mouth, and a hint of impatience flashed in his eyes. He violently stretched out his hand and grabbed the black lace t-shirt on her chest, which was already half torn open, and yanked it downward with all his might. Hiss! Chen Yubing screamed, subconsciously trying to cover it with her hands, screaming in a mournful and desperate voice, "No! Don't! I'm begging you! Lu Xian! You devil!" But Lu Xian's movements were faster and stronger, her meager struggles were like a mantis in front of him. He coldly looked at her futile movements without a trace of pity in his eyes. Devil? He laughed softly. Compared to some people who have one thing in front and one thing behind their back, moralistic hypocrites, what is this bit of tactics of mine? An hour later. At this moment, it is the lunch break time, the whole administrative office building is quiet, almost no one walks around. The office of the director of the Student Financial Aid Management Center restored the usual quiet. Detected the complete collapse of the target character's psychological defense, the sense of inner contrast was strongly satisfied, and the control value was substantially increased. Current control value, 8100. Reward, Black Material Redemption Coupon X2. Reward points, 500 points. Reward points, 500 points. Reward points, 500 points. Reward, Black Material App Upgrade Fragment 1 10 pieces can upgrade Black Material App Reward, Black Material App Upgrade Fragment 1 10 pieces can upgrade Black Material App. Black Material App Upgrade Fragment? Lu Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. This was an unexpected pleasure. It was actually possible to upgrade this Black Material App? He couldn't help but look forward to it, not knowing what more awesome and unimaginable functions would be added to this app after the upgrade. The rewards this time, overall, were quite generous. At this moment, Chen Yubing, who was sitting on a wide office chair, had long since dried up her tears. Her hair was messily plastered to her sweaty cheeks and forehead, and her eyes stared vacantly at the ceiling, as if her soul had been drawn out of her body. However, underneath the dead emptiness, there was some other kind of emotion. It was a mixture of extreme humiliation, fear, despair, and a sense of obedience. When Lu Xian stood up and picked up the cell phone on the desktop that had recorded all of her unpleasantness, carefully inspecting the works inside, Chen Yubing's gaze subconsciously followed his figure. Those eyes, no longer the initial cold and lonely, nor the frightened resentment of the party. Instead, it was an affectionate look that looked towards Lu Xian with tenderness. As well as a kind of even she did not realize, to the strong submissive. She just quietly looked at Lu Xian, looking at this young man who personally crushed all her pride. Chapter 39, From now on, I'm your man. Lu Xian looked at the cell phone screen art, clarity, angle is perfect, the heart that a comfort. Turning his head to look at Chen Yubing, she has barely struggled to get up, the broken t-shirt will be organized, but still cannot cover up the body full of woe. Director Chen, can you stamp me now? Lu Xian asked slowly, his tone carrying the calmness of a victor. Chen Yubing's cheeks still retained an unfading blush, but her eyes had changed from the fear and despair she felt just now to something strangely flirtatious. She raised her hand and ruffled the messy hair in front of her forehead, her movements revealing a flavor that was absolutely unseen on a normal day. Call me Sister Bing, how unfamiliar it is to call the director Na. She whispered softly, her tone carrying an unspeakable intimacy, a far cry from the ice-coldness of just now. Of course I can cover it, I will listen to whatever you say in the future, I will never go west if you tell me to go east. Lu Xian couldn't help but shiver and goosebumps fell all over the place as he listened to this sudden change in her address and needy tone. This contrast was simply more exciting than those videos he had just seen. Alright, cut the crap and hurry up and stamp me. Lu Xian forced himself to hold back his discomfort and urged. Okay, Xian. Chen Yubing answered, picked up the scholarship application form on the desk, moved nimbly to find her own stamp, snap sound, stamped down. After stamping, she even softened her body, stood up with difficulty, and then reached out and took Lu Xian's arm. Xian, can you tell me where you got those photos and videos? How did you confirm that it was me? She leaned against him, her voice soft and sticky, with a few hints of curiosity and temptation. Lu Xian raised his hand and rubbed her hair, his movements were so natural that it was as if he had already done this countless times. Little prodigal, still wanting to trap my words? He laughed softly, his tone carrying a hint of favor and a hint of warning. Don't you worry about these. His gaze absently glanced over to the office chair, where there was a splash of crimson that had already dried. Wipe it off the chair quickly so no one sees it. he reminded. Chen Yubing followed his gaze and her cheeks instantly burst red again. She hurriedly pulled out wet wipes from the drawer and wiped the chair with her hands. The wet wipes were quickly dyed a shocking red color. After wiping the chair, Chen Yubing resumed holding onto Lu Xian's arm and leaned a little closer. Xian, I'm your person now, so just tell me. Her tone carried a hint of petulance and a hint of obstinacy. Don't ask what you should or shouldn't ask, I have my methods. Lu Xian didn't answer positively, but only said indifferently. Then, he seemed to have remembered something and looked at her. By the way, I'm curious, why are you being difficult for me? I haven't messed with you before, right? When Chen Yubing heard this question, a trace of an embarrassed smile appeared on her face. She subconsciously played with the tips of her hair. The small action made her look a bit shy, even more heavily different from the iceberg beauty image she had just had. Actually, I'm not targeting you, she paused, seemingly weighing her words. It's directed at Bai Yanxi from the finance office. The two of us used to be the best of girlfriends, our two families are family friends, and his father is also the head of the military district, and is now a deputy political commissar. Lu Xian rolled his eyes as he listened. Good guy, another military second generation, or the daughter of a deputy political commissar. It seems that Yinjing University is really hiding crouching tigers. Casually grabbing an administrative director out can involve a military district chief. But she, Bai Yanxi, always likes to rob me. Chen Yubing's voice suddenly drew up a little higher with a hint of aggression and indignation. She came to my house that year in junior high school and took my favorite doll. Lu Xian. Just because of a doll? As for making a scene like this? Was this woman's head caught in a door when she was a child? We'll be strangers from now on. Chen Yubing became more and more agitated. When I found the opportunity, I took revenge on her. I didn't expect her to work, but she actually came to Yin University to work. And it's still closely related to my department. She's always stuck with my charter. She took a deep breath, with a hint of helplessness and complaint in her tone. So the two of us are often against each other. You just coincidentally met this time. After Lu Xian heard this true feelings explanation from her, he almost didn't get angry and laughed. Good guy, they have gone through so much effort, and his threatening and shooting video, in the end, actually because of these two women because of a doll to form Liang. He himself was so innocently lying down. He cried and laughed, and felt a little ridiculous. He pinched Chen Yubing's chin, forcing her to raise her head and look at himself, his tone carrying a hint of teasing and punishment. You're really capable of getting people into trouble. Chen Yubing's cheeks flushed slightly as he pinched her chin, but her eyes were so flirtatious that they looked like they were about to drip water. She seemed to enjoy this feeling of being controlled and slightly abused by him. Her lips slightly pouted as she softly responded, Hubby, you're right about everything, I'm a little. As Lu Xian looked at her in this manner, that strong sense of contrast within his heart was once again aroused. One moment she was the iceberg director who stood tall and refused to let others in, but the next moment she turned into a meek and charming little woman who was even enjoying being verbally abused underneath him. This extreme contrast brought a sense of excitement that was simply overwhelming. He lowered his head and kissed Chen Yubing, kissing domineeringly and deeply, with a hint of punishment. After a few minutes, Lu Xian let go of her, looking at her lips that were slightly red and swollen from kissing her for too long. His eyes flickered for a moment. Since you're all mine, do you want me to help you out? Lu Xian suddenly spoke, a hint of compulsion in his tone. I'll give you revenge. I'll help you cure this Bai Yanxi. Lu Xian was calculating in his heart. Anyway, sooner or later, he would have to go and find that Bai Yanxi, so he might as well push the boat into the water and let Chen Yubing be happy first, and it was also considered to be making use of this human connection of hers. Chen Yubing heard Lu Xian actually want to help her revenge Bai Yanxi, eyes wide, inside flashing star-like light. That is surprise, is incredulous, more is completely conquered by Lu Xian after the submissive and expectant. Is it possible? Is it really okay? Her voice trembled with a hint of careful pleading. Chapter 40, Who to pit if not your best friend? Lu Xian twisted over Chen Yubing's small face that was written with anticipation and excitement, and his chin was cupped in his hand. You are now my woman. His voice wasn't high, but it carried a sense of rightful dominance. Of course it's no problem to clean her up. Say it, how do you want to clean her up? Chen Yubing's eyes darted around, flashing a hint of cunning and viciousness. Immediately, as if she had thought of some brilliant idea, her eyes suddenly lit up, flashing with a strange luster, and she said excitedly, There's something. Hubby, can you get her to make a video with us? Forgive Lu Xian for boasting of his extensive knowledge, but he was also choked by Chen Yubing's stone-cold idea. This, her brain circuit is really different from normal people. Shooting together? This is too damn exciting. Lu Xian couldn't help but admire her creativity. What kind of whims are in this little head? He hadn't really thought about it before. Worthy of being a good girlfriend. You're really pitting your bestie to the death. Lu Xian couldn't help but TSK and TSK, reaching out to pinch her smooth and tender cheeks. Little wavy hoof, you're really good at this. But I like it. This proposal simply scratched Lu Xian's itch. One arrow, two birds with one stone. Not only can you further control Chen Yubing, but you can also take down that Bai Yanxi by the way, and you can also enjoy a more exciting artistic creation. Why not? It's good that hubby likes it, I also like it when hubby treats me like this. Chen Yubing was pinched in the face by him. Instead of being annoyed, her charming eyes were like silk, and she took the initiative to stretch out her lotus root arm, tightly holding onto Lu Xian's neck and sticking her plump body up, exhaling her breath like an orchid. That stalk from the heart of the flirtatious energy, let Lu Xian heart is again a hot. He lowered his head, pressed the back of Chen Yubing's head, and kissed it fiercely, attacking and demanding. Chen Yubing responded passionately, as if she wanted to rub herself into his body. Just as the atmosphere in the office became ambiguous once again, the temperature climbing up and up. Knock, knock, knock. The ill-timed knock on the door suddenly rang out, just like pouring a dipper of cold water in boiling oil. Like a frightened deer, Chen Yubing trembled and gently pushed Lu Xian as a reflex. Lu Xian frowned slightly. The taste of being interrupted was not pleasant. However, he also knows, this is after all the office, in broad daylight, really want to be bumped into, then the fun can be big. He is indifferent, but Chen Yubing this face, in the future in Yin University can be completely impossible to want. He reluctantly let go of Chen Yubing's sweet lips and pecked gently on her red swollen lips. Let's deal with it first. Lu Xian quickly retreated and quickly walked back to the guest chair in front of the desk and sat down, crossing his legs and resuming that cynical and leisurely stance. Chen Yubing, on the other hand, scrambled to straighten her slightly disheveled hair, and then messily lifted up the black lace camisole whose neckline had been torn in half by Lu Xian. Then she quickly grabbed the jacket that was resting on the back of the chair and draped it over her body to cover the spring light leaking from her chest and her messy clothes. She took a few deep breaths, trying to calm her rapid breathing and drumming heartbeat from the passionate kiss, and pursed her lips quickly in the small mirror, wiping away the water stains on her lips. But it was only a matter of a dozen seconds or so before the flirtatiousness and flushing on her face had faded most of the way, replaced by the coolness and majesty of the past. Ahem. She cleared her throat, and her voice resumed that icy tone of rejecting people, as if the woman who was so passionate just now was just an illusion. Come in. The door of the office was pushed open, and a boy wearing black-framed glasses and looking somewhat naive and honest walked in with his head lowered, holding a document in his hand and looking a little anxious. Chen, Director Chen, hello, I have an application for a bursary review here, I need you to stamp it. The boy's voice carried a hint of nervousness, and his head hung even lower, not daring to look up at Chen Yubing at all. Obviously, Chen Yubing's reputation as the iceberg director was out in the world, and her powerful aura was enough to make ordinary students not dare to take a breath in front of her. The boy carefully placed the application on the desk and pushed it over. Lu Xian sat on the opposite side of the table, calmly sizing out the boy, and then looked at Chen Yubing, who was acting serious, the corner of his mouth hooked up into an imperceptible arc. Interesting, really interesting. Right at this moment, Lu Xian deliberately coughed heavily. Cough. The boy was startled by the sudden cough, his shoulders shook and he almost dropped the pen in his hand. He raised his head in bewilderment, and only then did he notice that there was another person in the office. When Chen Yubing heard Lu Xian's cough, her heart also jumped and she glared at him fiercely, as if her eyes were saying, be honest. Of course she knew that Lu Xian was doing it on purpose. This guy just liked to see her make a fool of herself, liked to test the edge of this excitement like crazy. Thereupon, she turned to the dumbfounded boy and said in a flat tone, classmate, I've read the materials of this application of yours, and there's nothing wrong with it. However, I'm processing this student's application, so go out and wait for a while, his will be ready soon. She pointed to the application form in front of Lu Xian that had long been stamped. Ha! Oh, okay, director, then I'll go out and wait first. The boy was like an amnesty, he nodded his head busily and exited the office as if he was fleeing, not forgetting to close the door gently before leaving. As soon as the office door closed, Chen Yubing's ice-cold mask instantly collapsed. She took a long breath and patted her chest. She was really nervous just now, afraid that the student would see something. Lu Xian looked at her with amusement, stood up from his chair and slowly walked to Chen Yubing. Chen Yubing also stood up. Before she could say anything, Lu Xian had already sat his butt on her wide and comfortable director's office chair and patted his thighs. Chen Yubing's pretty face flushed and she blankly glanced at him, but her body honestly twisted her waist and sat on Lu Xian's lap, her hands naturally encircling his neck. The director, who was just now as cold as a block of 10,000-year-old metaphysical ice, at this moment had become flirtatious and tender again. If that boy could see this scene just now, it was estimated that his eyes would have to fall off in shock, and his 3 views would have to be shattered all over the place. Bad egg, just know how to bully me. Chen Yubing pouted, using her pink fist to gently pound Lu Xian's chest, the force not much different from scratching an itch. Lu Xian was aroused by her charming behavior, especially when he thought of her high and mighty ice-cold appearance just now. And now this submissive posture of the submissive, and let the king pick the huge contrast, but also let him blood rushing. Chapter 41, The Military Region Deputy Political Commissar's $1,000. This strong sense of conquest, this extreme tenderness after the melting of the iceberg, was too invigorating. Husband, Chen Yubing was tired of being in his arms, exhaling like orchids, her voice carrying a hint of lazy pettiness. That student outside is still waiting, let's hurry up, okay? Her cheeks were flushed, her eyes were mesmerized, and she was obviously also somewhat in love. What's the hurry? He lowered his head, blowing hot air in her ear, his voice carrying compulsion. Soon. Think about it, that stupid boy is waiting blearily right outside the door. His mind must still be thinking about that high and mighty look you just had, maybe even secretly fantasizing about it. If I let him know that the sacrosanct Director Chen in his heart is now sitting on my lap. Yikes. Don't say that. Chen Yubing blushed and her heart raced at his words. A full half hour passed before the office door opened again. Lu Xian returned to the guest chair he had just sat on in a refreshed state, leisurely drinking water with a trace of a satisfied smile on his lips. On the other hand, Chen Yubing's legs were a bit weak. She held onto the desk, braced herself, and organized her messy hair and somewhat spent light makeup. She put on her jacket again and carefully gathered the neckline together, making sure not to reveal any traces that shouldn't be exposed. Taking a few deep breaths and trying to calm the waves within her, she cleared her throat once more and her eyes and demeanor quickly switched back to the unsmiling iceberg director mode. "Classmate, come in." The voice was still clear and cold, only when listening carefully, there seemed to be a trace of imperceptible hoarseness and fatigue more than before. The boy outside the door heard the summons and immediately pushed the door and walked in, with a hint of apprehension on his face. Chen Yubing picked up the application form that he had placed on the table, glanced down at it, then picked up the seal and cleanly stamped it with a snap. "All right, your seal has been stamped." She handed the application over, her tone flat. The boy received the application, as if relieved, and thanked her repeatedly. "Thank you, Director Chen, thank you, Director Chen." The boy was like an amnesty and fled the office, not even daring to return his head, as if Chen Yubing was some kind of a flooding beast. That's right, on weekdays, Director Chen's aura, unusual students in front of her, legs and stomach do not spin even if the mental quality is too hard. "Lu Xian. All right, I'll go and avenge your death now." His voice was not high. "I'm going to the finance office to meet that good girlfriend of yours, Bai Yanxi." Upon hearing this, the frost on Chen Yubing's face instantly melted, her eyebrows rose with joy, and her eyes flowed with flavor, where there was still half the coolness of a moment ago. She took a few steps forward, her voice so mushy that she could pinch out water. "Thank you, husband. Hubby is the best for me." After saying that, she also stood on her tiptoes and quickly kissed Lu Xian on the cheek. Wahahaha. Lu Xian felt the soft touch on his cheeks and the wetness that was deliberately left behind. His heart was amused for a while. This woman, the contrast between before and after was also a bit too big, however, he liked it. With a slight smile, he did not say anything more and turned around to leave the office of the director of the Student Financial Aid Management Center. The corridor was empty, most people were still resting during the lunch break. Lu Xian walked towards the floor where the finance office was located without any hurry. As he walked, he took out his cell phone and skillfully connected to the campus intranet. He clicked on the faculty and staff information query system and entered the keywords finance office and Bai Yanxi. Soon, an ID photo popped up. Bai Yanxi on the photo, eyebrows and eyes do have a few similarities with Chen Yubing, both belong to the type of delicate features, the temperament of the cold type. However, unlike Chen Yubing's deliberately created sense of iceberg beauty, Bai Yanxi's coolness was characterized by a heroic aura, with sharp, unsmiling eyes, as if she was able to see through people's hearts. Even if it was just a simple ID photo, it could make people feel the military temperament of her that was different from that of an ordinary woman, as if it had been refined. "TSK, another tough one," Lu Xian muttered in his heart. He casually took a screenshot of the photo and saved it, then logged out of the campus network and tapped on the familiar, black app icon with a hint of an evil aura, the Black Material app. The interface was still simple, and Lu Xian imported the ID photo of Bai Yanxi that he had just saved. Ding! New analyzable target person detected. The system's beep sounded in his head, cold and mechanical. Scanning photo information. Please wait. On the screen, a small progress bar appeared underneath Bai Yanxi's photo, advancing forward without a hitch. Lu Xian waited, and in his heart there were a few moments of anticipation. Chen Yubing said that this girlfriend who liked to rob her since she was a child would have some unknown secrets? A few seconds later, the scan was completed. Target, Bai Yanxi. Information analysis completed. A series of data unfolded before Lu Xian's eyes like a waterfall. Name, Bai Yanxi. Face value, 97. Control value, 0-100. Circumference, 82-55-80. It's actually about the same as Chen Yubing, but it feels like it should be a little tighter. Height, 172 centimeters. Oh, that's tall enough to be a model. Weight, 54 kilograms, standard healthy figure. Lu Xian's eyes focused on the last entry. Target evaluation, competitive, serious case of Muxiang. Seeing this evaluation, Lu Xian almost laughed. Seeing this evaluation, Lu Xian almost laughed out loud. His mind instantly conjured up Chen Yubing's puffed-up accusation of Bai Yanxi for robbing her doll. No wonder, even snatching a doll, so it's just nature. Lu Xian touched his chin, his heart was clear, competitive, Muxiang. Interesting, very interesting. This kind of character, take it up, it might be simpler and more direct than Chen Yubing. The system's prompts continue. Black material generation in progress. Please wait. This time, the waiting time seemed to be a little bit longer than before, and the loading icon in the center of the screen rotated slowly, whetting one's appetite. Lu Xian's fingertips gently tapped on the cell phone screen unconsciously, his eyes deep. This by Yanqi, the 1,000 gold of the deputy political commissar of the military region, the face value and body temperament is excellent, the character is also strong. Muqiang, her black material will be what? Finally, black material generation is complete. Option 1, 2,000 points to redeem the complete black material package. Option 2, black material redemption coupon X2 to redeem the complete black material pack. 2,000 points? Lu Xian's eyebrows shot up. He remembered clearly that the previous black material pack of Gu Yunqi's, the system gave a point redemption price of only 1,500 points. This by Yanqi, surprisingly, was a full 500 points higher than Gu Yunqi. This black material has to be how black? How explosive? To be judged by the system to have such a high value? Lu Xian could not help but lick his lips, the desire to explore the unknown in his heart was completely hooked up. He now had 959 points, and was still far from 2,000. It seems that we can only use the redemption coupons. Lu Xian secretly pondered. The last time he took care of Chen Yubing, he was rewarded with 2 black material redemption coupons, which happened to be used here. Although it was a bit painful, after all, the redemption coupons were a rare item, but once he thought of the black material content that amounted to 2,000 points, Lu Xian felt that this wave was not a loss. Redeem. Without hesitation, he murmured in his mind. Chapter 42, Stealing Military Secrets for Uncle? Redemption completed. Deduct 2 black material redemption coupons. The system's beep sounded in Lu Xian's mind without a trace of emotion. Immediately afterward, a stream of information that made him all a little jaw-dropped poured in. Black Material Core Details, by Yanqi, the director of the finance office of Yenjing University, adores her own biological uncle, and steals important military secrets from the military region for the sake of her biological uncle's life. Lu Xian's pupils suddenly shrunk. This melon is not too explosive. Loving your own uncle? This is already enough to challenge secular ethics, and actually involves stealing military secrets? This by Yanqi, the guts are even bigger than he imagined, it's almost like tethering his head to the waistband of his pants to dance the tango. He forced down the shocking waves in his heart, took a deep breath, and continued to look down at the staggering details. Specific description: the target character by Yanqi, born in the military and political family in Tianjin, his father is the deputy political commissar of the command of a military region, the rank of a major at the division level. Growing up under his father's strict and even harsh upbringing, the goal was to become an excellent soldier and inherit the family's glory. However, the script of fate always seems to like to make a sharp turn at the critical moment. She fell in love with her own uncle, the man who was known as the king of soldiers in the military and the captain of the strongest special forces team in the military region, the Wind and Wolf team. During a secret mission outside the country, her uncle was captured in order to cover his teammates. In order to save her uncle, who was a god and goddess in her heart, Bai Yanqi finally agreed to the other party's conditions under the enemy's coercion and lure, and utilized her position and family background to steal the map of the military region's deployment as well as a number of important military secret documents. I'll be damned. Lu Xian couldn't help but smack his lips. This wasn't simply blackmail anymore, this was collaborating with the enemy and treason. Once it was exposed, not to mention by Yanqi herself, the entire Bai family would have to follow through with the ruin, directly falling from the clouds into the 18 layers of hell for eternity. He couldn't wait to open the PPT file that came with the system. The evidence inside was simply a chain of boats, a ring, a full list of more than 100. The first thing that caught his eye was a scan of Bai Yanqi's private diary. The handwriting was beautiful, but it was filled with a depressing madness. Most of them used an almost morbid obsession to depict the love for her own uncle. Those explicit words, see Lu Xian some goosebumps, what you are the only light that illuminates my life, for your sake, I would like to be the enemy of the world, tisk, literature and art of young women initiated madness, it is really difficult to God and Buddha to stop. Immediately after that, there were photos and scans of the documents Bai Yanqi had stolen, such as the XX Regional Troop Deployment Map, XX Program Latest Progress Report, and even a few encrypted communication key algorithms. Each of these documents is stamped with the word top secret in bright red, which makes one's heart skip a beat. What's even better is that the PPT also contains a screenshot of Bai Yanqi's surveillance video when she stole the documents in the military district's data room. Although the picture is a bit blurry, the figure and side face are definitely her own. Not only that, there were also photos and short videos of her secret street meeting with suspected enemy spies, the other party's hawkish nose and blue eyes. The features were so obvious that they couldn't be more obvious. The chat log even hammered the details of the transaction, time and place to death. Lu Xian held his cell phone, feeling that this thing was more tricky than a hot potato, but it also made him more excited. This Bai Yanqi was simply a superb gift package delivered to his door. He put away his cell phone, with an inscrutable smile on his face, and walked briskly towards the director of finance's office. The sunlight through the windows of the corridor, casting dappled light and shadow on him, as if foreshadowing a good show is about to start. At this moment, the finance office was still crowded, with long lines of students and faculty waiting for reimbursement and signatures, and a hint of anxiety filled the air. Lu Xian, however, didn't even raise his eyelids, walked straight through the crowd, ignored the gazes of surprise or dissatisfaction, and walked directly to the front of the line. Under the gaze of the crowd's surprise, he pushed open the door of the office that symbolized power and majesty. The office was unusually quiet, in stark contrast to the noise of the corridor outside. A faint smell of high-class perfume drifted into the nostrils. Bai Yanqi was lowering her head, meticulously signing and stamping a document. She was wearing a well-tailored dark-colored professional suit, with her long hair coiled meticulously at the back of her head, revealing her polished forehead and delicate side face. The whole person's temperament is like a sheathed sword, sharp and clear, with the military's unique competence and majesty. Bai Yanqi's office has an unwritten rule, or rather she set up her own iron law. People who come in to sign the seal must enter one by one and keep quiet. The door of the A4 paper printed warm tips pay attention to queuing, keep quiet, one by one into the irregularities will not be handled, the consequences of their own. Between the lines there is a forcefulness that cannot be denied. Hearing the door ringing, and seeing someone barging in without greeting, the fountain pen in Bai Yanqi's hand gave a slight lurch, and her good-looking eyebrows immediately tightened, her eyes as sharp as knives, and she raised her head to shoot at Lu Xian. "This student, didn't you see the note posted at the door?" Her voice was clear and cold, with obvious displeasure and a hint of sulking at being disturbed. "Get out, line up." The powerful aura unique to a soldier who has been in a superior position for years and is used to giving orders instantly erupted, pressing the air in the office as if it had frozen for a few minutes. Next to the female student who was waiting for her to handle the documents with fear and trembling, was even more frightened by this aura that the atmosphere did not dare to breathe a breath. Her face was so white that she couldn't wait to be invisible on the spot. Chapter 43, Unassuming and Unsubtle by Yanqi. Lu Xian had a playful smile at the corner of his mouth, his eyes swept around the office and finally landed on the trembling female student. His voice was as gentle as a big brother next door. "Classmate, have you stamped your application yet?" The female student was like an amnesty. She nodded her head busily, as if she was afraid that she would be frozen into an ice sculpture by Bai Yanqi's gaze in the next second, grabbed the documents on the table, and rushed out of the office as if she was fleeing, not even forgetting to say a word of thank you. Lu Xian walked to the door, click sound, the door from the inside unlocked. This completely cut off the thoughts of the people lining up outside, and also cut off their inquisitive gazes. He walked to the desk with a flourish, nonchalantly pulling open the chair opposite Bai Yanqi and sitting down, his arms resting on the desk, his posture as casual as if this was his living room. "Director Bai, don't be so angry, now it's my turn, right?" Lu Xian smiled and opened his mouth. That tone, in Bai Yanqi's ears, was full of provocation. "Have you lined up?" Bai Yanqi's voice was icy cold, and her eyes were so sharp that they could penetrate the heart. "I have my rules here, get out and line up." She bit down on every word with a heavy bite, and that forcefulness that was not to be trifled with was enough to make any ordinary student's legs and stomachs go weak. Lu Xian, however, looked as if he hadn't felt that compelling aura, instead leaning leisurely on the back of his chair, speaking slowly and methodically. "Director Bai, why do you have to be so rejecting? I didn't come here today for the sake of stamping as simple as that. I specially brought a good thing and would like to ask you to appreciate it." Saying that, Lu Xian slightly leaned forward and made a gesture to pull out his cell phone from his pocket. Bai Yanqi's reaction was extremely fast. Almost subconsciously, the office chair she was sitting on slid back violently, pulling away from Lu Xian by a distance of half a meter, her eyes filled with vigilance and disgust. This subtle action, however, made the desire to control rise quietly in Lu Xian's heart, and the smile at the corner of his mouth deepened. He liked this kind of cat and mouse game, and he especially liked to see these usually high and mighty women, little by little, being stripped of their disguises and revealing their truest panic. "This student, I don't care who you are or what you want to show me." Bai Yanqi's voice grew colder and colder, with a hint of impatience. "There are many people who want to find me through the back door and get close to me every day, and everyone wants to show me something good. But here, I only recognize rules. Now, immediately, get out of here." The last two words were almost squeezed out from between his teeth. "Tisk," Lu Xian shook his head, a meaningful smile appearing on his face. "Director Bai's temper, it's really like a stone in a latrine, smelly and hard. But well, with this thing I brought today, I guarantee that after you read it, not only will you not be angry, you might even beg me." He slowly pulled out his cell phone, his fingertips flicked on the screen, and a photo appeared on the screen. It was a scan of a page of a diary, a beautiful handwriting, but it was filled with almost pathological love and infatuation. "Director Bai, the handwriting on this, does it look familiar?" Lu Xian turned his cell phone screen towards Bai Yanqi, his tone carrying a hint of teasing. The moment Bai Yanqi's eyes touched the screen, her pupils contracted violently. The familiar handwriting, the secret that was repressed in the deepest recesses of her heart, as if it had been viciously pulled out by a large invisible hand, exposed in broad daylight. "You!" Almost immediately, she wanted to reach out and snatch Lu Xian's cell phone. The movement was sharp and fast, with a hint of hysterical madness. Lu Xian was prepared for this, and with a flip of his wrist, he easily dodged her snatch, tsk in his mouth. Hey, Director Bai, your reaction is really fast, exactly the same as the few friends I met before, all of them like to grab the cell phone first. Luckily, I was quick, or else I wouldn't have been able to keep this cell phone. Bai Yanqi's chest rose and fell violently, biting her lower lip with a deadly grip as she tried to suppress the shocking waves in her heart. She took a deep breath and her eyes became cold and sharp again, as if she wanted to see through Lu Xian. Where did you get these photos from? You stole photos of my diary? Her voice trembled slightly due to her anger, but she still forced herself to be calm. I'm warning you, this is an invasion of other people's privacy. I can immediately call the police to arrest you. When the time comes, just this alone will put you in jail for a few years. She tried to use the law and threats to deter Lu Xian. This was her usual tactic, and it had always been unbeatable against students who didn't know any better. Lu Xian sniffed, but as if he had heard some heavenly joke, he couldn't help but laugh out softly. Call the police? Good, Director Bai, I raise both hands and feet in favor of you calling the police. However, before the police uncle comes, don't you also have to consider, if the content of this diary is publicized, will it have a greater impact on you than me going to jail? He paused, his eyes looking playfully at Bai Yanqi's pretty face that was slightly distorted because of her anger, and slowly added, after all, the story in this diary can be even more exciting than an 8 o'clock family ethics drama. What you are the only light that illuminates my life, what for your sake, I am willing to be the enemy of the world. TSK, Director Bai, I didn't realize that you had such a literary side. Bai Yanqi's face instantly turned white, but she still held herself together and sneered, who I like and adore, that's my freedom. Even if everyone knows about it, so what? Could it be that loving someone is also wrong? Yo? Lu Xian raised his eyebrows in feigned surprise. Director Bai really is a man of nature, admire. It seems that you are quite justified in the matter of you falling in love with your own uncle. These words were like thunderbolts from a clear sky that struck Bai Yanqi's head hard. She could no longer maintain her composure on the surface, and the color of her face faded away, leaving only a dead gray. She thought that Lu Xian just got the diary, but she didn't expect that he even knew all the core secrets in the diary. You? What are you babbling about? Her voice carried a trace of imperceptible panic. Nonsense? The smile on Lu Xian's face grew wider and wider. Director Bai, do you want me to read you those more revealing descriptions in the diary? For example, you fantasize about being with that soldier king uncle of yours. Shut up. Bai Yanqi slammed the table and snapped, trying to interrupt Lu Xian's words. Her eyes, however, had already betrayed her inner panic. Lu Xian shrugged his shoulders with an expression that said, see, I got you right. He knew that this first line of psychological defense of Bai Yanqi had begun to loosen. He slid his cell phone screen nicely and pulled up a few more photos. This time, it was no longer a diary, but a few screenshots of surveillance videos and some document photos. Director Bai, since you think the contents of the diary are harmless, how do you explain these things? Lu Xian pushed his cell phone in front of Bai Yanqi once again. These maps of the military region's deployment, these documents marked with the words top secret, and the photos and videos of you and this hawk-nosed, blue-eyed international friend talking intimately on the streets. Bai Yanqi's gaze was dead set on the cell phone screen, and when she looked clearly at the contents of those photos, her body shook violently and she nearly fell off her chair. Her face, which could no longer be described as pale, was an almost transparent, bloodless despair. Her lips trembled, wanting to open her mouth to defend herself, but she found that her throat felt like it was blocked by something, and she couldn't say a single word. Those photos, each one was like a sharp, pointed knife, ruthlessly plunged into her heart. Those things that she thought she had done seamlessly, those secrets that she thought no one would ever know, were now laid bare in front of a strange man. What is this? What is this? I can't read it. Bai Yanqi's voice was dry and hoarse. She tried hard to squeeze out a trace of a calm expression, but the panic and despair in her eyes couldn't be concealed no matter what. Her brain raced, with only one thought in her mind: how could this evidence that was enough to bring her to her doom, fall into the hands of an unnamed college student? It couldn't be. It must be a fake. It's a picture. It's a forgery. Right. It has to be. She took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down, a glint of ice-cold light regathering in her eyes. Staring at Lu Xian, she said word for word, don't you dare to be an alarmist here. All of these things, you forged them. You want to use these things to blackmail me? Let me tell you, you're playing it wrong. Chapter 40 For the Forbidden Love of the Military Region Deputy Political Commissar's $1,000. Forgery? When Lu Xian heard this, instead of being the slightest bit flustered, it was as if he had heard some heavenly joke, and the corners of his mouth lifted up in an even bigger arc. He leaned back on the back of his chair in a good mood, his fingers gently sliding on the smooth cell phone screen as if he was carefully selecting something. Director Bai, being tough talking is not a good habit. Lu Xian's voice was still unhurried, but it carried a subdued sense of knowing everything. Since you said that these are forgeries, then we might as well have something more authentic. How about it? As if by magic, he scratched out a few more photos, this time no longer screenshots of documents, but a few clear scenes. Director Bai, March 15, 2021, Yanjing White Night Cafe, table 15 by the window. Lu Xian's gaze swept lightly over Bai Yanqi's face, his tone flat as if he was stating a trivial matter. The sunlight was nice that afternoon, and you ordered the Blue Mountain coffee without sugar, right? Bai Yanqi's pupils shrunk violently, and the layer of frost that had managed to coalesce on her face instantly appeared to crack. White Knight Cafe, table 15. That was one of the regular places where she and that person secretly exchanged information. How did he know so clearly? Lu Xian seemed to dislike that this heavy hammer was not forceful enough, and continued to slowly add, oh yeah, there was also April 1st, 2021, April Fool's Day, the western suburb of Yanjing's Sinuhe Park, the artificial lake pavilion. The weather wasn't so good that day, it was a bit cloudy, and you were wearing a beige trench coat, right? Every precise date, every clear location. Her carefully constructed psychological defenses began to collapse inch by inch in front of these ironclad facts. Under the desk, those hands that were originally just clenched tightly, at this moment, the veins were rippling, and the bone joints were glowing a lurid white color due to excessive force. She felt her breathing become difficult. Who the hell are you? You? Bai Yanqi's voice was dry and hoarse, with a hint of trembling that she herself hadn't even noticed. She couldn't figure out how these secrets, which even her parents didn't know, had fallen into the hands of such a seemingly ordinary student. Lu Xian ignored her question and just turned his cell phone screen towards her again, and on it was a screenshot of a surveillance video. Although the image was slightly blurred, it was still clearly recognizable that the female protagonist in the video was none other than Bai Yanqi herself, and the person she was talking to was none other than that foreign man with the hawkish nose and blue eyes. Director Bai, do you need me to remind you of some more interesting details? Lu Xian's smile carried a hint of devilish teasing. For example, what treasures are stored in that black USB flash drive you exchanged with this international friend? Enough! Bai Yanqi let out a fierce low roar, like a beast on the verge of collapse. She bit her lower lip in death, and that once beautiful and compelling face was now so pale that there was not a trace of blood color, and her eyes were filled with despair and fear. For a long time, as if her whole body's strength had been drained, she leaned back in dismay and slowly closed her eyes. When she opened them again, although her eyes were still cold, there was more than a hint of resigned death in them. Tell me, what are your demands? Her voice was so calm that it was a little scary, as if the person who lost her temper just now wasn't her. I can't believe you went through all this trouble just to play a joke on me. Was it money? Or do you want to hitch a ride with the Bai family through me and get a good future? Or, you want to enter the military district? She had already given up on pointless resistance. This evidence was enough to bring her to her doom, and would even drag down the entire Bai family. Right now, she only wanted to know the other party's bottom card. Director Bai is indeed a smart person. Talking to smart people saves energy. The smile on Lu Xian's face grew brighter and brighter, but it also grew more and more chilling to the bottom of one's heart. Money? Power? Those things, I naturally have ways if I want them. He leaned his body forward slightly, his eyes burning as he stared at Bai Yanqi, saying word by word, my request is simple, I want a taste. The Ice Mountain Snow Lotus, what is it like? What did you say? Bai Yanqi's eyes widened violently, and her originally deathly gray cheeks instantly turned red with the ultimate shame and unbelief. She never expected that the other party would make such a nasty and shameless request. Change the condition. She almost gritted her teeth and squeezed out these words from between her teeth, other than this, I can consider anything else. Oh? Lu Xian raised an eyebrow, a playful smile on his face as he slowly asked, Director Bai, this is difficult. But I'm curious, you're so precious about this snow lotus, could it be that our uncle has already tasted it first? You. Bai Yanqi was like a cat that had its tail stepped on, violently bouncing up from the chair and slapping her hands hard on the desk, making a loud bang sound. Because of her anger, her chest was rising and falling violently, and her eyes looked like they were about to spit out fire. Shut up. I won't allow you to insult him. We are innocent between us. I just unilaterally adore him. Her voice became shrill with excitement, carrying a hint of hysterical madness. This was the purest forbidden land in her heart, not to be tarnished by anyone. Yo, such a big reaction? Seeing this, Lu Xian's mood was instead pleasurable. He loved to see these high and mighty women lose their temper. So, you haven't been gotten yet? He stroked his chin and pretended to have a sudden realization. That's really great. I just love this original, unmentionable iceberg snow lotus. If it's contaminated by someone else ahead of time, what a pity, don't you think so? Bai Yanqi was so angry that she was trembling. She glared at Lu Xian with eyes that were dying to eat him alive. This man, not only was he despicable and shameless, but he also killed her with every word. Lu Xian, right? She took a deep breath, trying to calm her churning emotions, her voice cold and piercing. What exactly do you want? Be painful. Less of this filthy talk here. If you dare to talk nonsense again, beware I'll be rude to you. She came from a military family and had been taught from childhood. Her bones carried an unyielding ruthlessness. Unpolite? Lu Xian looked as if he had heard some heavenly joke, and rose up with a huff, a hint of sternness flashing in his eyes. He violently raised his hand and a loud slap was slapped towards Bai Yanqi's pretty face covered in frost. Stinking, how dare you make a move against me? In the blink of an eye, Bai Yanqi subconsciously raised her arm, and with a slap, blocked Lu Xian's sudden slap. A trace of surprise flashed in Lu Xian's eyes, which then turned into a deeper chill. This woman actually has 2 skills? However, so what? Ho, you've got 2 moves, how dare you fight back? Still dare to block? Lu Xian sneered, the speed and force of his hand steeply accelerated, not giving Bai Yanqi any chance to react at all. Slap! This time, the slap landed solidly on Bai Yanqi's face. The crisp ringing sound was particularly piercing in the quiet office. A clear, bright red 5-finger print quickly surfaced on her fair cheek, and the fiery pain spread instantly. Bai Yanqi was staggered by the blow, a trace of crimson blood seeping out from the corner of her mouth, and her hair was disheveled for a few moments, making her look woefully out of shape. She covered her face, her eyes filled with humiliation and anger as she stared at Lu Xian with a deadly gaze that looked like a wounded she-wolf. Have the balls to beat me to death if you have the balls. She gritted her teeth and said word by word, her voice trembling slightly from pain and anger. If I frown and say the word no, I won't be surnamed Bai. Egu, quite stubborn. Lu Xian was amused by her look of preferring to die. He liked taming this kind of thorny rose the most. Alright, since you have such a backbone, then I don't mind letting more people appreciate your style. He slowly pulled out his cell phone and started editing it slowly and methodically in front of Bai Yanqi. How about this? I'll first post these touching diary entries of yours, as well as screenshots of those wonderful videos, to Jitterbug. Let the whole country comment and see how our Yenjing University's director Bai, who is deeply in love with her own uncle, and how she has defied the odds to be an international friend for the sake of love. Lu Xian's movements were not fast, but each click was like a heavy hammer that hit Bai Yanqi's heart hard. While he was editing, he also read with great care, well, I've thought of the title, it's called The Forbidden Love of the 1,000 Gold of the Deputy Political Commissar of the Military Region, falling in love with the Soldier King's kissing uncle, and becoming a sellout in order to save her lover. What do you think of this title? Is it explosive enough? The click rate is sure to explode. Bai Yanqi's face, in an instant, turned as white as paper. If the previous evidence had only caused her to feel despair, then Lu Xian's actions at this moment were to completely nail her to the pillar of shame for all eternity. No. Don't. Her voice was tinged with sobs, full of helplessness and fear. Chapter 45. From now on, you'll be called Xiaobai. Lu Xian didn't care about her chase drama that she'd rather be broken for the sake of jade than for the sake of tile. He was here today to teach this woman who didn't know the high ground, letting her understand why the flowers were so red. His fingers flew on the screen to operate. The title was not changed, however, the content he left his hand. For the time being, he only chose a few screenshots of the diary, those more damaging military secrets and joint photos he was not in a hurry to put out. Alright, it's been sent out. Lu Xian shook the cell phone screen in front of Bai Yanqi's eyes, the corner of his mouth hooked up in a nasty arc, stinking. Are you happy now? Do you really think that I don't dare to touch you? Bai Yanqi's eyes were nailed to the cell phone screen when she saw clearly that Lu Xian had really made those unpleasant diary contents public. Although the use of someone to refer to, but that familiar handwriting, that sick love, all are showing that the protagonist is her. No one else could tell it was her, but she recognized it immediately, and possibly her parents would too. Her heart instantly sank to the bottom, and the blood in her body seemed to freeze. However, in a whirlwind, she also keenly noticed that what Lu Xian had released was merely a diary, and did not have any of those deadly evidences that would be enough to bring her and her entire family to ruin. This discovery made her heart, which was already in her throat, fall back slightly by half. It was like seeing a faint, but possibly traplight in the endless darkness. Lu Xian, for the time being, had given her a ray of hope. Fear, like a tidal wave, faded some, but with it came a deeper humiliation and powerlessness. She understood that she was completely planted in the hands of this young, but the methods are ruthless and incomparable man. This time, she no longer dared to have the slightest bit of arrogance and resistance. Bai Yanqi tightly bit her lower lip, her teeth almost bleeding from her soft lips. She slowly closed her eyes, her long eyelashes casting 2 light shadows under the light, hiding all the emotions under her eyes. When she opened them again, the pair of phoenix eyes that were once as sharp as knives were only left with a dead silence. Mr. Lu Xian. She squeezed these words out of her teeth with difficulty, her voice hoarse as hell. I promise you. I'm wrong. Please, spare me, spare the Bai family. Ha! Lu Xian let out a low laugh of unknown significance. That laugh seemed particularly harsh in the quiet office. Now you know you're wrong? Fortunately, it's not too late. His gaze landed on Bai Yanqi's legs that were slightly trembling due to her anger and humiliation. His tone was flat but carried an unquestionable command. Kneel down. 2 simple words, but they were like 2 heavy hammers that ruthlessly smashed into Bai Yanqi's heart. She jerked her head up and looked at Lu Xian incredulously. To make her, the director of the finance office of Yenjing University and the daughter of the deputy political commissar of the military region, kneel down to a student? This was even worse than killing her. What? Daff? Lu Xian's eyebrows slightly raised, his voice 3 times colder. I'm telling you, kneel down. Bai Yanqi's body trembled violently, her nails pinched deeply into her palms, bringing a sharp pain. She clenched her teeth with a deadly grip, veins rippling on her forehead, her inner pride and the threat of reality tearing madly at each other. Time passed minute by minute, the air in the office seemed to freeze, so oppressive that people could not breathe. Finally, under the gaze of Lu Xian's icy gaze, Bai Yanqi's taut body slowly slackened. She lowered that once haughty head, like a defeated peacock, putting away all her magnificent feathers. Step by step, she moved to Lu Xian with difficulty, each step was like stepping on the tip of a knife. Then, both knees soft, plop sound, slowly and humiliatingly kneeled on the cold floor. Bai Yanqi's hands hung helplessly at her side, and then as if she remembered something, she propped her hands on the ground and lowered her head deeply, her black hair falling down, covering all of her expressions at the moment. Lu Xian admired the scene in front of him, a strong thrill of conquest surged in his heart. He slowly bent down, stretched out his fingers, and gently hooked Bai Yanqi's chin, forcing her to raise her head. That once beautiful and moving face was now covered with the redness of humiliation and undried tear stains, but her eyes still carried a hint of stubbornness and hatred so thick that it couldn't be melted. "Look at me." Lu Xian's voice was low and magnetic, but carried a hint of danger. Bai Yanqi was forced to lock eyes with him, the hatred in her eyes almost condensing into substance. "The look in your eyes, I dislike it." Lu Xian's fingertips gently rubbed on Bai Yanqi's smooth chin, his tone was soft, but his words were heartbreaking. "From today onwards, you're a dog that I, Lu Xian, have raised, do you understand?" Bai Yanqi's face instantly turned as white as paper, and her body trembled uncontrollably. "A dog?" He actually compared her to a dog. "Do you hear me? I'll ask you again." Lu Xian's voice steeply turned stern. "Yes. Yes, listen. Hear it." Bai Yanqi's voice was as thin as a gnat, with a thick nasal tone, every word seemed to be squeezed out of her throat, full of humiliation and despair. "Very good." Lu Xian nodded his head in satisfaction, the smile at the corner of his mouth becoming more and more evil. "Since it's a dog, it has to have a name. In the future, I'll call you Little White." The name Little White reminded her of a white puppy she had raised when she was a child, meek, obedient, wagging its tail and begging for mercy. "Xiao Bai." Lu Xian's voice carried a hint of teasing. "Go, tell those students outside who are waiting for the stamp to go back, don't wait here foolishly." He paused, his eyes swept over Bai Yanqi's exquisite body, and added meaningfully, "Later on, something inappropriate for children may happen here, and it's not good for you and me if they listen to the wall outside, especially for your reputation." When Bai Yanqi heard this, she only felt a chill from the soles of her feet straight to the sky. She subconsciously wiped the cold sweat seeping out of her forehead, and her heart was filled with fear and uneasiness. She knew what Lu Xian wanted to do next, and that feeling of humiliation made her almost collapse. She had thought of resisting, thought of fish death. However, she didn't dare. This man called Lu Xian was simply a devil. He really could do anything. Once the evidence about the military secrets was exposed, the entire Bai family would be destroyed, and her father's life's glory and hard work would be ruined. Since she was a child, her father's education for her was to put the family first, the family's honor above all else. For the sake of the family, she could only sacrifice herself. Bai Yanqi stood up from the ground with great difficulty, her legs a little weak from the long kneeling position and the enormous psychological pressure. Her body shook a few times and almost fell again. Holding onto the cold wall, she took one step at a time, like a zombie walking towards the office door. Trembling, she stretched out her hand and gripped the cold door handle, and with a click, the lock was opened. Outside the door, the corridor was still crowded, students gathered in twos and threes, waiting anxiously. Seeing the office door open, everyone's gazes were cast over in unison. When they saw Bai Yanqi's pale as paper face and messy hair, everyone couldn't help but freeze for a moment, vaguely sensing that there was something wrong with the atmosphere. Bai Yanqi took a deep breath and tried to squeeze out a smile that was worse than crying, and spoke in a hoarse voice, "Fellow students, you go back first. Today the finance office has a little thing, temporarily cannot handle business, tomorrow. Come back tomorrow." Her voice was very light, with a trace of imperceptible trembling. The students in the corridor heard this, and there was an uproar, and the sound of sighing and sighing rose and fell. "Ha? What's going on? Waiting for so long for nothing." "That's right, I've been waiting here for over an hour. Director Bai looks so pale today, is he sick?" Amidst the murmurs, the students, although full of complaints, didn't dare to say anything more. After all, Bai Yanqi's usual majesty was deeply rooted in people's hearts. They dispersed in twos and threes, and the corridor soon became empty. Bai Yanqi looked at the empty corridor, her heart in despair. She slowly closes the office door. The heavy door panel isolates everything in the outside world and also seems to isolate all her hopes. A crystalline teardrop, finally unable to control it, slipped from the corner of her eye, followed her pale cheeks, dripped onto the cold floor, and shattered into a splash. Chapter 46: Conquering the Arrogant by Yanqi. The students in the corridor dispersed in twos and threes. It didn't take long for the corridor to return to silence. Bai Yanqi leaned her back against the door, her body trembling slightly. She knew that in the face of Lu Xian's threat, she couldn't hide and had nowhere to run. She slowly closed her eyes and took a deep breath, as if she was building up her last bit of courage and waiting as if she was resigned to her fate. However, the expected action did not happen immediately. Lu Xian was still sitting where she had just been, not getting up or approaching. He only spoke slowly, his voice carrying a kind of compelling magic. Little White, come over here. Lu Xian beckoned, that gesture, relaxed and casual, as if he was summoning an obedient puppy. Bai Yanqi's face instantly turned from the miserable white color just now to a rising red color, followed by a rapid fade, leaving only an almost transparent pallor. Little White. This name, this action, is a torture that is more unbearable to her than directly humiliating her. She tightly bit her lower lip and her nails pinched deeply into her palms. She opened her eyes, and in front of her was Lu Xian's face with an evil smile. She dragged her heavy feet, each step as if it was filled with lead, and trembled as she walked to Lu Xian. Once upon a time, Bai Yanqi was known as Mulan in the military command. Her fighting skills were outstanding, and even the king of soldiers in her father's guard squad was rarely her opponent. At this moment, she was like a meek and timid puppy, lowering her head in front of Lu Xian. If those who had once admired and revered her saw the scene, I'm afraid their jaws would drop in shock. Lu Xian patted his thigh, the smile on his face unchanged. Come, Little White, sit here. Bai Yanqi's body stiffened violently, but in the end, she gritted her teeth and sat on Lu Xian's lap in humiliation. The moment her body touched, a sense of shame instantly overwhelmed her. Her face was pale, and tears were welling up in her eyes, but she forced herself not to let them fall. Lu Xian encircled her waist, feeling the stiff body in his arms. The smile at the corner of his mouth grew more and more satisfied. He didn't rush to the next step, but said in an almost murmuring tone, Director Bai, for a beautiful woman like you, if I hadn't discovered your secret today, I'm afraid that in this life, I wouldn't have even had the chance to say a word to you, right? His fingers gently brushed through the scattered hair around her ears, then slowly slid down, touching the delicate skin of her neck. You're like an iceberg snow lotus growing on top of a snowy mountain, haughty, holy, and intimidating. Lu Xian's voice carried a hint of playfulness, but the more so, the more people can't help but want to climb up, want to pick it down, want to see what this snow lotus will look like after it's picked down. Bai Yanqi's whole body was taut, like a stone, not daring to move. She could feel the temperature of his fingers, feel the breath of his breath, all of which made her feel extremely uncomfortable and humiliated. But she didn't dare to resist, couldn't resist. Those evidences were like the sword of Damocles hanging over her head, making her not dare to make the slightest movement. Lu Xian's fingers, following her neck, slowly slid towards her collar. He played with the buttons of her collar. Don't do this. Bai Yanqi's voice carried a sobbing tone, full of helplessness and pleading. Lu Xian stopped his movements and looked down at her. What? Don't like it? Bai Yanqi bit her lower lip tightly, tears finally unable to hold back, sliding down her cheeks. She knew that begging for mercy was useless, and resisting was even more self-defeating. She could only close her eyes and let the tears of humiliation flow silently. Lu Xian looked at her stoic and painful appearance, and the thrill of conquest in his heart reached its peak. He no longer hesitated. About an hour later, Bai Yanqi looked at the ceiling with empty eyes. Detected that the target character's psychological defense has completely collapsed, and his inner pride and pride have been shattered, gaining a large amount of control value. Current control value, 100. Reward, a set of 100 square feet of housing in Bai Jingyuan near Yenjing University. Reward, 500 points. Reward points, 500 points. Obtained random drop reward, entry-level PUA eloquence. Lu Xian looked at the system prompt and was secretly happy. Originally, he also intended to rent a suite outside, after all, the dormitory that a few disgusting things he really cannot stand. Did not expect to doze off, someone sends a pillow, directly to a suite, and still in the Yenjing University near the Bai Jingyuan, that is a military compound family building, security and the environment are extremely good. What's more unexpected is that it actually dropped PUA skills? This is a good thing, in the future to fool those girls, not half the effort? Looking at Bai Yanqi's control value in his arms, Lu Xian was very satisfied. Bai Yanqi and Shen Yubing, a military region deputy political commissar's daughter, a military region chief's daughter, these two people stay in the hands, absolutely great use. He smiled evilly and gently patted Bai Yanqi's cheek. Little Bai, good boy. Bai Yanqi's eyelashes fluttered lightly, slowly turning her head to look at him, a hint of confusion in her eyes, but without the coldness and defiance from before. I'm a little thirsty, go get me a cup of water. Lu Xian ordered. Okay, master. Bai Yanqi responded almost subconsciously when she heard his words, her voice carrying a softness that she had never seen before. She got up from Lu Xian's lap, tidied up her somewhat messy clothes, and walked towards the water dispenser with her still somewhat sore legs. She poured a cup of water, cupped her hands, and brought it to Lu Xian, like a well-behaved and obedient maid. Lu Xian took the cup of water and took a sip, nodding his head in satisfaction. The feeling of having the control value pulled full was different, it was really a case of pointing wherever you want and saying whatever you want. Then Xiao Bai, Lu Xian placed the water cup on the table and pointed to the documents on the table, which also contained some student reimbursement applications. Put the stamp on it for me. Okay, master. Bai Yanqi responded obediently once again, then picked up the documents on the table and started stamping. Her movements still carried the characteristic dryness of a soldier, but her expression had completely changed, the previous majesty and impatience in her eyes was gone, only a kind of meekness. After stamping, Bai Yanqi suddenly flung herself on her knees in front of Lu Xian, her head lowered, her voice carrying a hint of trembling. Master, it was all my fault before, it's a bit difficult for you, I'm sorry. She looked scared, afraid that Lu Xian would get angry because of her previous attitude. Lu Xian looked at Bai Yanqi, who was kneeling in front of him. A stronger sense of conquest surged in his heart. He slowly reached out his hand and gently lifted her chin, making her look at himself. Oops, it's alright, Lu Xian spoke in a relaxed tone, you're forgiven after the stamp. He paused for a moment, a playful glint in his eyes. And in the future, you have to get along with director Chen Yubing Chen, you'll be good girlfriends again in the future. When Bai Yanqi heard the name Chen Yubing, her body shuddered unnoticeably. She wanted to refuse, wanted to ask why, but for some reason, when she met Lu Xian's deep eyes, the words she wanted to say seemed to be blocked by an invisible force. She could only nod her head in agreement, as if she had accepted an order that she could not disobey. Chapter 47, Encountering Luo Xiaoran, the flower of the department. Lu Xian smiled slightly. In his heart, he couldn't help but sigh. This Bai Yanqi, once that layer of prideful shell was completely shattered, the kernel that was revealed was actually so obedient, it was simply more well-behaved than a domesticated kitten by a few points. The original stock of refusal outside the cold and sharp, at this moment disappeared, replaced by a careful to please. Little Bai, Lu Xian's voice carried a hint of teasing as he reached out and gently patted her head, as if he was calming a frightened little animal. In the future, you and director Chen Yubing Chen, you can get along well, you can't be pinpointing each other like before, and staging the scene of Mars clashing with the Earth every day. He paused and added meaningfully, there are some things that you should understand what I mean. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you, that girl Chen Yubing is now just like you, she is obedient to me, and is very well behaved. When Bai Yanqi heard this, a flash of unbelievable surprise swiftly swept through her phoenix eyes that had just regained some of their vigor. She slightly opened her small mouth, as if she wanted to confirm something. Really? Really, master? Chen Yubing. Her, she too. That woman, her former best friend, she would even submit to this man in front of her? Lu Xian looked at her stunned expression and felt quite amused, like he was admiring a work of art that he had carved with his own hands. He stretched out his hand and gently touched Bai Yanqi's silky hair, his movements carrying an unquestionable control. Of course it's true, when have I ever lied to you? She's just like you, she's my obedient little cat. Bai Yanqi tilted her head meekly, her gaze meeting Lu Xian's deep eyes, which were filled with curiosity and a hint of imperceptible awe. Master, I am curious, why did you pick the two of us? Did we offend you in some way before? Lu Xian let out a light laugh, his smile carrying a few moments of playfulness and carelessness. In fact, if it wasn't for the two of you not knowing how to die and taking the stamp as if you were walking a dog to keep me, I really didn't think of laying my hands on you. In the end, all of this, you guys brought this on yourselves, no one else to blame. He snapped his fingers, as if dusting off something insignificant. Alright, don't ask so much if you shouldn't. Lu Xian stood up, sorted out his sleeves, his tone resumed flat. The chapter is also finished, the bursary procedures give me a nimble point to do down, the money as soon as possible to my card. As for you, well. He glanced at Bai Yanqi, the corner of his mouth hooked up an evil arc. Don't be anxious, more exciting is still in the back. In the future, outside, remember to call me by my name, don't be a mouthful of a master, let people hear it, and they'll think that we have some kind of unspeakable secret. Bai Yanqi hurriedly lowered her head, her cheeks slightly hot, and meekly nodded her head, her voice as thin as a gnat. Yes, master. No, classmate Lu Xian, I remember. Lu Xian gave a satisfied him, and without further words, he turned around and walked towards the outside of the office. With everything done, the next step was to inspect the house located in Bai Jingyuan that the system had just rewarded. That place was a famous military compound family building near Yinjing University, with a favorable location, first-class security measures, and an even better environment. With their own nest, the future will also act much more convenient, whether it is to let Chen Yubing, Gu Yunqi them over to report work, or they want to figure a quiet, are excellent choices. Just walking out of the office building, a wind with early summer heat blew in his face. Lu Xian squinted his eyes and was about to take out his cell phone to call a car, when out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the boulevard not far away, where a little accident seemed to have occurred. A tall, curvy girl was currently falling to the ground in a somewhat sorry state, scattering papers and books all over the place. The girl's upper body was wearing a white chiffon blouse, with the neckline slightly open, revealing her delicate collarbone and a small piece of snow-white skin. The lower body was a pair of tight light blue jeans, perfectly outlining the slender legs. Even with the falling posture, it was hard to hide her proud figure. Lu Xian is not a nosy person, but for some reason, today's mood is extraordinarily comfortable. Coupled with the fact that the girl does have a few looks, he ghostly took a step and walked towards that side. When he got closer, Lu Xian saw the girl's appearance. She was frowning, one hand propping up the ground, one hand covering her right ankle, fine beads of sweat oozing out from her bare forehead. Her expression looked very painful. A standard goose egg face, features delicate as if painted, especially the pair of watery eyes, at the moment because of the pain and covered with a layer of fog, more choo-choo pathetic. A name quickly flashed through Lu Xian's mind: Luo Xiaoran. That's right, it's her. the freshman year recognized department flower of the acting department, just enrolled in the school by virtue of outstanding appearance and body, as well as the stunning classical dance at the welcome party, in one fell swoop established her goddess status among the freshmen of Yenjing University. In his last life, when Lu Xian was still an obscure beggar student, he had not looked up to this Luo University department flower in the school forum and various school flower rankings. At that time, he could only lick the screen silently behind the screen, and even the courage to say a word to others or not. He didn't expect that after being reborn, he would be able to encounter her in this way. TSK, is this an arrangement of fate? There was no reason to miss an opportunity that was delivered to the door? Lu Xian laughed in his heart, his steps could not help but speed up a few points, and a look of concern appeared on his face at the right time. Classmate, are you alright? He walked to Luo Xiaoran's side and asked in a gentle voice, while naturally reaching out his hand, wanting to assist her arm. His hand was warm and smooth, and the delicate touch made his heart flutter slightly. Well, feel good. Luo Xiaoran obviously did not expect someone to come over so quickly to help. She subconsciously looked up at Lu Xian. When she saw a clear and handsome face reflected in her eyes, she froze slightly and then grinned because of the pain coming from her ankle. Her eyes instantly filled with tears of aggression, and her voice carried a hint of a sobbing tone. Same. Classmate, it seems that I seem to have broken my foot, my ankle hurts, I can't move. She bit her lower lip. That look of watering eyes was enough to make any man's heart feel pity. Can you help me up? I have a very important form here that I have to hand in to the registrar's office right now, or else it will be too late. Luo Xiaoran pointed to the several pieces of paper scattered on the ground and said in an anxious tone. Only then did Lu Xian notice that there were indeed some papers scattered around her, one of which seemed to be some sort of application form. His heart stirred and he secretly said that this was really someone sending a pillow when he fell asleep. He was worried about how to strike up a conversation with this department flower. He quickly withdrew his hand, which was a bit froze because he accidentally touched the other party's arm, and showed a serious expression on his face, saying, "Of course, helping others is the fine tradition of our contemporary college students. Don't be in a hurry, first see if the injury is serious." Saying that, he squatted down and his eyes fell on Luo Xiaoran's slender ankle. Chapter 48 The Department Flower Who Flips Her Face Faster Than a Book. Lu Xian's mouth was tinged with a smile if nothing else, and he politely spoke, "Classmate, is it convenient for me to help you up?" Luo Xiaoran was slightly stunned. Those big watery eyes blinked and looked at Lu Xian. A thin layer of mist quickly condensed in her eyes, as if tears were going to drip out in the next second, her voice carrying a trace of a lovable tremor. "No. It's okay, classmate, thank you too much." That soft and boneless appearance, anyone who looks at it will have compassion. He slightly smiled, reached out his hand, gently on Luo Xiaoran's arm. A little force will help her up from the ground. Into the hand a piece of delicate, warm and soft. The feel of the hand is indeed not bad. Luo Xiaoran had just stabilized herself when she let out another soft cry, as if an unbearable pain was coming from her ankle. She took a small step tentatively, her body immediately exaggeratedly skewed, almost falling again, her mouth hissing with cool air. It hurts, it hurts. This time, tears really came down, large teardrops rolled down her delicate cheeks, pear blossoms with rain. I see pity. She looked at Lu Xian helplessly. Classmate, I don't really seem to be able to walk anymore. Seeing this, Lu Xian had a timely look of concern on his face, and once again held her steady, saying in a warm voice, "Classmate, I see that you're not lightly injured. It's better to go to the school hospital first, don't delay it." "No way." Luo Xiaoran anxiously shook her head and pointed to the papers scattered on the ground. "Classmate, I have a very important form here that must be handed in to the registrar's office right away, or otherwise it will be too late to select the scholarship." She bit her lower lip, her eyes full of helplessness and pleading, as if her life would be gray if she missed this form. "Tell you what, classmate," she said as if she had made up her mind, her cheeks flushed with an unnatural blush and her voice was as thin as a gnat. "Will you carry me up? Then walk me to the faculty office, okay?" Those tearful eyes looked timidly at Lu Xian, living as a frightened bunny waiting for rescue. Lu Xian quickly agreed, "No problem. Helping people is the fine tradition of our contemporary college students." Before the words fell, he bent down nimbly, his left hand steadily held the bend of Luo Xiaoran's leg, his right hand ringed over her waist, a standard princess hug. He carried her up horizontally. The body in her arms was soft and fragrant, but with a trace of imperceptible stiffness. However, just as Lu Xian picked up Luo Xiaoran and was about to take a step, the Luo Xiaoran in his arms suddenly erupted. Classmate! What are you doing? Quickly let go of me." Luo Xiaoran let out a shrill shriek that was loud enough to penetrate half the campus. Her originally pitiful expression instantly became terrified, as if Lu Xian was some kind of flood beast. "You calm down a bit. Classmate. You're breaking the law. It's hooliganism. It's a crime." She pressed her hands against Lu Xian's chest, seemingly pushing back with force, but the force, light and fluffy, was more like a refusal to return a caress. But the expression on her face was extremely exaggerated, her eyes were wide open, full of humiliation and anger. Immediately afterward, an even more dramatic scene occurred. Luo Xiaoran's tears were like an open flood, surging out, crying at the top of her voice, "Classmate, I beg you, let me go. Oh. This broad daylight, how can you do such a thing? I just asked you to send me to the faculty office, how can you? How can you do this to me?" This one after another, sharp turn of events, even Lu Xian slightly raised his eyebrows. He stopped his footsteps, looked down at Luo Xiaoran in his arms, who was extremely engaged in the performance, and was somewhat amused in his heart. This little girl, the set of play quite flower touch porcelain touched the little master head? The first thing that you should know is that you're not going to be able to get away with it, but you're going to be able to get away with it, and you're going to be able to get away with it. You're the one who asked me to hold you up. What let you carry me? As if Luo Xiaoran had heard a heavenly slander, her voice steeply rose, with a crying tone, yet her words were clear. Classmate, even if you see my beauty, you can't force me with such despicable means. I am not that kind of casual girl. Please, let me go. Otherwise, I'll call out for someone. The corner of Lu Xian's mouth hooked up a teasing arc, and without talking nonsense to her, he directly placed her firmly on the ground. Luo Xiaoran's feet just touched the ground, just now also too painful to walk, ankle instantly recovered as before, stood there steadily, which still have half a bit of broken feet look? She even subconsciously adjusted her posture, fearing that others could not see her strong after humiliation. This is not all. Next Luo Xiaoran's action, even more so, Lu Xian felt that the Oscars owe her a small gold medal. Only to see her take a deep breath, her face showing a grief and anger expression, and then her hands grabbed the neckline of her chiffon shirt in front of her chest. Prick! A clear sound of fabric tearing rang out. Luo Xiaoran unexpectedly tore a large hole in the neckline of her blouse, revealing the edges of her light-colored underwear and an even larger piece of snow-white skin inside. The determination of her movements and her expression was on point, as if she had really suffered some inhuman treatment and was now about to die to expose the atrocities. After doing all this, she also staggered back 2 steps, one hand covering the torn neckline, one hand tremblingly pointing at Lu Xian, her voice mournful, You beast! Rascal! Beside the boulevard, there were already a few sporadic passing students who were attracted by the commotion on this side and were looking around curiously. Chapter 49 Departmental flowers like wool gathering? Refund only? Lu Xian looked at the dramatic scene in front of him and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. This little girl, is she treating herself as a little cutie? Or does she think that all the men in the world have to fall under her pomegranate skirt and let her rub them round and flat? Porcelain? That's really new. Lu Xian lived 2 lifetimes, what cow ghosts and snakes have not seen. This kind of low-level means of touching porcelain actually happened in Yenjing University's department flower body, said out of fear of people laugh off teeth. Classmate, the ground is cool, you are almost done with this play, right? Lu Xian clasped his hands on his chest and looked at her in a good mood, his tone carrying a hint of undisguised teasing. Luo Xiaoran didn't seem to expect Lu Xian to be this reaction. Her crying stopped abruptly, the sad and angry expression on her face froze, and then like a cat that had its tail stepped on, she pointedly said, What are you talking about? You did this kind of thing to me and you still dare not admit it? Everyone come and see. This rascal molested me. With this voice of hers, the surrounding students who were already looking around curiously, immediately surrounded like cats who smelled fishy odor, pointing and talking. Yo, isn't this Luo Xiaoran from the acting department? What happened? Look at that man, he looks like a man I didn't expect. Luo Xiaoran is crying so hard, her collar is torn, she must have met a hooligan. Lu Xian listened to the surrounding discussion and was not moved in the slightest. He slowly took out his cell phone and pointed at Luo Xiaoran's pearly rain. I see the poor face, as well as her deliberate display of evidence of guilt, torn neckline, not slow click. Took a picture. Luo Xiaoran was stunned by his sudden action, and then more grief. You dared to take pictures. You want to threaten me? I tell you, I won't be afraid of you. Don't be anxious, Luo de Shanghua. Lu Xian shook his cell phone, his lips hooked into a meaningful smile. This person of mine, I like to speak with facts. Don't worry, later on, you'll be happy to explain to me what's going on. He was too lazy to bother with this kind of movie queen level woman, directly handing it over to the system to deal with was the way to go. As long as the black material came out, he didn't believe that he couldn't pry her mouth open. As expected, in his mind, the system's beep sounded at the right time. Ding! New analyzable target person detected. Scanning photo information. Target person, Luo Xiaoran. Immediately after, a series of data surfaced in Lu Xian's consciousness. Name, Luo Xiaoran. Face value, 94. Control value, 0. Circumference, 78-62-77. Height, 160 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Lu Xian raised an eyebrow. With a face value of 94, it really deserved the title of department flower. However, this 3 circumference and weight, TSK, is also too thin point, simply as a piece of paper people, a gust of wind can blow away like. This must be how desperate to lose weight to achieve this effect? A burst of tasteless Target evaluation, family conditions are superior, but love to take advantage of small advantages. Take advantage of small advantages will have a sense of pleasure, and its good face, strong self-esteem. Love to take advantage of small advantages? Lu Xian stroked his chin, and combined with her performance just now, he had a rough idea in his heart. It seems that this department flower, in private, is also not an oil lamp. Black material generation completed. Option 1, 3,000 renminbi to exchange for the complete black material package. Option 2, black material exchange coupon X1 for complete black material package. Only $3,000 of black material? Lu Xian skimmed his mouth. Based on past experience, black material at this price point was average at best in terms of strength and couldn't make too many waves. However, a mosquito was meat even if it was small, and it was worth the price of admission to make this senior acting student suffer. 3,000 yuan redemption. Lu Xian read silently in his mind. Redemption completed. The account balance is deducted by 3,000 yuan. As soon as the words fell, a flood of familiar information instantly surged into Lu Xian's mind, ponderous yet well organized. At the same time, a brand new PPT document was quietly generated on the encrypted app interface of the cell phone. Lu Xian forced a smile at the corner of his mouth and clicked on the summary of that PPT. Black material core details, Yanjing University Acting Department Freshman Department Flower Luo Xiaoran, perennial online shopping platform wool gathering, only refund. But, sparing Lu Xian's overpowering stamina, when he saw this line, he almost didn't strain to laugh out loud. Wool gathering? Refund only? This picture style shift is also too fast. A bright and shiny, all body is not brand name or Tide brand, hands and feet are permeated with mother is not bad money of the rich girl paradigm of the department of the flower goddess. Behind the scenes is actually a major online shopping platform crazy wool gathering, and also happy to play only refund recidivist? The recidivist? This contrast is simply perfect. Lu Xian suddenly felt that the $3,000 was worth it. This is no longer black material, this is simply today's source of happiness. He forced a smile and continued to look down. Specific description: the target character Luo Xiaoran, family conditions are favorable. The father is the vice governor of Sichuan Suzhou province and the director of the public security department Luo Jinxiong. The mother is the Yangzhou city, the first women's prison director Lu Qin. Luo Xiaoran grew up with her grandmother. Due to her parents' busy work schedule, she lacked love from her father and mother for a long time, which led to certain defects in her character, which manifested itself in the excessive pursuit of material goods and psychological satisfaction through taking advantage of small gains. He returned to his parents after junior high school, but his habit of taking advantage of small gains has been deeply rooted and difficult to change. Year-round malicious wool-gathering behavior in a Treasure, a East, a Shixishi, and other online shopping platforms, including but not limited to the use of platform loopholes, malicious returns, false propaganda, and other means of obtaining undue benefits, of which the only refunds do not return the goods behavior is particularly frequent. The amount of money involved in each single ranges from 10 yuan to 1,000 yuan, and preliminary statistics show that the total value of illegal profits from such behavior is as high as more than 1.5 million yuan. After reading this detailed description, the expression on Lu Xian's face was nothing short of brilliant. He had previously thought that Bai Yanqi and Chen Yubing's backgrounds were already enough: a military region deputy political commissar's daughter and a military region chief's daughter. He didn't realize that this Luo Daxianhua was even more powerful. Her own father was a vice ministerial level official with real power in his hands, and her mother was also a department level prison director. On this kind of route is read, powerful family origin of the proud daughter of heaven, actually can do this kind of on the surface of the nasty things? And the amount is also so huge, up to more than $1.5 million. If this is stabbed out, not to mention that she Luo Xiaoran cannot stay in Yanjing University, her parents will have to follow the food and drink. It's really a big world, there's nothing strange about it. Lu Xian felt that he had opened his eyes today. This is not a simple love of taking advantage of a small advantage, this is simply a personality distortion, psychopathy. He couldn't wait to open the PPT document that was said to have hundreds of pages, ready to enjoy the glorious deeds of the Luo University Department flower. He wanted to see how many surprises were hidden inside. The surrounding discussion is still noisy, Luo Xiaoran is still there calling to play the victim, but that cry, how to listen to how to feel some lack of breath, the bottom of the air is weak a lot. Lu Xian raised his head, looked at Luo Xiaoran's face, suddenly felt that the department flower does not go to get an Oscar gold medal, really talented. Chapter 50, let's see who dies first. Lu Xian looked at the epic porcelain scene in front of him, and the pleasure in his heart that Bai Yanqi had brought was suddenly washed away. Worthy of being the acting department flower, only a freshman, this acting skill is comparable to the old actor. Lu Xian scratched the screen of his cell phone and clicked on the hundreds of pages of PPT. Good guy, do not know, I'll look shocked. It is densely packed, all Luo Xiaoran with different phone numbers registered various online shopping platform account a Treasure, a East, at 1111, a Fish, a product will be. Simply all platform hegemony. A rough count of phone numbers, at least 10. And the shopping accounts associated with these phone numbers below, but also up to dozens. PPT lists in detail each of the brilliant achievements. Though she gripped the hair of the order, those only refunds do not return the tawdry operation, simply too many to mention. What's even better is that it is accompanied by screenshots of the chat records of her cordial and friendly negotiations with various merchants, as well as the chat records of naked threats to the merchants after they were unable to negotiate amicably. Between the lines, that kind of arrogance and domineering, and she is at the moment the poor appearance of the two people. Not only that, the Department of Flowers are more than a dozen wool-gathering exchange group, only refund mutual aid group senior members, and even released a lot of wool-gathering tutorials. The first time I saw this is when I was in the middle of the night, and I was in the middle of the night, and I was in the middle of the night, and I was in the middle of the night. Lu Xian page after page, hundreds of pages of PPT to see him some scalp numbness. This Luo Xiaoran, in the wool-gathering on this road, can really have strength. This is not simply taking advantage of a small advantage, this is simply the merchants to the death pit. Lu Xian can even imagine how many small businesses by Luo Xiaoran this kind of people to get burnt out, and even the death of the family. At this time, both sides of the forest path have gathered a lot of watching students, one by one stretch their necks, pointing and whispering to this side. Hey, isn't that Luo Xiaoran from the acting department? Why is she crying like this? Who's the guy next to you? He looks quite civilized, he didn't do anything, did he? Look at Luo Xiaoran's collar, it's torn. Gosh, she must have met a hooligan. This boy is too wild. That's right, in broad daylight, too inhuman. Lu Xian listened to the increasingly biased arguments around him. Although he remained calm on the surface, he secretly pinched a cold sweat in his heart. If he didn't have the system in his hand, I'm afraid that he really couldn't wash himself out of this matter today even if he jumped into the Yellow River. One is a bright and shiny department flower with a good family background, and the other is a poor student with no name and an ordinary family background. I know with my toes who people will believe. Why would the flower of the department touch you, a poor boy? Why do you think you're young? Why don't you take a shower? There's a saying on the internet, face is justice, if you're so pretty, you're right. At that time, he properly had to be hung on the campus wall again, accepting the baptism of the whole school's teachers and students' spittle, a new round of Netstorm package deluxe upgraded version waiting for himself. The more Lu Xian thought about it, the more he was afraid. Obviously he had been careful, avoided Zhang Yining that big pit. How did he turn his head and fall into Luo Xiaoran this cesspool? Could it be that in his own life, he is destined to get into trouble with this kind of false accusation type talent? Is there a Netstorm KPI waiting for him to fulfill? Thinking of this, Lu Xian felt that he couldn't delay any longer. This kind of thing, once fermented on the internet, 3 people become a tiger. By then even if they come up with ironclad evidence, I'm afraid that they can't block the mouth of the people. Lu Xian looked at Luo Xiaoran's eyes, instantly changed from watching the drama and watching the fun just now, to a bone-chilling coldness. Those eyes, like knives quenched with ice, were sharp and compelling. Luo Xiaoran was immersed in her own tragic drama, squeezing her tears, ready to accuse Lu Xian's atrocities for a few more sentences, but she suddenly felt a chill coming on. She subconsciously raised her head and met Lu Xian's ice-cold eyes. Those eyes were too familiar. That was a look like a superior looking down on a mole cricket, with an unquestionable pressure and a hint of impatient killing aura? This kind of look, she had only vaguely felt it in her father's occasional real anger, in those of his high-powered colleagues. How could it appear on an ordinary student? Luo Xiaoran's petite body trembled violently, the action of wiping her tears froze in mid-air, and her sobbing came to an abrupt end like a duck that had been strangled. Along with that brewing half a day, ready to escalate the crying again, also hard to hold back. The air seemed to have stagnated for a few minutes. Lu Xian took a step by step, unhurriedly walked in front of Luo Xiaoran. With every step he took, Luo Xiaoran's heart sank 1 point downwards. Student Luo Xiaoran, Lu Xian's voice wasn't high, but it carried an undeniable coldness. Haven't you acted enough with this Oscar-level acting? He paused, and his tone took on a hint of mockery. Almost enough, stop when you can. I don't have that much time to bull with you here. Lu Xian's patience had clearly run out. I don't know why you're making every effort to touch me, or rather, to frame me. However, none of that matters anymore. As he said that, Lu Xian violently raised the cell phone in his hand, and the screen was facing Luo Xiaoran, and on it was a certain page of the PPT, clearly displaying a certain small number of hers and a record of a brilliant refund-only order. Luo Xiaoran, look carefully. Lu Xian stared at Luo Xiaoran with icy eyes. What is this? Don't tell me you don't know what this is. His eyes steeply became stern. You now, say one more word of nonsense, and I'll send this several hundred-page PPT, as is, all over the internet for you. All the major forums, the campus wall, there's one counting. Don't you like acting? Aren't you going to frame me? The corner of Lu Xian's mouth hooked up into an ICR, and he said word for word, then let's see who dies first. Chapter 51, The Anonymous Man Behind the Scenes. The color of blood on Luo Xiaoran's face was like an ebbing tide, rapidly fading from red to pale, and finally turning into an almost transparent gray. That pair of big eyes that had just been filled with aggrieved tears were now filled with horror and disbelief, as if they had seen something even more terrifying than a ghost. Her carefully maintained victim posture instantly collapsed, and her sobbing stopped abruptly, like a chicken pup that had been strangled, leaving only a subtle, uncontrolled sob. She stretched out her hand, trembling, trying to reach Lu Xian's cell phone, her lips trembling, but she couldn't say a word. What? Don't recognize it? Lu Xian idly shook his cell phone, and the lines of shocking records on the screen appeared particularly blinding in the sunlight. Luo de faculty flower, which account on this is not yours? Which brilliant battle record do you need me to help you recall your memories? His finger gently scratched, the screen switched to another page. Above is Luo Xiaoran and a certain small businessman because of the refund only, and produced a heated argument. Chat records, Luo Xiaoran's words of arrogance, the attitude of the brute, and in front of the eyes of this watering little white flower is like two people. No. Not. This is not me. Luo Xiaoran's voice was as thin as a gnat, with a desperate struggle, but that pale defense looked so powerless in front of the iron evidence. She watched Lu Xian scratched a few more times, and each page was like a heavy hammer, ruthlessly hitting her heart. Though she thought God did not know the small action, though she was proud of wool-gathering skills, though she flaunted in the small circle of the results of war, at this moment was this man nakedly spread in broad daylight. This is you. Where did you get it? Luo Xiaoran finally couldn't tense up. The accumulated fear was like a flood that broke the dike, instantly drowning her. She no longer cared what image, what department flower aura, wow sound, really cried out, crying heartbreaking, snot and tears face to face. That cry, no longer the previous performance of the pear flower with rain, but from the heart of the fear and collapse. You delete these things, okay? I beg you. Oh. Or I'm finished. I'm really finished. She begged incoherently, her hands grasping Lu Xian's corner as if it was her last straw. The surrounding students, who were originally filled with righteous indignation, pointing at Lu Xian, at this moment all looked dumbfounded. This plot reversal was also too fast, right? 1 second, she was a poor little girl who was bullied by the hooligans, but the next second, she was hugging the hooligans' thighs, crying and begging for mercy. Hey, what's going on here? What happened to Luo Xiaoran? What did that guy show her? Why is she scared like this? Could it be that Luo Xiaoran is acting? The murmurs gradually changed winds, from sympathizing with Luo Xiaoran to being curious and puzzled by the scene in front of them. Lu Xian gently shook off her hand, with little expression on his face. Now you know it's over? Where's that touchy-feely energy just now? He looked condescendingly at Luo Xiaoran, who was sitting paralyzed on the ground, without the slightest bit of pity in his eyes. He wouldn't have a good face for this kind of person who wanted to pit himself to death. Say it. Lu Xian's voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable pressure. Why did you come to trouble me? What's in it for you to falsely accuse me? Luo Xiaoran cried so hard that she couldn't catch her breath, choked, and said intermittently, It was last night that someone contacted me through the shaking. He said he was a fan of mine, and said he wanted to brush me with 100 carnivals. Let me come here at this time today and wait for you, and then just say you molested me. Took a video and posted it online to make your reputation stink. She cried while saying, afraid that Lu Xian did not believe, but also hurriedly took out her cell phone from her own small designer bag, her fingers trembling, clicked on the jittery voice, and flipped out the chat log to Lu Xian. Lu Xian took the cell phone, quickly browsed through. It was indeed an anonymous user. The avatar and nickname were system defaults, and the chat logs corroborated Luo Xiaoran's claim that the other party had used 100 carnivals as bait to get her to carry out the plan. No one knows Luo Xiaoran's real identity and family conditions, so offering 100 carnivals sounds reasonable. Lu Xian pondered in his heart, but he still felt that something wasn't right. He raised his eyes to Luo Xiaoran, his eyes sharp. What conditions of your family? Aren't you clear yourself? Your father is Luo Zhenxiong, and your mother is Lu Qin. Would you like the money for these 100 carnivals? 1 carnival is $3,000, 100 is $300,000. It was a huge sum of money for ordinary people, but for a rich white beauty of Luo Xiaoran's level, it was at most pocket money. Being called by Lu Xian the name and identity of her parents, Luo Xiaoran's face swished, even whiter than a moment ago, and her pupils dilated a few points due to fear. She did not expect Lu Xian, even her family background, to find out everything. I'm not doing this for carnival. Luo Xiaoran's voice got smaller and smaller, her head hung lower, and she stammered for half a day before saying in an almost inaudible voice, I think that touching you, this thing, is quite fun. What the hell? Lu Xian almost thought that he heard wrong and pulled out his ears. What did you say? Fun? He was practically laughing at this woman's brain circuit. Just because you think it's fun, just because you're pursuing excitement, you almost ruin someone's life? What kind of strange ing logic was this? I was wrong. I'm really wrong. Classmate Lu Xian, you're a big man, forgive me this time. I won't dare to do it again. Seeing Lu Xian's face becoming more and more ugly, Luo Xiaoran was so scared that she cowed out and bowed, and her tears fell down like no money. Lu Xian took a deep breath and forced down the impulse in his heart to slap her to death. Now is not the time to get angry, we must first clean up the mess in front of us. He glanced at the growing number of people around him, and then at Luo Xiaoran, who was crying like a tearful person, and said in a cold voice, "Alright. Stop howling. Since it's a false accusation, there must be an accomplice beside you taking videos of you, right? Call them out. We have to come up with an excuse to get this over with. Otherwise, I'll be ruined today by your stupid ass." Lu Xian's voice was filled with suppressed anger. What he was more curious about now was, who was that anonymous user who paid Luo Xiaoran to mess with him? Was it Zhang Yining's thieving heart, or was it someone else? It seemed that when he was reborn, this trouble really came one after another, with no end in sight. Chapter 52 Relieving the Crisis. Lu Xian's mind raced. Zhang Yining? It shouldn't be her. That woman had suffered such a big loss. Unless her brain was caught in a door, she would never dare to provoke herself again. Besides, she didn't have the energy to accurately predict that she would show up here today, and also pinpointed the right time. Mom and dad? Even more unlikely. They're enemies? That's not so bad. 100 carnivals? That's $300,000. Who would spend that kind of money to set him up? But the person behind this even knew that he would come to this building for the bursary chapter, and even calculated the time so accurately. The more Lu Xian thought about it, the tighter his brows wrinkled. This matter was permeated with an evil energy. How could he, a small person in a poor countryside, be worthy of someone else's efforts to calculate so much? Just as he was pondering, Luo Xiaoran had already cried with a sobbing voice, trembling and shouting at a short bush not far away, "Xiaomei! Xiaomei, you come out." The words just fell, the bushes shook a few times, and a girl wearing a duck-tongued hat, not tall, but with a rather material body probed and drilled out. She was also holding up a rather professional-looking DSLR camera in her hand, with the lens facing this way. "Aya, Xiaoran, finally finished?" The girl jogged over in a few steps, her face with an excited blush, her eyes shining brightly. "You two acted too realistically, didn't you? Simply divine. Especially you, Xiaoran, those tears came right away, I almost thought they were real." While she was talking, she raised her camera to show Luo Xiaoran, "Look at this angle, this light, it's perfect. Shivering sound will definitely be hot." Lu Xian raised an eyebrow, unmovingly sizing up this best friend that suddenly appeared. Luo Xiaoran's face was green for a while and white for a while, so embarrassed that she couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. She looked at Lu Xian as if asking for help, saw that he had nothing to say, and only then hardened her head, using a voice as thin as a gnat to explain to the girl, That, Mimi, I'll give you an introduction, this is Lu Xian. We were just rehearsing a small segment to prepare for the school's short video competition." The more she said, the smaller her voice became, and her head hung lower and lower, and that look was like an elementary school student who had done something wrong and was waiting to be disciplined. "The script. Script is him, he plays a little paranoid suitor who looks at me, then to me. Oh, so it's like this." Guomimi came to a realization and clapped her hands, her eyes looking at Lu Xian were suddenly filled with admiration. "Hello handsome, how are you? I'm Guomimi, Xiaoran's roommate and diehard friend." She extended her hand with a big grin. "Your acting skills are too good too, right? That fierce look just now, I felt it even from a long distance away. Too much tension." Lu Xian looked at her outstretched hand and gently shook it, a warm smile appearing on his face, as if the one with icy eyes and a compelling aura just now wasn't him. "Hello, fellow student Guomimi. It's all because Xiaoran's script is well written, I'm just acting accordingly." He smoothly took over the conversation, and said aloud to the surrounding crowd of eaters who hadn't dispersed yet, "Classmates, to explain to you all, just now we were filming a short film about campus safety, preventing harassment, to publicize the law. This is Luo Xiaoran from the acting department, I'm her partner Lu Xian, and that one is our cameraman Guomimi. I'm really sorry for letting you all be frightened." He spoke these words with clarity and sincerity, plus his own looks were dominant, with a sunny and righteous face. Those skeptical eyes from earlier immediately dissipated most of them. "Oh, so it's a video shoot. I said so, how could Department Flower Luo be pulling with someone on the street? This young man is quite handsome, acting as a bad guy is really a bit of a contrast. The short film on legal literacy is good, now the campus really needs to strengthen the publicity in this area." Discussions gradually subsided, the crowd of onlookers also began to disperse in twos and threes. After all, it is the real conflict that is interesting to watch, the drama that is performed, which is not lively to see. Seeing this, Lu Xian's heart was slightly settled. He turned to Guomimi, his smile unabated. "Mimi, how is the video shot? Can you show me the effect first? We can also adjust it according to the situation." Yes. Guomimi already had an excellent impression of Lu Xian. At this moment, when she was addressed by him with a magnetic voice, she was even more ecstatic, and handed the camera over without any defense, and also sweetly shouted, "Brother Lu Xian, feel free to look. This technique of mine, it's very stable." Lu Xian took the camera and skillfully operated it. The video was filmed very clearly, from Luo Xiaoran's fall, to her own accosting, to the princess hug and Luo Xiaoran's fierce resistance and hoarse complaints, every detail is recorded clearly. Especially Guamini seems to know the traffic code. Several shots are close-ups of Luo Xiaoran's pearly, pitiful face, as well as her torn neckline. Lu Xian was secretly shocked. If this is really taken out of context and posted on the internet, even if he has 100 mouths, he will not be able to explain. He didn't move and check the memory card. Then in front of Guamini, he directly selected the video file and pressed the delete button. Hey, brother Lu Xian, you. Guamini froze. Oh, just now checked and found that there are a few shots where the light is not very good, affecting the overall effect. Lu Xian babbled without changing his face, and Xiaoran's mood just now seems to be a bit unadjusted. We plan to find a place with good light again in a while and make up a few more shots. For this kind of thing, it's better to aim for perfection, right, Xiaoran? He looked at Luo Xiaoran meaningfully. Luo Xiaoran, how dare she say a word of no, nodding her head repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice. Right, Lu Xian. Classmate is right, it's necessary to reshoot. Just now I was too nervous, my expression management is not in place. She now only begged Lu Xian to be magnanimous and not to poke out those black materials of hers. Although Guamini felt a bit of pity, but seeing that both the male and female protagonists had said so, she couldn't insist any longer and just muttered, alright, then you guys cheer up. By the way, brother Lu Xian, Xiaoran, this script of yours is quite interesting. Next time there's this kind of good thing, still look for me, I'll be a photographer for you for free. Lu Xian smiled, definitely. Ms. Mimi, I've worked hard for you today. Xiaoran and I still have some script details to communicate again, so I won't waste your time. Some other day I'll be the host and invite you and Xiaoran to have dinner together to thank you properly. Really? Great. Guamini's eyes lit up, then she revealed an eye-gated expression and ambiguously squeezed her eyes at Luo Xiaoran. Okay, then I won't be a light bulb. Xiaoran, communicate well with brother Lu Xian about the script. Go for it. After saying that, she also gave a cheering gesture to Luo Xiaoran, then hummed a little song and turned around to leave contentedly. Luo Xiaoran looked at Guamini's distant back. The words she wanted to ask for help were stuck in her throat. The smile she barely managed to squeeze out of her face was even worse than crying. Until Guamini's silhouette completely disappeared at the end of the boulevard, the smile on Lu Xian's face only receded like the tide and was replaced by a piece of coldness. He turned his head, those deep eyes re-locked on Luo Xiaoran, his gaze sharp as a knife, as if he wanted to dissect her entire person from the inside out. The air seemed to freeze in this instant, and the surrounding summer cicadas all seemed to be suppressed by this invisible pressure and lowered. Luo Xiaoran was made to feel hairy by his look and couldn't help but shiver, and the tears that had just stopped had the tendency to break out again. Chapter 53: The Obedient Luo Xiaoran. Luo Xiaoran's pale face was like an eggplant that had been beaten by the autumn frost, wilting and drooping, without any trace of her arrogance and aggression. She trembled, her eyes flickered, not daring to meet Lu Xian's eyes that seemed to be able to see everything. Lu Xian student, I am wrong, I am really wrong. Look, now the misunderstanding is also solved, Guamini is also gone, or I will go back first. Her voice is as thin as a mosquito hum, with a thick nasal sound. Her feet have already begun to move back with small broken steps, with a look of readiness to wipe the oil on the bottom of her feet and bugger off. Go back? The corner of Lu Xian's mouth hooked up into a smile like art. That smile in Luo Xiaoran's view was 3 times more terrifying than the devil's sardonic smile. Big department flower Luo, the speed of your flip-flopping is really faster than turning over a book. Where's that energy to send me to the station and make me lose my name just now? He took a step forward slowly and methodically, and Luo Xiaoran jerked back like a frightened rabbit. What do you want? Luo Xiaoran's voice carried a sobbing tone, and tears began to swirl in her eyes again. I'm warning you, don't mess around. My father is Luo Jinxiong. Oh? Luo Jinxiong? Lu Xian raised an eyebrow, a hint of playfulness in his tone. Vice Governor and Director of the Public Security Department, what a big official authority. You say, if Vice Governor Luo knows that his own precious daughter, in Yenjing University, is not only a recidivist bumper car offender, but also a wool-gathering business wizard who can publish a book and set up a biography, what kind of expression would he have? No. Don't. Luo Xiaoran screamed, covering her ears with both hands as if that would stop Lu Xian from saying the words that terrified her so much. Her entire body shivered, her face as white as paper. Please, Lu Xian, I beg you. Don't say it out, don't ever say it out. Anything you want me to do is fine, as long as you don't bring those things to light. Do anything? Lu Xian's smile deepened, only that smile didn't reach the bottom of his eyes. Instead, it was permeated with a coldness that chilled the heart. He swept his gaze around. At this moment it was lunch break time. This forest path was already remote. After the crowd of onlookers dispersed before, it was even more empty and silent. This place is also quiet. Lu Xian lightly laughed and approached step by step, while Luo Xiaoran retreated step by step until her back was against a thick sycamore tree trunk, and there was no way to retreat. Lu Xian. You. What exactly do you want? Luo Xiaoran's voice had taken on the tremor of despair. She could clearly feel the kind of unquestionable oppression emanating from Lu Xian's body. It was a kind of hunter staring at the eyes of his prey, making her tremble from the bottom of her heart. What do I want? Lu Xian stretched out his hand and gently picked Luo Xiaoran's chin, forcing her to look at him, and in those deep eyes, a cold aura flashed at the moment. Classmate Luo, didn't you act with great devotion just now? Crying again, tearing your clothes, and shouting molestation. You say, if I really do something to you now, and then post these incriminating evidence of yours online, and then match it with the video of that wonderful performance of yours just now, who will people believe? Luo Xiaoran's pupils suddenly contracted, and fear overwhelmed her like a tidal wave. She wanted to scream, wanted to call for help, but her throat felt like it was being strangled by an invisible hand, unable to make a single sound. She had no doubt that if she really shouted out, Lu Xian would definitely do what he said. At that time, not only would she lose her name, her family, her parents, would all be caught in this abyss of doom. No. Don't. I'm wrong. I really know it's wrong. Tears rolled down like broken beads, and she incoherently begged, fellow student Lu Xian, no, brother Lu Xian. I beg you, let me off this time. I won't dare to do it again. I'll work for you as a cow or a horse. Oh? Be a cow? Lu Xian hummed lightly, his fingers gently rubbed on her smooth chin. The cold touch made Luo Xiaoran's body tremble even more. What kind of ox or horse can you do with this fine skin? He paused, his eyes steeply became stern. Luo Xiaoran, don't you like acting? Don't you like to take small advantages? Don't you think it's fun to touch porcelain? With every sentence he said, Luo Xiaoran's heart sank 1 point downward. Now, I'll let you have your fun. Lu Xian's tone was cold and piercing. He yanked on Luo Xiaoran's arm, and regardless of the fact that she was crying and stumbling, he pulled her straight towards the deeper part of the woods. It was only after about half an hour that there were gradually sparse pedestrians walking through the forest path again. In her mind, the system's beep sounded at the right time. Ding! Detected that the target character's psychological defense has completely collapsed, his self-esteem has been completely shattered, and his control value has increased significantly. Current control value, 8100. Reward, Black Material App Upgrade Fragment 1 piece. Random drop, 1 miniature nano high-tech drone with its own 4K quality camera with walkie-talkie, video recording, and photo-taking functions. Lu Xian's heart fluttered as he spread out his palm, and an exquisite little box appeared in his hand out of nowhere. Opening the box, inside lay quietly a pair of glasses that looked no different from ordinary black-framed glasses. He put the glasses on, and a light blue operation interface immediately appeared in his field of vision, while a red box was marked in an inconspicuous corner, showing the location of the drone right in the interlayer of the glasses case. Following the system's prompts, Lu Xian simply operated it with his mind, and a prompt for the drone to connect to the cell phone app surfaced on the lenses of his glasses. He took out his cell phone, and sure enough, he found an additional unfamiliar app icon. With the professional-grade drone piloting skills he had previously acquired, he was simply able to maneuver this little thing as if it was in his hands. This miniature drone, only as big as a small grain of rice in size, flew silently and was extremely difficult to discover without careful observation. The 4K quality camera is clear, and the intercom function is also very practical. Lu Xian tested the functions one by one, nodded his head in satisfaction, and only then carefully put the drone back into the compartment of the glasses case. Good thing Lu Xian's mouth hooked up a touch of smile. This thing, in the future the use can be big. He turned around and looked at Luo Xiaoran, who was not far away leaning against a tree trunk, her eyes red and swollen, her expression stagnant. At this moment, whereas she's still half of the style of the department flower, her hair is messy, her clothes are also wrinkled, and her face is still hanging with undried tear marks. Hearing Lu Xian's footsteps, Luo Xiaoran's body trembled violently, like a frightened deer raised her head, her eyes filled with fear. She wiped the tears on her face with her hands and feet, her voice was hoarse, with a thick nasal sound, but more than before, she had a few points of careful obedience. Lu Xian brother, there is nothing. I will go back first, and I will go back in the afternoon. Afternoon there is also a professional class. Lu Xian looked at her. This look, the point in his heart that was born from being counted on the depressed gas also dissipated a lot, replaced by a kind of pleasure of controlling everything. He smiled faintly, but his tone was unquestionable. Okay, in the future, like now, so well behaved and understanding, it is a good student's appearance. His words changed, his eyes became sharp. There is one more thing for you. After you go back, think of a way to lure out the person behind the scene who asked you to put on this show. Just tell him that the video has been filmed, ask him when the deal will be made, and you decide the location. Luo Xiaoran sniffed, her body stiffened again, but this time she didn't have the slightest hesitation, she just nodded her head forcefully, her voice carrying a trace of imperceptible trembling. No, brother Lu Xian. I will definitely do it. Looking at this coy appearance of hers, Lu Xian hummed with satisfaction. That rat hiding in the shadows, he would like to see, just what kind of god is it? Chapter 54 Goodbye Xiaomingqi. Lu Xian's brows remained locked the moment he sat in the car and started the engine. That feeling of being secretly spied on and manipulated, like an invisible net, made him uncomfortable. Just who was it that was going through all the trouble to mess with him behind his back? Could it be that it was the same person in his last life who borrowed Zhang Yining's hand and pushed himself into the abyss? In this life, Zhang Yining had gone through several setbacks, and now she was considered to be on his side, and she was quite obedient to herself. That black hand behind the scenes, could it be that he observed the shift in Zhang Yining's relationship with himself, and that's why he gave up on her and turned to Luo Xiaoran, a prettier department flower? Thinking of this, Lu Xian picked up his cell phone and sent a message to Zhang Yining, succinctly asking her if any strangers had recently contacted her through the internet with the intention of prying into her affairs. Within a few minutes, Zhang Yining's reply came, accompanied by a screenshot of the chat log. Brother Lu Xian, when you say it like that, 2 days ago there was really a strange person who added me and asked me if I recognized you. I replied back with, what are you looking for, Brother Lu Xian, and then that person never spoke again. Lu Xian clicked on the screenshot, the other person's account avatar was gray, and the nickname was a string of gibberish, obviously a small number that deliberately hid its identity. Moreover, this account was not the same one as the one that contacted Luo Xiaoran before. Quite cautious. The corner of Lu Xian's mouth hooked into a cold smile as his fingertips gently tapped the steering wheel. This guy hiding in the shadows, not only was he meticulous, it seemed that he had quite a lot of resources as well, and was actually able to operate different vests at the same time. He couldn't help but recall the encounter in his last life. Zhang Yining had sent those so-called evidence photos to the campus website in the first place, causing a huge uproar. At that time, he was so anxious that the first thing he thought of was the school's network information center, and found director Zhao Mingqi, hoping to delete the post and clarify the facts. However, Zhao Mingqi used all sorts of high-sounding reasons, such as no right to interfere with students' freedom of speech, need to be approved at all levels, technical difficulties and so on, to put him off. The rumor was eventually spread like a virus on campus. In the end, the rumor spread like a virus on campus and became more and more intense. Soon, the whole school knows, the whole school students can testify became the last straw that crushed him, pinned him to the perverted peeping Tom on the pillar of shame, a lifetime of he will never be able to turn around. In this life, since the mastermind is so intentional, even Luo Xiaoran's background can instigate this kind of people, then the network this position, the other party will certainly also have some plans. Zhao Mingqi. A glint flashed in Lu Xian's eyes. Perhaps, some breakthrough could be found from this woman. Even if she still chose to keep her head above water, he could still sniff out some unusual flavors from her reactions. Having made up his mind, Lu Xian no longer hesitated, and based on the vague memories of his last life, drove towards the first teaching building of Yenjing University's Computer Science Department. The Network Information Center was on the 3rd floor of that building. The afternoon sunlight filtered through the dense sycamore leaves, shedding dappled light and shadow on the ground. The teaching building of the Computer Science Department was a bit more solemn and quiet compared to the side of the Performance Department. Lu Xian parked his car and walked straight in. Occasionally, there were students holding laptops and hurrying through the building. 3rd floor, Network Information Center. Lu Xian took a deep breath, adjusted his mind, and raised his hand to knock on the door. Please come in. A slightly well-known soft woman's voice came from inside the door, gentle and delicate, moisturizing the heart like spring rain. Lu Xian pushed the door and entered. The office was not big, but it was elegantly decorated. The most striking thing was by the window, a woman in a dark green cheongsam was turning her back to the doorway, looking down to water several pots of verdant orchids on the windowsill. Her figure was slender and well-proportioned, the cheongsam outlined soft curves, and her dark hair was pulled up with a simple hairpin, revealing a section of snow-white and delicate neck. The sunlight filtered through the glass, gilding her body with a soft halo, just like a distant ink painting of Jiangnan. What added a bit more ancient charm was that on the wall of the office, there was also a lute with a somber color, as if it could play a melodious tune at any time. Classmate, what's the matter? The woman did not turn around, her voice remained unhurried, carrying the characteristic warmth of a Jiangnan woman. Lu Xian settled down, his gaze moving from the pot of orchids to the woman's back. If it wasn't for the unpleasant memory in his mind, he was afraid that he would really think that this director Zhao Mingqi in front of him was a good teacher who was uncontested, gentle, and kind. But in his last life, it was this seemingly gentle face that hid indifference and impatience, and those clipped sarcasm were still fresh in his mind. Hello, Ms. Zhao. Lu Xian opened his mouth, his voice calm and waveless. I'm Lu Xian from the Chinese department, and I would like to consult you about something. As the word Lu Xian fell, the figure by the window, who had been moving gently, visibly paused for a moment. The hand holding the small kettle stopped in mid-air, and water droplets dripped down from the spout, splashing on the orchid leaves and emitting an imperceptible sound. Only after 2 or 3 seconds did Zhao Mingqi slowly turn around. She was indeed an extremely charming woman, about 32 or 33 years old, with fair skin and picturesque eyebrows, carrying a bookish and tranquil demeanor. Only at this moment, when her gaze met Lu Xian, a trace of imperceptible sharpness and scrutiny flew through those gentle eyes, but then it was replaced by just the right amount of gentle smile. Mr. Lu Xian, right? Hello. Zhao Mingqi put down the kettle and walked behind the desk to sit down with an elegant posture. Please take a seat. I don't know what aspect of things student Lu would like to inquire about. Her voice was still soft, as if the momentary difference just now was just Lu Xian's illusion. Lu Xian laughed coldly in his heart, but on his face, he didn't move as he pulled out his chair and sat down. Ms. Zhao, it's like this. Recently on the school forum, there seems to be some not so good remarks involving the privacy of some students. I would like to find out, if such a situation arises, on the side of the school's network information center, is there any effective mechanism to deal with it, or can it assist in finding out the source of some anonymous IPs that are maliciously spreading rumors? He spoke euphemistically, but went straight to the core. He wanted to see what kind of rhetoric this director Zhao, in this life, would come up with to deal with himself. Chapter 55, Still Shirking and Perfuming. Zhao Mingqi smiled faintly. That smile was like the orchids she carefully tended, elegant but with a hint of detachment. She picked up the celadon teacup on the table and gently sipped it. Her movements were unhurried and her voice was still in that Wunong soft tone. Fellow student Lu Xian, you also said that these remarks involved the privacy of fellow students. Our Network Information Center is mainly responsible for the technical maintenance of the school's network and information security. For things like tracing anonymous IPs, to be honest, the authority and technical means are very limited. Moreover, the school has also always advocated freedom of speech, so as long as it's not too much, it's generally not good for us to intervene too much. These words, sounding watertight, both expressed unable to help and placed themselves on a moral high ground of complying with the rules. Lu Xian's hard-cold smile, with the last life's rhetoric, is simply a change of soup but not a change of medicine. Could it be that this director Zhao is the black hand hidden behind the curtain? But he has never been with her, there is no injustice or hatred, why would she want to make every effort to harm herself? This logic does not make sense. Unless. Lu Xian's gaze fell on Zhao Mingqi's well-maintained face, the fine lines at the corners of her eyes stretching out just right when she smiled, adding a bit of mature female flavor. Ms. Zhao, Lu Xian's body leaned forward slightly, his voice was calm but carried an unquestionable penetrating power. Can I take the liberty of asking if someone gave you any favors to make you turn a blind eye to certain things, turn a blind eye, and even provide some convenience? As soon as the words fell, the air in the office seemed to freeze. Zhao Mingqi's hand, which was holding the teacup, shook imperceptibly for a few moments, and a drop of tea shook out of the rim of the cup and landed on her dark green cheongsam, quickly haloing a small patch of dark color. Her smile froze at the corner of her mouth, although only for a moment, but that pair of originally smiling eyes quickly flashed a trace of panic and harshness. But she was, after all, a person who had been in the scene for a long time, and almost immediately, that trace of dissimilarity was forcibly suppressed by her, and replaced by a thinly veiled anger at being offended. Student Lu Xian. Zhao Mingqi's voice steeply drew up a few points, and although she still tried to maintain a smooth tone, that Jiangnan woman's gentleness was gone, and more than a few points of sharpness were added. I don't know what you're babbling about. As the director of the Network Information Center, I have always acted impartially. How could I possibly do the kind of thing you're talking about? She heaved her teacup onto the table with a muffled duck sound. I've already answered your question clearly. If you have nothing else to do, please return. I still have a lot of work to take care of here, so I apologize. The expulsion order was given without ceremony. Lu Xian, however, acted as if he hadn't heard it, and instead, a smile of realization appeared on his face. It's done. I was afraid that she wouldn't react at all. The more she was in such a hurry to clear her name, the more it showed that she had a ghost in her heart. It seemed that the black hand behind the scenes had already arranged everything in advance, just waiting for Luo Xiaoran to send over the evidence. Why is Ms. Zhao so excited? Lu Xian leaned back in his chair calmly, a hint of a smile, if any, at the corner of his mouth. I'm just casually asking. After all, to be able to make Luo Xiaoran's kind of $1,000 young lady willingly go through a show of touching porcelain, the person behind it must have gone through a lot of trouble, and it's only reasonable to get through some joints. Zhao Mingqi's face became more and more ugly, her chest heaving slightly, obviously furious. She didn't expect this ordinary-looking boy to be so oily and salty, and his words were so sharp, poking at key points with every sentence. You half a day, but could not say a complete sentence. Lu Xian saw that the fire was almost ready, and he no longer talked nonsense with her. Since you refuse to say, then I will check it myself. He slowly took out his cell phone, pointed at Zhao Mingqi's face, which was slightly distorted due to anger, and took a picture with a click. The flash was particularly blinding in the slightly dim office. Mr. Lu Xian, what are you doing? Zhao Mingqi was like a cat that had its tail stepped on, misoing and standing up from her chair, her voice shrill as she shouted, what gives you the right to take my picture? Quickly delete it for me. She wanted to go forward to grab the phone, but when she saw Lu Xian's smirking eyes and his body that was quite a bit more robust than that of an average student, she stiffly stopped her footsteps and just chided in a colorful manner. Lu Xian simply ignored her shouting and looked at his cell phone screen. Almost at the instant the photo was taken, the system's beep in his head rang out. Ding! New analyzable target person detected. Scanning photo information. Target person, Zhao Mingqi. Analyzing target character information. Please wait. A few seconds later, the information on the screen refreshed. Name, Zhao Mingqi. Gender, female. Age, 33. Face value, 95. Control value, 0-100. Circumference, 796276 dimensions, 796276. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 53 kg weight, 53 kg weight, 53 kilograms. Target evaluation, on the surface, she is gentle like water and reasonable, but in fact, she is narrow-minded in the heart and is extremely good at pretending to be vengeful. On weekdays, she shows herself as an understanding and caring sister, but in reality, she has a deep heart and a strong desire to control, like a snake lurking in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to retaliate if she is not as good as she wants to be. Lu Shan looked at the evaluation given by the system and the corner of his mouth involuntarily twitched. Good fellow. Another player at the level of a movie queen. On the surface, she was a gentle and sensible Jiangnan beauty, but in her bones, she was a narrow-minded and vindictive snake woman. This contrast is much more exciting than Luo Xiaoran's stupid white suite. Especially that phrase, like a viper lurking in the dark, was simply the finishing touch. Lu Xian. I told you to delete the photo, did you hear me? Zhao Mingqi saw Lu Xian looking down and fiddling with his cell phone, ignoring her, and was so angry that her chest rose and fell violently, and the dark green cheongsam was held up a little tighter, showing a few more mature curves. Lu Xian raised his head, took his cell phone back into his pocket, and revealed a harmless smile on his face. Teacher Zhao, don't be angry. I just feel that your cheongsam today is particularly elegant, and I can't help but want to keep a souvenir. You can rest assured that I won't send this photo indiscriminately. You. Zhao Mingqi was so angry by his hobnailed appearance that she almost lost her breath, pointing at Lu Xian, her fingers shaking. You shameless. Ms. Zhao is overpraised. Lu Xian smiled faintly and stood up. Since Teacher Zhao was busy with his official duties, I won't bother you anymore. However, I still want to advise Teacher Zhao that there are some muddy waters that it's better not to wade through easily. Otherwise, in case you get your shoes wet, it won't look good. After saying that, he no longer looked at Zhao Mingqi's ironic face, turned around and walked out of the office with a flourish. It was only until Lu Xian's footsteps completely disappeared into the hallway that Zhao Mingqi sat back in her chair disheveledly as if she had been drained of her strength. She picked up the teacup on the table and wanted to take a sip of water to calm her nerves, but realized that her hands were shaking so badly that the tea spilled all over the table. Bastard! Little! Zhao Mingqi cursed in a low voice, her eyes shadowy, no longer the gentle one she had just had. She took out her cell phone, her fingers tapping rapidly on the screen, and dialed a voice call. Hello? Things seemed to be a bit off. Her voice was pressed low, carrying a hint of imperceptible panic and resentment. Chapter 56 Hit and Run. Lu Xian didn't leave immediately, he patiently lurked outside the door like an experienced hunter. It took a little time for the black material to be generated, and that time could just be used to verify certain speculations in his mind. He had a smirk, if any, at the corner of his mouth, but his ears were like radar, catching any hint of movement in the office. As expected, just as he had left, there was a subtle movement in the office. Zhao Mingqi's vigilance was a bit lower than he had imagined, or rather, she was already in a state of confusion at the moment, eager to seek instructions. Click! The door lock lightly rattled. Lu Xian's figure flickered, and like a civet cat, he silently ducked into the shadows of the doorway of a vacant office next door, only revealing a pair of sharp eyes that stared at the door of Zhao Mingqi's office. Only to see Zhao Mingqi's office door was pulled open a crack, her beautiful face of well-maintained probed out, vigilant left and right looked at a few eyes, to see no one in the hallway, which is like a sigh of relief, quickly retracted back, and then bang sound, the door completely shut, but also from the inside of the anti-locked. Ha, old fox, finally going to contact your superiors? Lu Xian laughed coldly in his heart, but his feet were as light as a cat's, tiptoeing back to the doorway of Zhao Mingqi's office and pressing his ear against the cold door panel. Unfortunately, the soundproofing effect of the door panel was unexpectedly good, and Zhao Mingqi's voice inside was suppressed extremely low and intermittent, so it was impossible to hear what she was saying. It seems that I have to ask my drone to come out. Lu Xian secretly said in his heart, and with a movement of his mind, he took out the miniature nano high-tech drone that was the size of a small grain of rice from that inconspicuous eyeglasses case sandwich in his pocket. This thing was simply a godly weapon for eavesdropping and filming. The drone turned into an almost invisible shimmering light, silently drilled in from the insignificant gap below the door panel, and then gently flew to a hidden potted plant leaf in the office, with the camera accurately aimed at Zhao Mingqi by the window. At this moment, Zhao Mingqi was standing in front of the window with her back to the door, holding her cell phone close to her ear in one hand, and nervously covering the microphone with the other, lowering her voice, but the anxiety and uneasiness in her tone was clearly discernible through the weak audio coming from the drone. That Lu Xian actually found me. Yes, that's him. Zhao Mingqi's voice carried a trace of imperceptible trembling and panic, and it's already afternoon, and that Luo Xiaoran you talked about, there's still no sign of him until now. Where is the person? The person on the other end of the phone seemed to say something. Zhao Mingqi's speech speed was a bit faster. I've already deployed the noun hot push in the background. As long as Luo Xiaoran's side sends out the post, my side can immediately get her on the campus network hot search headlines. By then the whole campus will be able to see it. She paused, seemingly listening to the other party's instructions, and then somewhat discontentedly raised her voice. What you're saying has nothing to do with me. I've done everything I can. And when Lu Xian came just now, I can guarantee that he definitely didn't show any horse's foot and dismissed him perfunctorily in a few words. He definitely didn't see anything. Said here, her words turn, tone of voice through an eager greed, the rest of the final payment, when you give me over? Also, as you promised me, the first night from the central hospital must let my mother have the surgery tonight. This matter can't be delayed any longer. However, the news that seemed to come from the other end of the phone made it hard for her to accept. Zhao Mingqi's voice steepened to a sharp pitch. What? What did you say? We have to wait until things are done and there are results. That wasn't what you said at the time. You said that it would be fine as long as I did what you asked, but you didn't say that there had to be results. Her voice trembled slightly due to anger and disbelief. You're going back on your word. Do you believe me or not? I'll stab everything to that Lu Xian right now. Let him come after you. Duh. What answered her was a cold, busy tone. The other party, unexpectedly, directly hung up the phone. Ah. Zhao Mingqi let out a scream that was suppressed to the extreme. That usually gentle and tranquil pretty face was now distorted by anger, no longer able to maintain that carefully disguised composure. She violently turned around, and with one hand, she swept the pot of orchids on the windowsill that she usually carefully tended to fiercely to the ground. Splat! The expensive alabaster flower pot shattered with a sound, and the emerald green orchid leaves and moist soil spilled all over the place in a mess. Dare to lie to me. You all dare to lie to me. Zhao Mingqi was so angry that she was trembling all over, and the exquisite curves outlined by that dark green cheongsam were undulating at the moment due to her violent panting. She sat paralyzed in her chair, her eyes filled with resentment and a hint of despair. Lu Xian saw all of this clearly through the drone, and the corner of his mouth curved up into an icy arc. This is breaking the defense? A good show, but it was still to come. Just at this moment, in his mind, the system's beep sounded at the right time. Ding! Black material generation is complete. Option 1, 200 points for a complete black material package. Option 2, black material redemption coupon X1 to redeem the complete black material pack. Ooh, 200 points? Lu Xian raised his eyebrows and thought in his heart, it seems that this director Zhao's melon is not a lightweight. However, compared to Bai Yanqi's black material that could easily cost thousands of points, it's still considered a trivial amount. Points, that's what they were for, to be spent in order to better earn more rewards. Redeem. Lu Xian chose option 1 without hesitation. Redemption completed. 200 points deducted from account balance, 1259 points remaining. Almost instantly, a huge and powerful stream of information surged into Lu Xian's mind like a flood breaking through a dike, and materialized into an encrypted PPT document on the mobile app interface. Lu Xian clicked on the document and browsed through it rapidly. Black Material Core Details, Zhao Mingqi, Director of Yenjing University's Network Information Center, veteran roadkiller, 2 hit and runs. She was adopted in college. Lu Xian's pupils suddenly shrunk. Holy! He almost didn't scream out, roadkiller? And 2 ing hit and runs? Chapter 57 Demons on Earth. I said it, why does this woman always feel a bit of indefinable hostility on her body? So the root is here. He continued to look down. Having been adopted in college. TSK, Lu Xian stroked his chin, a playful smile on his face. This is really a person who can't be seen, and the seawater can't be measured. On the surface, she's an orchid fairy who's elegant and unearthly, but behind her back, she's a socialite who relies on her gold master father to get to the top. No wonder you can sit in the position of director of the Network Information Center at a young age. It turns out to be a walk in the park. Each of these black materials was enough to make Zhao Mingqi lose her reputation. Lu Xian retrieved the nano-drone that had flown back silently and put it back into the glass's case compartment, with a sneer on his face that controlled everything. Director Zhao, I've got a firm grip on you. Now, it's time for you to pay the price for what you've done. Specific description, the target character, Zhao Mingqi, was born in a poor mountainous area in the northwest, and her parents were both farmers. There are 5 children in the family. Zhao Mingqi ranks second, on a sister, under 2 sisters, and a younger brother who has high hopes. Her original name, quite characteristic of the times Zhao Xiaodi, and her baby brother, Zhao Yaozu. Zhao Xiaodi. Zhao Yaozu. Lu Xian recited these 2 names, the corner of his mouth curving up into a meaningful arc. This name combination simply epitomized the patriarchal thinking of that era. It seemed that this director Zhao had lived in a not-so-pleasant family environment since she was a child. Zhao Mingqi had shown exceptional intelligence and beauty since she was young, and her academic performance was even far ahead of her peers. However, her poor family's circumstances nearly caused her to drop out of elementary school. Fortunately, her elementary school class teacher, who cherished her talent and could not bear to see her pearl fall into disrepute, took the initiative to give her a generous donation and sponsored her to complete her elementary school education. Subsequently, under the class teacher's matchmaking, a kind-hearted person Li Yuan who does not want to disclose his name began to sponsor her for a long time until she successfully entered the university and walked out of the mountain that had trapped her for more than 10 years. Seeing this, Lu Xian frowned slightly. It was reasonable to say that when one receives a drop of water, one should return it with a spring of water. This director Zhao, the first half of her life is also considered an inspirational model. How did she? Originally thought that with his own efforts and the help of the good people, he could completely change his fate, and the fish jumped the dragon door. Unexpectedly, the fate of the people, in the period of her graduate study that has been quietly funded her goodwill Li Yuan due to business failure and bankruptcy, had to interrupt her scholarship. It is cold to the teeth. Zhao Mingqi, instead of remembering the old kindness, but therefore the good man Li Yuan hate, that is the other party, delayed their beautiful future. In order to continue to complete her studies and maintain a glamorous life, she hooked up with an older rich businessman through the internet and began a life of adoption. Lu Xian couldn't help but let out a low curse. This reversal came as a surprise, yet it made sense. A person who is extremely selfish and self-interested is often the first to abandon the so-called favor when faced with damaged interests. After graduating from graduate school, Zhao Mingqi knew that once her past experience was exposed, it would be a devastating blow. So, she carefully began a series of whitewash program. The first step was to change her name, changing the rustic Zhao Zhaodi to the poetic Zhao Mingqi. Immediately after, she threw a variety of medical beauty means for whitening, shaping, crazy fitness, and strive to build themselves into temperament and beauty coexisting Jiangnan talented girl. She even painstakingly moved her household registration to the city where Chuanan University is located, and from then on, she changed into a local Chuanan people. Lu Xian watched secretly staggered, this woman's heart and wrist, simply than the TV series of the Palace Champion, a few points more powerful. In order to hide her origins, she really did everything. However, the most heinous is, in order to completely erase the unforgivable past, not to leave any future problems, she has planned and implemented two accident. The first time, she will adopt their own that rich man Lu Feiyu about to the remote mountainous area, making the vehicle out of control fall off the cliff illusion, will be brutally hit and killed. Due to the remote location of the incident, the lack of monitoring, and the rich man's family did not investigate, the matter was eventually closed as an accident. The second time, it was against the kind-hearted Li Yuan, who had once given her a helping hand to complete her university studies. After learning that the other party was bankrupt and living in dire straits, she pretended to visit him and lured him to a deserted area in the mountainous region, where she killed him in the same way. These two cases, due to their covert modus operandi and remote locations, are still unsolved cases to this day. Seeing this, Lu Xian only felt a chill go straight from the soles of his feet to the sky. Is this ing still human? He sucked in a mouthful of cool air, before he felt that Luo Xiaoran's kind of bumper sticker frame-up was already disgusting enough. Compared to this director Zhao, it was nothing but a small witch. This was no longer a simple moral corruption, this was an outright anti-social personality, a devil in human skin. Hell is empty, the devil is on earth. Lu Xian whispered to himself, his eyes becoming incomparably cold. He had previously only suspected that Zhao Mingqi had received benefits and turned a blind eye, but now it seemed that this woman had two lives on her hands. Moreover, one of them was still her benefactor. In order to cover up her identity from the mountains, in order to package her so-called scholarly family and talented woman of Jiangnan persona, she's able to run her benefactor over and kill him alive? How dark and hard is this heart? Lu Xian suddenly recalled the footage captured by the drone earlier, where Zhao Mingqi bargained with the black hand behind the scenes for her mother's surgery, and now it seemed that filial daughter face, I'm afraid that it was also a play she had carefully acted out. A person who can even run over her benefactor without hesitation, how much affection would she have for her mother? Mostly it was just to create a perfect persona of filial piety. He took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and continued to look through the PPT. The content of the latter is even more shocking. All the evidence, spilling out, full of more than 200 pages. Among them, a detailed record of the year when the elementary school class teacher for her to pay the tuition receipt copy, that kind-hearted person every bursary bank transfer records, and even some daily living expenses transfer vouchers, every one of them are clearly traceable. There are even records of all the large amount of money transfers and luxury goods purchases during the period of the rich businessman's adoption of Zhao Mingqi, as well as records of the two people's rooming in major 5-star hotels, detailed to the specific date and room number. The most critical is Zhao Mingqi original name Zhao Zhaodi account book scanned, as well as her step-by-step to change her name, move the account, fake identity of all the official documents process records. The last straw that broke the camel's back was 2 videos. One video, a certain reconnaissance satellite hanging high above the firmament, in an inconspicuous corner many years ago, captured a clear picture from all angles, Zhao Mingqi driving a car, on a winding mountain road, crashing another car off a cliff. The other video, the maneuver was the same, only the location and the victim were switched. The system is awesome. Lu Xian silently gave the system a nod in his heart. This kind of old case still happened in the remote mountainous area where surveillance is scarce. If not for the system's magical power, I'm afraid that these two people's lives will have to sink into the sea forever. All this evidence, interlocking, forming a complete chain of evidence, enough to send her in to sit through the bottom of the jail. Who? Lu Xian long exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The shock in his heart for a long time was difficult to calm down. However, he quickly calmed down. Zhao Mingqi certainly deserves to die, but now was not the time to move her. She was just a pawn. What really needed to be uncovered was the black hand that was hiding behind the scenes, manipulating all of this. Director Zhao, you're full of black information, you've really given me a big gift. The corner of Lu Xian's mouth hooked up into a cold smile of moroseness. It shouldn't be too hard to use you to fish out that big fish behind you, right? He put his cell phone away, his eyes flashing with a calculating light. When the time comes, old and new scores will be settled together. None of them would want to run. Chapter 58 The Mad Zhao Mingqi. Lu Xian didn't even bother knocking on the door this time. Bang clang. With a loud bang, the wooden door of the office, which was already a bit old, was kicked open by him, the lock of the door crumbled, wood shavings flew, and the poor door panel crashed into the wall and bounced back feebly, hanging there wobbly. Inside the office, Zhao Mingqi, who had just swept the potted orchid plant off the floor in a fit of rage because the phone had been hung up on, was covering her chest and gasping for air, trying to calm the anger of being fooled and the panic about the future. This sudden loud noise scared her so much that she almost jumped up from her chair. Ah! She subconsciously screamed, covered her ears with both hands, and violently closed her eyes like a frightened rabbit. Lu Xian came in, his gaze sweeping over the mess of broken porcelain and dirt, finally landing on the stunned Zhao Mingqi, the corner of his mouth hooking up into a teasing arc. Director Zhao, just this bit of commotion, it's not so bad that you're scared like this, is it? His voice wasn't high, but it carried a calmness that understood everything, and he slowly continued, I see, with your past experience, that your guts aren't generally big, and your heart is even more solid as a rock. How come, now you've become a bird of prey? Zhao Mingqi heard that it was Lu Xian's voice, and only then did her soul settle down a little, slowly opening her eyes and lowering her hands. When she saw that the visitor was indeed Lu Xian, who had gone and returned, and in such an intrusive manner, her pretty face, which was slightly distorted due to anger and panic, was instantly covered with another layer of frost. She took a deep breath, forced down the panic in her heart, and tried to maintain her majesty as the director of the Network Information Center as she sternly said, Fellow student Lu Xian. What are you doing? Do you know the nature of your behavior right now? She violently stood up from her chair and pointed at the kicked door, her voice sharpening a few points. You're intentionally damaging the school's public property. It is to be compensated at the price. Moreover, this kind of behavior of yours, I will immediately report it to your counselor, and the school will definitely give you severe disciplinary action. As she spoke, she walked up to Lu Xian, trying to overwhelm the other party with her aura. That dark green cheongsam shook slightly due to her hasty movements. Only at this moment, it could no longer show half of her usual gentle elegance. Lu Xian looked at her bluffing appearance, as if he was watching a lame one-woman show, and the evil smile on his face deepened. As if he hadn't heard Zhao Mingqi's threat at all, he slowly and methodically pulled out his cell phone from his pocket and played with it on his fingertips. Compensation? Discipline? Lu Xian let out a light laugh and shook his head. Director Zhao, let's talk about something else first. For example, the deceased. He paused, his gaze ghostly locked Zhao Mingqi's eyes, and asked word by word, Director Zhao, the name Li Yuan, do you still remember? The blood color on her face faded cleanly with a swish, her pupils suddenly contracted, and her body swayed imperceptibly. In those eyes that had just attempted to display anger and majesty, there was only shock and panic that could not be concealed at this moment. She opened her mouth, and her throat felt like it was being strangled by an invisible hand, unable to make a single sound. Only after several seconds did she force herself to squeeze out a smile that was worse than crying, her eyes fluttering, not daring to meet Lu Xian's gaze at all. Who are you? You talking about? I don't know any Li Yuan. Her voice was dry and hoarse, with obvious trembling. Lu Xian student, I look. At your young age, and this time it is a first offense, I will not pursue it. You can go back now, and I promise, I won't tell your counselor about what happened today. She eagerly wanted to send Lu Xian away, and even the door that was kicked down was not going to be pursued. The door doesn't need you to pay for it, and on the school side, I'm not going to report you for disciplinary action. You leave quickly. Oh? Don't recognize? Lu Xian raised his eyebrows, the smile on his face growing more and more playful. He pressed a step forward, the distance between the two of them shortening instantly, and he could clearly see the fine beads of sweat seeping out from the corners of Zhao Mingqi's forehead, as well as the undisguised fear deep in the bottom of her eyes. He lowered his voice, like a sympathetic human whisper, but with a creepy chill, since Li Yuan doesn't recognize it, then. Zhao Zhaodi, this name, you should always have some impression, right? Zhao Zhaodi, 3 words, like a thunderbolt, in Zhao Mingqi's mind exploded. If Li Yuan only made her feel a fatal threat, then Zhao Zhaodi, a name that she buried deep in the bottom of her memory and wrapped up in countless layers of lies and disguises, completely shattered all of her psychological defenses. No! No! Zhao Mingqi took a huge step backward, her back hitting the cold wall with a muffled thud. She looked at Lu Xian in horror, as if she was looking at an evil spirit that had crawled out of hell. What are you babbling about? What Zhao Zhaodi? I don't recognize it at all. She screamed hysterically, waving her hands around, trying to drive away the nightmare in front of her. Get out of here! Get out of here right now! I still have a lot of work to deal with here, so get the hell out of here. At this moment, Zhao Mingqi, where was the graceful elegance of the gentle, skillful, and sensible classical beauty of Jiangnan when she first met her? Her hair was disheveled, the neckline of her cheongsam was skewed due to her violent movements, her face was covered in tears and snot, and her expression was hideous and twisted, like a madwoman who had completely lost control of herself. Lu Xian looked at her wretched appearance and a morbid pleasure surged in his heart. He took 2 steps forward again, almost face to face with Zhao Mingqi, and those deep eyes flashed with a cold and cruel light. Tisk, TSK, what a pity. Lu Xian shook his head, his tone filled with undisguised sarcasm. Since you don't even recognize Zhao Zhaodi, the original name given to you by the parents who gave birth to you and raised you, then. The one who allowed you to soar and live a life of a human being, Lu Feiyu, Mr. Lu, you should always have some impression of that, right? Lu Xian's expression was wonderful to the extreme, that kind of cat and mouse banter, that kind of control of everything in the eyes, like the sharpest knife, Zhao Mingqi's last dignity and camouflage stripped to the bone. It made her feel groundless, and even more so, it made her feel the despair of extinction. No. I don't know. I don't know anything. Zhao Mingqi completely collapsed as she covered her ears with her hands to death and shook her head frantically, as if this would banish those horrible names and memories from her mind. Her carefully tended hair bun had long since fallen apart, and a few strands of damp and sweaty hair stuck to her miserable white cheeks, adding to the wretchedness and insanity she felt at this moment. I don't know what you're talking about. I can't hear you. I can't hear anything. She screamed incoherently, her voice becoming hoarse and shrill from extreme fear. Get out of here. Get out of my office. Scram! Get out! Chapter 59, which is the real you? Zhao Mingqi was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, and like a drowning person grasping the last straw, she shook her head like a madman. I don't recognize anyone. Who is Zhao Zhaodi? I'm not Zhao Zhaodi. Her gaze was like that of a frightened beast as she scanned randomly around the office, and finally, it settled on the shiny silver scissors on the windowsill that she used to trim the branches and leaves of orchids. Those scissors, normally a tool for molding elegance in her hands, at this moment, had become the only weapon she had under despair. You forced me. A trace of crazy determination flashed in Zhao Mingqi's eyes as she turned around violently and grabbed the scissors, the sharp tip pointing straight at Lu Xian. Her usually well-maintained face was distorted because of extreme anger and fear. There was no more half of warmth, only hideousness remained. Since you know about Zhao Zhaodi, you know about Lu Feiyu. Then you don't want to live either. You go with them to die well. All go to death. Before the words fell, she was like a mad lioness, holding the scissors and recklessly rushing towards Lu Xian. The sharp scissors drew an icy arc under the light, carrying a hint of the sharp whistle of breaking wind. Lu Xian quietly looked at her, his eyes calm as a deep bottomless well, without the slightest ripple. Just at the moment when the scissors were about to touch the clothes on his chest, Lu Xian moved. His movements were as fast as lightning, and he struck first afterward. Splat! A clear and loud slap, louder and drier than any other time before. Zhao Mingqi only felt a huge force coming from her cheeks, and her entire body felt like she was hit head-on by a high-speed truck. Her mind buzzed, the sky spun, and her body fell uncontrollably to one side. The scissors in his hand also flew out of his hand, bouncing on the ground for a few times before finally landing in the corner of the wall. Dang! She fell to the ground in a sorry state, knocking over a short table next to her and scattering the papers on it all over the place. At this moment, Zhao Mingqi had no trace of the style of the director of the Network Information Center, let alone the gentle elegance of the classical beauty of Jiangnan when she first met. Her hair was as disheveled as a chicken nest, a few strands of hair woefully pasted on her sweaty forehead, a strand of bright red blood seeped out of the corner of her mouth, and half of her cheeks were swollen at a speed visible to the naked eye, like a hairy bread. The pair of eyes that used to be affectionate and glowing were now covered with horrifying blood, glaring at Lu Xian as if they were about to spit out fire. Lu Xian walked over unhurriedly, condescendingly looking at the paralyzed Zhao Mingqi, as if he was admiring a piece of artwork that he had broken with his own hands. He slowly crouched down and stretched out 2 fingers, frivolously pinching Zhao Mingqi's chin, forcing her to raise her head to meet his eyes. He smiled faintly, and that smile was even more terrifying than the devil in Zhao Mingqi's eyes. Director Zhao, your heart, it's really a few points more vicious than I imagined. To kill and exterminate at the drop of a hat, this determination, it impresses me. Bah! Zhao Mingqi violently opened her mouth and tried to bite Lu Xian's finger. Lu Xian had anticipated this, and with a flip of his wrist, he skillfully avoided her attack and backhanded another slap on the other side of her face. Splat! This time, it was symmetrical. Zhao Mingqi was completely dumbfounded, both cheeks were hot and painful, her ears were buzzing, and her vision was starting to blur. However, the hatred that went deep into her bones supported her. She used all her strength to fiercely stare at Lu Xian with wide eyes, her voice hoarse and sharp. Come on! Kill me if you're capable. Kill me, ah! Otherwise, I won't let you go even as a ghost. I will definitely kill you. She screamed hysterically, as if this was the only way to vent the fear and despair in her heart. You think this little can threaten me? I tell you, I'm not afraid. I've been living in fear all these years. I've had enough of being inhuman. I'm not afraid of anything anymore. We'll die together if it's a big deal. As she shouted, the ferociousness that she had held up was like a balloon that had been punctured and quickly drained away. Zhao Mingqi's shoulders collapsed, and the fear, aggression, and unwillingness that had been pent up for many years surged out at this moment like a flood that broke the dike. She could no longer control it, and with her hands covering her face, she let out a burst of suppressed and desperate whimpering sobs, her body trembling violently. Lu Shan looked at her appearance, which had gone from madness to collapse, and the corners of his mouth hooked up into a slightly imperceptible sneer. The more she acted crazy, the more it showed that deep down she was afraid of losing. How could she possibly be willing to give up everything that she had worked so hard for so many years and hard won so easily? The fact that her first thought just now was to kill herself to silence herself instead of choosing to burn with the stones precisely showed how much she cherished everything she had now and how unwilling she was to let go. The fact that she could choose to kill another person without hesitation to cover up the secrets of the past was enough to prove that she valued her current life more than anything else. This was exactly what Lu Xian wanted to see. If Zhao Mingqi really broke the pot and chose to fish out of water, it would instead be a bit difficult to deal with. After all, whether Zhao Mingqi was caught or not, to him, Lu Xian, it didn't really matter. What really mattered was that he couldn't let the clues of that mysterious person behind him be interrupted. Lu Xian slowly stood up, symbolically patting the non-existent dust on his hands, and took a step back, pulling away some distance. He slowly opened his mouth. His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached Zhao Mingqi's ears. "Director Zhao, this crying sound of yours, it's best to keep it down. The soundproofing in this office isn't very good. In case someone outside hears it and draws onlookers, then it would be really troublesome." Zhao Mingqi's crying really came to an abrupt end, and although she was still choking, she was obviously trying her best to control the volume. Her eyes, red and swollen from crying, glanced fearfully at the office door that had been kicked down by Lu Xian through the cracks in her fingers. Seeing this, the smile on Lu Xian's face deepened a few points as he slowly and methodically pulled out his cell phone from his pocket and made a gesture to dial. "Director Zhao, since you said so, then I am also a good citizen who abides by the law. For the sake of social justice, for the sake of seeking justice for the tragically deadly Yuan and that Lu Feiyu, I'll call the police and let them deal with this snake beauty of yours." His fingers slowly slid on the screen. Each movement was like a judge's pen in Zhao Mingqi's eyes, capable of determining her life and death. Zhao Mingqi lowered her head, her loose hair covering her face, making it impossible to see her expression. The cries faded away, and only her ragged breathing remained in the office. Her brain was racing, weighing the pros and cons, thinking of a way to get out. Lu Xian didn't really press the dialing button, he was just observing Zhao Mingqi's reaction. If he could see Zhao Mingqi's eyes hidden under her hair at this moment, he would definitely find that there was a strange light flickering in those eyes. That was a kind of firmness that was bred in desperate situations, the determination to seize the last thread of life at all costs, and how similar it was to the intense flame of vengeance when he himself had just been reborn. After a long time, Zhao Mingqi finally made a move. She took a deep breath. Her voice was hoarse with the aftermath of crying, but surprisingly calm, even with a hint of the usual, deliberately disguised gentleness. "Speak up, what exactly are your demands? What would it take for you to be willing to rot this secret forever?" She slowly rose from the ground, moving a little stiffly but trying to maintain decency. She raised her hand and flicked her loose hair haphazardly behind her ear, revealing a red, swollen, tear-stained face. "Is it wanting money?" She raised her eyes to Lu Xian, her eyes complex with fear, resentment, and a hint of desperate determination. "Or do you want me as a person?" She made an effort to straighten her back, even though the dark green cheongsam looked a bit messy because of the struggle just now, and the makeup on her face was spent from crying. She still tried to retrieve a trace of composure that belonged to the director of the Network Information Center. "Say it, your conditions. As long as I can do it, everything is negotiable." Zhao Mingqi's voice was very light and faint, as if the person who was hysterical and acting like a crazy woman just now wasn't her at all. At this moment, she was calm to the point of being somewhat bizarre. Chapter 60. But I don't trust you. Lu Shen looked at the woman in front of him. The transformation from hysterical madness to the forced calm negotiating posture at this moment was astonishingly fast. Her red, swollen and tear-stained face, paired with the pretense of calmness and even a hint of winks in her eyes, created a bizarre cutthroat feeling. "Interesting, really interesting." Lu Xian let out a light laugh in his heart. This Zhao Mingqi is really a born actor. Just now she was seeking death, now she can quickly adjust her state and try to take the initiative. Unfortunately, she chose the wrong opponent. He even felt that Zhao Mingqi's madness of doing whatever it took to survive, and even being a bit twisted, if used on the right path, she might really be able to make a career out of it. But right now, this madness of hers, if tamed properly, would not be a bad knife, a fast knife that could accurately stab certain enemies hidden in the shadows. The corner of Lu Xian's mouth hooked up into a iffy arc, but there was no half-temperature in his eyes. He looked around the office, which had been kicked out of shape by himself, and glanced at the broken pieces of porcelain and dirt scattered on the ground, before his gaze finally landed on Zhao Mingqi. He slowly walked to the side of the still intact parlor sofa, as if he was in his own home, casually ruffled a few scattered documents on it, and leisurely sat down, even comfortably crossing his legs. Snap! He touched the cigarette case from his pocket, shook out a cigarette, held it in his mouth, and touched the lighter and lit it. The greenish-white smoke curled up, blurring the expression on his face, but adding a bit more of the calm and oppressive feeling of being in control of everything. He took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled the smoke towards the ceiling, before returning his gaze to Zhao Mingqi, who was standing not far away, her body still trembling slightly. Director Zhao, he opened his mouth, his voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable penetrating power, as if every word carried a hook that could easily evoke the deepest fears of a person's heart. Did you just ask me if I wanted money, or if I wanted you as a person? He paused, as if he thought of something funny. The arc of the corner of his mouth was deeper. Money, I'm not very sensitive to numbers, too much is afraid to count. As for you, this person. Lu Xian's gaze recklessly sized up her body, from her scattered hair bun, to the dark green cheongsam that had been torn a little askew, and finally rested on her face that seemed a little comical at the moment. Director Zhao, do you have some kind of misunderstanding about me? Or do you have some unrealistic fantasies about yourself? He let out a light laugh, his tone filled with undisguised sarcasm. Other people might be mesmerized by your carefully crafted skin of a talented girl from Jiangnan and a knowing sister, but I can see much more clearly than they can. He flicked the ashes of his cigarette, his eyes steeply becoming sharp. Underneath that shiny shell of yours, you've long since rotted through, haven't you? A shell filled with desires and lies that honestly doesn't interest me much. So put away your self-righteous tricks. Trying to use this piece of rotten meat of yours to make a deal with me? Director Zhao, you have not looked down on yourself and me, Lu Xian, too much. Zhao Mingqi was stabbed to the bone by Lu Xian's words. The blood color on her face instantly faded, and then turned violently red, like she had been viciously slapped a few times. She bit her lower lip to death, her nails almost embedded into her palms. The anger and humiliation that had only been suppressed with great difficulty deep inside her heart once again surged up. How had she ever suffered such humiliation in her normal life at school, in front of those suitors? She was the high and mighty director of the Network Information Center, the perfect goddess in the hearts of countless people. But now, in front of this boy who was 10 years younger than her, all her disguises were torn to shreds. Those dirty pasts that she was most unwilling to face and most wanted to bury were lightly spread out in the sunlight by him, leaving her with nothing to hide. He was right, she herself felt dirty, disgusted with the Zhao Zhaodi who did whatever she could to climb up the ladder, disgusted with the self that was sinking in money and desire. In order to erase those unpleasant past, she could do anything. In order to maintain everything she had now, she was more than capable of doing anything. Zhao Mingqi took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. She raised her hand and somewhat woefully wiped the tear stains on her face, and haphazardly ruffled her scattered broken hair behind her ear, trying to straighten up her appearance and find a trace of her usual composure. Lu Xian, right? She opened her mouth, her voice still hoarse, but with more than a hint of deliberate coldness and hardness. Don't think that just because you've grabbed hold of me, you can insult me so recklessly. Don't you just want to know who that person who contacted me is? She puffed out her chest, and even though the cheongsam looked a bit ill-fitting due to her previous struggles, she still tried to look like she was emboldened, I can tell you. However, I have one condition. You must promise me, otherwise, I won't say anything. Lu Xian sniffed as if he had heard the funniest joke under the sky and couldn't help but let out a snort of laughter. He pressed the cigarette butt out on the edge of a broken flower pot next to him and looked at Zhao Mingqi with calm, waveless eyes, which even carried a hint of pity, as if he was looking at a clown who didn't know how to die. Zhao Mingqi, are you still not clear about the current situation? Lu Xian's voice chilled. You, a woman with 2 lives on your hands who got to the top by selling her body, what qualifications do you have to negotiate with me now? He stood up and walked slowly towards Zhao Mingqi. Each step was like stepping on her heart. Do you think I'm negotiating with you? Lu Xian stood in front of her and looked at her condescendingly, his tone icy cold. I have 100 ways to make you open your mouth, and believe me, every one of them will be even harder than you can imagine right now. And you want to make a deal with me? I'm not half interested in your sordid past. What kind of stinking fish and shrimp you are has nothing to do with me, Lu Xian. If it wasn't for that person behind you hitting me over the head, do you think I would have looked at you more than once? He pressed forward a step closer, almost sticking to Zhao Mingqi, and lowered his voice, saying word by word, now, immediately, right away, tell me who that person who instructed you is. After I finish speaking, I'll leave immediately, or else. Zhao Mingqi was so oppressed by the powerful aura emanating from his body that she could barely breathe, and subconsciously took a small step backward, but her back was pressed against the cold wall, and there was no way to retreat. Fear, like a tidal wave, once again submerged her. But right in the midst of this extreme fear, a hint of crazy thoughts grew in her mind. She raised her head violently and met Lu Xian's icy gaze, and in those bloodshot eyes, a hint of determination to go out flashed. I don't feel comfortable with you. Her voice trembled a little, but it carried a strange firmness. What if? What if you tell my secret afterward? What will I do? Lu Xian raised his eyebrows imperceptibly and quietly looked at her, wanting to see what trick she was going to pull. Only to see Zhao Mingqi take a deep breath and suddenly squeeze out a bizarre smile on her face, which appeared extraordinarily twisted on her red and swollen face. Lu Xian, didn't you say that you're not interested in me? Her voice suddenly became a bit mushy, with a hint of deliberate teasing, but I am now interested in you. The words did not fall. She stretched out a slightly trembling hand, in Lu Xian's dismayed gaze, was actually slowly, one by one, unraveled their dark green cheongsam collar, the delicate disc buckle. Chapter 61, Ace Amore, right? You're a success. Lu Xian never dreamed that he would be counterattacked. He was sitting there, he thought he had everything under control, waiting for Zhao Mingqi to reveal the person behind the curtain, who knew that this woman would come to such a hand. He had come to subdue her, but she was good, and in turn wanted to feed herself a soft meal? Lu Xian's eyes flashed, forcing him to stabilize his mind. After 2 lifetimes of living, this kind of initiative to send to the door, but also with the fish death net broken crazy strength of the woman he is also the first time to meet. To say that he could be completely calm would be bragging. After all, Zhao Mingqi, this woman, put aside her snake heart not to talk about, single on the skin and body, indeed is the top. On weekdays on the Yin University campus, she was also the goddess of countless male teachers and male students' midnight dreams, and a single glance could make those licking dogs go to the fire. Right now, this goddess, with a jade and stone gesture, was undoing the second coiled button of her cheongsam, revealing more delicate skin and exquisite collarbones. Cough, Lu Xian cleared his throat, breaking the eerie silence, his tone carrying a hint of undeniable coldness. Director Zhao, I think all this should be dispensed with. Are you trying to shut me up in this way? Or, is it because you want me to tie up in a boat with you and end up together when the time comes? He narrowed his eyes slightly, seemingly smiling. Don't worry, I'm not interested in publicizing your little everywhere yet. As long as you name the person behind you who instructed you, I guarantee that those secrets of yours will rot in my stomach. But, Lu Xian's words turned, his voice steeply became chilling. If you're not aware of it anymore, I'll send those glorious deeds of yours, along with this hospitable look of yours just now, all together on the internet. Or, directly call the police, let the police comrades come to have a good chat with you about your life, about those 2 deceased people who died accidentally. Saying that, Lu Xian made a gesture to pick up his cell phone, unlocked the screen, and his finger made a gesture to point to the dialing interface. Don't! Zhao Mingqi screamed, like a cat that had its tail stepped on, and pounced violently. Lu Xian thought that she was trying to grab the phone and subconsciously sidestepped to avoid it, but he didn't realize that Zhao Mingqi's target wasn't the phone at all, but him personally. Bang! Caught off guard, Lu Xian was actually pushed down directly onto the sofa behind him by one of her hungry tiger pounces. The soft sofa made a muffled sound, Lu Xian's back plunged into it, and for a while he actually cried and laughed a little. This woman is really crazy. Zhao Mingqi's hands were propped up on both sides of his body, and her disheveled hair fell down, a few strands sweeping across Lu Xian's cheeks, carrying the complex scent of the orchid mixed with sweat on her body. Her expression was a little twisted, with both a desperate madness and a hint of puzzling tenderness in the depths of her eyes. Lu Xian, listen to me. Her voice is hoarse, with a crying tone, but exceptionally firm. I have not been as reckless as today for some years. Today, let it be our exchange. I know you despise me, think I'm dirty, think I'm inferior. But you must accept today. Only then can I be at ease. She seemed to think that only by dragging Lu Xian into the water and making him unclean as well, they could become true accomplices and her secret could be truly safe. This is a kind of sick and twisted logic. Lu Xian was infuriated by this divine operation and logic of hers. He looked at the pearly but crazy face near him and sighed helplessly. Zhao Mingqi, are you sick? You're rushing to give it away, aren't you? You think you can pin me down just like that? You're a complete idiot. He raised his voice with undisguised disgust. I don't think you're trying to keep it a secret, you're just addicted to Ace Amore, aren't you? Row. Since you like being controlled so much, I'll fulfill you today. With a snap, Lu Xian slapped Zhao Mingqi heavily on the left side of her face. Ah! Zhao Mingqi screamed, her offense and defense were different. Lu Xian looked at her condescendingly, his eyes so cold that they did not have a trace of temperature. Director Zhao, just to remind you, the door of this office is still open. It's best to keep your movements small. Zhao Mingqi was agitated by his icy words, and indeed, she did not dare to scream loudly anymore, but only bit her lips in death. Lu Xian snorted coldly and flew through the points mall in his mind. Ding! Does it consume 1 point to redeem a hyaluronic acid umbrella? Redeem! Safety first. He, Lu Xian, didn't want to overturn the boat in the gutter. He raised his hand to her other intact cheek. Slap! Another crisp slap. Good, now, it's symmetrical. Lu Xian's voice was calm and waveless, as if he had only accomplished a trivial and insignificant thing. Zhao Mingqi was completely blinded by these 2 sudden slaps, and a trace of blood spilled out from the corner of her mouth. An hour later. She hung her head down, her scattered hair covering her red and swollen face, unable to see her expression, only her shoulders were still slightly twitching. Lu Xian, on the other hand, sat on the other side of the single sofa, slowly and methodically organizing his sleeves. Ding! Detected that the target character Zhao Mingqi's psychological state has undergone a drastic change and has taken the initiative to produce deep dependence and submission to the host, and the target character extremely admires the host. Current control value, 100 full. Congratulations to the host. The target character, Zhao Mingqi, is now in full control of the host. Reward, Black Material App Version Upgrade, current version 1.0.1. Reward, Black Material App Version Upgrade, current version 1.0.1. Black Material App version 1.0.1 feature. The activated Black Material app is bound to the host's soul. The host can seamlessly migrate and activate the app between different mobile devices at any time, without worrying about the risk of data loss or leakage. Reward, Black Material App version upgraded. Reward points, 500 points. Random drop special reward, activates the latent music cells in the host's body, granting the host a high level of musical talent including, but not limited to, the ability to quickly pick up and become proficient in musical instruments such as the piano, guitar, violin, and other musical instruments. Lu Xian raised his eyebrows. The control value is full? This woman is really a born minion embryo. Without completely beating her into submission, she doesn't know why the flowers are so red. App upgrade. This is good. Before he was really a little worried that if the cell phone was lost or broken, this black material system would not follow the problem. Now that the soul is bound and the binding can be changed at any time, the safety factor is greatly improved. As for the 500 points, it is also a good windfall. And this musical talent. Lu Xian touched his chin, remembering his own previous life that is incomplete. Singing can send people away. Talent. The corner of his mouth cannot help but twitch. This reward, but also can be considered to make up for his major shortcomings. In the future, he might be able to pretend to be a pussy on certain occasions. Chapter 62. Your Goddess My Dog. Lu Xian leisurely looked at Zhao Mingqi with eyes that looked like he was looking at a pet that had just been tamed, with a hint of scrutiny, a hint of playfulness. Now, it's okay to talk, right? That person who hides behind you and instructs you to do these dirty jobs, who exactly is that? His voice wasn't high, but it was like an invisible vice that tightened its grip on Zhao Mingqi's throat. Lu Xian was indeed a little impatient. From the initial discovery of Luo Xiaoran's bumper sticker, to digging out Zhao Mingqi, the big fish, to this moment, he felt that he was only one layer of window paper away from poking through the real mastermind behind the scene. Zhao Mingqi was in a sorry state at the moment. Her cheongsam still had 2 loose buttons, her face was red and swollen, the corners of her mouth were bloody, and her hair was messy on her sweaty forehead and cheeks. She slowly raised her hand and gathered a few loose strands of hair behind her ear with some difficulty, her movements slow and stiff. Her eyes fluttered, not daring to meet Lu Xian's eyes that seemed to be able to see everything. Her voice was as thin as a gnat, with a thick nasal tone and a hint of desperate trembling. I actually don't know that person specifically. Who is? Ha? Lu Xian's eyebrows instantly twisted into a pimple, his eyes suddenly turning cold. His body, which was originally relaxedly leaning on the sofa, sat violently straight, and an invisible pressure instantly enveloped the entire office. What did you say? Lu Xian's voice abruptly rose, carrying a hint of incredulous anger. Are you playing me? Playing a half day of bitter drama and beauty tricks with me here, even playing with Ace Emu, and finally telling me that you don't know who it is? He stood up fiercely and took a few steps in front of Zhao Mingqi, staring at her condescendingly, his eyes looking like they were about to burst into flames. You're here to make a fool out of me? What's wrong with you? Director Zhao, do you think I, Lu Xian, am particularly easy to fool? Zhao Mingqi was scared by the violent aura emanating from his body and shivered, subconsciously wanting to retreat, but realized that behind her was the cold wall. There was no way to retreat. No. Lu Xian student, listen to my explanation. She waved her hand in panic, her voice with a crying, I really don't know. He only used a hidden account contact to contact me with each other. Explain? I'll listen to your fart. Lu Xian laughed back in anger and raised his hand to give her some color again. Right at this moment, bang! An even bigger thud came. The office door, which had already been shaken by Lu Xian's kick, was directly kicked open from the outside this time, and the entire door panel slammed onto the ground with a clang, stirring up a cloud of dust. A tall, strong, dark-skinned boy who looked like he had been in the gym all year round burst in angrily. He was wearing a tracksuit with gnarled muscles and beads of sweat on his forehead, obviously running over in a hurry. Kiki, are you all right? As soon as the boy came in, his eyes locked onto the scene inside the office, and when he saw the redness on Zhao Mingqi's face and the blood at the corner of her mouth, as well as Lu Xian, who was standing in front of her, making a gesture to hit her, his eyes instantly turned red. Who the hell are you? Dare to touch Chi-Chi? I'll get you killed. The black-skinned gym student roared, like an enraged bull, and rushed up in an arrow step, opening his arms to protect Zhao Mingqi behind him. He stared angrily at Lu Xian and stretched out his finger, almost poking Lu Xian's nose. Kid, which department are you from? Which class? What's your name? Daring to strike a teacher at Yin University, I think you're tired of living. I'll call the police now. I'll make you suffer. With that, the gym student took out his cell phone from his pocket and made a gesture to press 110. Lu Xian looked at the flower protector that suddenly appeared in front of him, first froze, and then understood. Is Zhao Mingqi one of the many licking dogs? Look at this situation, or a brain not too bright iron bean. Lu Xian didn't even bother to look at him, but only cast his impatient gaze towards Zhao Mingqi, who was being protected behind him. The meaning in his eyes was self-evident. Hurry up and get rid of this fly for me. Zhao Mingqi's heart thumped when she was swept by Lu Xian's icy cold eyes. How could she dare to hesitate? She hurriedly squeezed out from behind Chen Zhe, forcing a smile on her face that was worse than crying, but her voice carried an unquestionable determination, and even a hint of the usual detachment and boredom that she felt towards those suitors, if any. Chen Zhe, why are you here? I'm fine, you go back first, there's nothing for you here. Chen Zhe, who had an overwhelming sense of justice and was ready to stand up for his goddess and angrily denounce the thugs, froze in mid-air with his cell phone in his hand. He looked back at Zhao Mingqi with a shocked expression, as if he didn't recognize the woman in front of him. Ha! Shichi, he was clearly hitting you just now. I all saw it. Your face is swollen. Chen Zhe pointed at Lu Xian and then pointed at Zhao Mingqi's face, sweating anxiously. Zhao Mingqi's patience had clearly run out, and all she wanted to do now was to hurry up and get rid of this idiot so that she wouldn't piss off Lu Xian again. She frowned, her tone a few points heavier with obvious impatience. I've said it all, I'm fine. This matter has nothing to do with you. Can't you understand? She paused, looking at Chen Zhe's incredulous and hurt expression. A trace of pleasure flashed through her heart, but more than that, she was anxious, and she simply said it in a more desperate way. What happens to me is what I'm willing to do. You quickly leave, don't get in the way here, affecting me to deal with things. I am willing? Don't get in the way here? Chen Zhe was struck by lightning, his entire body was dumbfounded and his mind was blank. He had been chasing Zhao Mingqi for 3 whole years off. From the time Zhao Mingqi first came to Yen University to work in the Network Information Center and he first saw her at the orientation event, he was deeply attracted by her temperament that was as gentle as jade and as soft as water. The pure white cheongsam, the hands and feet between the classical flavor of Jiangnan, is simply the perfect incarnation of his dream goddess, is his day and night, dreaming of a future wife. He knew that Zhao Mingqi had a lot of suitors around her, including many rich second-generation people who drove luxury cars and were generous, and there were even some young and promising young teachers. However, he observed that Zhao Mingqi seemed to keep her distance from all those people, even with a hint of faint scorn. This made him feel that he had a chance. Although he, Chen Zhe, wasn't a rich second generation, he was also the mainstay of the school's basketball team, his looks weren't bad, and his family's situation was not too bad. He firmly believed that sincerity was the key to success. So, for 3 years, rain or shine. Every morning, a cup of warm imported milk, thundering to Zhao Mingqi's desk. Every Monday, a bouquet of carefully selected flowers, card point delivery, to ensure that the freshest, the most complimentary varieties of her temperament. Every month, a small gift that he has racked his brains and carefully prepared, or handmade products, or heard other female teachers say she likes knickknacks, on time delivery. Hush cold warmth is more commonplace, from the weather changes to remind her to increase or decrease clothing, to her occasional show a hint of fatigue immediately sent a variety of tonic. He thought that he had paid, the goddess had seen in the eyes and remembered in the heart. Even if she didn't accept it for a while, it was only a matter of time, she must be testing herself. But today, now, what did he see? A brat who came out of nowhere, actually beat up his goddess in front of him. And his goddess, that icy and unattainable chi-chi in his heart, not only didn't resist, but said that she was willing? Also smacked him in the way? Moreover, when he rushed in just now, he vaguely saw that the expression on Chi-Chi's face, although panicked, seemed to still have a trace of enjoyment? No. Impossible. Chen Zhe felt that his worldview collapsed at this moment, shattering to the point that there was not even slag left. The goddess that he was out of reach and regarded as a treasure, the dream girl that he was afraid of disturbing even by speaking loudly, surprisingly in front of others, like a tail wagging and begging pug? What the is going on here? Chen Zhe lost soul to stand in place, the hands of the cell phone snap fell to the ground, the screen instantly fell in pieces, just like his heart at the moment. Lu Xian watched this scene with interest, the corner of his mouth hooked up a touch of mockery arc. TSK, another innocent young boy's dream shattered. However, this Zhao Mingqi was smoother than he had imagined when it came to tempering her. He glanced at Chen Zhe, who was already colorless and shaky, and then looked at Zhao Mingqi, his eyes signaling her to continue. Zhao Mingqi took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down, revealing a pleasing and humble smile to Lu Xian before turning to Chen Zhe, her voice cold and hard as she urged once again, Chen Zhe, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and go out. Don't disturb me and this student to talk about business. Talking about business? Chen Zhe looked at the fawning smile on Zhao Mingqi's face that he had never seen before, and then looked at the trace of undisguised fear and submission in the depths of her eyes when she looked at the young boy. He felt like his heart was being clutched hard by a big invisible hand, so painful that he couldn't breathe. It turned out that the clown was actually himself. Chapter 63, Actually a Hacker? Chen Zhe only felt a wave of coldness rush from the soles of his feet straight to the sky, his little bit of pathetic self-respect and persistence shattered into powder in Zhao Mingqi's cold and desperate words. He staggered for a moment, his face as white as paper, and turned around in a state of disorientation, wanting nothing more than to immediately flee from this place that made his heart throb and ache, fleeing from this nightmare that had subverted all of his beautiful fantasies. Stand still. Just as Chen Zhe took a step, almost stepping out of the broken doorframe, a lazy voice rang out from behind himself. Lu Xian had already stood up straight at some point, dusting off the non-existent dust on his sleeves, his mouth holding a smirk-like curve as he casually stretched out his right arm, stopping in front of Chen Zhe in an unbiased manner. Just now, I told you to roll, you didn't roll, you had to jump out as a flower protector. Lu Xian cocked his head, a hint of teasing in his eyes. What, now that the show is over, you wanna pat your ass and leave? Chen Zhe jerked his head up and met Lu Xian's bottomless eyes, and an inexplicable fear clutched him. He wanted to say something, but found that his throat felt like it was blocked. Lu Xian, however, didn't give him a chance to open his mouth, his eyes steepened in severity, not giving Chen Zhe any time to react at all. A crisp whipleg had already swept over with the sound of breaking wind. Boom! A dull impact sound rang out, accompanied by a click sound that made the bones crack. Chen Zhe's strong body, which he had been exercising for years and was proud of, was as fragile as paper maché in front of Lu Xian. He only felt an irresistible force coming from the knee of his right leg. Severe pain instantly swept through his entire body, and his entire body flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings, and with a loud thud, he fiercely crashed into the other side of the wall, and then slid down to the ground. Ah, my leg! My leg is broken! Chen Zhe clutched his right leg, letting out a miserable scream, his forehead instantly covered with bean-sized cold sweat, his body curled up on the ground, twitching violently. Where was half of the arrogance he had just seen? Lu Xian slowly and methodically paced in front of him, condescendingly looking down at him, his tone flat but with an unquestionable warning. Kid, today will give you a long memory. Idle matters that you should not meddle in, meddle less. The people you shouldn't look at, look less. After saying that, he was like carrying a chicken, grabbing the back collar of Chen Zhe's sportswear with one hand, effortlessly dragging him up, and then with a fling of his arm, he directly threw this 170-80 pounds of gym student out. Bang! There was another muffled sound of a heavy object landing, accompanied by Chen Zhe's suppressed grunt of pain. In the office, Zhao Mingqi stood at the side and watched Lu Xian's crisp tactics, her face turning even paler in fear. She opened her mouth, her voice as thin as a gnat. Lu Xian. He won't be okay, right? Should we call an ambulance? Lu Xian turned his head, his eyes coldly swept her a glance, the corner of his mouth hooked up in a mocking arc. What? Director Zhao, you're still afraid of death? With all the human lives stained on your hands, are you still short of him? Zhao Mingqi choked on his words and instantly silenced herself, not even daring to breathe. Lu Xian snorted coldly, his tone chilling. Director Zhao, I'm a person with limited patience. Since you don't have much value, I'm not guilty of keeping your secrets for you. The way I see it, you'd better go and properly explain to the police comrades yourself how Li Yuan and Lu Feiyu died accidentally. Saying that, Lu Xian once again picked up his cell phone and made a gesture to dial the number. Don't! Zhao Mingqi screamed, her soul flying away, no longer able to care about any decency or dignity. With a plop, she kneeled heavily in front of Lu Xian and clasped her hands around his calves. Lu Xian! No! Master! Master, I beg you! Don't call the police! Her cheeks pressed tightly against Lu Xian's pants leg, tears and snot smeared all over her face, her voice tinged with a desperate sob. I'm useful. I'm really useful. Master, you believe me. Lu Xian lowered his eyes, looking at the wretched, snotty woman at his feet. There was not the slightest bit of pity in his heart, instead, a morbid pleasure rose. This was human nature, not shedding a tear without seeing the coffin. Oh? He raised an eyebrow, his tone playful. What else do you have to offer? Tell me. If you can't tell me, I don't have the time to spend with you here. Zhao Mingqi looked as if she had grabbed the last straw to save her life, raising her head fiercely, a hint of hopefulness flickering in those red, swollen eyes from crying. Master. I am a hacker. Although I don't know the specific identity of that person, he has been contacting me through an encrypted hidden account. I can trace his IP address. I can definitely find him. She eagerly professed her worth, fearing that Lu Xian would change his mind in the next second. When Lu Xian heard this, his eyes moved slightly, and his fingers pinching the cell phone paused. He slowly bent down, stretched out two fingers, and frivolously pinched Zhao Mingqi's slippery chin, forcing her to raise her head to meet his eyes, the corner of his mouth hooking up into a sneer. Bastard, you have to be pushed to this point before you're willing to tell the truth? Snap. Pa. He backhanded another two slaps, crisp and loud, mercilessly smacking Zhao Mingqi's already red and swollen cheeks. Ooh. Zhao Mingqi's eyes were glazed over from the beating, and more blood spilled from the corners of her mouth, but she didn't even dare to think about dodging. Instead, with a hint of morbid ingratiation, she choked out, Master, hit me right. It is my fault. It is me who is cheap. It was me who had the eyes to recognize and to tie an offended master. Master, you can hit me a few more times to calm down. As long as you don't leave me alone. She even took the initiative to grab Lu Xian's hand and stick it to her face. All right. Lu Xian impatiently drew back his hand and shook it off, as if it was stained with something dirty. You only know regret now? What did you do earlier? He stood up and glanced at the wall clock. The lunch break is almost over, and there should be more people outside. If you don't want to be visited by the entire school in this state, get up and make things clear. Yes. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master, for not abandoning me. Zhao Mingqi was as if she had been pardoned, scrambling to get up from the ground, wiping the tear stains and blood on her face haphazardly, and then scrambling to straighten her loose hair and the crooked neckline of her cheongsam. Even though her cheeks were still swollen high and in a sorry state, her eyes were amazingly bright, filled with the celebration of surviving the calamity and an almost fanatical adoration and dependence on Lu Xian. Master, you come with me. Zhao Mingqi's voice carried a hint of eager currying favor, quickly walking behind her desk, pulling out her chair and pointing at the high-end configured computer. Master, I can become the director of this network information center, not just by face and relationship. My computer level, in Yin University, and even the country. I'm not just relying on face and relationship. My computer level, in Yin University, and even in the whole country, are all counted. They all call me keyboard goddess. That bastard dares to count to the master's head. I must rake out his ancestors' 18 generations to him. As she spoke, she had quickly turned on the computer and her hands were rapidly tapping on the keyboard, countless complex codes and windows instantly popping up on the screen. That concentration and confidence, a far cry from the humble and beggarly look just now. Lu Xian raised an eyebrow, walked behind her, looked at those dazzling characters on the screen, and secretly said in his heart, this Zhao Mingqi really has two brushes. It seems that today's trip was not in vain. Chapter 64, The Behind-the-Scenes Murderer in the Old Country? Zhao Mingqi seemed to be a different person at this moment. The previous humble, begging, sniveling appearance disappeared, replaced by an almost frenzied focus. Her still red and swollen eyes shone with a strange luster, as if she had found the only way to prove her worth. Master, don't worry, as long as he still dares to contact me through that encrypted channel, I will definitely be able to uncover him. As she spoke, her 10 fingers flew like flies, tapping out a series of dazzling codes on the keyboard. On the screen, all sorts of windows and data streams were refreshed as fast as a waterfall, and ordinary people were afraid that they would get dizzy just by looking at them. Lu Xian stood behind her, his hands clasping his chest as he watched with interest. This woman, with her attainments in the field of computers, did indeed have two brushes. That self-confidence and professionalism was a strong contrast to her slavish appearance just now, and it actually revealed a bit of morbid charm. Keyboard goddess? The corner of Lu Xian's mouth hooked up into a playful arc. His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached Zhao Mingqi's ears. I hope that you, the goddess, won't let me down. Zhao Mingqi's body trembled slightly, but the movements of her hands became faster. She knew that this was her only chance and her last salvation. The opposite side is very cunning, using several layers of springboards, and the source IP seems to be outside the country. Fine beads of sweat oozed from the corners of Zhao Mingqi's forehead as she stared tightly at the ever-changing data on the screen. However, since he dared to contact me, he will definitely leave traces. Time passed minute by minute, only the crisp tapping of the keyboard and Zhao Mingqi's slightly rapid breathing remained in the office. Suddenly, Zhao Mingqi's eyes lit up and fiercely hit the enter key. Got it. Her voice carried a hint of suppressed excitement and inviting joy. Master, I intercepted the real IP of the last time he accessed my reserved backdoor through a hidden proxy. Although he encrypted it in layers, it was still tracked down by me in reverse. On the screen, a progress bar flew and loaded, finally settling. Found it. Master, look. Zhao Mingqi excitedly pointed at the line of address that was finally parsed out on the screen, her voice trembling a little. Lu Xian leaned over to look, and when he saw the familiar line of place names, his pupils suddenly shrunk, and his eyes instantly became incomparably gloomy. Ningqiu Province, Jinchuan City. That was his old home. A chill went straight from the soles of his feet to the sky, and Lu Xian only felt as if the blood in his body was about to freeze. Since he was reborn, all of his enemies, all of his calculations, had been centered in Yanjing, and he had never imagined that the black hand behind this would be thousands of miles away, and in his hometown. Jinchuan City. Has his loved ones there? Zhao Mingqi, Lu Xian's voice was so cold that it looked like it could freeze the air. Can you find a more detailed address? Specifically to which street, which neighborhood? Zhao Mingqi was horrified by the chilling murderous aura that suddenly erupted from his body, and hurriedly shook her head, her voice carrying a hint of trepidation. I'm sorry, master. The other party's anti-tracking technology is very clever, it should be a top hacker. I can track to Jinchuan City, it is already the limit. Every time he contacted me, he jumped through layers of anonymous servers outside the country, and this time, he was able to lock onto Jinchuan, or because when he was in a hurry to contact me, he accidentally exposed a trace, and I caught him. She paused and carefully added, but I can be certain that this ultimate mastermind behind the scenes, or at least one of his key strongholds, must be in Jinchuan City. Lu Xian's face was so gloomy that it could drip water. Who exactly is Jinchuan City? His family was broken in his previous life, and his parents died early. Their family was poor and powerless. What in the world deserved someone to be so intent on thinking about them? Could the tragedy of his previous life have its roots in Jinchuan? One question after another made his mind confused. It seems, must as soon as possible to take time to return to a trip to Jinchuan. There are some things, must personally go to find out a stone. Lu Xian took a deep breath and suppressed the waves in his heart. His eyes became sharp and cold again. He glanced at Zhao Mingqi, counting you as still somewhat useful. Remember, this is your last chance. In the future, if you dare to play tricks with me again, or if you have any semblance of hiding. He didn't finish his sentence, but the warning in his eyes made Zhao Mingqi feel like falling into an ice cave. Don't dare. Absolutely don't dare. Zhao Mingqi instantly fell from the state of keyboard goddess back to that humble slave. She violently turned around and once again plopped on her knees in front of Lu Xian, her forehead pressed against the ice-cold floor, her voice carrying a sobbing tone and fear deep into her bones. Master, I was wrong. I won't dare to have any petty thoughts anymore. I swear that from now on, I, Zhao Mingqi, will be one of your most loyal dogs. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west, and if you tell me to bite anyone, I will never hesitate. Lu Xian looked at her in this manner, and the pleasure of being in control of everything rose once again in his heart. He loved this feeling of completely stepping on his high prey under his feet. Alright, get up. Lu Xian said indifferently, remember what you said today. Also, outside, don't say master in one breath. If someone hears you, if you don't mind the shame, I still mind the trouble. Yes. Yes. Classmate Lu Xian. Zhao Mingqi was like an amnesty. She hurriedly climbed up from the ground, but her face still wore a pleasing smile, only that smile looked especially bizarre against her red swollen cheeks and the blood at the corners of her mouth. Clean up this place, don't leave any traces. Lu Xian looked around the wretched office and glanced at the wall clock. Lunch break is almost over. Play your gentle as Jade Network Center Director Zhao Well. Don't let anyone see the cracks. Yes. Don't worry, fellow Lu Xian. Zhao Mingqi nodded her head and put her posture extremely low. Lu Xian said no more, turned around and headed out. The reason why he left Zhao Mingqi's life behind was naturally not because he suddenly had a kind heart. For one thing, this woman did still have value to utilize. A top-notch hacker could come in handy many times. Secondly, his wings were not yet fully fledged, and in the deep waters of Yanjing, one more pawn that could be driven at will was better than fighting alone. Zhao Mingqi has been operating in Yen University for many years, and her status as the director of the Network Information Center can also provide him with a lot of convenience. As for the dirty things she had done, Lu Xian didn't care at all. As long as she is obedient and can be used for herself, then she is a good knife. If she does not obey. Lu Xian's mouth hooked up a cold smile. He does not mind personally breaking this knife, and then send her to the place where she should go. Jinchuan City. He couldn't figure out who exactly wanted to harm his family. Chapter 65, Ex-Girlfriend Comes Looking for Death. From Zhao Mingqi's office, which was filled with an air of humiliation and submission, Lu Xian took a deep breath of the slightly grass-scented air of the campus, and the depressed air in his chest was slightly evacuated. Jinchuan City. The broken home of his previous life, the early death of his parents, could the source of all this really lurk in that place where he grew up? He shook his head and pushed down his disorganized thoughts for the time being. There was another specialized class in the afternoon, Chinese classical literature. The corner of Lu Xian's mouth hooked up into a cold arc. He felt that the people on this Yen University campus who had jumped out to backstab him in his last life when he was down and out could simply form a reinforced company. Those so-called teachers and classmates, in the grayest moment of his life, let him completely tasted what is called the world's coldness, the viciousness of the human heart. In his last life, that incident was infinitely magnified and eventually turned into a scandal known throughout the country. News headlines, the top of the hot search list, the major self-media platforms covered the discussion, countless net read V in order to traffic, but also add oil and vinegar, try to discredit things. The public opinion frenzy that almost drowned him completely lasted for a full half year. It was also because of that damn heat that he was boxed in by unscrupulous media and good people. His home address was exposed, and his parents were harassed by those fly-like netizens and journalists all day long, and they could not have any peace. So then, those who knew, and those who didn't, couldn't wait to jump out and ruthlessly stomp on him a few times, as if they couldn't keep up with the trend of the times if they didn't, and couldn't rub off on that sky-high traffic. The betrayal of his 3 roommates, the fall of his ex-girlfriend, these are just the tip of the iceberg. What he disliked the most was the so-called teachers who had taught him, or even hadn't taught him at all. One by one, they appeared on the scene, under the banner of heartbreaking and educational reflection, but in fact, they took him as a traffic code. As long as the title with the word Lu Xian, and then fabricate some plausible insider, add oil and vinegar to smear a few sentences, the video playback can easily break through 1 million. For example, Lu Xian teacher so-and-so, Lu Xian so-and-so teacher so-and-so, Lu Xian friend so-and-so. The list is endless. In retrospect, behind all of this, there is clearly a pair of invisible big hands pushing in the dark. Otherwise, how could an ordinary campus incident ferment to that point? This section of the Chinese classical literature teacher, Zhang Shuyi, is the earliest batch of jumped out of the start one of the teachers. Lu Xian remembers clearly, this usually always a gentle and sensible, uncontested look of Ms. Jiang in front of the camera is how the heartbreaking memories of him as a problem student. And how to skillfully portray yourself as if try to guide but cannot help. The image of a good teacher, by the way, also implied a few words of school management omission, attracted a crowd of netizens to her great appreciation. The number of fans overnight soared. It's the same as Gu Yunxi's operation. For teachers? Today, just let her also experience. What is the meaning of present retribution? Lu Xian parked the car steadily under the classroom building, and just pulled open the car door. He saw Lu Ming's familiar face come over, and behind him, he also followed a figure step by step. Although there was a distance, Lu Xian recognized at once that it was Xin Yahui. When Lu Ming saw Lu Xian, his eyes lit up, and he rushed to Lu Xian in 3 steps, with a smug smile piled up on his face. Brother Xian, you've finally come. Your girlfriend was looking for you, so I thought you must be in class here, so I brought you here. That expression was like a pug wagging its tail and waiting for its master to reward it with a meat bone, almost as if the words "praise me" were written on its face. Lu Xian's eyelids jumped, and in his heart, he let out a sound, almost unable to hold back a kick. This Lu Ming is lack of heart or what? Early do not bring, late do not bring, favoring this time to this stinking to lead. Uing. Lu Xian just wanted to start cursing, but Lu Ming was already looking at him with a confused face, as if he didn't understand why he had to be reprimanded for helping out with good intentions. Not waiting for Lu Xian to finish his sentence, Xin Yahui behind him had already rushed up like a cannonball, her sharp voice cutting through the surrounding tranquility. Lu Xian. You yourself are fooling around with another wild woman in a hotel room, and you still have the face to call me, eh? Are you still a ing man? Between the words, Xin Yahui had already pounced up with her teeth and claws open, the fingers coated with bright red nail polish flashed with a cold light, charging straight at Lu Xian's cheeks, living like a shrew who was choking in a vegetable market. Lu Xian frowned. Instead of retreating, his left hand casually lifted and accurately blocked Xin Yahui's wrist, and with a push, Xin Yahui staggered back a few steps, almost falling. There were already passing students in the surrounding area who were attracted by the commotion here and cast curious gazes. Lu Xian didn't want to reveal Xin Yahui's unsightly black materials in public. Wouldn't that be tantamount to admitting that he was cuckolded in disguise? Lu Xian can't afford to lose this person. Although this cuckold cannot blame Lu Xian, but she is disgusting. At that time, Xin Yahui will certainly lose her reputation. He himself will have to follow the taint and become the laughingstock of the whole school. This thing, really difficult to deal with. Originally thought of cold treatment, find an opportunity to break up with her to make things clear when the time is ripe, and then her glorious deeds packaged and sent to the internet, so that she also tastes the taste of social death. Who knows that this woman is so calm, directly killed to the school. Lu Xian took a deep breath, feeling that this is since he was reborn, in addition to facing Zhao Mingqi that crazy, the most tricky time for him. If he didn't handle it well, there was a real possibility that he would drag himself down as well, and he wouldn't be able to wash himself out of the sludge. His brain was racing, all kinds of thoughts flashed by. Direct action? No, the impact is too bad, just what some people want. Reveal it in public? No, kill 1,000 enemies and lose 800. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind like lightning. It wasn't a foolproof plan, but at the moment, it seemed to be the only way to get by. He cleared his throat, and his face instantly switched to an expression of both dismay and a bit of hurt, looking at Xin Yahui, and his tone became a bit complicated, like disbelief, but also like a hint of aggrieved by being wrongly accused. Chapter 66, You Are a Broken Shoe. Lu Xian took a deep breath at this time, knowing that today's drama must be sung without a drop of water, or else he would have to be nailed to the pillar of shame of Yin University along with Xin Yahui's puddle of slime. The remaining light from the corner of his eye swept over the more and more gathered onlookers, cold smile in his heart, but his face has been replaced with a pained, disheartened expression. Xin Yahui, Lu Xian's voice carried a hint of just the right amount of hoarseness, as if he had been choked by something in his throat, and as if he was trying to suppress a great deal of grief. Do we really have to go this far? He slightly tilted his head, his eyes seemed to be flooded with a hint of watery light, that look, living a pitiful person who had been mercilessly hurt by the person he loved so much. Xin Yahui was confused by this sudden change in his face, and for a moment actually forgot to continue to splash around, looking at him blankly. Lu Xian, what tricks are you trying to pull again? Lu Xian laughed ruefully and shook his head, his voice filled with exhaustion and disappointment. Tricks? In your eyes, all the good I've done to you, all the forbearance I've shown you, are they all just tricks? I ask myself, when we were together, how I treated you, you know clearly in your heart. Break up, I also hope you can be good, but why do you have to chase to the school, with this way? To destroy me? What did I do wrong that you hate me so much and have to drive me to the brink of extinction? This series of questioning full of deep love and aggrieved, like a heavy bomb, exploded in the crowd of onlookers. What is the situation? Listen to this meaning, is this man was dumped, the woman also chased to the school to make trouble? No way, I clearly heard the woman just now scolding him for opening a room and fooling around. Tis, there's a story here. Quickly, the front row melon peanuts mineral water. Lu Ming stood by the side, completely dumbfounded. He looked at Lu Xian's grief-stricken look and then looked at Xin Yahui's dismayed face, his brain was completely unable to turn a corner. Brother Xian, this is Being greened by this woman, but also a rake backwards? Shen Yahweh finally reacted, so angry that she was shaking, pointing at Lu Xian and screaming, Lu Xian! You less here to turn black and white. It's clearly you're the one who's having an affair with another woman. How dare you say that I ruined you? We've obviously been broken up for so long. Lu Xian violently plucked up his voice with a hint of desperation that was being pushed to the limit. Why are you just refusing to let me go? Do you think I really don't know anything? He took a deep breath, as if he had made some sort of determination, and his eyes sadly swept over Shen Yahweh. I have long known about you cheating on me. I originally thought, after all, I have loved one, so we can get together and leave you some face. But what about you? You even ran to my school, in front of so many people, so insulted me. You are a broken shoe. What? A cheater? Holy, reversed? It's this woman who cheated on you? I told you, this guy looks so handsome, he doesn't look like that kind of person. The crowd's murmur was even louder, a gaze, like a searchlight swept back and forth between Lu Xian and Shen Yahweh, full of curiosity, gossip, and even a hint of schadenfreude? Shen Yahweh's face, at this moment, has turned from red to white, and then from white to green, wonderful, comparable to Sichuan opera face changing. How she did not expect, Lu Xian will bite back, and also said so sincere. I know all those things about you. Lu Xian's voice turned cold with a hint of suppressed anger. Even if you cheated on me, you still have your foot in 3 boats. That greasy dead fat guy is old enough to be your father, right? Shen Yahweh, is this how you trample on yourself, on the relationship we once had? Now, you still have to run to me and pour all this dirty water on me. Do you think that I, Lu Xian, am easy to bully? Or do you think that everyone in the whole world is a little cutie? Boom! The crowd completely exploded. A foot in 3 boats? Holy! And an old man? This flavor is too heavy. What's the point? Figure he's old, figure he doesn't take a shower? A boy didn't hold back and snorted out a laugh, causing a roar of laughter around him. No wonder the breakup and still come to make trouble. This is the master of fish pond management. The result of the fish ran away not willing, right? Shen Yahweh was completely crushed by Lu Xian's series of revelations and the surrounding jeers. She only felt her brain buzzing and her eyes blackened. She did not know how Lu Xian knew these things, she thought she was well hidden. Her face was as white as paper, her lips trembling, wanting to explain, but she found that her throat felt like it was blocked, not a single word could come out, and she could only gasp for air, trying to calm herself down. You bloody mouth. She finally squeezed out a few words, but her voice was dry and hoarse, filled with a powerless pallor. What evidence do you have? You are just slandering. When did we break up? We didn't break up at all. As if Lu Xian had expected her to say this, the corner of his mouth hooked up into a mocking arc, and his gaze swept over the surrounding students who had been completely taken out of rhythm by him, and were looking at Shen Yahweh with contemptuous eyes. How long has it been since you broke up? Don't you have any numbers in your own heart? Lu Xian sneered, if you want people to know, unless you don't. Shen Yahweh, who do you think you can hide your from? Your good best friend couldn't stand it anymore and told me all about your glorious deeds. That's why I made up my mind to break up with you. Best friend? Several names instantly flashed through Shen Yahweh's mind, and her eyes became even more flustered. Just then, a mid-air roar came from outside the crowd. Wee. Which ungrateful dog is bullying you? I've come to take it out on you. Before the words fell, a burly youth wearing a tight t-shirt with an over-the-shoulder dragon tattooed on his arm and a small thumb-thick gold chain hanging around his neck, pushed through the crowd and rushed in aggressively. His face was full of flesh, not a good person at a glance, and his forehead was still sweating, obviously running over. At a glance, the youth saw Shen Yahweh, who was surrounded by the crowd, her face pale and shaky, as well as Lu Xian, who stood across from her with a sad and angry look on his face. Wee, why don't you wait for me for a while, running so fast? The young man grumpily walked to Shen Yahweh's side and asked in a rough voice, then glared viciously at Lu Xian. Are you the white boy called Lu Xian? Daring to bully our family? Wee, I think you're tired of living. Today, I have to let you know why flowers are so red. With that, he started to break his finger joints, making clicking sounds, with a look that he was about to make a move. Shen Yahweh saw the rescuer coming, as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw, and just wanted to open her mouth, but she was preempted by Lu Xian. Lu Xian looked at the tattooed youth, his face showed a complex expression of realization with a few moments of sympathy, and sighed softly, another. Alas, this big brother, you were also tricked by her, right? Lu Xian knew that this person was one of the other 3, his name was Chen Kuei, a fitness trainer. Chapter 67. This is the evidence of your broken shoes. Chen Kuei froze, incomprehension written all over his cross-fleshed face, and asked gruffly, what the hell are you talking about? Who's been cheated? His not-so-large eyes swept between Lu Xian and Shen Yahweh, obviously not quite understanding Lu Xian's meaningful words. Shen Yahweh saw the situation, heart thumped, afraid that Chen Kuei, this rash young man, was Lu Xian, 2 words to round in, and quickly grabbed Chen Kuei's thick arm, and forcefully dragged it back, face squeezed out more ugly than crying smile. Kuei brother, you. Do not you still have to go to the gym with the class? It's fine here, you quickly go back, don't delay the business. As she said that, she desperately gave Chen Kuei a wink, that anxious look, living like an ant on a hot pan. Hey, Hui, I'm not in a hurry, let's settle this kid first. Chen Kuei thought that Xin Yahui was afraid that he would lose out and patted his chest with a bold look of "Don't be afraid if you have a brother." Lu Xian looked at Xin Yahui's eager to clear the mess, the arc of the mouth deeper, leisurely added, "Big brother, you're quite real, is not very good eyes." Some women on the surface look bright and shiny, behind the scenes what all do out. You have to keep your eyes peeled, don't be used as a gun and still happily count the money. Who the hell are you talking about? Chen Kuei finally reacted that Lu Xian was connoting Xin Yahui and immediately burst into a rage, pointing at Lu Xian's nose to curse. Xin Yahui was scared out of her wits, hugged Chen Kuei's arm to death, and said in a shrill voice, "Brother Kuei, don't listen to his nonsense. He's just a madman. Let's go, ignore him." She was almost dragging Chen Kuei towards the outside of the crowd, and that force made Chen Kuei a little surprised. "Hey, I say Hui, what are you dragging me for? I haven't. Yet." Right at this moment, someone in the crowd of onlookers finally couldn't stand to watch. A boy wearing black framed glasses and looking svelte pushed his glasses and raised his voice, "Buddy, I see that you're also a cool person, don't be fooled by this woman. She's a sea king. With her feet in several boats." Right. Someone next to her immediately chimed in, their voice full of excitement from watching the fun. "This woman has split her legs all over the place. She was just dumped by Lu Xian, and now she's bringing her new lover to the school to cause trouble. What kind of operation is this? Trying to prove that she's attractive and doesn't lack men? I heard that she was discovered by Lu Xian, and Lu Xian broke up with her. As a result, she's good, she's the first to complain, and she even came to slander Lu Xian. TSK, these days, there are really all kinds of birds in a big forest. How can a man with a dog-like face have such a black heart?" The comments came like a tidal wave, and every sentence was like a slap on Xin Yahui's face. As Chen Kuei listened to the words of the people around him, the anger on his face gradually turned into doubt, and then from doubt to shock. He looked incredulously at Xin Yahui, who was pale and shivering in his arms, and then looked at the surrounding students who were righteously angry, and his brain was a little turned around for a moment. Hui, what they say is true? Chen Kuei's voice was a little dry. Xin Yahui only felt the sky spinning at the moment. She grasped Chen Kuei's arm as if she was grasping the last straw, her voice with a sobbing tone, incoherently arguing, "Brother Kuei, don't believe them. They are all nonsense. They are all tokens that Lu Xian found. They're jealous of me, jealous of us being together, that's why they're deliberately making me up. Let's go. Yo, still backpedaling?" A tall boy in a basketball uniform snorted, "There are so many of us, and we're all touts? You think this is a movie? Besides, what are you jealous of? Jealous of your thick skin, or jealous of your big fish pond?" Ha. A burst of laughter erupted from the crowd. Xin Yahui was so irritated by this unrelenting mockery that she almost went crazy. She violently threw off Chen Kuei's arm and pointed at the people around her and screamed, "All of you shut up. What evidence do you guys have that I cheated on you? If you can't produce any evidence, don't spit blood here." She took a deep breath and seemed to have found a breakthrough to fight back, turning to Lu Xian with spiteful eyes. "Lu Xian, you yourself admitted that we've broken up. Since we broke up, it's none of your business who I'm with. Who are you to care about me?" The more she spoke, the more agitated she became, and her voice became sharper and sharper. "I came to find you today because you cheated on my good sister. You're a scumbag, playing with your feelings, and I've come to do justice for heaven. Don't you dare to turn black and white here and pretend to be pitiful to gain sympathy. Right. We've all broken up, I'm dating Kuei, fair and square. What's in your way?" Xin Yahui turned to Chen Kuei and tried to pull him in. "Brother Kuei, don't be fooled by them, they're just a bunch of stinking hangers-on who can't eat grapes and say they're sour. This woman is crazy, right? And cursing on people? Stinking beggars? She doesn't take a piss and look at herself. If it wasn't for Lu Xian's blindness, could she be interested in her? That's right. Lu Xian is so handsome and elegant, she must be the one who stalked her and chased after her, right? Now that she's been dumped, she's not happy, so she came here to make a scene." The crowd's anger was completely ignited, and all kinds of unpleasant words were stabbed at Xin Yahui like knives. Xin Yahui was cursed and shook with anger. She pointed at Lu Xian and hysterically roared, "Lu Xian! You take out the evidence. You said I cheated on you, where's the evidence? Since we've already broken up, who I date is my freedom. It's none of your business." She thought she had seized Lu Xian's handle. As long as Lu Xian could not take substantial evidence, today's farce can be couple breakup after the woman's normal relationship, the man unreasonable end. Lu Xian looked at her colorful appearance, the heart sneer more than, "What I want is for you to say this." The sadness on his face was appropriately transformed into a touch of determination, as if he had been pushed to the brink of extinction, and his voice said painfully, "Xin Yahui, this is what you forced me to do. I had wanted to leave you with one last shred of decency, but since you insist on tearing your face off, then don't blame me for not being polite." He slowly raised his own cell phone and said aloud to the crowd, "In my cell phone, I have all the evidence. chat records, photos, videos. Today, I'll let everyone in the crowd see what kind of woman you, Xinyahui, really are. As soon as the words fell, a boy in the crowd wearing a plaid shirt and glasses, who looked like a tech geek, immediately stood out excitedly and shouted, "Dude, don't bother passing them one by one. That big screen in front of the school building, I can help you cast your cell phone on it. Let the whole school see this true colors." Saying that, he excitedly pointed to the huge LED display not far away above the entrance of the school building. Chapter 68 Bitch Fighting Conference. Lu Xian's mouth held a smirk if anything, and from the Black Material app, he unhurriedly called up the PPT that had been prepared long ago and belonged exclusively to Xinyahui. Lu Xian handed the phone to the plaid-shirted boy who volunteered, and the latter's fingers trembled slightly when he received the phone, as if he had received some holy relic, his face flushed with excitement, as if it was his great honor to be able to participate in the revelation of this century's great melon. "Buddy, steady, don't shake your hands, this is high definition without code." Lu Xian patted his shoulder, his tone relaxed, as if he was just sharing a funny joke. The plaid shirt boy nodded his head vigorously, like a chicken pecking at rice. "Don't worry, big brother. Guaranteed to complete the task. Guaranteed to make every pixel clearly show the sea queen." In 3 swift movements, he connected his cell phone to the huge LED display at the entrance of the school building. With a slight current sound, the screen that was originally playing the school's promotional video instantly went dark and then lit up, and it was definitely the PPT cover on Lu Xian's cell phone. "Done." The plaid-shirted boy made an OK gesture and respectfully returned the cell phone to Lu Xian, with eyes that looked like he was admiring a triumphant general. Lu Xian took the cell phone and held it up in a good manner, to the crowd that had completely boiled over. His voice was not high, but it clearly spread to every corner. "Students, all the gourd eaters, I know that everyone is waiting anxiously. As the saying goes, talk is cheap, seeing is believing. Here, there is the hard evidence that this Xinyahui student has her foot in boats. Oh no, it's cheating. Open up. Open up. Open it." The crowd did not know who first took the lead and shouted, and then, a mountainous tsunami of shouts resounded through the sky, neatly organized and magnificent, as if it was not in the crowd gossip, but waiting for a grand trial. Xinyahui's face, at this moment, has no trace of blood color. Her body trembled uncontrollably, her teeth cackled, and her eyes were filled with panic and despair. However, she was still holding on to her last shred of sanity, or rather her last fluke. "Lu Xian. You less bluff there. You're faking it. You're slandering." Her voice was hoarse and shrill, but it was permeated with an outward weakness. She didn't believe it. She killed herself not believing that Lu Xian could have any substantial evidence. Those chat records, those transfers, she fancied herself a master of time management. Every time she handled it cleanly, deleted even the dregs are not left. These men, including Chen Kuei, were all played by her in the palm of her hand, never suspicious. Lu Xian had almost cut ties with her after high school. How could he know all this? He must be swindling her. Yes, that must be it. Lu Xian looked at her look of being a stiff upper lip even when she was dead. A cold sneer flashed in his eyes. He didn't make any nonsense, and his long and slender finger gently tapped on the cell phone screen. Swish! The PPT on the big screen flipped to the next page. The first thing that came into view was the screenshots of Xinyahui and Chen Kuei, as well as 2 other men with the nicknames Gentle Uncle Loves Sports and Little Milk Dog Schoolmate, chatting almost seamlessly within the same period of time. The densely packed dialogue box, "See people dazzling. Baby, what's up? Missed you kisses." This was sent to Chen Kuei. The next second, the same content, a change of name. "Baby, I miss you Mwada." This is sent to the little puppy schoolmate. Immediately after that, there was another one. "Dear, are you tired of work? Take care of your health, I have stewed soup waiting for you to come back." This was sent to Gentle Uncle Loves Sports. The 3 messages were sent in just a few seconds apart. The crowd immediately resounded with the sound of a cold breath, interspersed with suppressed exclamations and snickers. This is a copy and paste group send, right? An expert. A true sea king with time management accurate to the second. How strong of a heart does this have to be in order to do it without changing color? Lu Xian slid the screen unhurriedly, and the PPT turned over page by page. More chats were shown. Xinyahui's repeated use of sweet words to the 3 men, those fleshy love words, saw goosebumps fall all over the place. What was even more explosive was that there were also a large number of transfer records. Today, she asked Chen Kuei for the latest bag. Tomorrow, she hinted to her little puppy schoolmate that she had run out of cosmetics, and the day after that, she daintily told her gentle uncle who loves sports that she had fallen in love with a necklace. The amount of money ranges from a few hundred to tens of thousands. The gentle uncle loves sports, from the scale of the chat records and the frequency of the transfer of the amount of view, little cute. All can see, this is simply a naked adoption relationship. Oh my god. This gentle uncle, the note seems to write Mr. Li? Couldn't be the boss of any company, right? TSK, what an appetite, he eats all the old and the young. The climax was still behind. Lu Xian flicked his finger, and several private photos that were thinly coded but still showed that the protagonist was Xinyahui appeared on the screen. The background seemed to be in a certain hotel room, with Shin Yahui wearing revealing clothes and posing in a variety of provocative poses, obviously taken for the enjoyment of specific people. Immediately afterward, a short video began to play on the screen. Boom! The crowd completely exploded. Holy! 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 It's too powerful. This woman is too good at it. A pure female cousin. Refreshing the 3 views. This is simply the drama of the year. It's even better than a movie. Countless cell phones were raised high in the air, flashlights lit up, and the sound of clicking and taking pictures was endless. This was Yen University's annual headline news. No, it was a super big melon that was rare in 10 years. Shin Yahui, at this moment, completely collapsed. Her eyes were wide open, her pupils were lax, and she stared stonily at those unbearable images on the big screen, as if her soul had been emptied. She opened her mouth, wanting to scream, but couldn't make any sound, as if her throat was filled with cement. How is it possible? How did Lu Xian get these things? Those chat records, those photos, those videos, she clearly deleted them. Plop! Shin Yahui's legs were soft, and the whole person collapsed on the ground, like a puddle of mud. As for Chen Kuei, who was standing beside her, his face was darker than the bottom of a pot at this moment. His face, which was covered with horizontal flesh, was twisted and distorted due to extreme anger, his chest was heaving violently, and the veins on his forehead were bulging like a coiled earthworm. He stared dead at the screen, and then dead at Shin Yahui, who was as limp as mud on the ground, his eyes filled with disbelief, humiliation, anger, and a kind of berserkness of being deeply betrayed. He sincerely treated Shin Yahui well, loved her as his future wife, and had even begun to plan their lives after graduation. He thought he had found true love in a woman he could be with for the rest of his life. But he didn't realize that the pure fairy he held in his heart was actually such a shameless man exhausting behind his back. Bitch! Chen Kuei squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth, his voice hoarse like sandpaper rubbing. He violently raised his large bushy hand, and with all his strength, he fiercely slapped Shin Yahui's face. Splat! A clear and loud slap that stung in the noisy crowd. Shin Yahui screamed miserably, the whole person was directly slapped out by this huge force, rolling twice on the ground, blood instantly spilling out from the corner of her mouth, half of her face swelling up high at a speed visible to the naked eye. Shan Yahui! I. Chen Kuei was like a mad tiger, his eyes red, pointing at Shin Yahui on the ground and cursing. Lousy treated you with sincerity. I treated you like an ancestor. You played me like this? You rotten bastard. I'll beat you to death today. Chen Kuei roared angrily and rushed up to punch and kick Shin Yahui, who was curled up on the ground. Although he was furious, his hands were still somewhat measured, avoiding the vitals and specializing in those places with more flesh. Ah! Don't hit! Brother Kuei! I'm wrong! I'm really wrong! Shin Yahui clutched her head and rolled on the ground for cover, letting out mournful screams and pleas for mercy. Brother Kuei, please spare me. I've broken off with all of them. I'll only follow you from now on. I'll follow you for the rest of my life. Let's get married. We'll get married right away. Bah! Chen Kuei viciously spat a mouthful of thick phlegm onto Shin Yahui's crying, snotty face, her eyes filled with contempt and disgust. You stinking! You still want to marry me? You're too good to be true. I think you're dirty. All that money I transferred to you. The things I bought. You'll pay me back in full. And the moral damages. I'll get a lawyer. You wait for me. After saying that, he kicked Shin Yahui a few more times before he stopped panting. The surrounding students, instead of a single person coming forward to dissuade him, erupted into a burst of hoots and hollers. Well played. This kind of woman should be beaten. Serves her right. She deserved it. It's a great pleasure. This melon is too good to eat today. Chen Kuei gasped a few mouthfuls of rough air and calmed down a little before he turned around and looked at Lu Xian with a complicated gaze. He walked step by step in front of Lu Xian, this burly man who had been ferocious just a moment ago, but at this moment, his face carried a trace of embarrassment and heartfelt gratitude. He stretched out his hand and tightly gripped Lu Xian's hand, shaking it vigorously. Brother, thank you. Really, thank you so much. If it wasn't for you, I would still be kept in the dark by this stinky. Maybe I really married her home. Just thinking about that possibility, Chen Kuei couldn't help but shiver. Lu Xian shook his hand back, his face still had that cloudy expression, as if he had only done an insignificant little thing. No need to be polite, a show of hands. I am also not used to seeing this kind of person who corrupts the atmosphere. He glanced at Shin Yahui, who was still grunting and in a sorry state on the ground, without the slightest bit of pity in his eyes. Today's scene, a perfect ending. Chapter 69. Shin Yahui died on the spot. Lu Xian swept his eyes over the scene of the wreckage and the paralyzed Shin Yahui, as well as next to that still gasping for air. The face of anger has not yet disappeared, but also with a few points of relief. Chen Kuei faintly spoke. Okay, the hilarity is also finished, everyone has dispersed it. He paused, his clear voice once again sounded, with a hint of serious meaning. Classes are about to start. For this kind of unworthy people and things, delayed learning is not good. What's more, he said, as if suddenly remembering something. As if he suddenly remembered something, he purposely raised his voice, and his expression became serious. Today's matter, we can just watch it, but don't send the video, photos, and so on to the internet, especially webtoon, crooked neck, small broken station, chaos, and those platforms. The impact is not good, and it's not good for the school's reputation, right? It's not good for the school's reputation, right? The moment these words came out, there was a silence in the crowd, and then all sorts of low laughs and whispers of unknown meaning erupted. Student Lu Xian is really too kind. Yeah, it's all come to this, still thinking for the school and her? I get it. Classmate Lu Xian is being ironic. Hi, really hi. Some of the students who were still hesitating or had only taken a few photos were suddenly enlightened by Lu Xian's reminder. They took out their cell phones, adjusted the angle, and clicked on Xin Yahui's face and the surrounding pomp and circumstance, and even more, they directly turned on the video mode for fear of missing any wonderful moment. The plaid-shirted tech geek boy who helped cast the screen was now looking at Lu Xian with a face of adoration, his eyes sparkling behind the lenses. Big brother. Don't worry, I've just recorded the whole thing in high definition, guaranteeing 360 degrees without dead angle. As for whether to send or not to send. We understand, we all understand. While he said that, he also squeezed his eyes at Lu Xian. That expression seemed to say, brother, I do things, you can rest assured. Lu Xian laughed coldly in his heart. These guys, they were really watching the fun. However, this was exactly the effect he wanted. Xin Yahui's social death package today was arranged in a clear way. Sure enough, someone in the crowd immediately began to speak out for justice. Lu Xian, you are too soft-hearted. This kind of woman should have her reputation destroyed. That's right. If she hadn't gone too far and pushed you to the brink, you definitely wouldn't have brought out this evidence. We can all see that you were forced into it. Lu Xian, you're really a true man who values feelings and righteousness. We support you. For a while, praises were heard, and many people looked at Lu Xian with sympathy and admiration in their eyes. Especially those girls, who were even more overflowing with maternal love. All of them were filled with righteous indignation, and they couldn't wait to personally come down and tear Xin Yahui, the big scum of the century. Senior Lu Xian is so handsome. Such a handsome person, how could he lie to others? That's right. It must be that Xin Yahui who is shameless and has her foot in several boats and still bites back. My heart aches for the senior for 3 seconds. Luckily I found out in time, otherwise I would have been cheated by this kind of woman for the rest of my life. Lu Ming also finally came back from the shock at this moment. He took 3 steps to Lu Xian's side, his face piled up with a fawning smile. His tone exaggeratedly said, Brother Xian. You are truly awesome. You can strategize and win in 1,000 miles. I was so blind just now, I was almost fooled by that. It's you, Brother Xian, who has the golden eyes to see things clearly. He said, while giving Lu Xian a thumbs up, with a gesture that was as if he wanted to engrave "I'm your most loyal licking dog" on his forehead. Lu Xian glanced at him and ignored the bastard. He hadn't found the time to clean him up yet, so he would let him bounce around for a few more days. He smiled slightly at the surrounding students who were still filled with righteous indignation, revealing an appropriate expression of helplessness and relief. Thank you all for your understanding and support. In fact, if she is not repeatedly aggressive to the school to do things so absolutely, I really do not want to make these private matters public. After all, alas, is also considered to have known a. His words of generosity, but also attracted a piece of praise. Listen. This is the magnanimity that a real man should have. Mr. Lu Xian, you don't have to say that, you did the right thing. When dealing with this kind of person, you can't be merciful. That's right. We all support you. If that woman dares to harass you again, we'll help you cut her down. Seeing that the class time was really coming out, Lu Xian waved his hand. All right, classmates, all disperse. It's time for class. Don't surround it anymore. It's not a good influence. Only then did the crowd gradually disperse, not forgetting to look back at Xin Yahui, who was paralyzed on the ground, before leaving. Lu Xian didn't pay any more attention and walked straight to the school building. Packing up Xin Yahui, but it's just a small episode in his revenge plan, just by hand. The real show was still to come. As he walked, he took out his cell phone and clicked on Tuyin and Crooked Neck. As expected, in just a few minutes, words about Xin Yahui had already sprung up like bamboo shoots and climbed in heat at a rocket-like speed. Hashtag Yanjing Science and Technology Vocational Technical College now has a bone-crushing female sea king hashtag. Hashtag feed in 3 boats? No, it's N boats. Xin Yahui of Yen Science College refreshes her 3 views. Hashtag cheating woman Xin Yahui was exposed by her ex-boyfriend in public. The evidence is overwhelming. Hashtag my heart goes out to Mr. Lu, he's met the scum of the century. Each title is extremely eye-catching. Click in to see all kinds of angles of the video, photos, screenshots of the chat records, with the added text commentary. It is simply a network carnival. The comment section even exploded, with all sorts of obscenities, flirting and mocking, pinning Xin Yahui to the pillar of shame and repeatedly flogging her. Holy! This woman is also too powerful, right? Time management master. Spit it out, human looking, didn't expect it to be so disgusting. Suggest a strict investigation. How did this kind of person get into college? Stop wreaking havoc on other honest people. At Yenjing Science and Technology Vocational and Technical College, your school has produced such a talent, won't you come out and take a couple steps? The corner of Lu Xian's mouth hooked up in an icy arc. He could predict that in no time, Xinyahui's Yenjing Technology Vocational Technical College would definitely expel her from the school as fast as possible in order to clear the relationship and maintain the school's reputation. Social death is only the first step. Next, she will have to face is from the family, society, and those few by her play in the palm of the hands of the boyfriends of the comprehensive liquidation. It was all part of his plan, and it was even better than he expected. He put away his cell phone and took a deep breath. Classes in Chinese classical literature were about to start. He would have to talk to Ms. Zhang Yining next. Chapter 70: The Terrible Jealousy. Lu Xian walked into the classroom, ladder classroom. There are still many students gathered together in twos and threes, lowered their voices discussing that just now the thrilling criticism conference. The center of the conversation was naturally the wretched Xinyahui, as well as Lu Xian, who saved the day. Hey, you guys, how can Xinyahui stay in her school in the future? Stay? She's afraid that she won't even be able to stay in their school anymore. This kind of thing, the school will definitely have to deal with it, or else the reputation will be stigmatized. Serves her right. Who let her misbehave and try to bite back? She really did it to herself. It's still Lu Xian who's great. When that PPT was revealed, it was simply a masterpiece. The logic was clear, the evidence was solid, Xinyahui didn't even have a chance to refute it. That's right, I was like, this dude is too tolerant, being cuckolded, he can still hold it in for so long, and finally come up with a king bomb. When Lu Xian's figure appeared at the door of the classroom, those murmurs came to an abrupt end, and a gaze was cast over in unison, full of marvel and admiration. After all, to be able to hammer his ex-girlfriend so thoroughly and still not change his face, this kind of heart and means is not something that ordinary people can have. Brother Lu, it's here. A boy sitting in the front row, with a few pleasing smiles on his face, took the initiative to greet him. Mr. Lu Xian, you're really doing the people a favor. Another girl chimed in with a smile, her eyes twinkling with little stars of adoration. Lu Xian smiled faintly and nodded in response to these compliments, either sincere or fake. He was not interested in enjoying this short-lived hero aura. Xinyahui was just a small stone on his road to revenge, just kick it away. At this moment, a fragrant wind came. Zhang Yining twisted her water snake waist and quickly came to Lu Xian's front, her voice so whiny that she could pinch out water. Brother Lu Xian, you finally came, people are worried to death about you. She blinked her big eyes, pretending to look up and down at Lu Xian with concern, as if she was afraid that he would be hurt by Xinyahui's shrew. Lu Xian didn't even bother to raise his eyelids, and let out a light grunt from his nose. Get lost. After a pause, as if he remembered something, he added, don't sit with me in class later, it'll affect my mood to listen to the lesson. The smile on Zhang Yining's face instantly froze, as if she had been poured a pot of ice water over her head, cooling her from head to toe. She originally thought that Lu Xian had just completely torn his face off with Xinyahui and was in a window of affection, so she took advantage of the situation and warmed up to him, so she might be able to go further. Who knows that Lu Xian even a good face do not give her, the tone of voice than dealing with Xinyahui but also culled a few points. Brother Lu Xian, how can you? You talk about people like this. Zhang Yining deflated her mouth in aggravation, her eyes quickly filled with tears, her watering appearance. If any man looked at her, I'm afraid he would have to feel pity. Unfortunately, she was facing Lu Xian. Lu Xian didn't even have the interest to look at her, and went straight to the back row of the classroom, leaning against the window. This position is clean and has a good view, making it convenient for him to observe and for him to feel the fish. As for Zhang Yining, Lu Xian sneered in his heart. This woman, before, keeping her was only because he saw that she might have some useful connections behind her. But now, with the gradual clarification of Bai Yanxi, Chen Yubing, and even Luo Xiaoran's lines, Zhang Yining's value has been minimal. A woman with an empty skin and a shallow heart is also a trouble to keep. When he found the right opportunity, he wouldn't mind preparing a surprise package for Zhang Yining. Not long after Lu Xian sat down, the classroom suddenly quieted down. A beautiful figure walked onto the podium. The person who came was the teacher of this Chinese classical literature, Zhang Shuyi. Only to see that today she wore a pair of extremely figure-expanding yoga pants that emphasized her slender legs to the fullest, while her upper body was a tight sports undershirt, revealing a flat and tight belly and a section of snow-white waist. Long hair casually tied into a high ponytail, face painted with exquisite light makeup, the whole person looks youthful and energetic. This dress, appear in the gym or yoga hall is not surprising, but appeared in the Chinese classical literature, this kind of classroom sounds old-fashioned and serious, it seems a bit shocking. The boys in the classroom, many of them looked straight, quietly gulped. Even some of the girls couldn't help but look a few more times, with a few moments of envy and a hint of undetectable jealousy in their eyes. Classmates, quiet, class is in session. Zhang Shuyi's voice was crisp and pleasant, with a hint of the softness of a Jiangnan woman, forming a strong contrast with her hot outfit. Lu Xian sized up Zhang Shuyi on the podium with interest, the corner of his mouth hooking into a playful smile. Classical literature teacher, dressed like this to come to class, this teacher Jiang, a bit interesting. Zhang Shuyi skillfully opened the teaching multimedia, and a green QR code was quickly projected on the screen. Classmates, this is my green bubble. Zhang Shuyi shook her cell phone and laughed. Everyone bothered to add a bit. I'll later pull all the students in our department who chose this course into a group, and in the future, if there is any notification or course material, it will be more convenient for me to send it in the group. Okay, Mr. Jian. Mr. Zhang, this is a good way to save things. The students took out their cell phones and scanned the QR code on the screen. Lu Xian also slowly took out his cell phone and swept it against the QR code, and in the interface for adding friends, he slightly moved his fingers, seemingly casually aimed the camera at Zhang Shuyi on the podium, and gently pressed the shooting button. Ding! New analyzable target person detected. Scanning photo information. Target person, Zhang Shuyi. In his mind, the system's beep sounded as expected. A few seconds later, Zhang Shuyi's detailed information surfaced on the virtual screen in front of Lu Xian's eyes. Name, Zhang Shuyi. Face value, 93. Control value, 0. Circumference, 886179. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 56 kilograms. Target evaluation, extremely jealous, will stop at nothing to achieve their goals, extremely concerned about reputation, reputation comes first. Lu Xian's eyebrows raised slightly. With a face value of 93, she was indeed a great beauty, and her figure was quite material. Just this target rating. Is extremely jealous and will do anything to achieve her goal? This can be interesting. Jealousy is human nature, but to be specially labeled by the system as extremely strong, even at all costs, then this seemingly harmless, even a bit of a maverick beautiful teacher, I'm afraid it's not as simple as it seems. What would she be jealous of? Jealous of a colleague's academic achievements? Or jealous of certain students who are young, beautiful, and from superior families? Or, was she doing whatever it took to move up the ladder in the school? Lu Xian's gaze once again turned to Zhang Shuyi on the podium, his eyes deepening a few points. Chapter 71, Abandoning Siblings at the Age of 9. Lu Xian didn't move on the surface, and his fingertips lightly tapped on the screen. Black material generation in progress. Please wait. The app's prompt sound was like heavenly music, quietly ringing in Lu Xian's consciousness. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze seemingly casually skimming over Zhang Shuyi on the podium, who was smilingly explaining the course schedule, but his heart was a cold anticipation. This Ms. Zhang, what kind of drug is in her gourd? That extremely jealous and will stop at nothing to achieve her goals comment was not a label for a good person. Time passes by, Zhang Shuyi on the podium has begun to explain the course syllabus, her voice is clear and pleasant, and her logic is also quite clear. But Lu Xian's mind was clearly not on those yellowed ancient books. Finally, generation of black material is complete. Lu Xian's spirit was revitalized. Immediately afterward, a new line of tips popped up. Separate option, 3 black material PPT backups to exchange for a complete black material package. Oh? Lu Xian raised his eyebrows imperceptibly. It actually wasn't using money anymore? It was changed to exchanging it with black material PPT backups? This app was getting better and better at playing. However, to him, this was not a matter. The black material PPTs that he had generated previously as a precautionary measure had all been properly backed up. Redeem. Lu Xian recited in his mind. Redemption complete. Almost the instant the command was given, a torrent of powerful information drilled into the depths of his consciousness and quickly materialized into a specially encrypted PPT document on the interface of the mobile app. And when the title of the core black material was reflected in his mind, even Lu Xian, who boasted of being accustomed to seeing all sorts of dirty things, couldn't help but have his pupils suddenly shrink. Core details of the black material. Zhang Shuyi, a teacher of Chinese classical literature at Yenjing University, intentionally abandoned her dragon and phoenix baby siblings at a young age. Lu Xian's knuckles holding his cell phone involuntarily tightened as a chill went straight from the soles of his feet to the sky. Abandoning one's own sibling? And still a dragon and phoenix child? He took a deep breath and forced down the waves in his heart. It was true that people could not look at each other, and seawater could not be measured. Who would have thought that the beautiful teacher on the podium with the bright smile and fashionable dress, who looked a bit maverick at best, would have done such a heartless thing? Just what kind of deep hatred, or rather, what kind of twisted psychology, can lead a little girl to their own blood siblings under this poisonous hand? Lu Xian couldn't wait to delve into that specific description. Specific description: the target character Zhang Shuyi, born in Bingqing business family, his father is the famous Bingqing Zhang Tianzhang, chairman of the Tianzheng Group. Mother Li Ranbing was once the local famous TV host. Zhang Shuyi is not Zhang Tianzheng's biological, but his adopted daughter. Early years Zhang Tianzheng, due to health reasons, was diagnosed as infertile. In a successful career, after all the famous doctors to no avail, the couple was disillusioned, so they adopted the then 3-year-old Zhang Shuyi, as if it were their own, and love. However, in Zhang Shuyi 6 years old, that is, 3 years after the adoption, Jiang Tianzheng's body miraculously restored fertility. Soon after his wife, Li Ranbing gave birth to a pair of dragon and phoenix child. The birth of her younger siblings cast a huge shadow on Zhang Shuyi's young mind. As her siblings grew up, Zhang Shuyi sensed that the love of her adoptive parents was no longer hers alone, and that most of their energy and care had been poured into the younger and more needy biological flesh and blood. This discrepancy caused her to develop a great sense of imbalance and intense jealousy, which even gradually evolved into a morbid persecution delusion, always feeling that these siblings would take away everything that belonged to her: the favor, the family fortune, and even the entire family that did not belong to her at all. So, when Zhang Shuyi was 9 years old, a sinful idea took root in her heart. She took advantage of her adoptive parents' busy work schedule and neglected to take care of them, and on 2 separate occasions, she lured her 3-year-old brother and sister, who were still unaware of the situation, away from their home and abandoned them on the unfamiliar streets of the crowded city. After the incident, Zhang Tianzheng couple was grief-stricken, used all the connections and financial resources to frantically search for many years, never give up, but always nowhere to be found, living not see people, dead not see the body, became an unsolved case, but also became the Zhang family's eternal pain. His Lu Xian drew in a breath of cool air. 9 years old. Only 9 years old. To be able to plan and implement such a well-thought-out abandonment plan, and that too on 2 separate occasions, targeting 2 3-year-old children. This kind of heart, this kind of viciousness, is simply outrageous. Because of that ridiculous jealousy and fear that her younger siblings would take away her so-called love? She seems to have completely forgotten that everything she has is a gift from her adoptive parents. Lu Xian, forced to endure the discomfort in his heart, clicked on the encrypted PPT. Unexpectedly, the content of this PPT is not much, only 2 thin pages, plus 2 short videos. The text part of the PPT recorded in detail the time and place of Zhang Shuyi's 2 crimes, as well as how she used her rhetoric to lure the innocent dragon and phoenix baby siblings out of their home step by step, and ultimately abandon them in which specific street corner and which market corner. Every detail was clear as if it was yesterday. And the 2 videos are even more chilling. The power of the Black Material app once again appeared, as if it had broken through the limitations of time and space. In that era when surveillance cameras were far from being popularized, it recorded Zhang Shuyi's crimes clearly and incomparably from a bystander's perspective. In the first video, the tiny Zhang Shuyi is holding a little boy, who clearly trusts her and is bouncing all the way. Walking to a noisy food market intersection, Zhang Shuyi took advantage of the crowd to coax the boy to stand still and wait for her to buy candy, and then she quickly blended into the crowd and disappeared without looking back. The little boy, from the beginning of the good behavior waiting, to later look around blankly, and then finally grinning, helplessly crying, the weak cry seems to be able to penetrate the screen, straight to the heart. The scene of the second video changed to a relatively isolated street park. This time it was that same cute little girl. Zhang Shuyi used a similar tactic to leave the little girl alone on a park bench and then quietly left. The video ends with the little girl sitting alone on a bench, blankly looking at strangers coming and going, fear and helplessness written all over her little face. 2 videos, no blood, but more than any bloody scenes or more people feel cold all over the body. Lu Xian's face sank like water, his fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on the cell phone screen. This teacher, Zhang Shuyi, was hiding really deeply. If it wasn't for the Black Material app, who would be able to connect this coquettishly beautiful lecturer in front of him with the 9-year-old girl who had personally pushed her younger sibling into the abyss back then? You can't judge a person by his appearance. Lu Xian sneered in his heart, once again looking up at Zhang Shuyi on the podium, who was speaking enthusiastically. His eyes were as deep as an ancient well, not the slightest ripple, but concealed a vortex strong enough to devour a person. This teacher Zhang, not only is the lesson vivid, life story is wonderful, outstanding. Then, how to make good use of this wonderful story? The corner of Lu Xian's mouth slowly hooked up a cold and cruel arc. Chapter 72, a photo from 20 years ago. Halfway through this class, Zhang Shuyi was talking about a certain chapter in the Shangshu. Her tone was smooth with warmth and softness, trying to liven up this boring ancient text. She was dressed in yoga pants with a sports undershirt today, and although it was out of place in the classroom atmosphere, it attracted a lot of attention, especially from the boys. Lu Xian sat in the back row, boredly spinning his pen. His finger flicked on the interface that had just added Zhang Shuyi's green bubble, the one that had been pulled out of the Black Material app. After the system's special treatment, it appeared a little blurry, but it was still recognizable as a photo of what Zhang Shuyi's sister looked like as a young girl back then, and it was sent over silently. So, this text, we have to pay attention to its multiple meanings. Zhang Shuyi was in the middle of her speech when the screen of the cell phone placed on the podium suddenly lit up, accompanied by a very slight vibration. If it was usual, she would have flatly ignored it. But today, somehow, she even glanced at her cell phone. With just one glance, her entire body was struck by lightning and instantly froze. On the screen was a picture of a little girl. That face. That face that she had spent 20 years and used every means to want to completely erase from her memory. A wave of ice-cold, piercing cold air, as if from the depths of hell, along the soles of her feet, Nisoa straight to the ceiling. In an instant, she felt like she had been thrown into an icy hole in the freezing cold, and even her blood was about to freeze. With a buzz, her brain went blank, all the sounds in her ears disappeared, and only that photo remained, like a poison knife, ruthlessly piercing into the bottom of her eyes, into the deepest dark corners of her soul. Her right hand holding the cell phone uncontrollably trembled violently, the fingertips were cold, and even the cell phone followed the shaking. The little girl on the screen, that pair of innocent eyes, as if they were staring at her with death, wordlessly questioning. 20 years. She thought she'd forgotten it long ago, forgotten all about it. She thought that sinful past had been completely buried by time and would never be known again. But this photo. Back then, she was 9 years old, and her dragon and phoenix siblings were only 3 years old. She clearly remembers how she laughed and lured her brother to the food market, and how she left her sister alone on a park bench. She remembers the way they looked at her at the end, from dependence to bewilderment, to fear and despair. Over the years, she dreamed at midnight and occasionally woke up with those broken images, but she could always quickly suppress them, telling herself they were just nightmares. But now, this photo, like a key, instantly opened Pandora's magic box. All the memories that she had deliberately forgotten, like a floodgate opening, surged and poured back into her mind. The tender cries of her younger siblings, their helpless little hands, and the heartbreaking grief of her adoptive parents. One scene, clear as if it happened yesterday. Looked at the contact, the name is Lu Xian. Just added the friend, should be this classroom of a certain student. How did he get this photo? What does he want? Zhang Yi's face turned as white as paper in an instant, a fine cold sweat seeped out from her forehead, and her breathing became rapid. She forced herself to avert her eyes, her fingers sliding on the screen in a panic, wanting to delete the photo, but because her hands were shaking too much, she clicked in the wrong place several times. Finally, the photo was deleted. She stared at the contact named Lu Xian, her eyes filled with panic and resentment. I can't panic. Never lose your temper in front of the students. She took a huge breath, and the cold air rushed into her lungs, calming her down a little. With effort, she tugged at the corners of her mouth, trying to squeeze out a smile that was no different from her usual one, but it was worse than crying, stiff as a poorly made mask. Ahem. Classmates, her voice was a little hoarse, with an imperceptible tremor. Teacher. Teacher suddenly has some urgent matters. Today's lesson. We'll be here first. Everyone will study on their own next for the time being, and just leave on their own after. Class. The words just fell, the classroom immediately resounded with a depressing murmur. What's going on? What's wrong with Teacher Zhang today? Yeah, the lecture was going well, and suddenly the class ended? The face is so ugly, is she not feeling well? Zhang Yi had absolutely no mind to pay attention to the whispers of the students. She stood up straight with strong support, her eyes scanned around the classroom quickly, and finally settled on the figure in the back row that looked unusually calm from the beginning to the end. Mr. Lu Xian, are you there? Her voice tried to remain as smooth as possible, but listening closely, a trace of imperceptible tightness could still be heard. Lu Xian put down the pen in his hand and slowly stood up, his expression bland, as if the person who had just dropped the heavy bomb was not him at all. Teacher, I'm Lu Xian, what can I do for you? His voice wasn't high, but it clearly carried throughout the entire staircase classroom. Zhang Yi looked at Lu Xian's handsome but with a hint of detachment face, her heart even more set off shockwaves. Who the hell is this student? Who is he? Where did he get the photo from? How much does he know? She tried hard to see something in Lu Xian's expression, but he was too calm, so calm that it made her panic. Is there something wrong, teacher? Lu Xian saw that she didn't say anything for half a day and asked again faintly, no emotion audible in his tone. Only then did Zhang Yi wake up as if from a dream, and hurriedly fixed her mind and squeezed out a forced smile. It's a bit of a small matter. I have some important study materials here. Well, it's about the supplementary materials of our class. It's more important, I think. I want you to help me take it to the office, and I'll talk to you in detail. This excuse was so lame that she blushed herself, but right now she really couldn't think of a better reason. All she wanted now was to immediately, right away, take Lu Xian away from here and ask him what he really wanted. After saying that, she couldn't care less about the students' reactions, grabbed the bag on the podium, and took the lead in walking out of the door of the staircase classroom with somewhat weak steps. The corner of Lu Xian's mouth hooked up with a ifr, and he followed up unhurriedly. The two left one after the other, and the classroom instantly exploded. What's the situation? Teacher Zhang called Lu Xian to the office alone? A boy lowered his voice, his tone filled with surprise and gossip. You guys say, Lu Xian's good looks are bull. Teacher Zhang, this level of beautiful teacher, the first class remembered him, but also individually called to the office to send warmth. Oh no, send information. Another boy squeezed his eyebrows and said. Che, I don't think it's necessarily sending warmth. A girl skimmed her mouth. Have you guys forgotten about the morning? Lu Xian just tore up his ex-girlfriend with his hands, and now he's being called away by a beautiful teacher alone. This plot. TSK, it can't be that Ms. Zhang also has her eyes on him, right? It is possible. The hero saves the beauty. No, it's the handsome man exposing the slag woman. This kind of drama, the teacher is also a woman. I think, Lucien, that aura, that means, that PPT in the morning to do, clearly organized, evidence, at a glance is not an ordinary person. Teacher Zhang is looking for him, maybe he really needs help with something serious? A schoolteacher wearing glasses pushed his glasses up, trying to analyze rationally. Come on you, what serious matters need to go to the office alone to talk about? And picking the next class specifically? I see, Lucien's peach blossom luck can't even be stopped. The morning just solved a Xinyahui, afternoon this Zhang teacher. He, there is a good show to see. Not to say that people handsome it, otherwise Xinyahui like can dead skin to school to find Lucien compound? Although it was hammered in the end, it also shows that Lucien has a lot of charisma. The chatter in the classroom was getting more and more heated, with all sorts of speculations coming out, and all of this, Lucien and Zhang Shuyi naturally couldn't hear. Chapter 73. Still want to cut off the roots? Zhang Shuyi almost fled into the so-called teacher's office, in fact, more like a temporary lounge, for teachers to take a breather between classes, or deal with some emergencies. After all, most of the teachers in the university, after the class is gone, there are few fixed sitting class. At the moment, the lounge was empty, so quiet that you could hear your own drumming heartbeat. Dum 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 dum. She leaned her back against the cold wall before feeling her legs go a little weak. The bit of composure that she had just braced herself for in the classroom was now gone. Her mind was buzzing with the picture of the little girl and the name Lucien. How could he have? Who the hell is he? Zhang Shuyi rushed to the water fountain, shivering hand received a cup of cold water, do not care, tilted her head and poured it down. The cold liquid slides down her throat, but the slightest bit of water cannot extinguish the burning panic in her heart. A cup is not enough, and then another cup, until the coolness slightly suppressed the fear that was churning in her chest. She held onto the table, gasping for air. After 20 years, she thought that those pasts had long been dusted off by the years, rotting in the deepest recesses of her memory, never to be mentioned again. But today, just now, that student called Lucien, lightly, lifted a corner of her most unpleasant secret. No, can't panic. She took a few deep breaths and tried to calm her breathing. The more it was like this, the more calm she had to be. She, Zhang Shuyi, was able to go from an adopted daughter to today, relying on more than just luck. Just at this moment, the sound of unhurried footsteps came from the doorway. Zhang Shuyi looked up sharply, a hint of vigilance flashing under her eyes, but then, a warm and soft smile quickly piled up on her face, as if the person who had just lost her mind was not her at all. Lucien walked in. Mr. Lucien, Zhang Shuyi's voice tried to maintain its usual softness and glutinousness, and even carried a hint of just the right amount of concern. I'm really sorry for making you make a special trip. She paused, as if weighing her words, and her eyes revealed a few points of surprise and eagerness. The picture you just sent me. Where did you get it? She took 2 steps forward, her tone more earnest. That is my long-lost sister. For so many years, our family has never given up looking for her. If you can provide any clues, or you know her? Her name is Zhang Yuzhu, my sister, Zhang Yuzhu. When she said the words Zhang Yuzhu, her voice paused imperceptibly, as if the name itself carried 1,000-pound weight, weighing her down. In the depths of her heart, a cold voice was screaming madly, Zhang Yuzhu, the jade of the Zhang family, the pearl in the palm of her hand. That girl who had taken all the attention from her adoptive parents at birth. Why should she be called Jade Pearl? And she, Zhang Shuyi, would always be just a substitute, an adopted daughter who could be discarded at any time. If these 2 little bastards were still alive. A hint of ruthlessness flashed under Zhang Shuyi's eyes, so fast that it was impossible to catch. She had to find them first, and then put an end to the trouble forever. Everything in the Zhang family can only be hers, Zhang Shuyi alone. Lucien watched this sincere performance of hers and secretly sneered in his heart. This teacher Jiang, the psychological quality is really not cover, so quickly made up a good speech, but also incidentally gave himself a good sister to find relatives persona. The corner of his mouth hooked up into an arc that seemed to be a smile, and he slowly spoke, Oh? Mr. Zhang's sister? That's really touching. After being separated for so many years, teacher still keeps thinking about it. His tone was flat, no emotions could be heard, but it made Zhang Shuyi's heart sink violently. She always felt that there was something in Lucien's words. Then I don't know. Lucien unhurriedly pulled out his cell phone, his fingertips flicked on the screen as if he was casually crossing it. This person, does the teacher recognize him? As his words fell, Zhang Shuyi's cell phone vibrated slightly again. A strong sense of foreboding wrapped around Zhang Shuyi's heart like a poisonous snake. Almost holding her breath, she tapped on that new message with a trembling hand. When another tender boy's face clearly appeared on the screen, a face that resembled Zhang Yuzhu's by 7 or 8 points, equally innocent, but belonging to her younger brother Zhang Chang, a dragon and phoenix child that she had abandoned together back then. Zhang Shuyi only felt her eyes darken. Zhang Chang. It was Zhang Chang. How could it be? The photo of her brother, Zhang Chang. How could he have a picture of Kong Sung? Splat. The phone slipped from her feeble fingers and fell heavily onto the polished floor with a piercing crunch. As if her whole body's strength had been drained away, she staggered backward 2 steps, and if it wasn't for the cold wall right behind her, she was afraid that she would have collapsed to the ground. How is it possible? How could he? How could he even have a picture of his brother? Back then, she was clearly abandoned separately. The time and place were different. This Lu Xian, what the hell does he know? He knows everything. He has photos of both of these little bastards. They didn't disappear together. How could he get two photos at the same time? Unless he knows the truth about that year. An unprecedented fear gripped her heart, making her almost breathless. She stared at Lu Xian with a deadly stare, her eyes filled with panic, resentment, and a trace of imperceptible despair. Disguise. In front of absolute evidence, any disguise seems so pale and powerless. Zhang Shuyi took a deep breath and slowly exhaled again, trying to calm her heart that was almost beating out of her chest. She held onto the cold wall and forced herself to stand firm. Things had come to this, there was no point in pretending anymore. She raised her head, her eyes locked onto Lu Xian, her voice hoarse like sandpaper rubbing. Who the hell are you? What do you want? That eyes, no longer before the gentle and soft, also no longer deliberately Chu-Chi, but with a kind of breakthrough cruelty, like a mother wolf that was forced into a desperate situation. Things have come to this point, more disguises are useless. She took a deep breath, her voice was hoarse, but with a hint of broken determination. Classmate, you don't need to try anymore. She stared at Lu Xian dead in the face and asked word by word, say it, what do you know in the end? What do you want? Chapter 74 Jealousy Makes a Face. Jiang Chang. Jiang Yuzhu. Zhang Shuyi's lips opened and closed noiselessly. These two names were like two invisible mountains, weighing heavily on her heart, making her almost breathless. Jiang Chang, the expectation of inheriting the family business. Jiang Yuzhu, the cherished pearl in the palm of her hand. From these two names, one could clearly feel how much love and expectation the adoptive parents had poured into that pair of dragon and phoenix tires. And these should have belonged to her Zhang Shuyi. At least, in her opinion, it was the appearance of those two siblings that turned her from the unique jewel in the palm of her hand to an adopted daughter who needed to share her love. So, they had to be eliminated. This idea was planted when she was 9 years old, and now, in front of Lu Xian's two frivolous photos, it is once again growing wildly. Regret. Endless remorse. Zhang Shuyi's nails pinched deeply into her palm, the sharp stinging pain making her slightly awake. She regretted that she was too young back then, and her heart was not ruthless enough, just abandoning them instead of eliminating them forever. If she could have been a little more ruthless back then, and done it a little cleaner, how could she have been passive today? She prided herself on having a meticulous mind, and for so many years, she kept this secret to death, hiding it from everyone, including her adoptive parents who loved her dearly. She had even envisioned countless coping scenarios for herself after the secret was exposed, but all of the preliminaries were for the adoptive parents. She could never have imagined that it would be a seemingly mediocre student, a stranger with a freshly added green bubble, who ripped open her ugliest scars in such an understated way. Who? Zhang Shuyi exhaled a long breath of turbid air, and the expression on her face, which was twisted by shock, was strangely calm after some intense inner struggle. Rather than calm, it was more like an almost numb indifference. With things having come to this point, any more pretenses and struggles would seem ridiculous. She raised her head, and there was no longer the slightest bit of warmth and softness in those beautiful almond eyes, replaced by an icy, desperate determination. Lu Xian, right? Her voice was still hoarse, but it was permeated with a resigned calmness. What do you want to know? Or rather, what do you already know? You might as well say it all. She stared at Lu Xian dead on, as if she wanted to see through him. What do you want? As long as I can give, I can promise you anything. Yes, she wasn't afraid. Since the other party chose to use this way to find her, instead of directly publicizing the so-called evidence, it means that the other party must have some plans. As long as there is a plan, there is room for negotiation. Money? She Zhang Shuyi backed by the richest man in Bingqing Zhang family, money for her, but a string of figures. Or something else? Her eyes roamed over Lu Xian's handsome young face for a moment, a hint of humiliation flashing through her heart, but it was quickly suppressed by a stronger desire to survive. Beauty? She didn't mind if she could use this skin that she had always been proud of in exchange for the eternal sealing of her secret. As long as she could keep everything she had now, keep the reputation of the Zhang family, and keep her decent job at Yanjing University, she would admit to paying any price. Lu Xian looked at her appearance, ready to open up. The corners of the mouth of the smile deepened, but still did not say a word, just calmly surveyed her, as if admiring an interesting work of art, but also as if evaluating a commodity to be sold. His silence, like an invisible hammer, struck Zhang Shuyi's taut nerves one by one. Do you want money? Seeing that he did not speak, Zhang Shuyi took the lead in sulking, and tried to open her mouth. How much? You say a number, as long as I can get it out, I can satisfy you. She stared tightly at Lu Xian's eyes, trying to catch a hint of greed in his eyes. 1 million? Is it enough? Lu Xian still had that cloudy expression, as if $1 million was no different from $100 in his eyes. Zhang Shuyi's heart sank, gritted her teeth, and increased her chips. Or 5 million? She didn't believe that there were people in this world who didn't love money, especially an ordinary-looking college student. $5 million was enough to make an ordinary person struggle for decades less. However, Lu Xian still didn't say anything, just those deep eyes that looked at her heart. $10 million. Zhang Shuyi almost squeezed out these 3 words from between her teeth, her voice taking on a hint of trembling. Mr. Lu Xian, $10 million, cash, or transfer, take your pick. As long as you put what you know, and those things, all rot in your stomach, this $10 million is yours. She clenched her fists in death, the stinging pain in her palms keeping her awake at the end. She believed that this price was enough to make anyone move. Lu Xian finally reacted. He gently shook his head, a playful smile at the corner of his mouth, but that smile was more terrifying than the devil to Zhang Shuyi. Teacher Jiang, he finally spoke. His voice was not high, but it carried a calmness that understood everything. You don't seem to understand. He paused, his tone leisurely. Money, to me, is the most meaningless thing. Zhang Shuyi's pupils shrunk. Money, meaningless? How is this possible? What the hell is he trying to do? A fear that was even stronger than when her secret was revealed just now instantly seized her heart. If even money couldn't move him, then what could it be that he was scheming for? Through what Zhang Shuyi had done in her last life, one could tell. What Zhang Shuyi undoubtedly valued most was reputation. And the reputation of the Zhang family. Stomping on herself in her last life was undoubtedly just for the sake of fame, being famous. In Lu Xian's mind, he flashed through the system's evaluation of Zhang Shuyi, as well as all the deeds that she had done in the last life to fall down the well in order to become famous. Strike the snake 7 inches. What this teacher Jiang cared about the most, he, Lu Xian, knew exactly. He looked at Zhang Shuyi, whose face was white and even had fine beads of sweat seeping out from the corners of her forehead, and the smile on his face grew more and more meaningful. Miss Jiang, do you think? Lu Xian paced forward slowly and methodically, his gaze falling on Zhang Shuyi's body like substance, carrying a hint of oppression if any. If I were to tell you how your father and mother, the richest man in Ice City, Mr. Zhang Tianzhang, and the former TV host, Ms. Li Ranbing, who had painfully lost a pair of Dragon and Phoenix tires, and how hard to find 20 years of touching deeds, with those 2 warm video, and then a little artistic processing. Publicized. He deliberately dragged out his tone, satisfied to see Zhang Shuyi's body shake, her face whiter than paper. You say, when the time comes, will your reputation as a filial adopted daughter and excellent teacher be a bit louder, or will it be the Zhang family's inability to teach their daughter, unfortunate family reputation is more noticeable? Or, let's play it differently. Lu Xian's smile took on a hint of icy teasing. I'll directly send these interesting information, anonymously, to the school leaders of Yanjing University or to the major media papers. Teacher Jiang, what do you think they will say about a university teacher who is suspected of willfully abandoning, and perhaps even indirectly causing the death of his own siblings? No. Don't. Zhang Shuyi finally collapsed. She screamed out, her voice mournful like a cat that had its tail stepped on. You can't do this. Lu Xian. What exactly do you want? You say it. She wasn't afraid of death, but she was afraid of losing her reputation, afraid that the Zhang family would be disgraced because of her. That was a punishment that would cause her more pain than killing her. Lu Xian looked at her out-of-control appearance. The curve of his mouth remained the same, but his eyes were cold as if they were quenched with ice. Want something? He let out a light laugh and shook his head. Ms. Zhang, the price you set is too low. He stretched out a finger and gently shook it. What I want, you can't afford to give right now. But well. His words turned, and his smile became somewhat profound. I can give you a chance, chance to let you slowly repay. Chapter 75. For the sake of the Zhang family, one can give everything. Zhang Shuyi's eyebrows twisted into a pimple, those beautiful almond eyes filled with blood, staring at Lu Xian with a deadly stare, as if she wanted to eat him alive. Can't afford it? Lu Xian, what nonsense are you talking about? Her voice was hoarse with a hint of incredulous sharpness. What is it that I, Zhang Shuyi, cannot afford to give? As long as you don't tell those things, just ask. She thought that Lu Xian would open his mouth wide and quote another astronomical figure, or put forward any conditions that would embarrass her yet be manageable. However, Lu Xian only smiled faintly, and that smile seemed more terrifying to her than any hideous face. There was an almost playful scrutiny in his eyes, as if he was sizing up a prey that was about to fall into a trap. Teacher, Lu Xian's voice was not high, but his words were clear and carried a chilling calmness. If I say that I want the entire Zhang family, can you give it? What? What? Zhang Shuyi's face instantly turned white, as if she had been doused with a pot of icy water from head to toe. She staggered a bit and held onto the desk next to her before barely stabilizing herself. The entire Zhang family? Is he crazy? You? What are you babbling about? Zhang Shuyi's voice was plucked up from extreme shock, with a hint of a broken voice. The Zhang family is my father's. Even if I can inherit it in the future, it will be more than 10 years from now. My father is in the prime of spring and fall, and his health is good. You're talking nonsense. She tried to find a trace of joking from Lu Xian's face, even if it was a sick tease. But no, Lu Xian's eyes were calm and waveless, with only a deep, bottomless certainty. So well, teacher, Lu Xian spread his hands, his tone so relaxed that it was as if he was discussing the fact that it was a nice day. This condition, you indeed can't afford to give it right now. He paced a step forward, that idle stance, but with a Tarzan-like aura. Therefore, you need to slowly repay. The corner of Lu Xian's mouth hooked up into an icy arc, like a sharp blade sheathed in the dark night. The first step, it's very simple, be one of my dogs. Obedient, well-behaved, the kind that can wag its tail and beg for mercy at any time. You bastard. Zhang Shuyi was so angry that she was trembling, her chest rose and fell violently. She had never suffered such a strange shame in her life. Being pointed at her nose and called a dog, or in front of her face. Lu Xian ignored her angry scolding and continued to say slowly, the second step is naturally to think of every possible way to inherit the Zhang family in name only. I believe that with Ms. Zhang's mind and means, this shouldn't be a difficult task. After all, you can even lose your 3-year-old blood sibling without knowing it, can't you? These words were like a poisoned dagger, ruthlessly piercing into Zhang Shuyi's heart, causing her to instantly lose her words, leaving her with only a ragged gasp. As for the third step, Lu Xian's smile grew brighter, yet also more morose. It's to deliver the huge Zhang family, intact, with both hands, to me. He slightly tilted his head, looking at Zhang Shuyi, whose face was ashen, his tone carrying a hint of considerate inquiry. Teacher, such a simple 3 steps, do you understand? You're dreaming. I won't agree to you even if I die. Zhang Shuyi squeezed these words out from between her teeth, her eyes filled with desperate madness. Oh? Is that so? Lu Xian raised an eyebrow and smiled in disbelief. Teacher, you have to think clearly. If I get upset and take those interesting videos and information, process them a little, such as pairing them with a report on how the adoptive parents were tearing their hearts out searching for their relatives back then, and then anonymously send them to major media outlets, or directly send them to Yenjing University's school leaders. You say. At that time, is this talented and beautiful teacher of yours the first to lose her reputation, or is it the richest family in Bingcheng, the Zhang family, whose reputation for teaching their daughter poorly and having a bad family is more resounding? At that time, it's hard to say whether or not the Zhang family will still be able to retain their position as the #1 family in Ice City. What do you think that father of yours who regards his reputation as his life will do to you? Every word was like a heavy hammer, hitting Zhang Shuyi's heart hard. What she was afraid of was never what would happen to her, but she was afraid that the Zhang family would be disgraced because of her, and that her adoptive parents' life's work would be ruined. The Zhang family is her everything, is the only thing that she has been trying to grasp in her hands since she was a little girl. No. Don't. Zhang Shuyi's body couldn't suppress the trembling, her lips trembling, unable to even say a complete sentence. Lu Xian slowly walked to her, stretched out his hand, and cupped her polished and compact chin in one hand, forcing her to raise her head and meet his eyes. His fingers carried a hint of coolness, but they were like a red-hot iron, burning Zhang Shuyi's skin with a stabbing pain. Teacher, don't worry, Lu Xian's voice was lowered with a hint of compulsion, reaching her ears. Being my dog is actually very enjoyable and happy. Think about it, the Zhang family will be mine in the future, and you are my dog, so isn't the Zhang family still yours in a sense? He moved closer, his warm breath spraying on her ear, causing her to get goosebumps. Don't worry, as long as you're obedient, the Zhang family will always be your Zhang family, and you'll still be the high and mighty Miss Zhang, a university teacher in all her splendor. But if I stab those things out, TSK, not only will you yourself have to accept the death of 1,000 cuts from public opinion, the Zhang family is also bound to lose its reputation, its stock price plummets, and it's hard to say whether it can gain a foothold in Bing City. Lu Xian's fingers gently rubbed her jaw. The force was not heavy, but it carried an irresistible implication. So, teacher, you'd better think about it. Saying that, Lu Xian's empty hand, as if unintentionally, slowly slid down and gently placed it on her thighs that were wearing tight yoga pants with exposed curves. Underneath the slightly cool touch of the fabric was the warmth and elasticity of her skin. Zhang Shuyi's body stiffened as if she had been struck by an electric current. She jerked back a breath of cool air, wanting to scream, wanting to push him away, but her body was unable to move as if she was nailed down. Humiliation, anger, fear. All sorts of emotions tossed around in her heart, almost tearing her apart. She could feel the temperature of Lu Xian's palm, as well as the pressure, if any, like an icy viper, wrapping around her and suffocating her. In the end, all the struggles turned out to be futile. She closed her eyes tightly, her long eyelashes trembled violently because of her stoicism, and 2 lines of tears slid silently from the corners of her eyes, not entering the hair on her temples. It is just. For the sake of the Zhang family, for the sake of everything she has now, she can only choose to give in. She couldn't lose, and even more so, she couldn't let the Zhang family lose because of her. Lu Xian looked at Zhang Shuyi's resigned look, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a satisfied arc. Half an hour later. Ding! Detected a drastic change in the psychological state of the target Zhang Shuyi. Due to her extreme desire for the Zhang family and her strong will to preserve herself, Zhang Shuyi chose to temporarily defect to the host for the rest of the year. Current control value, 99-100. Note, due to her ambition for the future control of the Zhang family and her doubts about the host's true purpose, Zhang Shuyi is unable to be 100% loyal and trusting, retaining a hint of the possibility of backlash. Congratulations to the host. Completion of near-perfect control over the target character, Zhang Shuyi. A hint of playfulness flashed in Lu Xian's eyes as he heard the system's beep in his head. 99 points? Kind of interesting. It seems that this teacher Zhang, in her bones, is still unwilling. However, it was precisely because of this that this chess piece would be more interesting to use. He leaned over, came to Zhang Shuyi's ear, and laughed softly in a voice that only two people could hear. Teacher, remember your choice today. From now on, be a good obedient dog. Zhang Shuyi's body trembled violently, and her nails were deeply embedded in her palms. Lu Xian straightened up, no longer looking at her, and turned to walk out of the lounge with a flourish, as if everything just now was just an insignificant game. And for Zhang Shuyi, hell had just begun. Chapter 76 Cousin's exam results replaced? Lu Xian had just come out of Zhang Shuyi's so-called temporary lounge, and the system's beeps in his head hadn't completely dissipated. Reward, Black Material App Minor Version Update, Update version 1.0.2 version. Reward, 400 points. Black Material App version 1.0.2 can set up automatic exposure reporting function. The host can choose the Black Material settings. Within 3 days the host has not logged into the Black Material App instant exposure and reporting of Black Material. Lu Xian's footsteps paused, and the corner of his mouth hooked up an imperceptible arc. This function was rather like an insurance policy that was tailor-made for him. He did have a slight concern before. If he were to fall into a ditch one day, wouldn't the black information that he had painstakingly collected be buried in the ground with him? Now well, 3 days do not log on automatically detonated. This is simply to all the people he pinned down on a spell. Anyone who wanted to touch him in the future would have to first weigh whether they could afford the consequences of being buried with him. Interesting. He whispered to himself, his mood lightened by this unexpected guarantee. As for the 400 points, it was better than nothing, so he saved it for now, and it might come in handy at some point. At this moment, the cell phone in his pocket vibrated, breaking his thoughts. Pulled out a look, the screen jumped on the mom 2 words. Lu Xian's face of ice-cold playfulness quickly faded, replaced with a good son's expression. Press the answer button. Hello, Mom. Hey, Xian. The mother's slightly excited and joyful voice came from the other end of the phone. That bursary, the school sent it down. And it's still the most upscale one. Guess how much? It's $10,000 at once. My God, Mom has never seen so much money hit a card in her life. Lu Xian couldn't help but smile in his heart as he listened to his mother's exclamation with a bit of earthiness, as well as the undisguised excitement in her words. $10,000, for him now, not even a fraction of the hush money offered by Zhang Shuyi, but for his mother, who had worked hard for half a lifetime, it was a huge sum of money that was enough to make her excited for several days. He matched his mother's mood and raised his voice a bit. Really? That's great, Mom. The school is quite efficient. Now you don't have to work so hard. That's right. Lu Xian's mom's voice brought a trace of choking, as if she had thought of something, and forcibly suppressed it. Mom, I'll transfer $2,000 over to you, the living expenses for these 2 months. You are in school, don't treat yourself badly, buy whatever you want to eat, don't save money for Mom, do you hear me? Lu Xian could clearly catch the sound of his mother sniffling on the other end of the phone, as well as the sobbing that was deliberately suppressed. His heart was slightly warmed and somewhat helpless. Mom, what are you doing? I'm not a child anymore. He flirted in a relaxed tone. Besides, your son has made a fortune now, and this $10,000 of scholarship is enough for me to spend for a while. Don't worry about me, keep the $2,000 for yourself, buy some good food or add a new piece of clothing. Silly child, what a thing to say. Lu Xian's mom scolded, but her tone obviously eased up a lot, with a hint of relief. It's Mom who is incapable, she can only give you so much as $1,000 a month for living expenses. Mom knows, now college students spend a lot of money, 3 meals a day, eat tightly, also have to small $30. You're just growing up, you can't go hungry. Lu Xian listened to his mother's rambling concern, and the slight hostility in his heart that was brought about by controlling Zhang Shuyi dissipated quite a bit. Mom, don't worry, Lu Xian said with a smile, $1,000 is enough. I'm telling you, nowadays, the meals in the cafeteria can be fancy, delicious, and not expensive. And those restaurants outside our school, the ugly group, full of Mao, Jingxi takeout, and so on, everyday discount, order takeout is cheaper than the cafeteria. I go out with my classmates every now and then to rub a meal, a small life is well off. He knew what his mother was worried about, so he intentionally made his life sound more relaxed. Really? Lu Xian's mom was skeptical. Of course it's true, when have I ever lied to you? Lu Xian continued to talk nonsense. Don't worry about me, taking good care of your body is the proper thing to do. And my dad, tell him to drink less and smoke less, you hear me? When I go back from vacation, I'll have to check. You kid, you're still in charge of your dad. Lu Xian's mom was amused by him and let out a giggle. Her previous sentimental feelings also disappeared. Alright, I know you're filial. Right, let's not talk about this. Mom is looking for you. There is a serious matter to talk to you about. HM? What is it? Lu Xian asked with feigned curiosity. The voice on the other end of the phone suddenly lowered, with a little bit of anxiety and worry. Xian, do you still remember that Zhu Xiuan from your second aunt's family? That's your cousin, just like you. He also took the college entrance exam this year. Zhu Xiuan? Lu Xian searched the name in his mind. The cousin of second aunt's family was, as far as I remember, quite an honest and even a bit mute boy, and his academic performance seemed to have been quite good. Remember, what's wrong? Something happened. Lu Xian's mom's voice jerked up, full of anxiety. It says that the results of the college entrance exam have been topped up by someone. Now the system can't even check his college entrance exam scores, even the information about him as a person applying for the exam is gone. The university has been in session for a few days now, and other kids are all happy to go to university, but Xiuan can only stay at home every day, and his whole body is wilting. Replaced by someone? Lu Xian's eyebrows raised slightly, somewhat surprised. This kind of thing, in today's information age, would still dare to be so blatant? Even Zhang Yining had only forged her grades, and when she said it was a forgery, it was more like a private enrollment. This kind of thing, substituting for a candidate, hadn't been heard of in how many years? That's true. Lu Xian's mom's voice was filled with indignation and helplessness. Your second aunt is going crazy, looking for the school. The school said that they are only responsible for enrollment, and that the grades are uniformly entered from above and going to look for the education bureau. They said that it wasn't found in the system, so they could think of a way to do it on their own. What is this? This is not the people to the extinction? A rural child, hard work, read more than 10 years of school, looking forward to a good university to change destiny, the results. Alas! Lu Xian listened quietly, his fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on the cell phone case. Your second aunt came to me in tears this morning, a snot and a tear, said that there is really no way out. Know that you got into Yanjing University, a good school in the big city, more insights. The road is also wide, just want me to ask you to see if there is any way you, or do not recognize anyone who can help to inquire about what is going on. Lu Xian mom's tone with a hint of pleading. Xian, mom knows that this matter is difficult for you, but Xiuan, that child, is also our own family. Watching him so bullied, mom's heart blocked panic. Lu Xian was silent for a few seconds. Zhu Xiuan was replaced by someone to take over the results of the college entrance exam. Chapter 77, Your second aunt saved your life. Padding can be skipped. This chapter, in order to promote the plot, a silver is a newcomer. This chapter may not be very well written, anxious baby can skip, does not affect the plot. Lu Xian's fingertips on the cell phone case unconsciously tapping, issued a slight knock-knock sound. Second aunt's house. Zhu Xiuan. The second aunt's slightly mean face appeared in his mind. In his last life, when his family was down and out, the second aunt didn't miss out on pointing out explicitly and implicitly, saying that his mom's vision was not good, married the wrong person, and lived a tight life, even bringing them relatives to the face of disgrace. The meaning of the words is to dislike their family is poor, drag the hind legs. Letting himself go and help them? The corner of Lu Xian's mouth hooked up in a cold sneer. He, Lu Xian, was not some saint who repaid grudges with virtues. If it wasn't for his mother's face, he wouldn't have fallen into the well as if he was remembering his old feelings, but to expect him to take the initiative to lend a helping hand? It was simply a daydream. He took a breath, and his tone was calm with a hint of detachment. Mom, this matter. We are afraid that we cannot manage. I am a freshman student, in Yanjing, is not familiar with the place, can have what contacts? Where can I find out about the education system? You don't know the situation of our family, you don't know, we are just ordinary people, how can we fight with others? He paused, no waves in his voice. To put it bluntly, if someone is really operating behind this kind of thing, a family like ours, when it comes to it, apart from resigning ourselves to fate, what else can we do? Resign yourself to fate? Lu Xian's mom on the other end of the phone looked like she had been stabbed by a needle. Her voice rose abruptly, with a thick sobbing tone. Xian. How can you say such words? That's your cousin. He studied hard for more than 10 years, counting on getting into a good university and jumping out of the farm gate, and now everything is ruined. How will you let him live in the future? Your second aunt. Your second aunt is going crazy. This morning she came to me, her eyes swollen like rotten peaches. Her words were not complete. She wiped her tears one after another, saying that if there is no explanation for this matter of Xiuan, she doesn't want to live anymore. Lu Xian's eyebrows frowned a little imperceptibly. His mother rarely lost her temper like this, and it seemed that second aunt had really gotten her rattled this time. Mom, take it easy for now. He tried to calm his mother down. I don't mean that. What I mean is that this kind of thing is complicated. That's what you meant. Lu Xian's mother didn't listen to his explanation at all, her voice filled with despair and a hint of desperate pleading. Xian, mom knows that you've been smart since you were a kid, and now that you've been admitted to Yanjing University, which is one of the best universities in the country, you're insightful, and your brain is alive. Your second aunt is also really desperate. Before begging to me here, she is counting on you to pull Xiuan a hand. You just Take pity on that bitter cousin of yours and help think of a way, okay? Lu Xian was silent, listening to his mother's suppressed sobs over there, each sound like a small hammer hitting his heart. He could imagine his mother's difficult and anxious look at the moment. Mom, it's not that I don't want to help, he sighed, his voice involuntarily slowing down a bit. As you know, this kind of thing, the water is very deep. I'm a student, unarmed, really. I know it's hard for you. Lu Xian's mom's voice suddenly choked up, with a deep sense of powerlessness, but the words turned violently. But that's your second aunt, ah. Xian, have you forgotten? The year you were 4 years old, high fever, burned people are talking nonsense, pneumonia, the doctor said, and then later to send the hospital, you this little life for hanging. We didn't have any money back then. Your father was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. It was me who cried and called your second aunt. She didn't say a word. In the middle of the night, the East family to gather, the West family to borrow, hard to put together the life-saving money, overnight car to you to the hospital. Without your second aunt pulled that hand, you may have long been gone. This kindness, Mom, this life are remembered in the heart. We can't forget our roots, Xian. The last few words, Lu Xian mom is almost roaring out, with endless grievances and grief. Lu Xian's hand holding the cell phone stiffened violently, and his knuckles were a little white because of the force. 4 years old. High fever. Pneumonia. Second aunt borrowed money. Some dusty, fuzzy fragments seemed to be blown out of the mist by a gale, suddenly flashing in his mind. He seemed to be able to feel the dizziness of that year's high fever, and a pair of warm hands anxiously stroking his forehead. He had always thought that his impression of his second aunt's family was only those trivial complaints and, if anything, contempt, but he had never expected that behind those unpleasant memories, there was also such a past that was deep enough to change his life. He, Lu Xian, always boasted that he would take revenge. People do not offend me, I do not offend. If people offend me, digging up the ground 3 feet will also be returned. But likewise, when one is graced by a drop of water, one should return it, and this was also a guideline that he had engraved in his bones. If what his mother said is true, then this favor has long exceeded the scope of water, that is the real life-saving grace. For a while, Auntie's occasional vitriol over the years, those with a sense of superiority, did not seem so difficult to endure. Perhaps it was just a habitual complaint of a middle-aged woman who was tired of life, or perhaps it was a twisted and clumsy way of expressing her concern for her loved ones. Lu Xian took a deep breath before slowly exhaling. In front of the 4 heavy words life-saving favor, the bit of mustiness and unhappiness that had arisen in his heart due to the memories of his previous life had vanished in no time, and appeared to be so insignificant and even a little bit ridiculous. Mom, his voice calmed down a lot, but under careful listening, one could detect a trace of undetectable relaxation and warmth. Don't cry first, crying won't solve the problem. If tears can cry, see Yuan's grades back, I'll cry with you. The sobbing on the other end of the phone obviously went down, with a hint of nasal surprise. Xian, you. This matter. I know. Lu Xian rubbed his somewhat distended brow, and his tone was much more decisive. You let your second aunt send me Zhu Siyuan's pass number and ID number, as well as the school and specialty that he applied for, in detail. I will think of a way to try it. But I say in front, I can't necessarily guarantee 100% success. After all, this kind of thing, there are too many involved. Hey. Good. Lu Xian's mom's side immediately broke into tears and smiled. Her voice was filled with the celebration of surviving a disaster and unspeakable excitement, as if she had grabbed the last straw to save her life. Mom knew it. Mom knew my son was the most filial and capable. If your second aunt knew you were willing to help, she would have jumped for joy. Don't worry, just do your best. Mom doesn't blame you. Ouch, I'll call her right now to get the information. I won't lose a second. Listening to his mother's relieved and joyful voice over there, Lu Xian shook his head helplessly, but the corner of his mouth couldn't help but hook up a shallow arc. This old lady, her mood switches faster than turning over a book. All right, Mom, you shouldn't be too excited, the 8 characters haven't even started yet. He paused and deliberately said in a relaxed tone, half jokingly, if you continue to cry like this, when second aunt sees you, she will think that I, as her son, have done something to you. With her fiery temper, she might really want to rush to Yinjing to scratch my face. You brat, what a time to be poking fun at your mom. Lu Xian's mom was amused by him and laughed out with a giggle. The previous oppressive fog of sadness also dissipated most of the time. Her tone of voice relaxed a lot. Okay, I won't be poor with you, I'll hurry up and go to do the right thing. Xian, this time really thank you too much. Mom knows that this matter will definitely make you spend a lot of effort. Mom, family, it's out of line to say this. Lu Xian smiled cheekily. Wait for my news, I'll do my best. Hanging up the phone, Lu Xian slipped the phone back into his pocket, looked up at the window inside. Chapter 78. That's your goddess Zhang Yining? Saving your life, ah, Lu Xian whispered to himself, his fingertips gently rubbing his chin. In his last life, his impression of second aunt's family was indeed not very good. Second aunt's mouth always looked like it had been smeared with arsenic and quenched with poison, and the words that came out of her mouth could choke a person to death. But now, his mother's words are like a key that opens the dusty corners of his memory. 4 years old, high fever, pneumonia. Those fuzzy, with the disease dizziness of the fragment, at this moment but exceptionally clear up. He still seems to be able to feel his tiny self being held in his arms back then, with anxious calls and suppressed cries in his ears, as well as a pair of slightly rough but warm hands wiping his hot forehead over and over again. If his mother hadn't mentioned it, he was afraid that he would never be able to recall this past event. Tisk, Lu Xian smacked his lips, the bit of unhappiness and mustiness in his heart that had arisen because of the memories of his last life instantly looked a bit ridiculous in front of this heavy life-saving favor. He Lu Xian has always been clear between grudges, the kindness of a drop of water when the spring to report, the kindness of life-saving, naturally even more cannot be ambiguous. As for how to help, his mind immediately flashed a name, Zhang Yining. This Missy's father, is not a little energy in the education system? Although he was planning to report Zhang Yining before, but now it seemed that it would be good to waste and utilize it. Lu Xian took out his cell phone, flipped out Zhang Yining's number from his address book, and directly dialed it. The phone rang 3 times before the other side carefully picked it up, and came Zhang Yining's voice with a hint of timidity and curtness. Hello? Lu, brother Lu Xian? It's me. Lu Xian's voice couldn't hear any emotions. There's something to find you to help. Help. Zhang Yining on the other end of the phone was obviously nervous, her voice was a bit trembling. Brother Lu Xian, you have something to do, just ask. As long as I can do it, I will. Surely do it. I have a cousin, this year's college entrance exam, the results seem to have been topped. Lu Xian was brief and concise. Isn't your dad in the education bureau? Let's see if we can get him to help find out what's going on. The results of the college entrance exam were topped? Zhang Yining's voice instantly drew up a few degrees, and then violently lowered again, with obvious panic. She herself had relied on her father's connections to fake her grades to get into Yinjing University, and was as sensitive to such things as a cat that had its tail stepped on. Brother Lu Xian, Zhang Yining's voice was a bit frail, with a trace of imperceptible trembling. This kind of thing, it's not too convenient to talk on the phone, right? How about we meet and talk? She was afraid that Lu Xian would say something shocking on the phone. In case she was heard, it would be bad. Lu Xian raised his eyebrows slightly, but he didn't refuse. That's fine. The youth cafe on campus, you know the place, right? Be there in half an hour. No. I'll go over right away. Zhang Yining was like an amnesty and answered in a loud voice. After hanging up the phone, Lu Xian slipped the car keys into his pocket. He skipped to the parking lot, pulled open the door and sat in, starting the M4 and driving towards the cafe. The youth cafe was a famous store in Yinjing University. With an elegant environment and relatively affordable consumption, it was the preferred place for many student couples to go on dates or group discussions. Lu Xian parked his car steadily in the parking space in front of the cafe, attracting a lot of sideways glances from passing students. After all, on a university campus, a student driving a $1 million sports car like this was still quite eye-catching. Just as he got down from the car, there were 2 fashionably dressed girls who lit up in front of their eyes, pushed and shoved each other a bit, and gathered the courage to come forward. Handsome guy, how are you? Are you from our school? One of the girls with big wavy hair smiled like a flower, her voice was sweet and greasy. Can you add a green bubble? We are also freshmen, we can play together in the future. Another girl with short hair also blinked her big eyes and looked at him with anticipation. Lu Xian just glanced at them lightly, his handsome face had no expression, and he passed straight through the middle of the 2, pushing open the glass door of the cafe. The uninviting and cold look, in turn, let the 2 girls froze in place, some overwhelmed, but also feel that this handsome man cool. Into the cafe, Lu Xian chose a quiet location by the window and sat down, casually ordered 2 cups of cappuccino. Not long after, Zhang Yining rushed in like a gust of wind. She had obviously run all the way here, fine beads of sweat oozing out from the corners of her forehead, her long pink hair that she had carefully tended to was also a bit messy, and her chest was slightly heaving and gasping for air. Seeing Lu Xian, her eyes lit up, and she hurriedly walked over quickly and sat down opposite him, her voice still a little unsteady. Brother Lu Xian. Who? Me? I'm not late, am I? Lu Xian raised his eyes to look at her, his tone flat, not bad, quite punctual. Zhang Yining nervously stirred her fingers, secretly surveyed the surroundings, and lowered her voice to ask, Brother Lu Xian, in the end, what exactly is so important that you have to specially need to say ah? She heart 7 on 8 down, afraid of Lu Xian want to settle accounts with her. Lu Xian picked up the coffee cup, but did not drink, just with the fingertips gently knocked the cup wall, issued a crisp sound. He raised his eyelids and his eyes suddenly became sharp. Zhang Yining, his voice was not high, but it carried an undeniable pressure. Have you forgotten what your status is now? Is it your place to pry into my affairs? His tone steeply turned cold, with a hint of undisguised sarcasm. I say, you listen. After listening, do as I ask. As for the nonsense that shouldn't be asked, swallow it back in your stomach. Understand? Zhang Yining was so frightened by his sudden might that she shivered, her face instantly turned white, and her breathing, which had just calmed down, became rapid again. Sorry. Brother Lu Xian. It was me who was wrong. It's me who talked too much. A strong sense of fear seized her, and without even thinking, she raised her hand and slapped herself on the face. Splat! The crisp slap sounded exceptionally loud in the quiet cafe, instantly attracting the attention of everyone around. The few students at the neighboring table all looked over in shock, their faces filled with dismay and gossip. What's the situation? How did that beauty beat herself up? Quarreled with the boy across from her? Doesn't look like that boy is quite calm. And in a corner not far away, a boy wearing black framed glasses and looking a bit civilized raised his head violently. When he saw that the one who slapped him was none other than Zhang Yining, who had long eye-catching pink hair and was usually high above the rest, his entire body froze. Holy! Old Zhu, look! Isn't that the goddess Zhang Yining that you've been talking about every day? The companion next to him stabbed his arm and lowered his voice, his tone full of gloating. What kind of show is she playing? Seems to be begging for mercy with that handsome guy across the street? TSK, your goddess's private life, a bit explosive. The boy who was called Old Zhu, at this moment, only felt a rush of hot blood straight to his head, his face turned red, his lips trembled, and he muttered, "No. It's not possible, Yining she. How could she?" He watched the ice-clear goddess in his heart humble herself to the dust in front of another boy, even going so far as to slap himself. That Hyun sobbing, pathetic look made his heart ache, and at the same time, he felt a kind of inexplicable humiliation and anger. Chapter 79, The Goddess Who Has Been Chasing for 3 Years. Lu Xian looked at Zhang Yining's Hyun sobbing and slapping herself look, and his brows twisted up fiercely. What kind of airplane is this? So many people are watching, afraid that others don't know that there's something interesting to see here, right? He was most annoyed by this kind of staggering, uncontrollable stupidity. Alright. Lu Xian's tone was filled with impatience. Put away your sympathy-boosting tricks, I'm not interested in watching. I have a cousin who took the college entrance exam this year, and his grades seem to have been topped up. Doesn't your dad have some energy in the education department? Let him help find out what's going on, it's best if it can be resolved. His voice was low. High school grades. Toppled? Zhang Yining's pupils shrunk violently, just now that slap slapped her cheeks hot and painful. At this moment the horror in her heart was even more so that her hands and feet were cold. Brother Lu Xian, Zhang Yining's voice was tinged with a sobbing tone, and there was a trace of imperceptible trembling, and she carefully glanced around, fearing that there were ears on the other side of the wall. This kind of thing, saying it over the phone, I'm afraid it's not very convenient, right? How about? Lu Xian raised an eyebrow. You call now? Oh, good. Zhang Yining was a bit jittery as she hurriedly pulled out her cell phone from her bag, her fingers shivering as she found her father Zhang Jiangwo's number. The phone rang a few times before it was picked up, and a calm middle-aged male voice came out. Hey, Yining, what's up? Dad is having a meeting over here. Dad. Zhang Yining took a deep breath and tried to make her voice sound normal. She glanced at the expressionless Lu Xian and said stiffly, Dad, my boyfriend, he has a cousin, this year's college entrance exam, the results seem to have some problems, was replaced by someone, want to ask you to help ask the situation. In her haste, she directly said Lu Xian is her boyfriend, thinking that this may allow her father to pay more attention to some. Zhang Jianguo on the other end of the phone was silent for a few seconds, his tone steeply serious. Topping the score? Wait for me, tell me the name, I'll check. You made a boyfriend, how not to tell me Zhang Yining's face flushed. Oops, Dad, you quickly check. Zhang Yining gave the details of her cousin's situation. Turning off the phone, soon Zhang Jianguo came on the phone. It's better for you to leave this matter alone, Ning, I can't manage it. Zhang Yining was about to cry out. Dad! You have to manage this matter. That's my boyfriend's brother. Nonsense. Is this kind of thing something you can just meddle in? Who is that so-called boyfriend of yours? Let him figure it out at his own home. Yining, I'm warning you, don't wade into this kind of muddy water, and don't drag your old man me into it. Do you know how many people are watching my position? Be quiet, don't cause me any trouble. After saying that, without waiting for Zhang Yining to say anything else, the phone was hung up with a pop sound. Listening to the busy tone coming from the cell phone, Zhang Yining's face turned pale with a swish, even whiter than the slap mark she had just slapped herself. She looked at Lu Xian for help, her lips trembling, unable to say a word. Lu Xian's face instantly sank, his eyes as cold as the surface of a lake in the middle of winter. Zhang Yining, he slowly opened his mouth, his voice was not loud, but it carried an oppressive feeling of a mountain rain. You really don't take me seriously now, do you? He slowly stood up, and that invisible pressure made Zhang Yining almost gasp. Follow me. Lu Xian dropped 3 words and took the lead in the direction of the cafe's bathroom. Zhang Yining was scared out of her wits. How could she dare to hesitate? She hurriedly bounced up from her seat and followed behind Lu Xian, even forgetting to pick up the exquisite small bag that fell on the floor. The other guests in the cafe saw this scene and were all a bit puzzled. Just now, that pretty girl had slapped herself, but now she was walking away with that handsome man. What kind of show was this? And in the corner not far away, the boy wearing black-framed glasses, named Old Zhu, was currently staring with wide eyes, his face full of incredulity. Holy! Old Zhu, your goddess went with that handsome guy. Look at the direction. Seems to be going to the bathroom? The companion next to him stabbed his arm, his tone filled with the excitement of watching the fun. Tis, this plot development, it's a bit exciting. Old Zhu's face turned red, his lips trembled as he pushed away his companion's hand. Don't talk nonsense. Yining she. She's not that kind of person. Although he said this on his lips, his heart was as hard as being scratched by a cat. He had liked Zhang Yining for a long time, and had always treated her as an ice-clear goddess, but that scene just now. You guys wait for me, I'll go over and take a look. Old Zhu couldn't sit still and hurriedly got up after dropping a sentence. With a belly full of doubts and a hint of ominous foreboding, he also walked in the direction of the bathroom. The cafe's bathroom was at the end of the corridor and was divided into men and women. Old Zhu wandered around the doorway of the men's bathroom for a while and didn't see Lu Xian come out. He probed and looked towards the women's bathroom again, and didn't see Zhang Yining either. His heart was in turmoil, and he was about to leave when he suddenly noticed that in the middle of the men's and women's restrooms, there was a separate barrier-free restroom. The door was closed, and there was an in use sign hanging on it. Old Zhu's heart jumped. He found an inconspicuous corner nearby and sat down, pretending to play with his cell phone, but his eyes glanced at the closed door from time to time. Time passed by minute. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. During this period, one after another people in and out of the men's and women's restrooms, but that independent cubicle has never moved. The more Lao Zhu waited, the more anxious, the more he waited, the more he felt wrong. What in the world is going on in there? After nearly half an hour, long to the old Zhu's legs are a little numb, that interval door only click sound, from the inside was opened. Old Zhu raised his head violently, staring unblinkingly. Zhang Yining was pushed out by Lu Xian somewhat rudely. At the moment, Zhang Yining was in an extreme state of distress. Old Zhu only felt a buzzing in his head, as if he had been hit by a heavy hammer. This was still the radiant, exalted goddess Zhang Yining in his mind? Lu Xian glanced back at the disoriented Zhang Yining, his voice cold and piercing. What I told you must be done for me. Otherwise. He took out his cell phone, tapped his finger quickly a few times, and called up a social media account interface called Black Information Exposure Little Angel. Then, in front of Zhang Yining, he quickly edited a message, the content of which was clearly about the revelation of Yenjing University's Zhang Momu's academic misconduct and forged grades for enrollment, concealing his full name. Otherwise, next time it won't be as simple as anonymity. The corner of Lu Xian's mouth hooked up into a cruel arc, and his finger flicked on the send button. No! Don't! She let out a mournful scream, not caring that this was a coffee shop corridor where people were coming and going, and with a plop sound, her knees softened, and she even knelt straight in front of Lu Xian, and her hands clutched his calves with both of her hands. Brother Lu Xian! I was wrong. I'm really wrong. Please. Please delete it. I'll ask my dad again. I'll make sure he helps. Please. She cried her heart out, completely not noticing old Zhu, who was standing there petrified, not far away. Old Zhu at the moment only felt the sky spinning, 5 thunderbolts. His goddess. The goddess Zhang Yining, whom he had longed for and regarded as a treasure, was surprisingly humble to such an extent in front of a man. Just now in that cubicle, what exactly happened? Now, she actually knelt down to this man. Old Zhu felt that his 3 views, at this moment, were shattered to pieces. The young and fiery heart of adoration, also cracked inch by inch, fell to the ground, fell into countless petals. It turned out that underneath the goddess's halo, there was actually such an unpleasant sight. He only felt a wave of regurgitation, and his throat was on fire, as if something was about to gush out. Chapter 80, Your Goddess? It's just one of my dogs. Old Zhu felt that his worldview, at this moment, was shattered to pieces. His throat felt like it was clogged with red-hot charcoal, and it was like there were countless steel needles piercing his heart, a fiery pain and a convulsion. He wanted to vomit, but he couldn't get anything out. Was that his broken heart? Old Zhu and Zhang Yining, to put it mildly, are still alumni of the same high school. From the year of his first year of high school, at the opening ceremony, Zhang Yining's open and confident smile was like a brilliant sunshine that instantly shone into his somewhat gray adolescence. Zhang Yining was the school flower, the star of the show. She was pretty, cheerful, excellent grades, and was the center of attention everywhere she went. The boys who pursued her could line up from the entrance of the school to the end of the street. And he Zhu Hongliang, just the most inconspicuous one in the crowd, wearing thick black glasses, introverted personality, grades are only in the middle. He silently liked Zhang Yining for 3 years. During the 3 years, the biggest result of his courage is only on the eve of graduation, pretending to accidentally bumped into her in the corridor, and then said sorry with a red face. Zhang Yining didn't even look at him squarely, just nodded politely, and joked with her sisters around her and walked away. On weekdays, he didn't even dare to look directly into Zhang Yining's eyes for fear that his humble thoughts would be seen through. In his heart, Zhang Yining was an unearthly fairy, a holy white moonlight, too sparkling, too eye-catching, making him ashamed of himself. When he heard that Zhang Yining's goal was Yenjing University, old Zhu studied like crazy. For a whole semester, he was almost hanging his head over a beam and stabbing the stock, and he hardened himself to make a comeback from an intermediate student, and his scores on the college entrance examination steadily ranked in the top 10 of the whole school. He remembered that Zhang Yining was not only the school flower, but her academic performance had always been top-notch, and she was in the top 10 of the school in every exam. He also vaguely heard that Zhang Yining seemed to be a few minutes late for the English session of the college entrance exam. At that time, he even sweated for her. Later, when the list was released, he saw that Zhang Yining's name was clearly on the admission list of Yenjing University, and only then did the stone in his heart fall to the ground. It seemed that the rumors of being late were false. A goddess was indeed a goddess, born to be the pride of heaven. Today was the first time he met Zhang Yining by chance at Yenjing University. However, the scene in front of him was like a loud thunder, directly splitting him into pieces and shattering his three views. After a summer vacation, Zhang Yining was still the same beautiful and touching Zhang Yining, but it seemed that she was no longer the high and mighty Zhang Yining in his memory. In his impression, there was never anything but boys holding gifts and humbly kneeling in front of Zhang Yining, begging her to take one more look. But now, how is it now his goddess, kneeling in front of a man? That man. Old Zhu's gaze unconsciously turned to Lu Xian. That face, handsome to some excess, but also cold to the heart. He didn't even look more than once at Zhang Yining, who was kneeling on the ground, as if she was just an insignificant object. Lu Xian brushed past the petrified old Zhu, not even sweeping him out of the corner of his eye, as if he was just a lump of air that got in the way. Brother Lu Xian, don't go away. I was wrong. I'm really wrong. Seeing that Lu Xian was about to leave, Zhang Yining couldn't care less about the pain in her knees, and tried to pull Lu Xian's pants leg with her hands and feet, but she was thrown unceremoniously by Lu Xian, and her whole body was unsteady in her center of gravity, and she fell to the ground in a lousy manner, letting out a cry of pain. Old Zhu reacted almost instinctively, rushed up in an arrow step, crouched down and was about to assist. Yining. Are you okay? The goddess fell. His heart clenched. Zhang Yining's face was full of tear stains, her hair was disheveled, and her delicate makeup had been blurred by crying. That pathetic look made old Zhu's heart ache to see her. However, just at the moment when his hand was about to touch Zhang Yining's arm, Zhang Yining raised her head fiercely, her eyes filled with disgust and impatience, and opened his hand fiercely. Get lost. Stinking beggar. Don't touch me. The sharp and piercing voice, like a cold awl, ruthlessly pierced into old Zhu's heart. Stinking beggar? Old Zhu was struck by lightning, the whole person froze, the blood color on his face faded. How could he not believe that these three words would come out of the mouth of the goddess he had been pining for, and that they were still directed at him? Zhang Yining didn't have the heart to care who he was at the moment, she only felt that this person was nosy and an eyesore. She got up from the ground in a sorry state, not caring to pat off the dust on her body, and staggered about to catch up with Lu Xian, who was already about to walk to the entrance of the cafe. Yining. Old Zhu came back to his senses, a wave of unspeakable anger and heartache surged to his heart. He fiercely grabbed Zhang Yining's wrist, his voice slightly trembling due to his excitement. Zhang Yining. Why are you practicing yourself like this? That man, he doesn't cherish you at all. He took a deep breath, mustered the greatest courage in his life, and almost roared out, it doesn't matter if he doesn't care about you. You still have me by your side. Xu Hongliang. I will always be by your side. I will be good to you. This sudden and deep confession made Zhang Yining stop in her tracks. She frowned, somewhat confused as she sized up the boy in front of her wearing black-framed glasses with a flushed face, trying to search through her memory. After a few seconds, she looked at old Zhu as if he was a psychopath, impatiently spitting a mouthful of spittle, her tone full of contempt and disdain. No, who the are you? You're sick, aren't you? What I do is none of your business. Eat carrots and don't worry about it. After saying that, she shook off old Zhu's hand and rushed towards the door without looking back, her mouth still anxiously shouting, Brother Lu Xian. Brother Lu Xian, wait for me. I was wrong. I'm really wrong. Don't you go away. Brother Lu Xian. Bang. The glass door of the cafe was thrown heavily shut, isolating her figure. In the corridor, only old Zhu was left alone, frozen in place like a statue that had lost its soul. Who the are you? Sake you. Stinking beggar. Zhang Yining's cold and mean words were like a poisoned dagger, which ruthlessly stabbed countless knives in his heart, which was already full of holes. Each knife went down with a bloody mockery. He felt like his heart was being viciously clutched by a large invisible hand, hurting him so much that he almost suffocated. His stomach turned over and a fishy sweetness went straight to his throat. Pooh! Old Zhu bent down violently, and a mouthful of blood finally failed to hold back and sprayed out, splattering on the polished floor like a broken peach blossom, shocking to the eyes. Originally, he exhausted the entire youth to look up to the goddess, in his courage to reach out his hand, but only gave him a sentence, stinking beggar. Originally, the so-called pride of heaven, the so-called ice and jade, in front of another man, can also be humbled to the dust, and even kneel down. Old Zhu only felt all the thoughts, a burst of blackness in front of his eyes. He used his last ounce of strength to hold onto the wall, so that he did not let himself also follow the fall. The soft music that came vaguely from the cafe, at this moment in his ears, but it sounded like a dirge for his pathetic crush. His youth, it seems, to be over. In a way he had never imagined, humiliating and tragic. Chapter 81, Kneeling in Public, Rushing to the Hot Search. Lu Xian stepped out of the cafe, the cool autumn breeze brushed by, but could not dissipate the coldness between his brows. Zhang Yining, this chess piece, this is intended to squeeze dry the last bit of value after the hand discarded. As for her father, Zhang Jianguo, who was working in the education department, he wanted to take himself off the hook just by saying I can't control it. What a joke. Lu Xian Dictionary, there is no forget this two words. Since you Zhang Jianguo said cannot manage, then I let you have to manage. Lu Xian took out his cell phone, fingertips on the screen quickly crossed, the browser instantly loaded. Enter Education Bureau Zhang Jianguo, a few keywords, search results, a slightly bloated official standard photo is listed, it is the deputy director of the Lord. The corner of Lu Xian's mouth hooked up a cold arc, casually saved the picture. Tapping on that familiar black icon Black Material app, he skillfully started editing. The target person, Zhang Jianguo. Just at the moment when he was about to click on upload, there was a rush of footsteps from behind him, accompanied by Zhang Yining's screams with a sobbing voice, Brother Lu Xian. Brother Lu Xian. Please, give me another chance. I can definitely help you. I can. Zhang Yining rushed to Lu Xian like a gust of wind, her hair was messy, and her delicate makeup had already been stained by the tears, or was she still half the style of the department flower candidate in her normal life? At this moment, she couldn't care less about the more and more gazes gathered around her, and even less about the cell phone lenses that had been quietly raised, staring at Lu Xian as if grasping at straws to save her life. Brother Lu Xian, please, don't send out my father's name, I'll beg him again. I'll definitely let him do you a favor. Please. Her voice was hoarse with a strong plea, and her tears were like broken beads, rustling down. Lu Xian looked at her expressionlessly, his eyes so cold that they were like quenched ice. I've already given you a chance. He paused, without the slightest ripple in his tone. It's you who are not competitive, and it's also your father who doesn't know what to do. The surrounding murmurs came like a tidal wave, getting louder and clearer. Holy, isn't that the ruthless Lu Xian who Han tore his cheating girlfriend before? What's this about today? A boy wearing glasses pushed his companion and lowered his voice, his tone full of excitement. Isn't the one next to you the Zhang Yining who was almost chosen as the flower of our department? Why is she crying like this? Is this being dumped? It looks like Zhang Yining is chasing Lu Xian, right? But it's normal, you don't see how handsome Lu Xian is, and I saw him driving a BMW M4 last time, it seems to be a limited edition. What girl wouldn't be attracted to this kind of rich and handsome guy? A fashionably dressed girl said sourly. Hey don't even look at it, you won't learn from this kind of fairy fight. A boy next to him shook his head and pretended to be deep. In another corner, someone snickered, too right, that's our unattainable goddess in the past. Now look, in front of someone else's real money rich second generation, isn't it still wagging its tail and begging for mercy like a pug? These harsh comments were like a needle in Zhang Yining's heart. She knew how wretched and humiliated she was at the moment. But compared to having her family overturned and her reputation ruined, what was this bit of face? As she looked at Lu Xian's handsome but ice-cold face, the last trace of luck in her heart broke. This man is really to do what he said, is really not give her any room for maneuver. Her teeth clenched, her heart crossed, and she couldn't care less about dignity and decency, and she didn't care even more about those flashing cell phone lenses. Plop! There was a muffled sound. Zhang Yining's knees went soft, and she actually knelt straight down on the hard concrete floor by Lu Xian's feet, and the moment her knees made contact with the ground, she sucked in a mouthful of cool air in pain, but her face squeezed out an even more humble plea. Brother Lu Xian, will you give me one more chance? One last time. My dad sighed, I just tie him to do things for you. She clung to Lu Xian's calf with a deadly grip, tears and snot smeared all over her face, her voice changed tone, please, don't ruin me, don't ruin our family. This kneeling stone broke the sky. The surroundings instantly fell into a dead silence, followed by a succession of cold air inhalations and suppressed exclamations of surprise. Kneeling. Down? Holy cow. Zhang Yining actually knelt down for Lu Xian. What kind of divine character is this Lu Xian? Is he that charismatic? Big news. It's definitely big news. Hurry up and shoot it. I've thought of the title Yen University Storm, former goddess crazy for love, kneeling down in public and asking to get back together. That title of yours is so lame. It should be shocked. The mysterious charm of Yen University's male god Lu Xian has made the departmental flower candidate bow down in public. For a while, all kinds of cell phones and cameras were aimed at this dramatic scene, with shutter sounds and video cues becoming a blur. Those students who were originally still hesitating to send their friend circles, Tuin, Crooked Neck, and Little Broken Station, at this moment, it was like they had been hit by chicken blood, and their fingers were flipping around, lest they miss out on this big melon of the year. The propagation speed of the internet is amazing. Just a few minutes ago, the post anonymously released by Lu Xian about hashtag Yin University Goddess College Entrance Exam Results Forgery hashtag was still spreading like a virus, and at one time rushed to the top of the hot search list of all major platforms, triggering an uproar in the education circle and the melon-eating masses. However, at this moment, the wind changed abruptly. The explosive visual impact and topicality of Zhang Yining's shocking kneel instantly suppressed the previous academic misconduct scandal. The new phrase savagely dominated the hot search list with greater speed and momentum. Hashtag Yin University Goddess Zhang Yining kneeling down to ask for a relationship. Hashtag Yinjing University's male god Lu Xian has a dog at his feet. Hashtag Yinjing University's annual emotional drama, the fall of a goddess hashtag. Hashtag Lu Xian, the man who made the goddess kneel hashtag. The netizens who were outraged about academic corruption hadn't had time to dig deeper to find out who this man was. They were blinded by this sudden hot search and flocked to the new battlefield, marveling, gossiping, and playing with stems. Lu Xian lowered his head, looking at Zhang Yining who was hugging his calf and crying tears. His eyes remained calm and wave-free, as if this scene in front of him, which was enough to stir up the whole school and even the whole internet, was nothing more than a boring farce. He only raised his foot lightly, signaling her to let go. Zhang Yining felt that unquestionable force, and the despair in her heart deepened. Chapter 82 Lu Xian, he has something on me. Outside the cafe, it had long been crowded. Really kneeling? Ah. My eyes didn't blink, did they? A boy rubbed his eyes vigorously and pushed his companion next to him. Old Wang, pinch me, am I dreaming? The candidate of our Chinese department's department flower, Zhang Yining, kneeled down for Lu Xian? Hiss, the boy called. Old Wang sucked in a breath of cool air, forgetting to chew the meat sandwich in his hand. Where is this Lu Xian from? How come I didn't realize he was so powerful before? In the crowd, many boys pounded their chests, a boyish heart broken like dumpling filling. That was Zhang Yining. The goddess who usually had her eyes high above the ground and was indifferent to everyone, was now as humble as dust. It's over, my youth is over. A boy wearing glasses wailed with a crying tone in his voice. How can my Yining goddess be like this? Of course, there were also different voices. A few girls gathered together and whispered. I think Zhang Yining is quite brave. Ah, what's wrong with putting her body down for love? A girl with a double ponytail argued, her eyes glittering with yearning for romantic love. That's right, the girl next to her immediately chimed in, and don't you guys think Lu Xian is really handsome? He was too low-key when we chose the school's favorite before. If he had stood out, where would there be others? Zhang Yining has a good eye. Handsome is handsome, but this is too. Another girl skimmed her mouth and muttered in a low voice, it feels like acting in a TV show, it's too horse-catching. All kinds of comments come in waves. There are sympathetic, there are incomprehensible, there are despicable, there are purely watching the incident is not too big. Lu Xian was in the center of this hustle and bustle, but it was as if he was separated by an invisible barrier. He slightly lowered his eyes and looked at Zhang Yining, who was still hugging his calf and crying with a handful of snot and tears, and his brows frowned unnoticeably. This woman, isn't it humiliating enough? It wasn't that he was pitying her, he just felt that this kind of public crying was a bit humiliating. Don't you think it's embarrassing for you to be like this right now? Lu Xian's voice was not high, causing her crying to stall. Zhang Yining raised her head tearfully and met Lu Xian's bottomless eyes, which did not have half a bit of pity in them, but only a piece of indifference. Her heart trembled, and the chill was even greater than the pain from her knees hitting the ground. Hurry up and get up for me. Lu Xian's tone was still flat, but it carried an unquestionable command. Get the hell back to your father and hurry up and get it over with. He paused slightly, his gaze sweeping over Zhang Yining's crying face, the corner of his mouth hooking up with a sneer. If anything, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. This is the last time. In these words, he spoke extremely softly, as if they were just the murmurs of lovers, yet they carried the force of 1,000 pounds, and only Zhang Yining, who was close to him, could hear them clearly. Every word was like a heavy hammer hitting her heart. Zhang Yining's body shook, as if she had been injected with a faint trace of electricity. She knew that this was Lu Xian's ultimatum. The instinct to survive overwhelmed all shame and embarrassment. Lu Xian impatiently shook his leg. The force was not great, but it was enough to make the disoriented Zhang Yining let go. Without another glance at her, he turned around and was about to push through the crowd to leave. Brother Lu Xian! Zhang Yining screamed, not caring about the sharp pain in her knees, and scrambled to get up from the ground on her hands and knees. She knew that she had to grab this last straw. The surrounding crowd, seeing that the main character had spoken and one of the protagonists was leaving the stage, let out meaningful boos and uproar. I'll go. Lu Xian is also too handsome. Such a beautiful goddess is dumped just like that? Real men never look back at the explosion. Ah no, never look back at the kneeling goddess. Simply my generation model. Ah. This operation, can't learn, really can't learn. A boy shook his head, his face full of admiration. Zhang Yining wiped a handful of tears and snot from her face and couldn't care less about her image. She listened to those harsh comments around her, her heart was humiliated to the extreme, but her face hardened and squeezed out a hint of stubbornness, turning back to yell at those watching, what are you looking at? Haven't seen a beautiful woman chasing after a handsome man? After saying that, she didn't care about the stunned expressions of those people. Limping and in a sorry state, she chased after Lu Xian in the direction he left. The crowd erupted into louder laughter and whistles. I go, this reversal. A goddess turned licking dog and still has a stiff upper lip. There's character. I like it. Kneeling, but commendable spirit. This farce temporarily came to an end amidst Lu Xian's indifference and Zhang Yining's woeful chase. But the storm on the internet had just begun. Zhang Yining ran all the way and finally caught up with Lu Xian in the parking lot. She didn't dare to get any closer, but just watched from afar as Lu Xian pulled open the car door and got into the eye-catching BMW M4. It was only until the blue sports car disappeared at the end of her field of vision that Zhang Yining leaned against a tree as if she had lost her strength, gasping for air. After she calmed down, the great fear and aftermath overwhelmed her like a tidal wave. Shivering, she pulled out her cell phone from her bag, the tear stains still remaining on the screen from when she had just cried. Her fingertips trembled and she pressed the wrong number several times before finally dialing her father, Zhang Jianguo. The phone rang for a long time before it was picked up, and Zhang Jianguo's slightly tired and impatient voice came from the other end. Hey, Yining, what's the matter? Dad is busy over here. Dad. As soon as Zhang Yining heard her father's voice, all her pretenses and strength instantly collapsed. Her crying could no longer be suppressed. Dad, you must help me. Please. What's wrong again? Crying and wailing, what does it look like? Zhang Jianguo frowned, his tone somewhat stern. Didn't I tell you that I can't control that matter? Why are you still? Yes and no. Anyway, Dad, you must help me this time. Zhang Yining was incoherent, so anxious that she was about to jump. Lu Xian, he's my boyfriend. I love him very much. You must help him. In order to increase her persuasive power, she once again offered up the boyfriend argument, and even added the fleshy qualifier of loving him very much. Zhang Jianguo on the other end of the phone was silent for a few seconds, obviously confused by his daughter's sudden boyfriend and loves him a lot. He cleared his throat, his tone still serious. Nonsense. Can you just meddle in a matter like the college entrance exam replacement? Besides, when did you have a boyfriend? How come I don't know? Who is this Lu Xian? What does his family do? Oops, Dad. Zhang Yining was so anxious that she stomped her feet. This is not the time to talk about this. Anyway, he is very important to me. You must help him in this matter. I'm begging you, Dad. Zhang Jianguo sighed, his tone eased a bit, but still carried determination. Yining, it's not that Dad won't help you. This kind of thing, the water is too deep, and there are too many tricks in it. Once not handled well, it's easy to get burned. How many people are staring at my position, do you know? That so-called boyfriend of yours, let his own family figure it out. Don't you follow and get involved blindly, and don't drag your old man down with you. Hearing her father's rejection again, Zhang Yining's heart sank to the bottom. She took a deep breath, knowing that there would be no result if she continued to plead like this. Her voice suddenly calmed down with a hint of desperate trembling. Dad, what if? What if I say that Lu Xian he knows all about my college entrance exam? What? The voice of Zhang Jianguo on the other end of the phone was steeply elevated, like a cat that had its tail stepped on. The original calm tone instantly became sharp. What did you say? What does he know? Zhang Yining closed her eyes, tears surging out once again. He knows that my college entrance exam results were forged, Dad. He knows all about it. He also has detailed evidence, made into a PPT. If you don't help him this time, he's going to stab me out. At that time, not only am I finished, you will also be implicated. Dad. You stupid bastard. Zhang Jianguo was so angry that his voice was shaking, almost roaring out, my stupid daughter. This kind of thing, how can you tell him? Even if you love him even more, this kind of handle can't be handed over to someone else. You are digging your own grave. Do you still want to drag me along with you? He couldn't believe his ears. He had worked so hard to climb to this position today, being cautious and fearful of making the slightest mistake, only to be ruined by his own untalented daughter. It isn't. Dad. It wasn't me who told him. Zhang Yining cried uncontrollably, unable to catch her breath. I don't know how he knew either. He knows in particular detail, every link, every number, it's all clear. He had the PPT, Dad. That's no joke. If it really comes out, our family will be finished. Your life's work will be wasted. Zhang Jianguo listened to his daughter's cries that were tinged with intense fear and despair, and only felt a heavenly spin. PPT. Evidence. This Lu Xian, in the end, what is the origin? How could he get hold of such hidden and detailed information? A chill went straight from the soles of his feet to the sky. Zhang Jianguo's hand holding the phone felt an uncontrollable tremble for the first time. He realized that this time, he was afraid that he was really in big trouble. Chapter 83 1353 Exchange of Benefits. The BMW M4 was steadily parked in a secluded corner near Yenjing University. Lu Xian turned off the engine. He rested one hand on the steering wheel, his fingertips unconsciously knocking lightly, while his other hand took out his cell phone. The screen lit up, and he tapped on the familiar black icon Blackmail app. Zhang Yining's father, Zhang Jianguo. The corner of Lu Xian's mouth hooked up with a sneer if anything. Just now, at the entrance of the cafe, Zhang Yining's look of crying in pain and kneeling down to beg was still fresh in his mind, and the source of it all pointed to this Lord Deputy Director of the Education Bureau. Let me see how clean you, this Deputy Director, really is. Lu Xian whispered to himself and selected the photo album from which he had casually saved earlier, Zhang Jianguo's slightly bloated official standard photo, and uploaded it. On the screen of his cell phone, a ghostly blue halo flashed. Ding! New analyzable target person detected. Analyzing target character information. Please wait. On the app interface, around Zhang Jianguo's ID photo with a bureaucratic smile, it was instantly wrapped in countless fine light blue data streams, as if it was undergoing a scanning and parsing that was precise to the atomic level. The data streams sometimes converged, sometimes dispersed, accompanied by a slight current sound effect, with a full sense of technology. Lu Xian leaned back in his seat and waited quietly. He had long been familiar with this process. In a few seconds, maybe a dozen seconds, the data flow suddenly stabilized, then receded like a tide, and clear text surfaced on the screen. Name, Zhang Jianguo. Gender, male. Age, 52. Occupation, Deputy Director of Dongting City Education Bureau. A series of basic information was listed out. Lu Xian just skimmed over it. These were not the focus. He patiently waited for the follow-up. That was the real show. As expected, the text on the screen changed again. Black material generation in progress. Please wait. The progress bar moved forward at a speed visible to the naked eye, almost like a flash. Black material generation completed. Immediately afterward, there was the familiar redemption option. Option 1, 1000 points to redeem the complete black material package. Option 2, black material redemption coupon X1 to redeem the complete black material pack. Lu Xian raised his eyebrows and was just about to make a choice between the points and the redemption coupon. After all, for a person of Zhang Jianguo's caliber, the black material would definitely not be cheap. However, the next second, the prompt that popped up on the screen caused him to be slightly stunned. Detected that the content of the target character's black material involves a large number of characters and has a wide range of influence. In order to maintain the system's data balance, this black material will be provided free of charge. Lu Xian's fingertips paused, a hint of a playful smile on his face. Provided for free? The sun has come out of the west? This stingy system has actually turned a corner today? He stroked his chin, feeling that things might not be that simple. Free lunches often tasted the most special. And maintaining system data balance? Speaking in a grandiose manner, I think you're afraid that this melon is too big and has too much data? Lu Xian let out a light laugh and spat into the air. However, it was a waste not to want the black information that was delivered to the door for nothing. The next moment, the core black material about Zhang Jianguo was like a heavy bomb that exploded in front of Lu Xian's eyes. Core details of the black material. Zhang Jianguo, the Deputy Director of Dongting City Education Bureau, in his 25-year-long working career in the education system, was involved in various types of benefit exchange behaviors up to 1,353 times. His even Lu Xian, who was used to seeing all sorts of pickled things, couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air at this moment. 1,353 times. He quickly did some mental math. 25 years, an average of over 50 times per year. This meant that almost every week, this Deputy Director Zhan was engaging in a power and money deal or a favor hookup. Lu Xian couldn't help but let out a low curse, a hint of horror flashing under his eyes. This Zhang Jianguo is treating the Education Bureau as his own backyard, treating power as an ATM? The water in the mouth of education can actually be black to this extent? He originally thought that Zhang Jianguo was at most in his daughter's college entrance examination on this matter, plus some routine corruption and bribery, but did not expect, under this iceberg, but his so shocking corruption network. The information on the screen continues to refresh, and more detailed descriptions emerge. Specific description: the target character Zhang Jianguo, born in a poor farming family, with their own efforts to enter the university, after graduation to become a civil servant. Starting from the lowest level of township clerk, one step at a time, he gradually gained a firm foothold in the education system and eventually climbed to the position of Deputy Director of Dongting Municipal Education Bureau. His history of struggle can be called an inspirational model. However, underneath the glamorous appearance, he used his position to dye his hands in many aspects, including but not limited to elementary school enrollment quota allocation, middle school key class mobilization, high school choice index, university special enrollment recommendation, teacher title evaluation, education fund misappropriation, textbook procurement kickbacks, and other aspects over a long period of more than 20 years, and completed the cumulative exchange of benefits 1,353 times. An inspirational model? Lu Xian snorted, his tone filled with sarcasm. Where is this inspirational? This is clearly a history of the degeneration of the children of the humble family, an account of the raising of educational assholes. It was as if he could already see how many families' helpless sighs were behind those 1,353 transactions, how many students' fates were tampered with, and how many pairs of eyes thirsty for knowledge were blinded. An uncompromising junkie. Lu Xian's eyes plummeted cold. What shocked him even more was the scale of the system-generated black material PPT. This black material has been automatically organized into PPT format, totaling 14,888 pages, containing detailed textual records, photocopies of relevant bills, screenshots of bank flows, audio summaries of phone calls, mapping of the relationship between key players, and some video clips. 14,888 pages. Lu Xian looked at this number and felt his temples popping twice. Where the hell was this PPT? This was simply an encyclopedia about Zhang Jiangwo's sinful career. On average, for every exchange of benefits, there were nearly 10 pages of material to support it, and its level of exhaustiveness could be imagined. System, you've really put in the blood this time. Lu Xian slid the screen and quickly flipped through a few pages of PPT thumbnails. Pictures, tables, and densely packed text, each page exuded an undeniable irony. He noticed a detail: in those records involving specific transactions, the name, photo, and video footage of the other party who had exchanged benefits with Zhang were all covered in a thick mosaic, leaving only Zhang as a clear target. Oh? Still know about the coding? Lu Xian raised his eyebrows. What does this mean? Afraid that if I take a bite out of Dongting City's education sector's network of connections, the system server of yours won't be able to withstand it? On second thought, he felt that this system was afraid that it had other plans. System tip: in order to avoid triggering large-scale social panic and uncontrollable chain reactions, this free black material is only aimed at the core target figure Zhang Jiangwo. The information of the rest of the people involved has been blurred. If the host wishes to obtain the complete black material of a specific person involved, he or she still needs to follow the normal process of redemption. This system is committed to precision strikes and opposes indiscriminate map cannons. Come on, it's still precision strike, oppose map cannon. Lu Xian was amused by this system's flirty maneuver. To put it bluntly, you're afraid that I'll whore myself out too much, affecting your subsequent points income? What a treacherous system that doesn't see a rabbit without a hawk. However, he also understood that Zhang Jiangwo's share of black information alone was already enough to shock the heavens and earth. Lu Xian took a deep breath and extinguished his cell phone screen. The car once again fell into a silence, but in his heart, there were already waves. Zhang Jiangwo, Deputy Director of the Education Bureau, 1353 Exchange of Benefits, 14,000 pages of incriminating evidence. He originally just wanted Zhang Jiangwo to do a small favor and solve the matter of his cousin's college entrance examination results being replaced. Now it seemed that this Deputy Director Zhang was having trouble protecting himself. Originally, I only wanted you to shed some blood, but you had to pretend with me. Lu Xian leaned on the back of his chair and closed his eyes, but the icy arc at the corner of his mouth became more and more obvious. Now, this big gift, I don't know if you, Deputy Director Zhang, can't take it? He could already imagine, when this thick gift part, quietly sent to Zhang Jiangwo in front of him, his bureaucratic smile will become how wonderful. Chapter 84 Underestimated Lu Xian's Strength. Lu Xian's fingertip tapped on his cell phone screen, and from the 14,888-page-long PowerPoint, he carefully selected a page and took a screenshot. The content is not much, a somewhat fuzzy surveillance screenshot, with a few lines of text, recording the Dongting City Education Bureau Deputy Director Zhang Jiangwo in half a month ago, in a high-grade teahouse box, and a certain friend cordial conversation, and ultimately to help the friend's child solve the problem of enrollment in a key elementary school. Compared to the 1,353 shocking exchanges of interests, this is nothing but a piece of cake. Lu Xian chose the most recent thing to wake up Zhang Jiangwo, otherwise Lu Xian is also worried that Zhang Jiangwo cannot remember the previous, after all, so many years to do so many things. He sent the screenshot to Zhang Yining through social software, attaching a short text. Let your father take a look at this scene. Does it look familiar to his old man? My patience is limited, and for my cousin's matter, I hope to see a satisfactory result tomorrow. You know, I'm impatient and don't like to wait for people. The message was sent successfully. On the other hand, Zhang Yining had just slightly recovered from the nightmare of publicly kneeling down, hiding in the dormitory's bathroom, slapping her crying face with cold water. The ding-dong sound of her cell phone scared her, and she almost dropped the phone into the sink. Seeing that the sender was Lu Xian, her heart instantly rose to her throat and she trembled as she clicked on it. When she saw the screenshot and the text below, Zhang Yining felt her eyes darken, her legs weakened, and she almost collapsed on the ground. On the photo, the middle-aged man who was smiling with a folded face in the teahouse, who was it if not her dad, Zhang Jiangwo? Dad! Zhang Yining's lips trembled, her face as white as paper. Lu Xian! Lu Xian, how did he have this kind of thing? What in the world is he? Fear was like a big invisible hand that had a death grip on her throat. She could no longer care about face and decency, grabbed her cell phone and rushed out of the bathroom, not caring about the strange gazes of her roommates, stumbled to the balcony, and dialed Zhang Jiangwo's phone. The phone rang for a long time before it was answered, and Zhang Jiangwo's voice came from the other end with a little bit of alcohol, as if he was socializing. Hey, Yining, what's the matter at this late hour? Dad is busy over here. There was a hint of displeasure at being disturbed in his tone. Dad. As soon as Zhang Yining opened her mouth, her voice took on a crying tone, almost screaming out, Dad. Something has happened. Something big has happened. What are you panicking about? Is the sky falling? Zhang Jiangguo was somewhat enraged by his daughter's disoriented tone and lowered his voice to scold, speak properly. Crying and wailing, what's it like? Dad. Lu Xian. He has your picture. Zhang Yining was incoherent, shivering as she relayed the screenshots and text content sent by Lu Xian to Zhang Jiangguo in a brainwave. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Jiangguo's voice, which was still a bit drunk, instantly sobered up for the most part. When he finished listening to his daughter's account, especially the phrase help your friend's child solve the key elementary school quota, his heart, which was still quite calm, sank violently. Photos? What photos? Zhang Jiangguo's drunkenness was completely gone, and his voice was permeated with a trace of imperceptible nervousness. He quickly recalled, half a month ago, the tea house, there was indeed such a thing. Helping an old friend's child get an elementary school place was nothing more than a show of hands for him, and he didn't know how many of these things he had to deal with in a year. He also said, let you see if it looks familiar or not. Zhang Yining sobbed, and Lu Xian's original words were again repeated it. Zhang Jiangguo held the cell phone, a fine layer of cold sweat seeped out from his forehead, and his back was a little cold. This Lu Xian could actually get his hands on something like this? Was it a coincidence, or? He forced himself to be calm and said into the phone, Yining, don't panic first. Isn't it just a photo? What can it mean? That boyfriend of yours, is he trying to scare me with this? Dad. He's not trying to scare me. Don't forget that he knows about my college entrance exam. Zhang Yining finally said the most crucial sentence, her voice filled with despair. Ah, right. I'm confused. These words were like thunderbolts from a clear sky. Zhang Jiangguo only felt his head buzzing and almost didn't crush his cell phone. The matter of his daughter's college entrance examination was something that he personally operated, thinking that he had done it seamlessly. How could this Lu Xian know about it? He knows all. He said he has detailed evidence, PPT. Zhang Yining's voice was getting smaller and smaller with a strong fear. Zhang was shocked and furious at the moment, but more than anything, it was a chilling feeling of being targeted by an unknown force. He was silent for a few seconds, his mind racing. This Lu Xian was definitely not simple. Yining, you give me his contact information. No, you tell him that I want to see him. I'll book a flight right now and rush to Yanjing overnight. I'd like to see what kind of cow devil he is. Zhang Jiangguo's voice became somber, carrying a pressure of a long-time superior. He was calculating in his heart, a college student, even if he had something in his hand, how much of a wave could he turn up? I've been in the bureaucracy for decades, what battles have I not seen? Mostly young people do not know the sky is thick, want to blackmail some benefits. Dad. He is not to be messed with. Zhang Yining still wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Zhang Jiangguo. Alright. You stay out of it. Send me your localization, I'll go directly to your school to look for you when I arrive, then you take me to him. Zhang Jiangguo's tone was undeniable, a little brat, I still can't clean him up? Don't worry, with Dad here, I'll let him rot those so-called secrets honestly in his stomach tonight. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Jiangguo immediately asked his secretary to book the latest flight to Yanjing. At the same time, he utilized his connections within the education system to retrieve Lu Xian's school records. A few minutes later, a detailed information about Lu Xian was sent to his cell phone. Lu Xian, male, 19 years old, freshman in the computer science department of Yanjing University. Zhang Jiangguo looked at it word by word, his brows getting tighter and tighter. When he saw the column of family background, stating that his parents were ordinary peasants, his family was poor, and he even barely got out of poverty not long ago, his tightly locked brows suddenly stretched out, and the corner of his mouth even revealed a cold smile. I thought it was some kind of extraordinary background, after all this, it's just a poor student? The stone hanging in Zhang Jiangguo's heart instantly fell most of the way. In his opinion, this kind of poor boy without power and influence was the best to deal with. Either giving some money to silence him or applying a little pressure would make him obedient. A brat who just got out of poverty, how dare you play tricks in front of me? I don't know how to die. Zhang Jiangguo snorted coldly, a trace of contempt and viciousness flashing in his eyes. He had already thought of 7 or 8 ways to make Lu Xian obedient. As for what his daughter had said about the PPT and the detailed evidence, he hadn't given it much thought. Most likely this kid does not know from where he heard some, and then add oil and vinegar, want to engage in extortion and blackmail. He helped his old friend's child to solve an elementary school quota this small, even if it was really photographed, so what? At most, it's a violation of the law, and it can be suppressed after a bit of operation. He did not realize that what Lu Xian sent him was just the tip of the iceberg, an appetizer. The main course of more than 14,000 pages was enough to completely bury his entire career, along with the rest of his life. Zhang Yining was still immersed in great fear. She hadn't been able to clearly describe Lu Xian's terrifying features to her father, nor had she told him about Lu Xian's almost demonic tactics and ruthless nature. In her opinion, her father was a deputy director, a high-ranking position, and could definitely solve everything. Chapter 85, Meeting in Yanjing Tonight. Zhang Yining clutched her cell phone, her hands were full of cold sweat and her fingertips were slightly white from exertion. She took several deep breaths before summoning the courage to dial Lu Xian's number. Every ring of the waiting tone was like a heavy hammer hitting her heart. Hello. Lu Xian's clear and cold still voice came from the other end of the phone, unable to hear any emotions. Lu Xian brother, Zhang Yining's voice trembled out of shape, with a trace of hoarseness of having just cried. My dad he wants to see you, said. That he will arrive in Yanjing tonight. Oh? The action is quite fast. Lu Xian's tone is flat and waveless, as if he is just talking about an insignificant trifle. Okay, I know, the place you set a good notice me. This extraordinary calmness made the fear in Zhang Yining's heart deepen a few more points. She bit her lower lip, hesitated again and again, and finally was driven by an inexplicable impulse, lowered her voice, and said with a volume that was almost a whisper, Brother Lu Xian. And there's also that, my father, he seems to want to clean you up. You better still be a little prepared. After saying this sentence, Zhang Yining felt as if her whole body's strength had been drained, her heart thumped wildly, and her hands and feet were cold. She didn't know why she had to remind Lu Xian, obviously that person was her father. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds, and then came a barely audible light laugh from Lu Xian with a hint of playfulness. Clean me up? It seems that your father is still unwilling and wants to get to the root of the problem? He paused, and a hint of teasing was added to his tone. However, you've done quite well this time, knowing who is your master. Zhang Yining's cheeks instantly turned red. That phrase, knowing who is your master, hit her like a current, making her ashamed, and at the same time, a strange, recognizable feeling of theft surged deep in her heart. At the same time, a strange, recognized joy surged deep in her heart. Brother Lu Xian actually praised me. He actually said that I did a good job. This feeling made her forget about her father's impending thunderous wrath for a moment, as well as her own wretched situation at the moment. That's it. Lu Xian said indifferently and hung up the phone. Zhang Yining held the beeping cell phone, the deer was banging around in her chest, and her cheeks burned terribly. That compliment just now was like a honey, causing a hint of sweetness to flood her confused mind. As long as she can get Lu Xian brother's approval, it seems like doing anything is worth it. She was completely unaware that she had already unknowingly handed out her father's bottom card quietly. Poor Zhang Jianguo, at this moment, is still flying to Yanjing flight, rubbing his fists, fantasizing about how do not know the sky high and thick. Poor students pinch flat and rub round, but do not know that their own daughter has been on the verge of turning against the other side of the messenger. The night is getting thicker. Yanjing's autumn wind is particularly gloomy. Zhang Jianguo rushed to the neighborhood of his daughter's school, and sat down in a private room of a restaurant that Zhang Yining had booked in advance. Zhang Yining was the only one in the private room, her head lowered, fidgeting. Where is everyone? That kid called Lu Xian hasn't arrived yet? Zhang Jianguo glanced at his wristwatch, his brows twisted into lumps, his tone disgruntled, not a small frame. Making me, the elder, wait for him? He grunted heavily, picking up his teacup and taking a sip. The tea didn't quench the fire in his heart. Dad, don't be angry, brother Lu Xian he probably has something delayed. Zhang Yining whispered in defense of Lu Xian, her voice as thin as a gnat. Zhang Jianguo raised his head violently, his sharp gaze scraping across his daughter's face like a knife. Silly girl. What time is it? You are still talking to him? Is your brain kicked by a donkey? He's holding the handle of our family in his hand, he's threatening us. Do you understand? He got angrier and angrier, pointing at Zhang Yining's nose. I'm telling you, when he comes later, you won't say a word. Let's see how I'll deal with this brat who doesn't know how to die. I have to let him know how many eyes the Horse King has. Zhang Yining was admonished by her father and lowered her head, not daring to speak again, but her heart was in a state of confusion, worrying that her father would really do something to Lu Xian, but also vaguely expecting that Lu Xian would be able to gently resolve everything like before. Just at this time, the door of the private room was pushed open from the outside, even knocking on the door without the courtesy. Zhang Jianguo is holding a bellyful of fire, heard the sound of fierce turn back, ready to preempt the other side of a downward spiral. At the doorway stood a young man with a straight figure, wearing simple casual clothes, his hands casually inserted in his pants pockets, his expression indifferent, his eyes calm as a deep, bottomless ancient pool. It was Lu Xian. Zhang Jianguo sized up Lu Xian, had to admit, this kid looks really talented, sword eyebrow and starry eyes, nose high and straight, temperament is also far beyond the same age. In terms of appearance alone, standing together with his daughter, it is really a match made in heaven. It's a pity that he threatened me. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. The fire in Zhang Jiangguo's heart increased instead of decreasing. The more outstanding this brat was, the more piercing he felt. "Brother Lu Xian, you're here." Seeing this, Zhang Yining hurriedly got up and greeted him like a frightened bunny, subconsciously trying to take Lu Xian's arm, seeking a hint of security. Lu Xian, however, sidestepped her touch without any trace, and his gaze crossed over her and directly landed on Zhang Jiangguo, who had an iron face on the main seat, the corner of his mouth hooked up with a seemingly unnoticeable curvature, and he said with a smile on his face, "Deputy Director Zhang, right? Nice to meet you. This brat. Too crazy." Zhang Jiangguo was so infuriated by Lu Xian's unself-conscious attitude that he almost slapped the table on the spot. What did he mean by "nice to meet you"? Does this kid even know the most basic manners? Lu Xian didn't seem to notice Zhang Jiangguo's eyes that were about to burst into flames as he walked straight to the table, casually pulling open the chair next to Zhang Yining and sat down in a big way, his movements smooth and natural, as if he was the master of this place. "Uncle," Lu Xian's body slightly leaned back, leaning on the back of the chair, his tone was flat as if he was chatting with an irrelevant person. "Time is precious, let's not beat around the bush, I'll get right to the point." This time, it was even more so that Zhang Jiangguo was on fire, his lungs were about to explode. This kid was too arrogant. Too impolite. Simply treating himself, the deputy director, as heir. He was about to have a fit, but he saw Lu Xian slowly fished out his cell phone from his pocket and casually threw it on the old wooden round table in the private room with a pop. The phone slid a short distance and stopped right in front of Zhang Jiangguo. "Uncle, or first look at what's inside." Lu Xian leisurely crossed his legs, felt out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it as if no one else was there, took a deep breath, and then spat out a faint smoke ring toward Zhang Jiangguo, his eyes with a hint of contempt. "After you finish reading, it's not too late for you to get angry again." Zhang Jiangguo was stunned by Lu Xian's series of actions, and his originally prepared stomach of lecturing words was stifled. He looked at the black cell phone on the desktop, a trace of ominous foreboding inexplicably rose in his heart, and the air of condescension unconsciously subsided by a few points. He took a deep breath, suppressed the anger and the inexplicable apprehension in his heart, reached out his hand, and somewhat stiffly picked up the cell phone on the table. Chapter 86, Fish Death? Barefoot is not afraid to wear shoes. Zhang Jiangguo exhaled a breath of air. Obviously the air conditioning in the room is open enough, but his forehead is a thin layer of sweat. I do not know why, in the face of this young Lu Xian, he had some inexplicable weakness. This kid, too calm not like a fresh college student. He stretched out his hand, fingertips in touch with the cold cell phone screen, a slight beat. The screen was lit up, and it was the same PPT that he had previously scoffed at. On the first page, there was a picture of him at the meditation tea house half a month ago, accompanied by a few lines of small print, recording the time, location, box number, and his deeds of helping his old friend's child to solve the problem of enrollment in a key elementary school. And even the other side to send a set of purple sandpots brand and roughly market price are clearly labeled. Zhang Jiangguo pupils violently shrunk, heartbeat missed half a beat. How is this possible? He forced himself to calm down and slid his finger somewhat stiffly to the right. The second page, the third page. On each page, there was a stain, a transaction, from the last 20 years of his working life. Time, place, person the other party was coded, the incident, the amount or items involved, and some are even accompanied by a screenshot of the bank flow fragments, or a few key phrases of the call recording text summary. Those things that he had deliberately forgotten, thought had long been buried deep, and even things that he thought he had done seamlessly, were now transformed into cold words and pictures, and were nakedly displayed in front of his eyes. He saw a photo from 5 years ago. In a lavishly decorated KTV box, he put his arm around the shoulders of an educational equipment supplier and smiled all smiles, with several thick envelopes on the table. He also saw a photocopy of a document 10 years ago, above his signature of the dragon flying. The content is the misappropriation of a special education fund. That matter, he remembered Toto's several layers of relations, the effort of 9 oxen and 2 tigers to press down, thinking that God does not know the ghosts and ghosts do not realize. Zhang Jiangguo's face blood color faded a little bit, cold sweat slipped down the temples, dripping on the dark tablecloth, haloed a small group of wet marks. His hand holding the cell phone began to tremble gently and uncontrollably. This is not a PPT, this is clearly a book that records his sins. A book that was enough to bring him to his doom. He flipped page by page. The more he flipped, the colder his heart became, the more his hands shook. The horrifying number of 14,888 pages was hovering in his mind, pressing him to the point where he could hardly breathe. This kid, what kind of person is he? How could he possibly grasp so much, in such detail? At this moment, he finally realized how wrong he was. He had completely underestimated Lu Xian's strength and overestimated his own energy. When he flipped to a certain page and saw a blurry photo of himself drunkenly being assisted by a young woman as he walked into an upscale hotel, Zhang couldn't hold on any longer and nearly threw his cell phone right out. Who? He panted heavily, reaching out to haphazardly wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, and coughed heavily a few more times in an attempt to cover up his loss of composure. The air in the booth seemed to freeze, leaving only the sound of his increasingly rapid breathing. Finally, he shakily put down his cell phone and slowly raised his head to look at Lu Xian. That usually majestic and accustomed face, at this moment, he hardened and squeezed out a smile that was worse than crying, and his voice carried a trace of imperceptible hoarseness and flattery. Lu Xian, you see this matter is a mess. In fact, we are all family, why make it so stiff? He tried to make his tone sound kinder, even with a few points of elder love. Yuan Yining's matter, I actually saw it a long time ago. Yining, this child, from a young age let me spoil, temper is not too good, but the heart is kind. It's her good fortune that you like her, and it's also the good fortune of our old Zhang family. Zhang Yining was dumbfounded at the sight, her small face instantly turned red, blushing and lowering her head, her fingers nervously picking at the corner of her coat. She completely did not expect that her father, who had always been stern, would have such a 180-degree turn in his attitude. Dad. What are you talking about? She muttered in a small voice, her voice was as thin as a gnat, but her heart was like carrying a small rabbit, thumping. Lu Xian brother. And me? Zhang Jianguo saw his daughter's appearance, his heart cursed stupid, but his face smiled more amiable. Yining, look at you, you're still shy. Lu Xian is so good, you have to hold on tight. Mom and Dad both support you. Saying that, he turned to Lu Xian, his smile getting brighter and brighter, as if the overbearing deputy director just now was just an illusion. Lu Xian, you young people fall in love, it's not good for us as elders to interfere too much. However, since your feelings are so good, KO have not considered when to finalize the marriage. I know, your family conditions may. Well, temporarily some difficulties. Never mind. Zhang Jianguo waved his hand, a generous look, the car, a house, our family is all wrapped up. As long as you're little couple and beautiful, then what is strong? Oh, ha. He smiled so much that his eyes narrowed into slits, as if Lu Xian was already his son-in-law. Zhang Yining was at the side, her cheeks were so red that they were about to drip blood, her head was lowered, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Dad actually agreed, and also bought us a car and a house. This silly girl, completely immersed in her own unrealistic fantasies, did not notice the weird intense atmosphere in the private room at this moment. Ha! An extremely light snort broke Zhang Jianguo's self-directed warmth. Lu Xian's cocked erlang leg swayed gently, the cigarette between his fingers smoldering as he looked at Zhang Jianguo with a smirk, his eyes filled with undisguised contempt and mockery. Deputy Director Zhang, he opened his mouth slowly, each word was like a slap on Zhang Jianguo's face. What time is it, and your old man is starting to talk nonsense? Or is this a case of you getting high before you've even had a drink? Zhang Jianguo's smile instantly froze on his face, his muscles twitching unnaturally twice. Your precious daughter. Lu Xian's gaze turned to Zhang Yining, who was still red-faced on the side, the corner of his mouth curling up into a playful arc. If I tell her to go east, does she dare to go west? If I tell her to kneel down, does she dare to stand? Based on this, you're talking to me about marriage? Deputy Director Zhang, don't you think this is ridiculous? When Zhang Yining heard this, the blush on her face instantly faded and turned white, shame, embarrassment, and a hint of inexplicable aggression surged to her heart, and her eyes instantly turned red. The muscles on Zhang Jianguo's face trembled even more, green for a while and white for a while, the veins at the corners of his forehead jumping. He forced down the anger and humiliation in his heart and said in a dry voice, Lu Xian. Little friend, leave a thread in everything, and you will see each other in the future. You're still young, the road ahead is still long, there's no need to do things so absolutely right. Oh? Lu Xian raised an eyebrow. What Deputy Director Zhang means is that he wants to break the net with me. You. Zhang Jianguo violently stood up from his chair, almost knocking over the chair behind him because he got up too quickly. His face flushed red, his eyes glaring roundly as he pointed at Lu Xian, his voice trembling slightly from anger. Lu Xian. Don't you bully people too much. I, Zhang Jianguo, have been in Dongting City for decades, and I am not a soft persimmon to be pinched. If I'm pushed, the big deal is that we'll all end up together. He tried to use this gesture of going down together to retrieve a little bit of dignity and initiative. However, Lu Xian only looked at him indifferently, his eyes so calm that it was as if he was looking at a jumping clown. In the next second, Lu Xian suddenly stretched out his hand and picked up the cup that Zhang Jianguo had just filled with tea at the table. Splat! A cup of boiling hot tea, unbiased, splashed as much as it could onto Zhang Jianguo's face, which was twisted by his anger. Tea leaves and water droplets ran down his stunned cheeks in a sorry mess. Ah! Zhang Yining screamed in shock and covered her mouth. Zhang was dumbfounded by this sudden cup of hot tea, his mind went blank and he only felt a fiery pain on his face. Damn, gave you face huh? Lu Xian's voice turned abruptly cold, carrying a chillingly fierce aura. Still dare to fish with me? He fiercely stood up and thumped the empty cup in his hand on the table, making a muffled bang sound. Come on. I'm barefoot, but I'm still afraid of you, the one who wears shoes? Lu Xian pressed a step closer, his eyes sharp as knives, stabbing straight into Zhang Jianguo's heart. I'll send these things online now. I'll let you, Deputy Director Zhang, be on the hot headlines in minutes. Do you believe it or not, if you don't wait to walk out of this door today, the people from the Discipline Inspection Commission's Bureau of Investigation will have to come over and invite you back for tea? Chapter 87 Desperate Zhang Family Father and Daughter. Zhang Jianguo watched as Lu Xian's long and slender fingers slid unhurriedly across the screen of his cell phone, his fingertips pressed 3 numbers, and finally stopped at the dialing interface, as if he was going to press it in the next second. His brain buzzed sound, all the official prestige, calculations, anger, in this instant was washed away by fear. The cold cell phone screen, at this moment in his eyes, is even more terrifying than a death charm. Don't! Don't! Zhang Jianguo practically rolled and bounced up from the chair, and because of the violent movement, his knee hit the corner of the table hard, hurting him so much that he showed his teeth, but he couldn't care less. He took 3 steps and jogged to Lu Xian's side, his face piled up with a fawning smile that was worse than crying, and grabbed Lu Xian's wrist that was about to press the dialing button. Lu Xian. My virtuous son-in-law. Aya, my good son-in-law. Zhang Jianguo's voice brought a sobbing tone, but the force in his hand did not dare to be too great, for fear of annoying this master. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I'm just kidding. I'm just joking with you to liven up the atmosphere. Look at this child, why do you still take it seriously? His other hand shivering from his pocket to feel out the cigarette box, do not care to see what brand, randomly pull out a, hands cup to Lu Xian, waist almost bent into 90 degrees. Come, son-in-law, smoke a cigarette, calm down. We are all family, we don't talk about 2 families. With that groveling appearance, where was half the majesty of the deputy director, just like a nodding and haggling store assistant? Zhang Yining was dumbfounded as she watched from the sidelines. How had she ever seen her high-powered father look like this? For a while, she even forgot to be afraid and just looked dumbfounded. Lu Xian didn't even bother to raise his eyelids, letting Zhang Jianguo grab his wrist. His tone was flat and wave-free. A family? Deputy Director Zhang, I can't afford it. Io, Xian's son-in-law said this, out of the ordinary is not it? Zhang Jianguo forehead cold sweat with no money like downward flow, back of the clothes are soaked. Your cousin's matter, is not just a matter of words. Uncle certainly give you to do properly. Just a little misunderstanding here. You listen to my explanation. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva, carefully organizing the wording. Xian's son-in-law, not uncle, does not help you, really? This thing is a little tricky. I, too, secretly checked, your cousin that achievement, indeed was moved, out of nowhere. But, the other party did too clean, a little trace did not leave. I suspect the person behind this, the energy is not small, the water is very deep So, that's why I didn't dare to act rashly for a while, for fear of spooking the snake, but instead, it's bad, don't you think so? Zhang Jianguo said, while secretly observing Lu Xian's face. See, he did not have any reaction, the heart slightly stabilized, continued to cry. Think about it, if it is not the other side of the hand and eye of the sky, how is it possible to do so watertight? I'm also trying to protect you and our family, Yining. In case I annoy someone who shouldn't be annoyed, then the consequences. He didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was already obvious, that is, he wanted to dump the pot on an unfounded, powerful opponent. Lu Xian finally had a reaction. He slowly raised his eyes, his gaze like 2 knives quenched with ice, piercing straight to the bottom of Zhang Jianguo's heart. Oh? Is that so? The corner of Lu Xian's mouth hooked up into a sneer. You mean, you can't handle my cousin's matter? No. It can be done. It can definitely be done. Zhang Jianguo was looked at by Lu Xian and felt hairy in his heart. He quickly waved his hand. It just takes a little bit of time, a little bit of room to maneuver. Xian's son-in-law, you rest assured, uncle, I exclude this old face, also must. Okay. Lu Xian impatiently interrupted him and violently flung his hand, and Zhang Jianguo's hand that was gripping his wrist loosened like an electric shock. The cigarette that had been held by Zhang Jianguo for half a day also fell to the ground with a snap. Then are you farting when you've been delaying me for half a ing day? Lu Xian's voice turned cold without a trace of temperature. Zhang Jianguo was shaken by this sudden rebuke, and the smile on his face instantly froze, embarrassed beyond recognition. He was at least a deputy director. In Dongting City is also stomping the ground to tremble 3 times the figure. When has he ever suffered this kind of humiliation? Pointing at his nose. And is nodding in waist, and is to compensate for the smile, this kid how also stirred the nose on the face? An evil fire surged up from the bottom of Zhang Jianguo's heart, instantly overpowering his pathetic bit of sanity. Boom! Zhang Jianguo slammed the table, and the teacups and dishes were shaken to the ground. Lu Xian. His face flushed red, veins rippled on his neck as he pointed at Lu Xian's nose and roared, don't you give your face away. I am at least Yining's father, your elder. What kind of attitude is that? Zhang Yining was so shocked by her father's sudden outburst that her body trembled, and tears instantly welled up as she timidly looked at Lu Xian and then at her own father, at a loss for words. Elder? Lu Xian snorted, his eyes contemptuous as if he was looking at a jumping clown. He slowly and methodically fished out his own cell phone from his pocket, and in front of Zhang Jianguo, he unlocked the screen and tapped his finger on it a few times quickly. Bah! Lu Xian spat towards the ground, his voice was not loud but full of extreme insults. With this demeanor, you deserve to be an elder? If you have a fart, go put it with the Discipline Inspection Committee. As soon as his words fell, the cell phone screen already displayed a progress bar of several files being uploaded at a rapid pace. Zhang Yining, don't blame me for being ruthless either. Lu Xian's gaze turned to the watering Zhang Yining, his tone icy cold. If you want to blame your ill-conceived father for seeking death on his own. What have you done? Zhang Jianguo looked at the blinding progress bar on Lu Xian's cell phone screen. An ominous foreboding instantly enveloped his entire body, and he lost his voice and screamed. It's nothing. Lu Xian said indifferently, as if he had only done a trivial thing. Pack up your 14,888 pages of glorious deeds and those little secrets of your baby girl's falsified grades and send them online for the entire nation to appreciate it. Deputy Director Zhang, you say, you and your daughter, who will catch fire first? No. Zhang Jianguo was struck by lightning, his eyes glaring roundly, blood instantly covering his eyeballs. He finally understood what Lu Xian had done, that PPT, that evidence. If it was really exposed. I'll fight you. Zhang Jianguo was like a mad tiger, hissing as he pounced towards Lu Xian, wanting to snatch his cell phone. He only had one thought right now, destroy that cell phone at all costs. He regretted it, he really regretted it. If he had known this, he should have just smashed that cell phone directly just now. Whatever the evidence, destroy it first. He didn't know that Lu Xian had used his cell phone to operate in front of him, but only to increase the impact of this despair. Even if the phone shattered into crumbs, the Black Material app system would still be able to spread those incriminating evidence to every corner of the network. You dare to destroy our Zhang family? I'll kill you. Zhang Jianguo's face was hideous, his eyes red, like a wild beast that had been driven into a desperate situation. Lu Xian's eyes chilled as he faced the pouncing Zhang Jianguo without flashing or avoiding, only casually lifting a foot. Bang! With a muffled sound, Zhang Jianguo's slightly bloated body flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings, ruthlessly hitting the wall of the private room, and then fell to the ground with a thud, covering his stomach, bowing up like a boiled shrimp, rolling on the ground in pain, and not even able to send out a miserable scream. Dad! Zhang Yining screamed and cried out before rushing over. Lu Xian's eyes were ice cold, and he backhanded him with a slap. Splat! The crisp slapping sound echoed in the private room. 5 clear fingerprints instantly surfaced on Zhang Yining's fair cheeks, and she was hit so hard that she stumbled and fell to the ground, a trace of blood seeping out from the corner of her mouth. The tremendous impact and humiliation made her mind go blank, and her tears rolled down like broken beads as she cried with pearly blossoms in sadness. Lu Xian brother. Why did you do this to me? Why did you harm me? Zhang Yining covered her fiery cheeks, her voice trembling, her eyes filled with incomprehension, resentment, and despair. She did not understand why brother Lu Xian, who had been so gentle to her a moment ago, had become so cold and heartless. Lu Xian slowly walked to the paralyzed Zhang Yining and looked at her condescendingly, without a trace of pity in his eyes. He reached out his hand and roughly pinched her tiny chin, forcing her to raise her head to meet his gaze. Why? The corner of Lu Xian's mouth hooked up into a cruel arc, his voice as cold as ice. That's something you should ask yourself, as well as your smarmy father. After saying that, he violently flung his hand and threw Zhang Yining away. Zhang Yining once again fell to the ground, disoriented and tearful as she looked at Lu Xian's determined back. Lu Xian straightened his collar, as if he had just patted off a few grains of dust, and without looking back, he pulled open the door of the private room and walked straight out, leaving behind him a mess and 2 people who had fallen into endless despair. Chapter 88. Zhang Jianguo was taken away to investigate. Zhang Jianguo felt like he was hit head-on by a high-speed truck, his internal organs were all misplaced, and after a long time, the heartbreaking pain eased a little. He braced himself against the cold wall and stood up shakily, his ribs looking like they were about to break with every movement. Next to him, Zhang Yining's crying had already changed from screaming at the beginning to intermittent sobbing. Her hair was disheveled, her face still had clear slap marks, her delicate makeup had long been washed away by tears, and she was shrinking pitifully in the corner. Dad! Dad, how are you? She saw Zhang Jianguo get up and asked with a sobbing voice, her voice shaking beyond recognition. It's over. It's all over. The internet is everywhere online. Saying that you are a big corrupt official, saying that I say that my grades are fake. Ooh woo. I'm on the hot search. We're all on the hot search. She held up her cell phone, and on the screen was a list of hot searches on all major social media platforms, with headlines that were more shocking than one another. Shocking Big Melon. Dongting Education Bureau Deputy Director Zhang Jianguo fall from the horse fact. The goddess of Yen University, Zhang Yining, has been proved to have cheated on the college entrance exam. A father and daughter are working together, and the chain of transactions is exposed. Zhang Jianguo only glanced at it, and felt a blackout before his eyes, his temples jumping straight up. He took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and said in a mute voice, "Don't panic. Yining, there's Dad in. Dad made a phone call first." He trembled and touched his cell phone from his pocket. The screen was stained with the tea that had just been splashed. He wiped it haphazardly and found a number that he knew by heart and dialed it. This was one of the backers he had operated in the system for many years and considered himself the most ironclad elder Song. The phone rang for a long time before being picked up, and an old and calm voice came from the opposite side, unable to hear any emotions. Hello? Song. Song Lao. Zhang Jianguo tried to make his voice sound less wretched, even squeezing out a hint of ingratiation. It's me, Zhang Wo. I have a small situation on my side, and would like to ask you. Zhang Wo. Song Lao interrupted him in a salty manner, his tone carrying a hint of a sigh. If any, I already know about your matter. Those things on the internet, I've also read them. Zhang Jianguo's heart sank violently, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. You, Elder Song's voice was still smooth, but it was permeated with a coldness that rejected people, still too careless. How can you leave so many handles behind for this kind of thing, and have them all shaken out at once? Confused. Elder Song, I. Zhang Jianguo still wanted to explain, still wanted to plead. Alright, things have come to this point, there is no point in talking more. Song Lao's voice took on a hint of impatience. You did it yourself, take the blame yourself. Think about your wife and child, take the initiative, account for what should be accounted for clearly. The above may also be remembered in some of your past hard work. Do. The phone was hung up dryly. Zhang Jianguo gripped the cell phone, his arm hanging down feebly, his eyes empty, cold sweat beating down on his forehead, wetting his already thinning hair and sticking woefully to his scalp. Finished? Even Song Lao is. Undeterred, he thought of another person, a colleague who had once received his heavenly favor, old Zhou. As if he had grabbed the last straw, he hurriedly dialed old Zhou's phone. Hello, old Zhou? It's me, Zhang Jianguo. You quickly help me, I have a big problem. His voice with a crying tone, full of desperate begging. The other end of the phone was silent for a few seconds, and then came the slightly panicked voice of Lao Zhou. Old Zheng? Where are you? You now? You cannot fool around. I tell you, you those things. Now who stained who bad luck? You better behave yourself. Don't involve us innocent people. Think about your family. Pa. The phone was hung up again, faster and more decisively than Song Lao. Zhang Jianguo was completely paralyzed, sliding down the wall like a puddle of mud and sitting on the cold floor. He knew that he was completely finished. Those who used to call brother and brother, push cups of friends, backer, in front of the real crisis, run faster than anyone. Evidence, ironclad, who dares to reach out at this time to pull him a hand? Not to fall into the well would already be considered benevolent and righteous. His mind flashed through countless thoughts, and finally turned into a dead ash. For the sake of his wife, for the sake of his daughter. He must take all the blame on himself, biting to death is all done by him alone, maybe he can still give them a way to live. As for Yining, withdrawal is certain, cannot avoid the disaster of prison, depends on his performance. Yining. Zhang Jianguo voice hoarse, reached out his hand, gently holding his daughter's cold hand, breathless comfort. Don't be afraid. There is a father. Dad will not let you have anything. Zhang Yining has long been crying uncontrollably. She backhandedly grasped her father's hand tightly, as if grasping the only driftwood. Dad. Will I be arrested? I don't want to go to jail. I don't want to. Oh. It won't happen, Yining. Dad assures you that you'll be fine. Zhang Jianguo's eyes dimmed as he continued to speak an assurance that even he didn't believe. It's just that the school definitely won't be able to go on. It's going to be withdrawn from school. Before he finished his words, the door of the private room was suddenly pushed open from outside. Several middle-aged men wearing dark suits with serious expressions walked in, and the one in the lead swept his gaze sharply around, finally settling on Zhang Jianguo. Excuse me, is this Comrade Zhang Jianguo? The man in the lead flashed out a red work permit, his tone devoid of the slightest emotion. We are from the Municipal Disciplinary Inspection Committee. You are suspected of a serious violation of discipline and law, using your position to gain undue benefits for yourself and others. Now please go back with us to be investigated. Zhang Jianguo drooped his head, as if he had instantly aged a dozen years. Where was there any semblance of the usual majesty and grandeur of a deputy director? He nodded silently, like a walking corpse whose soul had been drained away. He slowly stood up, each step was like dragging a 1,000-pound weight, and followed the people from the Discipline Inspection Commission towards the outside of the private room. Dad! Dad! Zhang Yining cried out and chased after him, but was stopped by a Discipline Commission officer. Zhang didn't turn around, just hunched his back and disappeared at the end of the corridor, and was eventually taken to a black car parked in front of the hotel, which quickly drove away. And the originator of all this, Lu Xian, is now walking leisurely on the boulevard of Yinjing University. Host successfully reported special character Zhang Jianguo's Black Material app version updated to version 1.0.3. Black Material app version 1.0.3, unlocking exposure of Black Material to get rewards. Reward, 1,000 points. Reward, King of Soldiers level fighting technique. Reward, Physical Fitness 8082. These unexpected rewards made even Lu Xian elated. The wind of the autumn night carried a hint of coolness, blowing his coat slightly. He took out his cell phone and casually tapped on a few mainstream social platforms. Douyin, Crooked Neck, Little Broken Station, and KS. Without exception, the top few of the hot search list were all firmly occupied by keywords such as Zhang Jianguo, Zhang Yining, and Yen University's dance fraud Zhang Jianguo, Zhang Yining, Yen University fraud and other keywords firmly occupied. The comments section below even exploded. A real-life version of the officialdom present story. This melon keep right. 14,888 pages of PPT, this must be greedy how much ah. The comrades of the Discipline Inspection Commission can use it as evidence. The goddess of Yen University? I think it's a joke for Yen University. This kind of person doesn't deserve to be in Yanda University. Strictly investigate. It must be investigated. We'll arrest any assholes in the education system. My heart goes out to the innocent candidate who lost her place. Where's the fairness? Chapter 89. Zhang Yining's mom, Lin Jiling. She looked at the empty doorway, the scene of those cold-looking men taking her father away just now replaying in her mind like slow motion. Dad! She murmured and whispered, tears breaking out once again. Cold fear gripped her heart like a million tiny hands, leaving her breathless. It was over, everything was over. She sat paralyzed on the ground, her body shivering uncontrollably, her eyes staring dully at the direction where Zhang Jianguo had just been taken. What to do? What should she do? Since childhood, she was the princess who was held in her heart, and Zhang Jianguo was her sky, shielding her from the wind and rain and smoothing out everything. But now, the sky had collapsed. She wiped her tears haphazardly and fumbled with her hands to dig out her cell phone from her bag. On the screen, those eye-piercing hot search titles were still refreshing, and every word was like a sharp knife, ruthlessly piercing into her heart. That's right, Mom. She still had her mom. Zhang Yining looked like she had grabbed the last straw, her fingers trembling before she finally dialed her mother Lin Jiling's phone. The phone rang several times before it was picked up, and a slightly lethargic, but still sweet and delicate voice came from the other end, with a bit of elegance. Hey, Lin Ning, it's so late, what's the matter? This voice, if it was normally heard, only felt pleasant and melodious, but at this moment, in Zhang Yining's ears, it was as if it came from another world, out of place with the despair in front of her. Mom! Mom! Dad! Dad, he was taken away. Oh! As soon as Zhang Yining heard her mother's voice, all her strength instantly fell apart and she cried uncontrollably. Lin Jiling on the other end of the phone obviously froze for a moment, and then her voice rose a few degrees, her sweet flavor a few points less, a few points more sharp. What? Taken away? What happened? Who took him? It's someone from the Discipline Inspection Commission. Oh. Mom, what to do? Zhang Yining choked and came up for air. Discipline Inspection Committee? Lin Jiling's voice chilled, meaning, don't cry first, speak slowly, what's going on? Although her tone was pretending to be calm, the slight tremors still revealed her inner unrest. Zhang Yining sobbed, intermittently, and with great difficulty, she was able to roughly tell the story of what happened, starting from Lu Xian taking out that PPT, to her father being taken away just now. Of course, she deliberately concealed the details of how she betrayed her father and tipped off Lu Xian. The phone was silent for a few seconds. Lin Jiling's voice sounded again, with a hint of suspicion and gravity, that Lu Xian. How could he have so much, so detailed handle of your father? What exactly is his origin? Could it be some kind of high-ranking son or daughter of a handful of people? I don't know, Zhang Yining huffed. My dad also checked before and said that his family is just ordinary farmers with little background. Ordinary farmers? Lin Jiling snorted coldly, her tone carrying a few hints of disdain and contempt for Zhang Jianguo's ability to do things. Your dad is also a waste. He can't even handle this little matter. All those so-called friendships that he has painstakingly managed over the years, he can't count on any of them at critical moments. She paused and said in an undeniable tone, Ning, don't panic or be afraid. Mom will book a flight to Yanjing tonight. Your father can't be counted on anymore, so I'll have to go back and find your grandfather to intervene in this matter. Mentioning the word grandpa, Lin Jiling's tone unconsciously brought a hint of confidence. You go back to the dormitory right now, don't think about anything, have a good sleep, and wait for Mom to come over. Lin Jiling impatiently barked out a few sentences and hurriedly hung up the phone, as if saying one more sentence was a waste of time. Zhang Yining held the beeping cell phone and stood up in dismay. Grandpa. Mom is going to look for Grandpa. She has a vague impression of Grandpa, only knowing that Grandpa's family seems to be very energetic, but Mom has not contacted Grandpa's side for many years. She walked out of the hotel in a muddle, and the night wind blew on her face with a piercing coolness. Returning to the dormitory, she pushed open the door, and the dormitory, which was still quite lively, was silent. Several roommates are sitting in their own seats, but coincidentally stopped the action in the hand, brush towards her look. The eyes, complex and difficult to understand, there is surprise, there is contempt, there is gloating, there is also a trace of if not pity. Obviously, they had all seen the online hot search. Zhang Yining's cheeks were burning hot, itching to find a crack in the ground to drill into. She lowered her head and without a word, she walked to her own bed, quickly pulling the curtains on the bed to isolate herself from those probing gazes. She threw herself heavily onto the bed and covered her head tightly with the covers, muffling suppressed sobs from underneath. She didn't understand how things had turned out like this. Lu Xian brother. She took out her cell phone. Do not die to call Lu Xian's phone again. The receiver is still, the phone you dialed is in the call tone. She knew that she had been blackmailed. She did not die, opened the green bubble, found that the friend relationship is still there, and quickly clicked on the dialog box, fingers on the keyboard quickly tapping, a message sent over. Brother Lu Xian, why are you doing this to me? What exactly did I do wrong? You clearly promised me that as long as I obeyed. The message was like a stone sinking into the sea, without any half response. Zhang Yining looked at that familiar avatar on the chat interface, that side face that she had once secretly drawn countless times. Her heart was like a knife. She liked him so much that she even went out of her way to reveal her father's plan in order to get his approval. But what about him? He had pushed her and her family into the abyss without mercy. Tomorrow, no, maybe tonight, the school will talk to her, and then the notice of withdrawal. What would happen after Dad was taken away? She didn't dare to think. Crying and cursing, Zhang Yining finally fell into a deep sleep in the midst of humiliation, anger, and endless exhaustion. On the other hand, after Lin Jiling hung up the phone, the sweetness she felt just now was long gone from her pretty face, replaced by a frost. Lin Jiling, 10 years ago, was a red-hot jade girl singer, with her pure image and sweet singing voice spread all over the north and south of the Yangtze River. However, just when her career was in full swing, she suddenly announced her permanent retirement from the singing world and disappeared from the scene, causing countless fans to sigh in anguish. No one knew that she did it for love, for the handsome and articulate Zhang Jianguo, who was nearly 10 years older than her, and was still only a junior officer at the time. Back then, Zhang Jianguo was indeed also graceful and talented, otherwise he could not have given birth to such an outstanding daughter as Zhang Yining. With flowery words and relentless pursuit, he coaxed this heavenly beauty Lin Jiling, who was sought after by countless people, into marrying him, even at the expense of breaking up with her family. Lin Jiling's father, the old man of the Lin family, is such a person, naturally 100 disapproval of this marriage. In his opinion, Zhang Jianguo is nothing but that face and that mouth, not worthy of his own precious daughter at all. Father and daughter had a lot of trouble over this. In the end, Lin Jiling or Ironheart followed Zhang Jianguo far away from home, and for many years with her mother's family almost cut off contact. At the moment, Lin Jiling looked at her own well-maintained face in the mirror, a hint of determination flashed in her eyes. Zhang Jianguo, this piece of trash, has accomplished more than he has failed. It seems that this time, she had to pull down her face and go back to beg the old man. Just don't know, so many years passed, the old man will still recognize her as a daughter. Chapter 90, Why hasn't your mom come yet? Lin Jiling hung up the phone. The face that was extremely well maintained and could still see the contours of that year's upside-down face had long since lost its usual subdued elegance, and was replaced by a gloomy one. She took a deep breath, her chest rose and fell violently, and her nails were almost embedded in her palms. Zhang Jianguo, this waste of a man who had accomplished more than he had failed. She was really blind back then. Thinking about her, Lin Jiling, more than 10 years ago, she was also a popular jade girl singer, with countless fans, and her suitors could line up from the east to the west of the city. But she was Zhang Jianguo's coaxing mouth and a pair of passable skin to the mind, despite the strong opposition of the family, resolutely quit the show business, washed their hands of soup, followed by Zhang Jianguo, who was still only a small officer, to marry in Dongting City. What kind of family is the Lin family? In the entire Chunan province, that is a stomp on the ground to shake the existence of three. The Lin family's old man, Lin Shuntian, was once the hand of Chunan province, with his disciples all over the place. The old man was so angry that he almost severed the father-daughter relationship with her, thinking that Zhang Jianguo, a man who was nothing but a flowery talker, is simply not worthy of his Lin family's daughter. Over the years, Lin Jiling's mouth is tough, saying that it does not rely on the family, but she knows in her heart, if not for the Lin family this piece of gold sign in, if not for the old master privately intentionally or unintentionally take care of Zhang Jianguo how to climb so fast? Zhang Jianguo on the outside of those hooks, the Lin family has always turned a blind eye, as if it is to give his daughter a face, so that she can live in the in-laws more comfortable. But now, Zhang Jianguo this waste, even made things to such a point, the evidence is conclusive, but also be poked to the internet, make everyone know. Lin Jiling walked to the dressing table, looking at her still gorgeous self in the mirror, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in her eyes. It seems that this time, it is really necessary to pull down this face and go back to her mother's home to beg the old man. I just don't know, after so many years, the old man's heart that breath subsided or not. Without delay, Lin Jiling immediately picked up the phone and began to contact the airplane. She must rush back to Changshu City, the capital of Chunan Province, as fast as possible. In Changji City, Chunan Province, the Lin family's old residence. Inside the study, sandalwood incense curled up. Lin Shuntian was wearing a plain tang suit and was practicing calligraphy in front of the window, his pen moving with a steady momentum. He was nearly old, his hair was already white, but he was hale and hearty, and his eyes were still as sharp as eagles, not angry and authoritative. The butler walked in softly and whispered, "Master, Missy is back and is waiting in the living room." Lin Shuantian's hand holding the brush gave a slight lurch, and the ink haloed in a small ball on the rice paper. He gave an expressionless put the brush down, and faintly said, "Let her come in." Lin Jiling's heart was in turmoil as she walked into the study. She looked at her father's still upright back, her eyes reddened, and her voice carried a few choked sobs. Dad. Lin Shuntian slowly turned around, his gaze landing on his daughter. Having not seen her for many years, although her daughter was well maintained, the sorrow and haggardness between her brows could not be concealed. He sighed slightly in his heart, but the expression on his face remained serious. Still no to come back? Dad, I was wrong. Lin Jiling pouted and knelt down, tears instantly coming out of her eyes. My daughter is unfilial, she didn't come back to see you for so many years. You. Looking at his daughter crying, Lin Xuantian's taut face eventually softened a few points. He sighed and said, Get up, how old are you? Still crying, what's it like? After all, it was the flesh that fell off of his own body, how could it really not hurt? Over the years, he hadn't cared for his daughter's small family, both explicitly and implicitly. Lin Jiling saw her father's tone of voice loosen, her heart was a little bit more at ease. She stood up with a sob and told Zhang Jianguo and Zhang Yining the original story. Of course, she was smart enough to hide the details of Zhang Yining's tipping off, and only said that it was that kid called Lu Xian who had gotten those evidences out of nowhere, and deliberately retaliated. Lin Shuntian listened quietly, his brows getting tighter and tighter. When he heard the 14,888-page PPT, his eyes stared. Dad, Jiangwo, he is confused, but the crime is not to this extent. There is also Yining, she is still so young, if she is expelled from school, her life will be ruined. You must save them. Lin Jiling pulled Lin Xuantian's sleeve and begged bitterly. Lin Shuntian was silent for a moment and slowly opened his mouth, his voice low and majestic. Jiling, you are confused. Zhang Jiangmo's matter, the evidence is conclusive, and has been stabbed online, now is the tip of the storm of the crackdown. Who dares to protect him? Who can protect him? He's to blame, he must be punished in order to quell the public's anger. Lin Jiling's heart sank, if her father said there was no way, then there really was no way. But, Lin Xuantian's words turned, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes, that kid called Lu Xian is a bit interesting. A small college student can get so many things, but also can Zhang Jianguo. This kind of mixed officialdom for many years of the old oilman in the palm of the hand, is by no means idle generation. This matter, the root is on him, if I don't cure him, it's hard to dispel the anger in my heart, and it also looks like my Lin family has no one. Lin Jiling sniffed, a glimmer of hope rekindled in her eyes. Dad, what do you mean? Zhang Jiangwo's matter ends here. He broke the law, he should bear the consequences. Lin Shuntian said decisively, as for Yining, I'll make some contacts over in Yanjing and let her handle her withdrawal or transfer to another school in a low profile, trying to minimize the impact as much as possible. She is, after all, my Lin family's granddaughter, we can't let her end up like this. Lin Shuntian acted with thunder and lightning, immediately making several phone calls, his tone calm but with an unquestionable majesty, arranging things one by one. Lin Jiling looked at the way her father was strategizing, her heart slightly settled. She knew that as long as her father made a move, Yining's matter could at least save a few points of face. You leave for Yanjing immediately and pacify Yining. I'll take care of the aftermath. Lin Shuntian waved his hand. Lin Jiling thanked him profusely, and after briefly catching up with her family, she hurriedly booked the nearest flight and flew to Yanjing overnight. At this moment, Lu Xian was blissfully unaware of everything that had happened in the Chunan Lin family. He had just leisurely settled his dinner and was wobbling towards his dormitory. When he pushed open the door of the dormitory, a strong smell of instant noodles mixed with the smell of sweat hit his face. Chen Min and Zhao Qin were intently playing a game, their keyboards and mice crackling as they pressed. Day. Old 6. Ni again. Hold on, point A is going to explode. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Chen Min and Zhao Qin almost reflexively scrunched their necks, and the movements of their hands slowed down. The two turned their heads, and when they saw that it was Lu Xian, their faces immediately piled up with fawning smiles, living like pugs that had met their masters. Xian. Brother Xian, you're back? Chen Min grinned, his voice carrying a few tremors. Zhao Qin also hurriedly nodded and hailed, Brother Xian, do you want some water? I have freshly bought iced tea here. Lu Xian glanced at them and ignored them. These two guys, ever since he gave them a little education last time, they were completely honest. On the contrary, it was Lu Ming, who was currently lying on the bed, swiping his cell phone, humming an off-key tune in his mouth. Seeing Lu Xian come in, he jumped off the bed with a cart, took a few steps to Lu Xian's front, wrapped his arm around Lu Xian's shoulder, and said with a wink, Ego, Brother Xian, you're finally back. Brothers, I've waited for you until the flowers are all thankful. Lu Xian frowned and shook his shoulders in disgust. However, Lu Ming was oblivious and continued to smile playfully. Brother Xian, from now on, I, Lu Ming, will be hanging out with you. You are my own brother. In the future, if you eat meat, I can have some soup. Those you do not see the warbler, casually rewarded little brother 1 or 2, little brother will be grateful. Hey. Lu Xian's eyes turned cold, violently flung his arm, slapping Lu Ming's hand on his shoulder down, his tone without a trace of temperature. Who the hell are you calling brother and brother? Off to the side. Ouch. Lu Ming was slapped on the back of his hand and the smile on his face instantly froze, looking at Lu Xian with some consternation. What kind of attitude do you have? Brother Xian, we don't have to be like this, right? I am sincerely trying to defect to you. Scram! Lu Xian only spat out one word, his eyes cold as ice. Lu Ming was shivering in his heart by Lu Xian's eyes, his neck shrank, and the bit of dissatisfaction and aggravation that had just risen suddenly dissipated. He smiled sarcastically and muttered, "Che, having $2 is terrific ah." The voice was as small as a mosquito humming, afraid of being heard by Lu Xian, and then grayly retreated back to his bed, picked up his cell phone, and pretended that nothing had happened. Lu Xian didn't pay any more attention to this living treasure and walked straight to Zhao Qin's bed. Zhao Qin was sitting upright, not even daring to breathe. Lu Xian stretched out his hand, not lightly and not heavily, and Zhao Qin that some pale face patted, the corner of his mouth hooked up a smirk like a smile. Zhao Qin Auntie sighed. Consider how it is? When will you come over to exchanges ah? Zhao Qin was gently slapped by him and scared his soul, his face instantly became as white as paper, and a fine cold sweat oozed out from his forehead. He forced out a smile that was worse than crying and stammered, Xian brother. My mom she's too busy. I'll talk to her again and make sure she comes. Definitely. He cursed Lu Xian 1,000 times in his heart, this kid is simply a devil. Chapter 91 by Yan Shi and Chen Yubing. The arc of Lu Xian's mouth that looked like a smile deepened a little more, and he didn't say any more, just that look, looking at Zhao Qin's scalp numb. He slowly withdrew his hand, as if he had just dusted it, turned around and walked towards the dormitory, not even glancing at his own bed, as if everything in the dormitory couldn't enter his eyes. Brother Xian, take care. Brother Xian, you take care. Zhao Qin, Lu Ming and Chen Min bounced up from their chairs almost at the same time, nodding their heads and sending off the god of pestilence, their voices permeated with 120,000 points of awe. Lu Xian pulled open the car door and with a kick of the gas, the black car drove away from Yanjing University like a ghost, and sped towards the direction of the Bai Jingyuan. This 81st Scenic Garden, he also just heard its name, is said to be a number of high-grade residential areas in Yanjing. Security is strict, privacy is excellent, but is a good place to clean. A person living in such a large house, indeed a little cold. Holding the steering wheel with one hand, he took out his cell phone with the other hand and skillfully dialed Bai Yanqi's phone number, reporting the address and room number in a concise manner. Bai Yanqi on the other end of the phone didn't seem to have any hesitation, her voice was as cold and supple as ever, and she answered obediently. Hanging up Bai Yanqi's phone, Lu Xian fingerstroked and dialed Chen Yubing's number, the same as concise and clear to inform the address. Chen Yubing responded with a hint of imperceptible leaping, seemingly pleasantly surprised by this sudden invitation. Arranged properly, Lu Xian was in a good mood, and his foot accelerated a few points deeper. Just then, an unfamiliar number called in. Lu Xian frowned slightly and casually connected. On the other end of the phone, came Zhang Yining's sobbing voice with a thick nasal tone, hoarse and full of despair and humility. It turned out to be the sleeping Zhang Yining was awakened by a nightmare. The roommates in the dormitory of different gazes make her like a needle on a pins and needles. She couldn't stand that torment, so she borrowed the cell phone of a classmate in the next dormitory who didn't usually hang out with her, and summoned up all the courage she could muster, dialing the number she had long since known by heart. Say something, I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Lu Xian's voice was still inaudible, cold as if he was talking to an insignificant stranger. He was about to hang up, he was already tired of watching this kind of crying drama. Don't! Brother Lu Xian! Don't hang up! Zhang Yining was scared out of her wits when she heard Lu Xian's impatient tone. Fearing that the call would be interrupted, she hurriedly shouted, I have something important to tell you. It is about my mom. She went to find my grandpa. My grandpa's family is very powerful in Shunan province, she definitely won't stop. You must be careful. She paused, her voice pressed even lower, with a hint of eagerness and currying favor. I heard my mother unintentionally mention before, my maternal grandfather used to seem to be a hand of the provincial party committee. Although he retired for many years, his influence is still there. Brother Lu Xian, you must be careful that they retaliate against you. Zhang Yining's heart at this moment had long been completely controlled by Lu Xian. Fear, dependence, and a hint of morbid expectations intertwined together, causing her to sell her mother and grandfather short without hesitation. As long as she could get a hint of pity, a hint of attention from Lu Xian, she was willing to do anything. After Lu Xian heard this, a hint of playfulness flashed in his eyes. Lin family? A member of the provincial party committee? It was a bit interesting. Good. Lu Xian's tone remained flat, as if he had only heard a trivial matter. After a pause, he seemed to have remembered something and added, You're still somewhat useful. This light sentence, you're quite useful, was like a shot in the arm, instantly injecting Zhang Yining's terrified heart. All the sadness, despair, and fear she had just felt seemed to have been thrown away at this moment. She could even visualize the arc, if any, at the corner of her mouth when Brother Lu Xian said this. Brother Lucien, Zhang Yining's voice took on a trace of unbelievable joy and excitement, as if she had been given a heavenly gift, and her tears welled up once again, only this time, with a few moments of joy. Lucien, however, didn't give her another chance to continue to show her loyalty, and simply hung up the phone. To him, Zhang Yining's chess piece, which could occasionally provide some unexpected information, was also considered to be put to good use. As the night grew thicker, at the entrance of Bai Jingyuan, an elegant white Maserati slowly stopped. Bai Yanqi came down from the driver's seat, a simple but not losing style dress, lining her figure more and more delicate. She just locked the car, is ready to go inside. The corner of the eye will glimpse not far away. A similarly white Audi RS8 is not slow and unhurried drive over. The car model, both low-key and with an undisguised luxury, especially the familiar license plate number, made Bai Yanqi's brows frown a little imperceptibly. Chen Yubing's car? Why is she here too? The Audi RS8 stopped steadily next to the Maserati, the door opened, and Chen Yubing stepped on her high heels and walked down in a hot red skirt. She also seems to be a little surprised to see Bai Yanqi here, but her face didn't show it at all. She just glanced at Bai Yanqi lightly, didn't even bother to say hello, and straight away locked the car, and walked towards the direction of the unit building that Lu Xin told her about. That condescending stance, as if Bai Yanqi was heir. What are you doing here? Bai Yanqi's cool voice rang out with a hint of imperceptible vigilance and scrutiny. She knew very well that at this point, in this place, Chen Yubing's appearance was no coincidence. Chen Yubing didn't stop in her footsteps, only the corner of her mouth hooked up a meaningful smile. She didn't even turn her head back, she just hummed softly from her nose as a response. She certainly knows that Bai Yanqi is definitely called by Lu Xian. When she was still kind to Bai Yanqi, recommended to Lu Xian it. Now well. Tonight, must be these years by the white Yanqi, this white lotus flower, under the pressure of the aggression, even with interest back. The first time I've ever seen a woman in the world. I've seen a woman in the world. I've seen a woman in the world. Hey, Chen Yubing. What do you mean? I'm asking you a question. When Bai Yanqi saw her acting like she had no one else in her sight, her cool voice line also rose a few points, and she quickly followed her up. The more she walked, the more alarmed she became, because she realized that the direction Chen Yubing was advancing in was clearly the building of Lu Xian's house. Could it be that Lu Xian had also called her? The moment she thought of this possibility, Bai Yanqi's heart was inexplicably a little uncomfortable. Chen Yubing. You stop right there. You wait for me. Bai Yanqi couldn't help but shout. Chen Yubing, who will pay attention to her, the high heels under her feet stepped de sound, walking faster, that swaying posture, in the night color penetrated indescribable charm. Not a moment later, she was the first to arrive at the door of Lu Xian's house, did not hesitate to press the doorbell. Bai Yanqi, also panting, ran over. Just want a question. The door click sound, from the inside, opened. Lu Xian was wearing a casual loungewear, leaning on the doorframe, looking at the two stunning beauties confronting each other at the door with a smile on his face. What are you doing here? Bai Yanqi spoke almost simultaneously with Chen Yubing, followed by the two glaring at each other, the air instantly filled with the smell of gunpowder. Chapter 92, Is it okay to shoot a video together? Chen Yubing and Bai Yanqi blurted out almost simultaneously, both with an impulse in their voices, none of your business. Just after the words fell out, both of them seemed to be choked by each other's tacit understanding. Both of them stared at their beautiful eyes, and immediately after, they coincidentally hummed and turned their heads in unison, neither of them looking at the other, with their chins slightly raised, with an arrogant look of "I don't care to have a general understanding with you." A haughty look. Lu Xian leaned on the doorframe, looking at this dramatic scene in front of him, the curvature of his mouth that looked like a smile but not a laugh deepened. These two women, usually in Yanjing University, both are iceberg cold beauty teacher, both are held in the heart of countless boys, the existence of the stars. Now it's good, for the sake of a little trivial matter, it's like two little girls in kindergarten grabbing candies to eat, childish and cute. Alright, Lu Xian finally opened his mouth, voice with a trace of imperceptible laughter. How big a person, but also with a little girl like a quarrel. Come in first, pestle at the door as a door got off. He lazily turned around and walked towards the living room, tossing down a sentence without looking back. Remember to bring the door with you. Outside the door, Bai Yanqi and Chen Yubing looked at each other, as if there was still lightning crackling in the air. In the end, it was Chen Yubing who took the lead in the action. She straightened the hem of her red skirt, stepped on her high heels and walked in, and when she passed by Bai Yanqi's side, she deliberately raised her chin. Bai Yanqi, also not willing to show weakness, took a deep breath, adjusted his expression, also followed the walk in. When closing the door, the force is heavier than usual a few points. The two entered the living room one after the other, but both tacitly kept a distance from Lu Xian, crossing their arms in front of their chests in a "I'm very upset" posture, standing there awkwardly. Lu Xian sat down grandly on the sofa, pulled out a cigarette from the cigarette box, slowly and methodically lit it, took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled a perfect smoke circle. I say, he flicked the ashes of his cigarette, his gaze sweeping over the two. You two will both be good sisters from now on who look up and don't see each other, so don't pinch each other like crow-eyed chickens whenever you see each other. Besides, weren't you still best girlfriends before? Is it interesting? Chen Yubing sniffed, the corner of her mouth hooked up into a meaningful smile, her eyes flicked to Bai Yanqi with a few provocations. In my Lu Xian's place, there aren't so many crooked rules, and there aren't so many mistemper tantrums. Lu Xian's voice steeply sank, the bit of teasing smirk just now disappeared without a trace, and was replaced by an unquestionable forcefulness. Both of you, listen to me well. Either, from now on, coexist peacefully, and play your respective roles for me. Either. His eyes narrowed slightly, flashing a cold light. Now, immediately, right now, get the hell out of here. I don't have that kind of free time to coax you all every day and mediate these mother-in-law conflicts for you. With these words, the atmosphere in the living room instantly condensed by a few points. Chen Yubing skimmed her mouth and muttered in her heart, who was a good sister with her, if it wasn't tea for you. But in the end, she didn't dare to say the words out loud, only a trace of indignation flashed in her eyes, which was quickly suppressed again. She understood Lu Xian's temper too well, saying one thing and not another really pissed him off. The one who suffered was definitely himself. Bai Yanqi, on the other hand, her delicate body trembled slightly. It wasn't the first time she had heard such a blunt and rude warning from Lu Xian's mouth. That overbearing strength made her heart inexplicably tighten. She was both a little scared and had some vaguely indescribable strange feelings. She stole a glance at Lu Xian and saw that he looked cold and did not look like he was joking, so she hurriedly lowered her head, not daring to be the slightest bit stubborn. "All come over and sit." Lu Xian pointed to the seat beside him. Chen Yubing and Bai Yanqi glanced at each other, both seeing a hint of reluctance in the other's eyes, but still dawdled and moved over, sitting down next to Lu Xian on the left and right. Lu Xian raised an eyebrow, and without being polite, his long arm reached out and directly swept both of them into his arms. Hiss. Bai Yanqi huffed out a breath of cool air, her body instantly stiffened, and her cheeks turned red like ripe apples. Chen Yubing on the other hand appeared to be much more natural, just symbolically twisting her body. She obediently leaned on Lu Xian's shoulder, the corner of her mouth even hooked up a smug smile if there was one, glancing provocatively at the red-faced Bai Yanqi. "All remember," Lu Xian's voice rang in their ears with a hint of warning, "don't forget what status the two of you have now. In front of me, all play your roles for me, don't give me the whole thing." He pinched Bai Yanqi's delicate chin, forcing her to raise her head and meet his deep gaze, the corner of his mouth curving up into an evil arc. "Am I right, Xiaobai?" Bai Yanqi was flustered by his look, her eyes dodged, her voice was as thin as a gnat, but with a hint of trembling obedience. "Yes. Yes, master. Xiaobai knows it's wrong." "Oh, it's good to know." Lu Xian let out a light laugh of satisfaction and loosened her chin, but his fingertips gently scratched on her smooth skin. "All right, business will come later." Lu Xian patted their shoulders and changed his words. "Today, let's do something interesting first. Binger, just according to the one you proposed before, let's shoot a video together." "Ah? Shoot a video?" Bai Yanqi froze at the words, looked blankly at Lu Xian, and then looked at the face of Bai Nuit next to Chen Yubing. An ominous premonition rose in her heart. "What do you mean? What kind of video are you shooting?" The smile on Lu Xian's face became more and more evil. "Hee, you'll know in a moment." 1 hour later. Lu Xian was contentedly leaning against the sofa, holding his cell phone in his hand, and was fast-forwarding through it. Not bad, not bad." Lu Xian nodded with satisfaction and handed his cell phone to Chen Yubing next to him. "Binger, you and Xiaobai can enjoy it together and see how good my filming is." Chen Yubing took the cell phone, her eyes flowing with flavor. She came over and watched it with Bai Yanqi, who was also blushing and had mesmerized eyes. "Wow, Lu Xian, your shooting level is really good," Chen Yubing said with a delicate smile, but her eyes flicked to Bai Yanqi with a bit of showing off and provocation. Bai Yanqi, on the other hand, was so shy that she couldn't raise her head and couldn't wait to bury herself in the quilt. "All right, let's not talk about this for now." Seeing that the fire was almost ready, Lu Xian put away his cell phone, and with that, his face straightened up and his tone became serious. "Today, I called you two over here because I have an important matter to discuss with you." The excited smile on Chen Yubing's face also converged. Bai Yanqi even subconsciously sat up straight, anticipating that what Lu Xian was going to say next was by no means trivial. Lu Xian lit another cigarette. The greenish-white smoke lingered in front of his deep eyes, making his whole person look a little more inscrutable and mysterious. He took a drag and slowly exhaled, his voice steady and clear. "Shunan, Lin family." He spoke word by word, his gaze slowly sweeping over Bai Yanqi and Chen Yubing's faces. "You guys, have you heard of it?" Chapter 93. The Chen Bai and White families strike at the same time. Shunan, the Lin family? Chen Yubing's slender willow eyebrows frowned a little imperceptibly, her red lips slightly opening. "Shunan's Lin family? I haven't heard much about it. I do know about the Yanjing Lin family, that's the one that stomps its feet and the 4 cities have to shake 3 times in existence." There was a hint of disbelief in her tone, as if the Lin family of Chunan was not worth mentioning at all. Lu Xian glanced at her and didn't say anything. These two women, one was more arrogant than the other. "Who doesn't know the Yanjing Lin family? Use you to say that?" Bai Yanqi couldn't help but gently interrupt from the side. Her voice wasn't loud but just loud enough for Chen Yubing to hear. As soon as the words left her mouth, she seemed to realize that Lu Xian's smiling eyes were falling on her. Her fair cheeks slightly flushed, and she hurriedly reached out her small hand to cover her mouth, with a hint of apology and chagrin in her eyes, and that look had a few moments of a little girl's simplicity. She cleared her throat and looked at Lu Xian, her complexion serious for a few points. The Lin family in Chunan. I did hear my father mention it. He said that the Lin family in Chunan province, that's a real snake in the ground, the forces are disjointed, and it's not too much to say that they only cover the sky. Seeing Lu Xian and Chen Yubing both looking towards themselves, Bai Yanxi continued, I remember my dad saying that the most powerful thing about the Lin family is the double secretaries of one family. The old one is Lin Shuntian, who used to be a hand in Chunan province, and although he retired some years ago, his disciples are all over the place, and his influence is still very strong. His oldest son is called Lin Ao, and is now the current secretary of Chunan province, rumored to be the youngest provincial party secretary ever in China, with very strong means and abilities. Speaking here, her watery eyes looked at Lu Xian with a hint of worry, and her voice softened a bit. Xian, what are you doing prying into their family? Could it be? Lu Xian's heart was also slightly moved when he heard Bai Yanxi say this. He knew that Zhang Yining's grandfather's family had some energy, but he didn't expect it to be this level of existence. A retired provincial governor and an incumbent provincial governor, this really stirred up a hornet's nest, pulling out the radish and bringing out the mud. The so-called big family, this is so, one honor, one loss, pulling one hair and moving the whole body. He gently sighed, fingertips on the armrest of the sofa unconsciously knocked, said in a flat tone, well, with their family, a small beam, I'm afraid there is some trouble. Although he said this lightly, but Chen Yubing and Bai Yanxi were what they were, and immediately heard the weight of it. What? Chen Yubing's soul-stirring peach blossom eyes instantly widened by a few points, and she sat up straight from the sofa in a miso, her tone carrying a few points of eagerness and unquestionable dominance. Little Xian, don't worry. I'm here, I'll see who dares to bully you. What about the Chu Nanlin family? The emperor is far away, can they still reach out to Yinjing? I'll call my dad right now and ask him to say hello to the Chunan side. I'd like to see if the Lin family dares not give face to my Chen family. Saying that, she fumbled for her cell phone from her bag in a flurry of wind and fire, that posture, as if she was going to deploy her troops in the next second. Seeing this, Bai Yanxi was also not willing to show weakness. She straightened her already full chest, her white neck slightly raised, like a proud white swan. Her cool voice carried a hint of competing with Chen Yubing. Che, don't need you. I will also call my dad. Xian. Lu Xian, don't worry, there is me. I guarantee that you are safe and sound. The Lin family don't dare to put you how. After saying that, she also pursed her lips, took out her cell phone, her slender fingers quickly tapped a few times on the screen and dialed the phone out. In the living room, for a while, only the voices of the two women on their respective phones remained, and a marvelous competitive atmosphere filled the air. As Lu Xian looked at them in this manner, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a playful smile. These two women, they were interesting. Hey, Dad. It's me, Binger. Chen Yubing spoke to the other end of the phone, her voice instantly became petulant and whiny, and the appearance of the hot imperial lady on weekdays was like two people. Aya, you promise me first, or else I won't say anything. You are the most painful ice child, is not it? The caller didn't know what to say. Chen Yubing's face smiled more and more brightly. Hey, I know Dad is the best. It's like this, I have a boyfriend, he is not careful, offended the Lin family in Chunan. Dad, you have to help me this favor, or my boyfriend was bullied, I have no face Well, it's the one who just got married. Especially handsome and manly. Next time I'll definitely bring him home to show you and my mom. Don't worry, I have a good eye. So this matter, you must give me to do beautifully. Otherwise. Or I will ignore you. Spoiled to play bad, coercion, a set of combinations down, Chen Yubing contentedly hung up the phone, face overflowing with smug smile, but also rushed to Bai Yanxi provocatively raised his eyebrows, as if to say, done. On the other hand, Bai Yanxi's calling style was very different. Hey Dad, it's me, Yanxi. Her voice was still clear and cold, but listening carefully, one could hear a trace of softness and dependence that was not easily detectable. Well, there's something that I might need a favor from you. It's about a friend of mine. He's in a bit of trouble, and there's some conflict with Chu Nanslin family. She paused, seemingly organizing her words, and her cheeks flushed slightly. He's very good to me, very important. So, Dad, I hope you can help him with this trouble. Sort of my boyfriend. The last sentence, sort of my boyfriend, the voice is so light that it is almost inaudible, but the father of Bai at the other end of the phone obviously heard it clearly, and I don't know what to say. Bai Yanxi's ears are red. I know, thanks Dad. Don't worry, I'll take care of myself. Hanging up the phone, Bai Yanxi gently breathed a sigh of relief, the blush on her face still not completely faded. She raised her head and met Lu Xian's gaze, her eyes a few points firmer. Although she didn't directly claim credit like Chen Yubing did, that expression of I've taken care of it too was obvious. I've solved it too. Lu Xian, don't worry, it's guaranteed to be fine. She said softly, with a hint of imperceptible pride in her tone. And at this moment, the Lin family in the Chu Nan province had set off quite a ripple as a result. Lin Shuntian and Lin Ao, father and son, received a call from Yanjing almost simultaneously. When they learned that in their eyes is only a little smart peasant family origin of the kid Lu Xian, but even alarmed far away in the Jinmen military region of the Chun family and the Bai family at the same time, even if they are such a long time in the wind and waves of the big man, their faces cannot help but reveal the color of surprise. Chen family, Bai family, that can be in the military world has a significant position of the family, its strength, and Chunan Lin family is also not comparable. Moreover, the two families had even spoken in unison, with a strong attitude that they wanted to protect Lu Xian. What this meant, Lin Shuntian and Lin Ao were as clear as a mirror in their hearts. What exactly is this Lu Xian coming from? Lin Ao put down the phone, his brows locked, a hint of gravity and incomprehension in his tone. Lin Shuntian was silent for a moment, a deep glint flashed across his pale eyes as he slowly said, "It seems that we have all underestimated this young man. To be able to make the Chen and Bai families come out at the same time, he is by no means a pool animal. This matter, let's call it quits for now. It's not worth it to offend these two families for the sake of a Zhang Jianguo." Although he was unwilling, he knew how to assess the situation. The Lin family could call the shots in Chunan, but when faced with the behemoths over in Yanjing, they also had to be wary. This time, it is considered to kick the iron plate, can only eat this dumb loss. Lin Xiling soon got the news as well. When she realized that her father and elder brother had chosen to back down because of the involvement of the Chen and Bai families, her pretty face was instantly covered in frost. Chen family? The Bai family? Lu Xian even had such a background? She had originally thought that Lu Xian was just a small character who had a bit of means and had luckily grabbed Zhang Jianguo's handle, but now it seemed that things were far more complicated than she had imagined. A strong sense of frustration and unwillingness surged to her heart. Could it be, just let it go? Zhang Jianguo was finished, Yining's future was also overshadowed, all of this was to be blamed on that Lu Xian, and there was nothing she could do about it? No. She, Lin Xiling, was never one to admit defeat easily. She took a deep breath and a hint of determination and madness flashed in her eyes. Advance the flight. I want to go to Yanjing immediately. She commanded coldly to her assistant on the other end of the phone, I'd like to personally meet this Lu Xian and see what kind of three-headed character he is. For the sake of her husband and daughter, Lin Xiling decided to take matters into her own hands. Since her father and big brother were not convenient to take matters into their own hands, then she would take matters into her own hands. She didn't believe that there were still things in this world that she, Lin Xiling, couldn't settle, people that she couldn't handle. Since the hard way didn't work, then the soft way. She didn't believe that with her beauty, means and the contacts she had accumulated in the entertainment industry, she still couldn't pin down a brat. Chapter 94 Auntie is here? Then I must entertain Ah. Lu Xian stood in front of the window with his arms folded. The high rise of Bai Jingyuan had an excellent view, and the sparkling night scenery of the capital was spread out at his feet like a flowing picture of a river of stars. He slowly turned around, his gaze falling on Chen Yubing and Bai Yanxi who were looking differently on the sofa, the corner of his mouth holding an inscrutable smile. Just now, I solved that little trouble with the Chunan Lin family thanks to you guys. However, he turned his words around and his tone became a few points lighter. Actually, there's still a small matter that may require another favor from the two beautiful teachers. Chen Yubing sniffed, her charming eyes picked up, her whole body almost sticking to Lu Xian's body, her soft boneless arm naturally ringed Lu Xian's shoulder, her voice carrying a hint of lazy charm. Little Xian, your thing is my thing, what else is there to divide between each other? Say it, what is it? That kind of intimacy, as if Lu Xian is her exclusive general. Bai Yanxi watched from the sidelines with a slight frown, muttering in her heart that this woman was really peacocking all the time, but she wasn't willing to show weakness either. Clearing her throat, she tried her best to make her voice sound calm and reliable. Lu Xian, you can say whatever you want, as long as we can do it. Lu Xian smiled, and briefly told the story of how his cousin's college entrance examination results had been replaced by someone, and how Zhang Jianguo from the local education bureau could not find out anything fishy after some maneuvering. Outrageous. Chen Yubing heard, almond eyes round open, the original language charming instantly replaced by a fire, under broad daylight, clear sky, there is this kind of nasty things. Little Xian, you don't worry, this matter in my body. She said, and then the wind and fire to touch out the cell phone, looks like it is again to give her that in the Jinmen military region in a high position of the father to call. In between dialing, she also glanced at Bai Yanxi proudly, as if to say, look at me. When the phone was connected, Chen Yubing's voice immediately switched back to that kind of coquettish mode, Dad. It's me again. Oops, there's one more thing, especially important. My boyfriend's cousin, his grades have been replaced, in a small place. She put things in the context and add oil and vinegar recapitulation. The end also added a sentence, Dad, you can give me a waterfall out of the water, that bad guy out. Otherwise, your daughter I will not be able to raise my head in front of my boyfriend. The other end of the phone didn't know what to say, and Chen Yubing laughed and trembled, I know Dad loves me the most. Then hurry up, I'll wait for your good news. Seeing this, Bai Yanxi naturally couldn't lag behind. She also dialed her father's phone, and although her tone wasn't as exaggerated as Chen Yubing's, it was still a bit solemn. Dad, it's me, Yanxi. There's a thing I want to ask you to do a favor. It's my friend's cousin. The results of the college entrance exam seem to have a problem. It's been taken over by someone, and I can't find out the results locally. Do you see if you can? Well, thanks Dad, I know you have a way. After hanging up the phone, Bai Yanqi slightly tilted her chin with beautiful lines and looked towards Lu Xian, her cool face with a hint of confidence. It's done. My dad said that he will personally ask about this, even if he can't find out who was behind it for a while. Your cousin's grades will definitely be restored, and his school registration will also be handled properly. She paused and glanced at Chen Yubing with a meaningful glance. Unlike some people, who say too much, in case it can't be done at that time, won't it be a shame? Chen Yubing had just hung up the phone when she heard Bai Yanqi's insinuating words, and immediately sneered back. My dad is arranging for manpower to investigate right now, and he is swift and efficient. Let's see who can get things done faster. Some people only talk on paper and move their lips. What's wrong with me? Seeing that the two were about to pinch each other again over this little matter, Lu Xian covered his forehead with a headache and cried, all right, my two aunts and grandmothers, the two of you are starting again. Since you're such climbers and want to split the difference so badly. His eyes flashed with a hint of a promising smile. Then why don't we make another video to help us out? I'll see you two, who is better in front of the camera, who can satisfy me more. Yes. As soon as Chen Yubing heard this, she immediately smiled with her eyebrows open and her eyes glittering with excitement. Bai Yanqi's cheeks swish reddened again, spreading from her cheeks to the roots of her ears. She glared at Lu Xian angrily. Her eyes were charming, with a few blushes, but she didn't explicitly refuse. Another hour passed. Lu Xian contentedly leaned back on the sofa, holding his cell phone in his hand, repeatedly admiring the masterpiece he had just filmed, and from time to time letting out one or two low laughs of satisfaction. Not bad. This time, it's obviously shot with more feeling than the one just now. I'm really impressed by the acting talent of the two teachers. Hearing Lu Xian's praise, Chen Yubing just hummed and gently punched Lu Xian with her pink fist, while Bai Yanqi was so shy that she buried her face into the crook of Lu Xian's arm, not daring to look at him. The night was already very late, and the neon rainbow outside the window looked a little tired. Chen Yubing and Bai Yanqi had spent most of the night playing around, and at this moment, they had both fallen into a deep sleep, their breathing even and long. Lu Xian gently adjusted them into a comfortable position and covered them with a thin blanket. Just then, an unfamiliar number called in again. Lu Xian raised his eyebrows slightly and picked up the phone. Hey, brother Lu Xian. It's me, Yining. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Yining's crying, careful voice came through. She seemed to have deliberately lowered her voice for fear of disturbing others, and as if she was afraid of disturbing Lu Xian. My mom, she has already arrived in Yanjing. She said that she is going to meet you tomorrow. Tomorrow. Brother Lu Xian, she came in force this time and said that she also said that she would make you pay for it. You must be careful. Zhang Yining's tone was filled with worry and anxiety, as if she was the one who was on the same side as Lu Xian. When Lu Xian heard this, the corner of his mouth curved up in a playful arc, but his voice remained calm and wave-free. Oh, Auntie has arrived so soon? Since she's here, it's only right that I, as a junior, should give her a good reception. He paused, and his tone became casual. By the way, what's your mom's name? Is there a picture of her? I need to know what my aunt looks like, so I can prepare some special gifts in advance to give her a surprise. Zhang Yining on the other end of the phone was convinced of Lu Xian's words at the moment. Where would she think that Lu Xian was setting up her information, and hurriedly said, my mom's name is Lin Jiling. She used to be a singer, and you can search for her photos when she was young if you search on the internet. Lu Xian brother, do you really want to see her? She is not easy to deal with. Lin Jiling? Lu Xian silently recited the name. Good. You send me the location of your agreed upon meeting place with green bubble to locate it. But, brother Lu Xian, you blacked me out before. Zhang Yining's voice carried a hint of resignation and expectation. Oh really? Well, I'll lift the blackout for you now. Lu Xian's tone was glib, as if this was just a trivial matter. After hanging up the phone, Lu Xian didn't hesitate to enter the words Lin Jiling into the search engine. The next second, a lot of information and photos about Lin Jiling popped up on the screen. Without searching, even Lu Xian couldn't help but slightly raise his eyebrows. Most of the photos of Lin Jiling were publicity photos and stills from her younger days as a jade singer. Bright-eyed and white-toothed, pure and lovely, with a unique Jiangnan woman's gentleness and aura between her eyebrows, that face, even with Lu Xian's critical eye, the face value was at least 95 points or more. Tisk, Lu Xian touched his chin, a hint of teasing flashed in his eyes. This Yining's face value can have 90 points, it seems to be really seriously dragged down by her father, Zhang Jianguo. This Zhang Jianguo, what kind of luck did he have to trick a fairy daughter-level character like Lin Jiling into his hands? He shook his head and said in his heart, this Zhang Jianguo, he really deserves to die. He must die. Chapter 95 Song Queen Lin Jiling's Dark Materials. Lu Xian glanced sideways at the two people on the sofa. Chen Yubing was sleeping extremely dishonestly, a long slender leg had already rested on Bai Yanqi's body at some point, and her mouth unconsciously muttered a dreamy sentence, Mine. is bigger than yours? As for Bai Yanxi, who was pressed by her, her eyebrows were all knitted tightly in her sleep, as if she was experiencing some unpleasant dream, and she subconsciously shrunk towards Lu Xian's side, seeking a more peaceful reliance. Lu Xian wanted to laugh a little as he watched these two women. They were really fighting all the time, even when they were asleep, they were not at peace. He shook his head and returned his gaze back to his cell phone. Lin Xiling. A woman who could give birth to a daughter like Zhang Yining, a woman who was once known as the Jade Queen of songs in the entertainment industry, and a woman who came from a top political family in Shunan. Now, this woman was raging towards herself. I'm looking forward to it. I just don't know if the killing knife of age has left any traces on her face, which used to amaze the time. An old pictorial and news picture jumped out. The woman in the photos, bright-eyed and glancing, with a white dress, her temperament as pure as the lotus of the snowy mountains, but her eyebrows hid an unearthly arrogance. TSK, this Zhang Jianguo, in his previous life, whose ancestral grave was dug up to marry a woman of this level. Lu Xian stroked his chin, a hint of playfulness flashed in his eyes. It seems that Zhang Yining's 90% face value was really dragged down by her father. He casually downloaded one of Lin Jiling's most classic album cover photos and uploaded it to the Blackmail app. No matter who she is and how hard her background is, when she arrives at her own acreage, it's a dragon that has to be coiled and a tiger that has to lie down. Know yourself and know your enemy, so that you can fight 100 battles. He would like to see this ant's bottom, in the end what color? Ding! New analyzable target person detected. Analyzing target character information. Please wait. On the phone screen, around the slightly grainy black and white art photo, the ghostly blue data stream poured down like a waterfall, full of the beauty of intertwining technology and mystery. After a few seconds, the data stream abruptly wound down, and a line of clear text surfaced below the photo. Name, Lin Xiling. Gender, female. Age, 40. Face value, 98. Control value, 0-100. Circumference, 82-62-79. Dimensions, 82-62-79. Height, 175 centimeters. Weight, 53 kilograms. Target evaluation, the extreme desire for emotions and the idea of supremacy of interests instilled in him since he was a child form a violent conflict within his heart, resulting in an extremely egotistical personality that will do anything to achieve its goals. 98 points of face value? Lu Xian's eyebrows couldn't help but raise. A 40-year-old woman with a face value that could still be maintained at 98 points? This maintenance effort was simply heaven-defying. Fearfully, when compared to the two stunning beauties in their 20s beside her, they were not the least bit inferior, and even had a few more points of mature charm. Seeing the comment of doing whatever it takes to achieve her goals, the arc of Lu Xian's mouth deepened. Isn't this the female version of himself? When she was young, she could fall out with her family for the sake of an illusory love, which showed that she had a crazy strength and determination in her bones. This kind of person, either don't mess with it, to mess with it, you have to stomp her to death once and for all, so that she can't turn over for eternity. Black material generation in the... Please wait. Black material generation completed. Option 1, 100 points for the complete black material package. Option 2, black material redemption coupon X1 to redeem the complete black material package. 100 points, redeem. Lu Xian chose the former without hesitation. Redemption complete. In the next second, a detailed black material file was presented before his eyes. Details of the core of the black information. Lin Xiling, the third miss of the Chunan Lin family, at the age of 18, in order to win the national championship of the Super New Voice Singing competition, she secretly drugged her biggest competitor, causing permanent damage to her vocal cords. She also hired someone to create a car accident, which led to another popular contestant's withdrawal with serious injuries. Ho! Even Lu Xian couldn't help but let out a soft laugh when he saw this line. Good fellow, for the sake of a singing competition winner, you dare to poison and create a car accident? This Auntie Lin Xiling was truly a ruthless snake charmer. He continued to look down. Specific description, the target, Lin Xiling, comes from a political family in Shunan. Her father, Lin Shuntian, and brother, Lin Ao, are both prominent figures in the political arena in Shunan. Since her childhood, Lin Xiling has been a star-studded figure with amazing artistic talent, writing poems at the age of 3, painting at the age of 5, and composing music at the age of 6, and she knows almost everything. Since elementary school, she has shown unparalleled talent in the field of singing, coupled with her outstanding appearance. From childhood to adulthood, the title of first in school beauty never fell by the wayside. This smooth sailing made her develop an extreme character that only allowed her to win and not to lose. In her sophomore year of high school, she participated in the then-hot national talent show Super New Voice and made it all the way to the finals. However, on the final stage, she met two rivals who were strong enough to compete with her in terms of strength and popularity: the Queen of Soprano, Zhang Yining, and the stage wizard, Li Muchuan. Faced with the unprecedented challenge and the possibility of her first failure, Lin Jiling's inner pride and paranoia was completely ignited. She couldn't accept losing to anyone. So, on the eve of the final, she used a despicable means to bury the music dreams of her two rivals. Lin Jiling chose to poison Zhang Liangyin's voice and arranged for a car to crash into Limuchuan, so that both of them withdrew from the competition, and finally, she got the championship as she wished, signed with a top entertainment company, and from then on, her star was bright and bright, going to the top of the entertainment industry, her favorite showbiz peak. That PPT page count was also not much, but it recorded in detail when and where and how Lin Jiling put the poison into the water, and when she bought the murderer to hit the people, and there were clear videos. All the evidence could prove that Lin Jiling had committed a crime. So it's like this. Lu Xian slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and an icy and excited light flashed in his eyes. The proud daughter of heaven, amazingly talented, won all the way to the top, so she couldn't afford to lose. This weakness could be too fatal. He had originally thought that he would need to go through a lot of trouble to deal with Lin Jiling, and that he would even have to break bread with the Chu Nanlin family. Now, it seemed that there was no need to go through that much trouble at all. This Auntie Lin Jiling, who was about to kill in front of him, seemed to be imposing, but in reality, she was full of flaws. Her proudest halo, her sparkling start to stardom, was itself a lie built on sin. With just a gentle poke, it could cause the perfect image she had worked so hard to maintain for more than 20 years to instantly collapse and be destroyed. Auntie, this great gift from you, I can't resist. Lu Xian whispered to himself, and a morose smile surfaced on his face. Right at this moment, there was a soft ding-dong sound. It was the green bubble's message beep. Zhang Yining had chosen a time and location for tomorrow at 10 a.m. and sent a location. Yanjing, Kunlun Hotel 808 Private Room. Chapter 96 The 98-Point Lin Jiling. Early the next morning, Lu Xian got up refreshed. Shen Yubing slept on all fours, a slender big white leg resting on by Yanxi without any honor, her rosy lips still unconsciously muttering dreamy words. Mine is softer than yours? And by Yanxi, who was used as her hugging pillow, had her eyebrows knitted tightly in her sleep. Lu Xian looked amused and shook his head, casually covering the two with a blanket before he unhurriedly packed up and left the door. After all, today there is a noble aunt waiting for their hospitality at Kunlun Hotel. As one of the top hotels in Yanjing, this place is full of low-key luxury. Lu Xian, wearing a casual dress, hands in pockets, leisurely swayed to the door of the 808 private rooms, completely without the ordinary people first into the place of the constraints. He didn't even bother to knock on the door, directly twisted the door handle and pushed the door in. Inside the private room, a mother-daughter love scene was being staged. Zhang Yining was lying in a woman's arms, crying and complaining about something, her shoulders twitching, so pitiful. The woman she was hugging instantly attracted Lu Xian's full attention. She was wearing a well-cut white open cheongsam, without a trace of superfluous ornamentation, elegant to the extreme, but her exquisite figure was outlined to the fullest. The split of the cheongsam was just right, and as she soothed her daughter's movements, a pair of slender legs wrapped in semi-transparent stockings loomed out, attracting people's reverie. What's worse is that face. The years seemed to be extraordinarily forgiving to her. At the age of 40, her skin was still tight and fair, breakable, and that face, which was 7 times similar to Zhang Yining's, but with countless more flavors and rhythms, was actually maintained in a way that it was on par with her 20-year-old daughter. The two of them did not want to be mother and daughter at all, but more like sisters. Between their eyes, there is the gentle Jiangnan woman, but also hides a long time in the upper position of the arrogance. 98 points, the name was true. Brother Lu Xian. Zhang Yining found him at the first time, her crying stalled, hurriedly let go of her mother, and rushed to Lu Xian with a face of aggression and questioning. The school. School expelled me. How could you do this to me? What did I do wrong? Lu Xian didn't even bother to look at her, casually flicking her to the side as if chasing away a buzzing fly. How many times do I have to tell you? If you can't figure it out, go back and look in the mirror and reflect. At this moment, the cheongsam-robed beauty slowly stood up, moving gracefully to Zhang Yining's side, shielding her daughter behind her. Her eyes, like knives quenched with ice, landed coldly on Lu Xian. You are Lu Xian? Her voice was very nice, clear, and cold with a hint of magnetism, the very same voice that had charmed thousands of fans back then. Since you're Nining's boyfriend, there has to be a limit to the temper tantrums. Bringing things to this point is not beneficial to anyone. As soon as she opened her mouth, she attempted to take the high ground of morality and identity, defining this conflict as an unintelligent young couple quarreling. Auntie, you're mistaken. Lu Xian smiled faintly, but that smile did not reach his eyes. Who told you that I'm her boyfriend? He paused, admiring the flash of dismay on Lin Jiling's face before he slowly, word for word, spat out the latter half of his sentence. I am her master. Your precious daughter is nothing more than a pug I raised. Boom! Lin Jiling's face instantly sank, that pretense of elegance and calmness shattered in an instant, and flames of shame and anger shot out from her eyes. You child, what nonsense are you spouting? Apologize to Ning Ning immediately. As if Lu Xian didn't hear her words, his icy gaze crossed over her and landed on Zhang Yining. His tone was flat but carried an unquestionable command. Zhang Yining, have you forgotten your own identity? Zhang Yining's delicate body trembled violently, the blood color on her face fading. That plain voice sounded like a demon king's edict to her, and a wave of fear that originated from the depths of her soul compelled her, causing her legs to weaken, and she uncontrollably flopped and knelt straight down in front of her mother. The entire private room only heard her knees in heavy carpet collision issued by the sound of muffled, "Brother Lu Xian." "No, master," Zhang Yining trembled, tears of humiliation coming out of her eyes. "I was wrong, master. Please forgive me." "Yining." Lin Jiling's face turned pale, as if she was struck by lightning. She screamed and scrambled to pull her daughter's arm, trying to yank her up. "What are you doing? You get up for me. Get up." However, no matter how hard she tried, Zhang Yining, who was kneeling on the ground, was as if she had taken root, not moving at all, only shaking and shedding tears. At this moment, Lin Jiling's heart set off huge waves. Her daughter, who had been held in the palm of her hand since she was a child, proud as a little princess, had even been conditioned by this man into this slavish demeanor? Lin Jiling turned her head violently, her eyes so cold that it looked like she wanted to kill. "Lu Xian, you. What the hell do you want? It's not enough to ruin old Zhang, but you want to come and ruin my Ning Ning?" "Hee, Auntie, that's not true." Lu Xian leisurely walked to the main seat and sat down, crossing his legs, his posture lazy and strong. "Your husband deserved what he got. As for your daughter, she is even more to blame." He glanced at Zhang Yining, who was still kneeling on the ground, and waved his hand in disgust. "Get up, roll to the side and stay there, eyesore." "Yes. Yes, master." Zhang Yining was like an amnesty, hurriedly wiping away her tears and staggering up, then incomparably obediently walked behind Lu Xian and stood, lowering her eyebrows, living as a servant girl. Looking at this absurd yet real scene in front of her eyes, Lin Jiling felt as if her heart was being viciously clutched by a large invisible hand, so painful that she almost suffocated. She took a deep breath and strongly suppressed the shocking waves in her heart as her chest rose and fell violently. "Lu Xian! You wait for me." She gritted her teeth and said, "I will definitely make you beg for your life and beg for your death." After she finished speaking, she looked towards her daughter, her voice filled with a deep sense of exhaustion and determination. "Meaning, you go out first and wait for me in the car. I have some things that I need to talk to Lu Xian alone." Chapter 97. Your daughter, very runny. Zhang Yining's body froze in place like a soulless puppet, turning a deaf ear to her mother's instructions. The corner of Lu Xian's mouth hooked up into a few imperceptible smiles as he lazily opened his mouth, his voice not loud enough. "Can't understand your mom? Or is it that you can't even walk without my permission now?" These words were said frivolously, but carried an unquestionable command. Zhang Yining trembled as if a switch had been activated by these words, and only then did she look at Lu Xian as if she had woken up from a dream, her eyes filled with fear and begging. "All right, go out and wait in the car, don't be an eyesore here." Lu Xian waved his hand casually, like he was driving away a fly. "Yes. Yes, master." Zhang Yining, who had received permission, was like an amnesty, rolling and crawling to her feet, not even daring to look at her mother again. With her head lowered, she hastily pulled open the door and ran out. With a bang, the heavy private room door closed, isolating mother and daughter, and completely turning this square inch of land into a wrestling ground between Lu Xian and Lin Jiling. Lu Xian! Lin Jiling could no longer maintain that lofty elegance, her chest rose and fell violently, and in that pair of extremely well-maintained beautiful eyes, the anger of being touched at the bottom line burned. "You are still not a human being. Is this how you humiliate my daughter in front of me as a mother?" Lu Xian looked like he didn't hear her rant, slowly fished out the cigarette case from his pocket, knocked it on the corner of the table slowly and methodically, popping out a cigarette in his mouth. Ka-da! The crisp sound of a lighter rang out in the quiet private room, and a small cluster of orange flames jumped to life, lighting his cigarette. He inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly, greenish-white smoke billowing out and blurring the expression on his face. This extreme disregard was more lethal than any vicious words. Lin Jiling felt that the punch she had used with all her might felt like it had hit cotton, and the anger that had nowhere to be vented almost burned her sanity to the ground. She took a deep breath, and then another, her nails pinched deep into her palms, forcing herself to calm down with the pain. Losing control and anger, she knew, would do nothing for the man in front of her and would only make her look even more pathetic. After a few seconds, the flames in her eyes gradually went out, replaced by a cold scrutiny and calculation. Lu Xian, she reopened her mouth, the hysteria from earlier no longer in her voice, only a condescending coldness remained. "I admit that I underestimated you. After seeing how Ning Ning looked today, I just hope that you can let her go." She paused, seemingly weighing a wording that would best demonstrate her benevolence. "As long as you let Ning Ning go, I can forget about all the things between you. Not only that, I can also give you a compensation." She stretched out 5 white and slender fingers with an elegant gesture, as if she was giving out an insignificant item. 5 million. I think that this price is enough for you to live the rest of your life comfortably." Lu Xian finally reacted when he heard this. He first froze for a moment, then as if he had heard some heavenly joke, he couldn't help but let out a low laugh. Had ha. Had ha ha. The laughter grew louder and louder, carrying undisguised mockery. "Auntie, $5 million? Lu Xian flicked the ashes of his cigarette and raised his eyes to look at her with eyes that looked like he was looking at a little cutie. Are you dismissing the caller, or are you acting in an idle play? This line, it's too cliché. He shook his head, his tone contemptuous. To tell you the truth, this amount of money, I really don't care. You may think that I'm mouthing off as a poor boy from the countryside, but believe it or not, as long as I open my mouth, surnamed Chen, surnamed Bai, I'll spend their money as I please. Lin Zhiling's pupils suddenly shrunk. Chen family? The Bai family? Could it be that their relationship was already so? Without waiting for her to think about it carefully, Lu Xian's gaze had already changed flavor. It was an extremely aggressive, as if valuing a commodity, unapologetically roaming around her slender cheongsam, from the tight neckline, to the full bust line, to the long, slender legs that were hidden at the opening. This kind of naked scrutiny made Lin Zhiling, who had always been looked up to, feel uncomfortable, giving birth to an unprecedented sense of humiliation. What's more, the corner of Lu Xian's mouth hooked up into an evil arc, saying slowly, your daughter, I'm just whisking her away right now, and she doesn't even bring a move, believe it or not? He deliberately paused for a moment, came closer, lowered his voice, and with a volume that only two people could hear, spat out that sentence word by word that was enough to make her completely collapse. Besides, your daughter is indeed quite moist. Boom! Lin Zhiling's cheeks instantly turned red, a color that was a mixture of shame and anger to the extreme, and then immediately turned into an iron blue. You pervert! Shameless rascal! She was so furious that she was trembling all over, almost biting her mouthful of silver teeth to pieces. However, after the extreme anger, an icy chill rose from the bottom of her heart. She forced herself to suppress the feeling of humiliation that went straight to the sky, and her mind raced. She had lost, from the moment her daughter knelt down, she had lost. Power, money, these weapons she was so proud of, in front of this man, they all became a joke. Since this is the case, Lin Zhiling looked at Lu Xian's handsome but evilly written face. A crazy and bold idea quietly took shape in her mind. Since he is an incorrigible lecher, then let him die in that word. She had originally prepared a backhand, planning to use the beauty trick to deal with him, but she just didn't expect that he was even more difficult than she had imagined, and more. As long as she could take the video and get the handle that he couldn't resist, she didn't believe that this arrogant brat could still flip out of her five-finger mountain. Thinking of this, Lin Zhiling's eyes of anger quietly retreat, replaced by a kind of viper-lock prey like cold and determination. She didn't believe that the beauty plan wouldn't be able to take Lu Xian, let alone her Lin Zhiling. She believed that no man could ignore his body and looks. As long as Lu Xian took the bait, the video taken would be able to hold Lu Xian. For her own daughter, in exchange for her daughter's freedom and future. She felt that what she had given was worth it. But she didn't know she was a sheep in a tiger's mouth. Chapter 98, The Beauty Trick? Lu Xian then will be the trick. Lu Xian looked at the dramatic scene in front of him, and a few absurd smiles actually grew in his heart. Lin Zhiling, this woman who was just like a lioness protecting her cubs and was eager to eat him alive, at this moment even put away all of her claws and teeth, her eyes were flowing and she was charming. The anger and coldness on her face faded away, replaced by a carefully sculpted gentleness, as if a spring breeze was blowing on her face, able to melt all the ice in the world. On that 98-point stunning face, a just right smile emerged, warm and moving. Even Lu Xian, who was used to seeing stunning colors, was stunned by this instantaneous change of face. Once again, that thought popped up in his head, Zhang Jianguo, that old bastard, was he a driver for the Jade Emperor in his previous life or something? This level of immortal sister, could he also let him be arched? It's simply unconscionable. This is just like a sex holy maiden and an outsider's servant disciple engaged in a dual cultivation, who wouldn't sigh with pain and curse a waste of heaven and earth when they saw it. Only to hear Lin Zhiling's voice, also resumed the soft sweetness that had captivated thousands of fans back then. Every word was like wrapped in honey, sweet to the human heart. Lu Xian, look. At us making a scene like this, it's not good for anyone, is it? It was as if she had completely forgotten the saber rattling just now. Her tone was intimate, as if they were old friends who had known each other for many years. No matter what, you're also Ning Ning's boyfriend. It's normal for young people to have a little conflict between them, but you can't do this to her. She's still a child. Saying that, she slowly stood up, her lotus steps lightly moved around the table, that figure swayed between her walks, and the arc of her beautiful legs was hidden at the opening of her cheongsam. She stopped not far from Lu Xian's side, a pair of peach blossom eyes winking like silk, just so straight at Lu Xian, lightly opened her lips, exhaling like orchids. Didn't you say that Ning Ning is moist? Her voice was pressed lower, with a hint of charm unique to adult women. Then what do you think? Of Auntie me? Am I not prettier than Ning Ning? My family's Lao Zhang, but he said that Ning Ning is not as pretty. Success! Lu Xian sneered in his heart, but his face did not move. This beauty trick came more directly and clumsily than expected. However, since Auntie was so interested and personally came down to direct this play, wouldn't it be too much of a loss of face if he didn't cooperate properly? Besides, the king bomb in his hand hadn't been thrown out yet. Let her be arrogant for a while, let her think she was winning. Later on, when he threw that black material that had been dusted off for 20 years in her face, he would like to see if this unrivaled third miss of the Lin family would kneel down to a higher standard than her daughter. Thinking of this, Lu Xian instantly entered the scene. He retreated to advance. The original cynicism on his face was instantly replaced by a piece of righteousness, and his waist straightened a few points. Auntie. What are you doing? Please respect yourself. He frowned, his eyes averted, and he had the appearance of a decent man who had been shocked. Lu Xian's acting skills could not be said to be less than superb. He even brought a hint of a flustered trill. Auntie, although you're magnificent, like a fairy descending from the heavens, but I, Lu Xian, am a decent person with principles and a bottom line. This kind of thing, I will never do. He. When Lin Jiling saw his appearance, her heart despised him even more, but her mouth let out a string of soft laughter like silver bells. She covered her mouth and laughed so hard that her chest rippled with thrilling waves. A righteous person? Lu Xian, you really know how to joke. She approached step by step, her fragrant wind pouncing on her face. If you are a righteous person, then under this sky, I'm afraid there are no bad people left. She had already completely controlled the rhythm. Looking at Lu Xian's desperately resisting but red-faced appearance, she had almost foreseen the dawn of victory. As long as you add a little more fire, this seemingly tough kid will completely fall under their own pomegranate skirt. At that time, the miniature camera hidden in the dark would record everything. Once the video arrives, edit it a bit, change the content of the conversation, and use AI technology to fix the mouth shape. Tomorrow's headline in Yanjing will be shocked. Luxury family's evil son-in-law is worse than a beast. He even did this to his own mother-in-law. When the time comes, I'll see how crazy you still are. You'll still have to beg me on your knees. A girlfriend behind his back, plotting against his own mother. At that time, after putting this video in front of the Chen and Bai families, she didn't believe that those two military and political families could still tolerate such a morally corrupt son-in-law. Thinking of this, Lin Jiling's eyes became more and more flirtatious. She had been in the entertainment industry for a few years, and had seen too many directors and investors who wanted to have crooked thoughts about her, but as soon as she revealed the background of the Chu Nan Lin family, those people were all scared out of their wits. She had absolute confidence in her beauty and family history. As if he was cornered by her, Lu Xian, with a face of resistance and struggle, said painfully, Auntie. You can't be like this. You are forcing me. You're forcing me to perform the deeds of that Chow thief. Never, 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 never. Lin Jiling saw that while he said no on his lips, his eyes were getting hotter and hotter. He laughed coldly in his heart, but his face was even more delicate. The smile in Lin Jiling's eyes became even more intense. She liked to see this kind of man who wanted to eat but didn't dare to, and on the other hand, she also had to pretend to be a gentleman's appearance of embarrassment. She simply sat on the chair beside Lu Xian, exhaling her breath like orchids, her voice carrying a deadly temptation. Lu Xian, don't pretend. As long as you promise me to spare Ning Ning and let her regain her freedom, I will be at your disposal. Success. Fish hooked. Lu Xian said silently in his heart, and the struggle and resistance on his face faded away in this instant. He suddenly raised his head and looked directly into Lin Jiling's eyes, the corner of his mouth hooked up into an evil smile that was full of teasing and mockery. Auntie, this is what you said. His voice calmed down, but it carried a sense of oppression from the storm. When you get there, don't regret it. Before the words fell, Lin Jiling only felt a flash of light before her eyes. A strong force came from her, and her entire body was actually picked up by Lu Xian. Ah! She was so shocked by this sudden turn of events that she cried out in shock, her mind going blank. This was not how the script was written. Obviously, he is luring the enemy deep, step by step. How? How he's suddenly a leading charge, directly to his old home to the end? This kid changed his face how faster than turning the book. Not yet waiting for her to react, Lu Xian hugged her, striding to the dining table, arm swing. Clatter clang. The table full of delicate dishes and expensive cutlery was roughly swept to the ground by him, making a series of ear-piercing cracking sounds. Lin Jiling was completely confused. Her formation was rushed to pieces by Lu Xian's unorthodox move. Chapter 99. Let Ning Ning go. I'll listen to you. Clang clatter. The ear-piercing shattering sound echoed inside the luxurious private room, as if it was a thunderbolt that blew the carefully written script in Lin Jiling's head to smithereens. Before her people could react, the waiter's urgent knock and inquiry came from outside. Sir, ma'am, may I ask what's going on inside? Do you need help? Lin Jiling's heart snapped into her throat. She was being held by Lu Xian in an extremely humiliating position, and underneath her was a messy floor full of dinner plates and wine glasses. If this were to be bumped into, would she still want to lose the face of the Lin family's third miss? She forcefully suppressed the shocking waves in her heart. While struggling, she used the fastest speed to calm herself down, and shouted at the door, It's fine, sorry, my feet slipped just now, and I accidentally brought down the cups on the table, we'll handle it ourselves. The voice was slightly shaky, but it sounded quite subdued. Okay, then please feel free to call me if you need anything. The waiter outside the door heard her say this, and only then did he put his heart down, his footsteps fading away. Inside the private room, dead silence returned. Lu Xian lowered his head, brought his lips to the side of her warm ear, and in a voice that was barely audible, he puffed out hot air. Auntie, it seems that the soundproofing of this Kunlun hotel isn't very good either. He paused, and the smile at the corner of his mouth became more and more playful. Wait a moment. You can never hold back, don't be too loud. Oh. The warm breath mixed with the flavor of tobacco made her body stiffen, and her cheeks instantly burned hot. Humiliation. This was red-hot humiliation. But she also knew that the arrow had to be fired. For the sake of her daughter, in order to be able to get this handle, she gave up. Give up the child to set up the wolf, give up the body to set up the rogue. In an instant, the panic and shyness in Lin Jiling's eyes faded away, and was replaced by a kind of broken winks. She no longer struggled, but instead obediently put her arm around Lu Xian's neck, and the whole person was soft like a pool of spring water. As long as you are willing to let Ning Ning go, I will listen to you. Her voice was so delicate that it could drip water, her eyes were mesmerized, and her cheeks flew with two intoxicating blushes, living a look of heavenly thunder hooking up with earthly fire, and her love was difficult to self-comprehend. It's done. She sneered in her heart. Hidden not far away from the miniature camera is the whole record of everything in front of her. Since this is the case, Lu Xian also had to fulfill her. 10 minutes later. Control value increased by 15 points. However, just when she thought she had won and was ready to close the net after a few more minutes of acting, Lu Xian suddenly let go of her. Lin Jiling stumbled and almost fell, hastily holding onto the dining table behind her before stabilizing herself. Before she had time to question, she saw Lu Xian seemingly lose all interest and straighten his collar with a tasteless face. What was this? No, halfway through the play, the director called out the card? Lin Jiling froze. Without waiting for her to figure it out, Lu Xian had already fished out his cell phone from his pocket and slowly wiped the screen, with eyes that looked like they had seen through everything with a kind of cat playing with mouse-like pity. Auntie, is the beauty trick fun? Boom! Lin Jiling's brain buzzed, like being struck by lightning. He knows? Impossible. His own performance was seamless, how could he know? He must be swindling me. Right. He must be playing a trick. Thinking of this, Lin Jiling instantly found her backbone. She fiercely straightened her back, and the soft and charming expression on her face instantly switched back to her initial icy coldness and arrogance. Lu Xian, you're finished. A triumphant cold smile spread across the corners of her mouth. I've already filmed everything you did to me just now. She took a step forward, her aura compelling. Now, I'll give you two choices. First, immediately let Ning Ning go and promise to never pester her again. Second, I'll publicize this video and make you lose your reputation. At that time, not only the police, I'll see how the Chen and Bai families behind you can still tolerate a man who plots against his own mother-in-law. She thought that she had already secured her victory. However, Lu Xian just listened quietly without the slightest change in the expression on his face, and even felt a bit amused. Auntie, aren't you in too much of a hurry? He shook his head, his tone so flat that it was like discussing the weather. With such an unclear video, what can it mean? You want to use this to convict me? It is too naive. You. Lin Jiling's face changed. She didn't expect Lu Xian to be so rogue. You think I don't dare to send it out? Let me tell you, I'm willing to give up anything for Ning Ning. Even if it will damage my reputation, I'm the victim. Public opinion and the law will be on my side. Is that so? Lu Xian finally laughed, and that smile was full of mockery and disdain. He stopped talking nonsense, unlocked his phone, tapped on a video file, and then turned the screen to Lin Jiling. Auntie, don't rush to be a victim. His voice was icy cold, without a trace of emotion. Before accusing others, why don't you take a look at this first? You're pretending again. Lin Jiling's mouth was disdainful, but her gaze fell uncontrollably on the tiny screen. In the next second, her pupils suddenly shrunk into pinpoints. The picture quality of the video was poor, with the characteristic grainy feeling of an old DV, but the young girl on the screen, wearing a white dress, with a double ponytail and a face of innocence, she recognized even if she turned into ashes. That was the 17-year-old her. In the video, the young Lin Jiling was furtively unscrewing a bottle of mineral water and pouring a packet of white powder into it before carefully capping it and putting it back in place. The camera panned over to an equally young girl who came over and picked up the bottle of water with a smile. Lin Jiling's breathing, at this moment, completely stopped. That name, that nightmare that she had buried in the deepest recesses of her memory, deadening with 20 years of splendor and glory, surged madly to her heart. Zhang Yining. Her hands began to tremble uncontrollably, her temples bruised, and the blood in her body seemed to freeze instantly. No. This isn't me. Where did you get this from? It's a forgery. She let out a hysterical scream, and like a beast driven to desperation, she reached out to grab Lu Xian's cell phone like a madman. Splat. A crisp and loud slap. Lu Xian backhanded a slap and viciously smacked her face. The tremendous force slapped her entire body flying out, her delicate body crashing into the cold dining table and tumbling back down onto the wretched floor filled with broken porcelain pieces. The Cheongsam's split grinned to the base of her thighs, her hair was disheveled, and her makeup was blurred by tears and panic. Where there is half of the Jade Queen of Song style, woefully like a lost dog. Lu Xian condescendingly looked at her, eyes as cold as a knife, the cell phone back into the pocket. I thought it was some kind of real fairy who doesn't eat earthly fire. After half a day, it turns out to be a lowly. He walked forward, squatted down, cupped Lin Jiling's chin with his fingers, forcing her to raise her head and look at his face that was written with contempt. 20 years ago, for the sake of a crappy championship, you dared to poison your opponent and ruin someone's life. 20 years later, for the sake of that no-good daughter of yours, you want to use this beauty trick on me again. Lu Xian laughed, his smile morose. Lin Jiling, you really haven't grown at all. Chapter 100. Unfortunately, it's much more honest than your mouth. Lu Xian smiled slightly, looking at the woman at his feet who was just towering over him, but at the moment was in a sorry state, with a hint of lazy teasing in his tone. Auntie, there's a video, right? Where did you hide it? Take it out for me to enjoy. He knew very well that this kind of thing was like a time bomb, although it was not very powerful in his opinion, it was ultimately a trouble. The losses he had suffered in his last life had made him develop the habit of cutting off the roots and never leaving anyone with any handles that he could flip. Lin Jiling lay on her back on the cold ground, the broken pieces of porcelain scratched the expensive cheongsam and even left a shallow blood mark on her fair skin. She raised her head, and under her disheveled hair, all that was left in those originally charming and moving eyes was a mad hatred and a jade-like determination. Want to videotape? You kill me. Her voice was hoarse, but it carried a kind of broken-hearted ruthlessness. Do you dare? If you don't dare, get out of my way and let me out. She struggled to get up, her eyes were like poison nails, nailed to Lu Xian. Don't think that I'm afraid of you just because you have a handle on me. You've forgotten that I'm also pinching yours in my hand. Big deal, we'll all end up together. End up together? Lu Xian couldn't help but laugh out loud as if he had heard some heavenly joke. He squatted down and was level with Lin Jiling, those deep eyes full of playfulness and pity. Auntie, are you not clear about the situation? Yours is poisoning, murder for hire, a felony that can put you behind bars. What about this one of mine? He spread his hands, a face of innocence. Even if you sue me for strong hooking, I use Chinbai's two families to operate some, I will be fine by then. You well, once a diva, with that kind of underhanded means to get, the rest of your life will be in the inside of your cellmates to sing Iron Window Tears It. Do you think your Lin family is good enough to step in and operate to help you? In order to calm the public anger, they can only give up on you. Lu Xian was originally certain that a woman like Lin Jiling, who was a well-bred and selfish woman, would be most concerned about her life, so how could she possibly be willing to use her own golden life to exchange for his reputation as a poor boy? However, he underestimated one thing. He had underestimated the reckless madness that a mother could explode when her daughter was hurt. So what? Lin Jiling's eyes instantly reddened, tears mixed with her makeup sliding down, leaving a wretched trail. I don't care. I don't care about anything as long as I can get Lin rid of this demon of yours. As long as I can walk out of here today, Lu Xian, just wait and see. I'll let you know what it means to be a flooding beast of public opinion. The smile on Lu Xian's face slightly tightened. He saw the pure, unadulterated madness in Lin Jiling's eyes that was unadulterated by any calculations of interests. This was somewhat surprising to him. Good, very good. Lu Xian slowly stood up and looked at her condescendingly. Since Auntie, you're so tough talking, then I'll have to find it myself. You look for it? Lin Jiling let out a nervous sneer. You go ahead and look for it. I'll tell you, you're not going to find it even if you tear this private room apart. She was extremely confident in her means of hiding things. That miniature camera was something she had entrusted a friend from a special channel to get, and it was seamlessly camouflaged, so unless it was a professional counter-surveillance officer, there was absolutely no way it could be found. Lu Xian was also too lazy to talk nonsense with her anymore. He fiercely probed his hand, without the slightest bit of pity, and pinched the back of Lin Jiling's neck, lifting her up from the ground like a chicken. Lin Jiling was choked by this sudden force and couldn't catch her breath. Her eyes widened in shock, instinctively wanting to scream, but the words came out of her mouth and then she swallowed them back hard. She couldn't scream. Her current appearance was worse than killing her, and she absolutely couldn't let a third person see it. You let go of me. She opened her eyes angrily and squeezed out a few words from her teeth. Are you really not afraid of me calling the police to arrest you? Lu Xian simply ignored her threat, but in his heart, he was sneering. Won't say it, right? It doesn't matter. Human eyes, the windows of the soul, were also the most likely traitors to betray their masters. Lu Xian held Lin Jiling down as a mobile plug-in. He controlled Lin Jiling with one hand and moved her around the room, half lifting and half dragging her. He didn't go rummaging through the boxes, he just used an extremely oppressive stance to take her on a tour of the corners of the private room. Auntie, you said, is it hidden under the sofa cushions? He pressed Lin Jiling's face towards the sofa, while his eyes were dead set on the side of her face. There was no reaction. Or is it hidden in that valuable orchid? He dragged her to the window again. Still no reaction. Lin Jiling clenched her teeth and desperately restrained her instincts, but as Lu Xian approached the huge decorative painting on the wall step by step, her heartbeat uncontrollably began to accelerate and her breathing became rapid. It was this one tiny change that was accurately captured by Lu Xian. He violently pushed Lin Jiling aside, while he himself walked over to the painting. The painting was of a landscape, framed in an antique style, and on each of the four corners of the frame, there was an inconspicuous round jade button inlaid as decoration. Lu Xian's gaze fell on the buckle in the upper right corner. He stretched out two fingers, gently pinched it, and then exerted force. With a soft click, the buckle fell off, revealing a black lens the size of a needlepoint at the back. Lin Jiling's body suddenly softened, as if the strength of the whole body was taken away, and slipped along the wall and fell to the ground. It was over. The last card, too, had been lifted by him. Lu Xian placed the camera, which was smaller than a fingernail cap, in his palm and waited, then turned around, walked over to the paralyzed Lin Jiling, and let out a soft TSK from his mouth. "Humph, Auntie, you do have a tight mouth and a few bones." He shook the camera in front of her, and the corner of his mouth curled up into an extremely mocking arc. "Unfortunately, your body is much more honest than your mouth." Ah! Humiliation, anger, despair. All the emotions completely erupted at this moment. She was like a mad mother leopard, screaming and pouncing towards Lu Xian. "You give the thing back to me. Give it back to me." She only had one thought now: snatch back that thing, even if it meant destroying it. However, everything was too late. It was she herself who was too eager to see Lu Xian on his knees begging for forgiveness, and prematurely exposed her bottom card. If she could have held back a bit more and waited to leave here before threatening Lu Xian with the video, perhaps. But in this world, there were never ifs. Lu Xian just lightly sidestepped and dodged her pounce. Lin Jiling pounced, and her entire body fell to the ground in a sorry state once again. Chapter 101, This Sun Cannot Be Kept. Lin Jiling was like a female panther that was forced into a desperate situation. Her remaining sanity was burned out by the flames of humiliation. She hissed and pounced at Lu Xian once again like a madwoman, her nails spreading out like she wanted to scratch out a few bloody marks on his face. This was her last card, her last dignity. She couldn't lose just like that. She only had one thought now: snatch back that tiny camera. Even if she swallowed it in her stomach, she must not let it stay in Lu Xian's hands. However, she was facing Lu Xian. Snap. A clear and loud slap. Lu Xian didn't even change his stance, he just casually swung his backhand, precisely cutting off her forward momentum. Lin Jiling's entire body was jerked in a gyroscopic half circle, falling to the ground in a sorry state once again, a trace of blood seeping out from the corner of her mouth, her ears buzzing, and the world spinning around. She slumped to the ground, struggling to get up, her voice hoarse and cursing. "Lu Xian! You beast! You shall not die!" She was lying on the ground, her hair messily plastered to her sweaty cheeks, the hatred in her eyes almost turning into substance. Lu Xian let out a light laugh and slowly squatted down, leveling his eyes with her fire-breathing eyes as if he was admiring an interesting work of art. A playful smile hung on his face. "Auntie, speak with a conscience. The two of us are at best half a catty, so don't just catch me cursing alone." His tone was light, but it was like a scalpel, precisely cutting open her last disguise. Lin Jiling's pupils shrunk violently. Yes, it wasn't over yet. She suddenly remembered something, and with one hand trembling, she reached into her torn cheongsam pocket and fumbled to pull out her cell phone. The plan had failed, but the backhand was still there. She had long anticipated that dealing with someone like Lu Xian could not be smooth sailing. Before she came, she had already edited a text message, addressed to that pinnacle of the Lin family, her father. It couldn't just be left like that. This guy, Lu Xian, was too weird, too scary. Any one of the things in his hands could put the Lin family in a huge passive position. He had successively taken out the handles of Ning Ning, Zhang Jianguo, and himself from 20 years ago, which was by no means something that the Chen and Bai families could investigate. Even if they could find clues, it was impossible to get such clear video evidence. Behind him, there must be an even more terrifying existence standing. Since there was no way to make things right, it was time to completely tear down the face and fish out of water. She had long anticipated that this trip might not be smooth sailing, and had long prepared for the worst. This son must not stay. Who cares who is standing behind him? If there are dates or not, let's hit him 3 times first. Her fingers flew on the screen, clicked on the long edited text message, did not hesitate to press the send button, instantly sent out. This son must not be kept. Lu Xian's eyes were so sharp that he saw her actions the moment her screen lit up. He wasn't in a hurry, waiting for her to finish sending before slowly reaching out his hand, like taking an insignificant toy, and pulling the phone from her hand. Glancing at the short and murderous 5 words on the screen, the corners of Lu Xian's mouth instead curved upwards in an amused arc. "Yo, Auntie, quite decisive." Saying that, he gently pinched his finger. Click. The screen of that valuable cell phone instantly shattered between his fingers, and the screen went completely dark. He casually threw it away, just like throwing away a useless piece of trash. In Lu Xian's heart, he actually had a trace of strange appreciation for this woman. It was indeed a tough piece of bone. Since he had obtained the system, no matter who it was, when they learned that their life and death handles were being pinched in their hands, none of them had not pissed their pants and begged for forgiveness on their knees. Even her high-powered husband, Zhang Yining, in the end, not also like a dog wagging its tail and begging for mercy? But this woman in front of her, from beginning to end, in addition to the initial shock and anger, there was not even a hint of begging for mercy. Lin Jiling slowly raised the face that was stained with blood and tear marks, but was still stunningly beautiful. There was no more fear in her eyes, only a kind of madness and arrogance of burning with a jade stone. You think I'm really afraid of you? Her voice was hoarse, but it was permeated with a condescension engraved in her bones. Born in a family like mine, what kind of people have I not seen? What kind of storms have I not experienced? I dared to poison my opponent when I was a teenager, and I dared to hire someone to destroy her. Do you think I can only play piano and sing love songs? As long as you don't get me killed today, let me tell you, no one in this world can really punish me. She laughed coldly, as if she had already seen what would happen to Lu Xian. You should know clearly who my father is and who my brother is. Even if I go into the station today, I'll come out unscathed tomorrow. You think you can pin me down with this bit of crap? Control me? She spat a mouthful of bloodied spittle, her eyes filled with contempt. Can that punk Zhang Yining be compared to me? Do your spring dream. She said word for word, if it wasn't for Ning Ning, I wouldn't even bother coming here in person today. Just send a few random people and you can be dealt with cleanly. She finished in one breath, panting heavily, as if she wanted to vent all of her bottom and viciousness. Lu Xian quietly listened to her impassioned monologue, with little expression on his face, until she finished speaking, then slowly stood up, walked to the main seat and sat down, elegantly crossed his legs, fished out his cigarette case, and unhurriedly lit one. The greenish-white smoke lingered on, blurring the expression on his face. Auntie, finished? He exhaled a mouthful of smoke rings, his tone flat as if asking, have you eaten? Aren't you tired after talking so much nonsense? He flicked the ashes of his cigarette and leaned forward slightly, the corners of his mouth grinning in a morose arc. If you finished, then. It's my turn. Oh. Had ha. That light laugh seemed to carry some sort of magic power, causing the sweaty hairs on Lin Jiling's body to stand on end in an instant. She saw that Lu Xian's eyes had changed. It was no longer teasing, no longer playful, but the eyes of a wild beast when it locked onto its prey, cold, focused, determined, and ferocious. This kind of look, she had only seen it on one person. That was her big brother, who was in a high position of power and decisiveness. A chill originating from the depths of her soul instantly swept through her entire body. Only then did she realize how ridiculous her earlier, painless threats were in front of this man. What she was facing was simply not an ordinary person who could be intimidated by his family background and harsh words. Rather, it was a head, a true demon in human skin. Chapter 102, Get Lost. Stay away. Stay away from me. Lu Xian got up and tossed the tiny camera on his fingertips as if he was playing with a worthless coin. He extinguished the burnt-out cigarette on the messy desktop and then took a step. The soles of the shoes stepped on the messy broken ceramic tiles on the ground, issued a creak light sound, each time, like stepping on Lin Jiling's heartbeat. You? What are you doing? Lin Jiling's heart inexplicably jumped in fear, and the ruthlessness that had just supported her and burned her to the ground was rapidly dissipating under the gaze of Lu Xian's emotionless eyes. She was afraid, a kind of fear originating from her instincts, making her hands and feet cold. Scram! Don't come over. Stay away from me. She supported her body on her elbows as she scooted backward on her hands and knees, her expensive cheongsam rubbing on the rough ground, scuffing up dust and wine stains. She tried to move away from the slowly approaching demon, but the private room was just so big that she was soon unable to retreat, her back slamming heavily against the cold wall. Lu Xian squatted down in front of her, and that evil smile reappeared on his face, only in this smile, there was no longer any semblance of temperature. Auntie, weren't you quite horizontal just now? What, are you afraid now? What the hell do you want? Don't come over. He. Lu Xian let out a low laugh. That laugh was full of malicious teasing, that sound drilled into the ears, making Lin Jiling tremble. That still need to ask? Of course it is. To continue what we just didn't finish off. He shook the miniature camera in his hand and said in a light tone, Auntie, I suddenly have a good idea. Don't you like taking videos? Coincidentally, I have a friend who also has this hobby. Let's not learn from others to engage in clandestine filming, how boring. Come on, let's shoot it openly and honestly, and let's make you the female lead for once, how about it? Saying that, Lu Xian really took out his cell phone and slowly and methodically called up the photography function. He looked around, picked up a spared red wine glass, stuck his cell phone firmly in the mouth of the glass, adjusted the angle, and aimed the camera impartially at Lin Jiling in the corner. This series of actions completely shattered Lin Jiling's psychological defenses. Her mind went blank with a buzz. She knew what Lu Xian was trying to do. This was no longer a humiliation, this was to trample her dignity under her feet and then crush it into pieces with her toes. The energy that had broken through just now was gone at this moment. She even began to regret using what bold beauty plan, this is simply to lead the wolf into the house, digging her own grave. Lu Xian, this devil, was the second man she had truly come into contact with besides her husband, Zhang Yining. When she thought of that short and humiliating 10 minutes just now, she was so scared that she was trembling all over, but despite that, she still used her last strength and hissed, "I'm Nining's mom." You. Oh? Lu Xian raised an eyebrow. "Auntie, just now, when you took the initiative to set me up, why didn't you think about the fact that you're Nining's mom? At that time, weren't you quite into it?" Lin Jiling's face went a shade of red and white, and she was dumbfounded by the blockage. Her panicked gaze swept through the mess on the floor, and suddenly, as if she had grabbed a lifeline, she lunged at a nearby chair, grabbed one of the leftover wine bottles on the table, and with a pop, she followed the example of those people on TV, and fiercely smashed it on the corner of the table. She picked up a sharp shard of glass and pointed at Lu Xian with a trembling voice. "You stop right there. Don't you come over. Don't you force me. Watch out for me. I'll kill you." She shouted at the top of her lungs, but her hand holding the glass was shaking so badly that it didn't have half the deterrent effect. Lu Xian looked at her colorful appearance, as if he was watching a comical one-woman show. His footsteps not only didn't stop, but instead he got closer and closer to her. Seeing that the threat was ineffective, the madness in Lin Jiling's eyes surged up again, and she violently reversed her direction, placing the sharp glass shard dead against her white and fragile neck. "I'll kill myself if you come any closer." She shouted hoarsely, "I'll just die and turn into a ghost, and you won't be able to touch me again." Lu Xian finally stopped, but not out of fear, but out of helplessness. He sighed helplessly and shook his head. "Auntie, you're not making any sense. Where's that energy of giving up your life just now? Now pretending to be a martyr with me?" He snorted, his tone full of undisguised mockery. "I haven't heard of any martyr girl who would take the initiative to play the beauty trick." Before the words fell, Lu Xian's figure moved violently. Lin Jiling only felt a flash in front of her eyes, and before she could react, she heard a crunching sound. There was a sharp pain in her wrist, and that piece of glass, which she had taken as her last resort, was directly slapped by Lu Xian and flew out, spinning a few times on the ground and emitting a crisp ringing sound. Immediately after that, there was another slap. An even louder slap solidly hit her face, knocking back the rest of her words. "Auntie, I really gave you face." Lu Xian's voice turned abruptly cold, without a trace of teasing anymore. He pinched Lin Jiling's slender neck, and with his arm muscles churning, he actually lifted her entire body off the ground single-handedly, with her feet off the ground. Ho ho. Lin Jiling's pupils suddenly dilated, the air was instantly squeezed out of her lungs. She slapped Lu Xian's steel-like arm in terror, her legs stomping and kicking helplessly in the air, like a fish being lifted out of the water. She could only let out desperate and difficult gasps. Lu Xian pressed her against the wall, looking up at her face that was red from lack of oxygen, his eyes cold as frost. "It seems that Ning Ning, that girl, has not had time to tell you properly, what kind of person am I, Lu Xian? Really?" Chapter 103. Hey, Auntie, don't be in a hurry to beg me. Lu Xian loosened his hand and threw Lin Jiling on the ground like a piece of trash. Ho! Cough! Cough cough! Free from the restraints, the fresh air rushed madly into her lungs, but it triggered an even more violent choking cough. Lin Jiling curled up on the cold ground, her hands covering her slender neck. That face that had risen purple-red due to the lack of oxygen was filled with tears and snot, panting heavily, wretched to the extreme. In that moment just now, she really thought she was going to die. That suffocating feeling of being on the verge of death, like a big invisible hand, pinched all the dignity, all the high spirits that she was so proud of, and crushed them to pieces. However, Lu Xian did not give her any chance to catch her breath and regroup. In the midst of her violent coughing, he had already backhanded her soft body and flipped it over, pressing it down dead center. "Lu Xian! You stop it! You can't do this! Count on me to beg you! Please, let me go!" Just now, she was the one who took the initiative to set up the trap. She was the one who wanted to use her body as bait, but she now regretted it. Her intestines were green with regret. She thought she was the hunter, but she didn't realize that the other party wasn't a rabbit at all, but a prehistoric beast that she couldn't imagine at all. Lu Xian's hand movements didn't pause in the slightest. Instead, he leaned down and whispered in her ear in a devilish tone, "Hey, Auntie, don't be in a hurry to beg me." He pointed to the cell phone lens that he had set up on a glass of red wine and was blinking with a working indicator. "If you have something to say, save it for the camera." An hour later. The private room was dead silent, leaving only the chaotic atmosphere after the charming. Lin Jiling lay quietly on the floor, her eyes staring vacantly at the gorgeous crystal chandelier on the ceiling, the dried tear stains on her face crisscrossing her face, and that pair of peach blossom eyes that could once seduce the soul, no longer see a trace of luster. Pride, dignity, decency. These things that she has maintained her whole life, in the past hour, was crushed into pieces by that man in the most rough and direct way, and then blown into smoke. It was also at this moment that a series of cold mechanical beeps sounded one after another in Lu Xian's mind. Detected that the target character Lin Jiling's psychological defense has completely collapsed, her inner pride has been completely crushed, and her control value has increased significantly. Current control value, 8100. Control value breaks through the critical point. Small version of Black Material app is upgraded. Current version 1.0.3. Black Material app version 1.0.3, unlock primary detection function, can scan and identify micro cameras, bugs and other devices within a range of 20 meters. Black Material app version 1.0.3, unlock primary detection function, can scan and identify micro cameras, bugs and other devices within a range of 20 meters. Unlock the primary anti-surveillance function, which can generate overlay white noise when talking or talking in close proximity to prevent being listened to by a third party. Unlock the primary anti-surveillance function. Reward, Black Material Redemption Coupon 2. Reward, Black Material Redemption Coupon 2. Reward, 2,000 points. Finally, Lu Xian was delighted in his heart. Just now, Lin Jiling's surreptitious behavior had indeed caused him to break out in a cold sweat. Although he acted in an overbearing manner, he never fought unprepared battles. In this technologically advanced era, being recorded and videotaped by someone's shadowy hand was indeed a not-so-small trouble. Now it was good, with the system's primary detection and anti-surveillance functions, dealing with these smartasses in the future would be the same as turning on the full map hang, with the safety factor directly pulled full. He retracted his thoughts with satisfaction, and his gaze fell back to the disoriented woman on the ground. He walked over, squatted down, and once again gently cupped her bare chin with his fingers, forcing her to look at himself. "Auntie, do you still want me to die now?" The expected resentful eyes did not appear. Lin Jiling's empty eyes, in the moment she met Lu Xian's gaze, it was as if they were injected with a strange electric current, slowly refocusing. She looked at the young and handsome face in front of her, and her eyes were complicated to the extreme. There was fear, humiliation, and confusion, but more than that, it was a kind of attachment that even she could not understand. She suddenly blankly glanced at Lu Xian, a glance that actually carried a few hints of anger. Immediately afterward, she raised her weak and feeble hand and gently slapped the back of Lu Xian's hand that was pinching her chin. "Can't you have a proper behavior?" Her voice was light and soft, with a hint of hoarseness from the aftermath, no longer sounding threatening, but rather like a kind of lover's pout. That look of refusal, winks and winks, where was there any trace of the rigidity of seeking death just now? The kind of flavor that came out from her bones was enough to make any fan who had seen her go crazy. Lu Xian also froze for a moment, then smiled. He understood. The best way to conquer a woman was not to kill her, but to completely destroy everything she was proud of. For a woman like Lin Jiling, who had been strong for her entire life, and even managed to overpower her husband Zhang Jianguo at home, her pride was her toughest armor. Once this layer of armor was shattered, the inside that was exposed was instead softer than anyone else, even longing to be dominated by someone stronger. She had played the role of a knight in her home for her entire life, but today, she encountered an evil dragon that could drag her off her horse and bully her wantonly. She, on the other hand, seemed to be quite enjoying this feeling. Lu Xian picked up his own cell phone, fast-forwarded briefly through the work of art he had just recorded, and nodded in satisfaction. "Hey, Auntie, the video was shot very well." Lin Jiling's cheeks rose in a touching blush. She straightened her disheveled sideburns, struggled to slowly stand up from the ground, and began to organize her cheongsam, which was already out of shape. A few moments later, she regained the elegant posture of the diva superstar, only, when she looked at Lu Xian again, her eyes had completely changed. It was an affectionate one, with a hint of worship and awe, completely belonging to a woman's eyes. You're really naughty," she said softly. "And is still waiting outside." Chapter 104 Auntie, it's a bit early to be saying that. Lin Jiling held onto Lu Xian's arm, her entire body leaning softly against his body as if she had no bones, turning her face sideways and looking up at him with those peach blossom eyes that had just been washed by tears, but were brimming with water at the moment. "Lu Xian." She softly opened her mouth, her voice with a hint of husky magnetism, like a feather scratching the tip of one's heart. "Can you tell me about it? How did you get those things?" She was really too curious, so curious that her heart felt like a cat scratching. Zhang Jianguo was not unaware of the fact that he was keeping a mistress outside, but she was too lazy to care and couldn't catch any solid evidence. But Lu Xian took out the video, even the time and place characters are clear. And 20 years ago that, by her and the family forced dead in the bottom of the box, even the parties are dealt with clean old things, he is from which nooks and crannies turned out? This investigative ability, already as not a god can be described, simply as the ghost in God is unpredictable. "Is someone helping you?" she asked tentatively, with a hint of imperceptible probing in her eyes. Those peach blossom eyes, at the moment, seemed to be able to hook people's souls out. If it were any other man, I'm afraid that he would have been overwhelmed by this charming demeanor and know everything. But Lu Xian only smiled, and in the next second, the smile on his face instantly converged, replaced by a cold stoicism. He stretched out his hand, with seemingly gentle movements, but with an irresistible force, and gently pinched Lin Jiling's well-maintained and perfect face, his fingertips slightly exerting force. "Auntie, it seems that the lesson just now wasn't deep enough." His voice was light, but it was like a steel needle quenched with ice, piercing Lin Jiling's heart. "There are some things that are not for you to ask." Remember your identity. The blood color on Lin Jiling's face faded with a swish, and then a panicked blush surged up again. She hastily shook her head and grabbed Lu Xian's wrist with both hands, her eyes filled with pleading and begging. Don't misunderstand, I am just curious, I really don't mean anything else. She eagerly explained, fearing that this demon would regenerate some new pattern of torturing her. I just think that you are too powerful. Seeing Lu Xian's face slightly slowed down, she was secretly relieved and hurriedly threw out the pitch she had just thought of. Old Zhang. Zhang Jianguo sighed, I have no intention to save him, he deserves to die. Her tone carried undisguised contempt. I just want you to let Ning Ning go, but now that I think about it, Ning Ning following you, it seems like it's not bad, at least it's better than following that waste of a father of hers. She paused, her eyes flickering for a moment as if she was making a major decision. I'm going to let Ning Ning retake the college entrance exam next year and take a new exam for a university. If I can't, I'll send her abroad. In short, in the future, we, mother and daughter, will listen to you. On the Lin family's side, don't worry, they will never be your enemies in the future, I promise. Lu Xian looked at her with interest, loosened his hand, and gently rubbed his fingertips on her smooth cheeks, as if he was admiring a trophy that belonged to him. Auntie, that's a bit early to say. You still think you can re-enter a university after something like Zhang Yining? Lin Xiling smiled, it's not like you don't know, nowadays netizens don't have a memory, after a while this matter will be forgotten, and then you can retake a university exam after making good connections. The smile on Lu Xian's face disappeared, she was right, it was indeed so it seems that the matter of his previous life must have been pushed by someone. Otherwise, it was impossible for such a small thing to be hung on the hot search for so long, and there were netizens and marketing numbers mentioning it over and over again. It could be said to be a repeated flogging. The thought turned to Lin Xiling. As far as I know, the one who's in charge of your Lin family right now isn't you, but your big brother who's in a high position, right? At the mention of her elder brother, Lin Xiling's eyes flashed with a hint of complexity, but more than that, she was unimpressed. She gave Lu Xian a glance in a flirtatious manner, that pouting look as if she was blaming him for his lack of understanding. What do you know? She came to Lu Xian's ear and exhaled like an orchid. My big brother, that person, is an idealist. Compared to the world's people that he carries in his heart, this bit of our Lin family's altar, he can't even look at it. He wants to be a good official who will remain famous in history. He doesn't have the heart to care about this crap at home. As for my younger siblings, she disdainfully skimmed her mouth, they are even more of a bunch of incompetent things, with eyes and guts that aren't as big as Ning Ning. As long as I'm willing to go down and grab it, that family head position, no one but me can sit on it. Lu Xian's heart stirred when he heard this. He originally just wanted to completely control this woman, so that she wouldn't dare to start anything, but he didn't expect that there would be this kind of unexpected joy. Controlling Lin Xiling was tantamount to burying a most crucial pawn in the huge Lin clan behind her. If operated properly, it would not be impossible to have the entire Lin family in one's pocket. This deal simply earned a lot. Of course, you have to eat your meal one bite at a time, and take the road one step at a time. Lu Xian's face did not move, but his heart already had a plan. Oh? Since Auntie is so confident, the curve of his mouth grew more and more playful. Then, I look forward to the day when I can see you sitting on the Lin family head's throne soon. At that time, I will definitely personally celebrate you properly. He leaned down, the tip of his nose almost touching the tip of Lin Jiling's nose, and said in a compelling tone, word by word, then. In order to express your sincerity, shouldn't you also change your title? Lin Jiling's body slightly stiffened. She certainly understood what Lu Xian was referring to. Her cheeks turned red, not in anger, not in humiliation, but in a kind of shyness mixed with nervousness, excitement, and submission. If this scene was seen by Zhang Jianguo, I'm afraid he would be so angry that he would have a heart attack on the spot. He had been married to Lin Xiling for more than 20 years, not to mention this kind of petulant and shy affectation of a little girl, there was not even a gentler tone of voice from her. This Jade Queen, who was always cool, always elegant, and always like a queen in front of her hundreds of millions of fans, had never had such an emotionally difficult moment. She bit her lower lip, her eyes flowing, and after struggling for a long time, she finally dropped her lofty head, and with a voice as thin as a mosquito's nag, she gently spat out the word that made her soul tremble. Master. Master. Lu Xian smiled with satisfaction. He stretched out his hand and gently stroked Lin Jiling's head like he was calming a tamed cheetah. That's good behavior. Chapter 105 He is useful to our Lin family, of great use. He stood up and looked condescendingly at the woman who had been fiery just a moment ago, but was as docile as a cat at the moment, giving orders in a flat tone. Then, you can return to Chunan now, and bring Zhang Yining back as well. He paused and added, try to take over the Lin family as much as you can, and I will contact you when needed. Lin Xiling meekly nodded her head as if she was listening to an oracle. She held onto Lu Xian's arm, her entire body leaning softly against his as if she had no bones, a trace of morbid contentment on her face. Lu Xian, however, pulled his arm out without a trace of coldness sweeping through his eyes. Also, when you go back, contact your family's old man immediately. He stared into her eyes and said word by word, "Don't let him idly send some cats and dogs to Yinjing to mess with me, or else, I don't guarantee that your Lin family will have any good fruit to eat." The charming look on Lin Jiling's face instantly solidified, and she subconsciously wanted to defend herself, saying that her father wouldn't be so reckless. But Lu Xian's next words were like a pot of ice water that poured from her heavenly cap to her heels, causing the blood in her body to freeze. "Because I don't just have your black information in my hands." The corner of Lu Xian's mouth grinned in a morose arc, and that smile made Lin Jiling's heart skip a beat as she watched, "Your family's old man, and your big brother who was in a high position and is bent on making a name for himself in history. Do you think that they're really that clean?" Boom! It was as if there was a thunderbolt exploding in Lin Jiling's head, her eyes gripped with blackness, and her body softened, nearly collapsing to the ground once again. She raised her head violently and stared at Lu Xian with a deadly stare, and in those peach blossom eyes that had just been imploring with love, all that was left at the moment was boundless horror and fear. She finally understood. She finally understood where exactly Lu Xian's emboldened bottom came from. He wasn't bluffing, he wasn't bragging. What he was holding in his hand was not a single card at all, but an entire arsenal that could blow everyone to the sky. This man, how in the world did he do it? Who the hell is he? This question circled frantically in her mind, but she didn't dare to ask, not a single word. She was afraid that if she asked one more question, this demon would tell the possible secrets of her father and elder brother that were shocking enough to be told like a story right in front of her. Good. Good. Master. Her lips trembled, even her voice trembled. I'll call home right away. She fumbled for her spare cell phone from her bag and shakily dialed the number she both respected and feared. The call was answered in almost a second, and a pale but middle-aged voice came through with an undeniable majesty. "Jiling, I got the text message. What's going on? What's that kid's origin? I've already arranged for manpower to arrive in Yinjing before dawn." Lin Jiling was scared out of her wits and screamed shrilly, "Dad! Don't! Don't!" She took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Her brain was racing, and it took all of her life's acting skills to barely stabilize her voice. "Dad, listen to me, the situation has changed. This person, we can't move for the time being. He is useful to our Lin family, of great use." Useful? The old man on the other end of the phone obviously didn't believe it. A brat, what can be useful? He holds some key things that can deal with our political enemies. Lin Jiling was in a hurry and made up a reason that was most likely to convince her father. "Dad, you believe me, my daughter won't joke about the family's future. Stabilize him first and think about it in the long run. You must not interfere in this matter, leave it to me." There was silence on the other end of the phone for a long time, so long that Lin Jiling's back was drenched in cold sweat. "Okay, I'll trust you once for now. But you have to keep an eye on it. If there is any movement, report immediately." "Yes, yes. You can rest assured." Hanging up the phone, Lin Jiling leaned against the wall like she was deflated, panting heavily. She raised her head and looked at Lu Xian with eyes that no longer had any semblance of flirtation in them, only the purest awe remained. "Master. Phone. I've made it clear, the old master shouldn't send anyone to find you trouble." "That's good." Lu Xian nodded with satisfaction, casually flicked the non-existent cigarette ash, and said in an extremely casual tone, "Settle the bill here. Don't let people think that I, Lu Xian, eat overbearingly and like to smash up venues." Lin Jiling froze, and then a pretty face turned red with shame. This asshole. Smashed things, beat up people, slept with himself, and in the end, he wanted himself to pay for it? But when she looked at Lu Xian's eyes that seemed to be smiling, all her anger and humiliation turned into a strong sense of powerlessness, and she could only respond with a low brow. "Yes, master." She called for the manager and looked at the long compensation bill, her eyelids jumping, but still swiped the card with an expressionless face. Only after doing all this did she dash out of the private room as if she was fleeing, taking Zhang Yining, who was still waiting anxiously outside, and rushing to the airport without looking back, asking her men to book the latest flight to Chunan. Lu Xian stayed in the messy private room for a while longer and slowly drank some water before driving away. The night was deep, and the neon signs of the city flew backwards outside the car windows. Lu Xian drove, but his mind was thinking about another matter. Bai Yanxi, Gu Yunxi. These two women, both are traitors who sell out the interests of the country. It is reasonable to say that if one is found, one should be reported. This is a matter of right and wrong. But through today's Lin Jiling this matter, Lu Xian see more understanding. The network, public opinion, these things that seem to be able to set off huge waves, in front of those who are really powerful families, are just pets that come when called. They can easily manipulate everything. If you reported it rashly, the probability was that it would be dropped into the sea, and you would even scare the snakes and draw fire to yourself. The corner of Lu Xian's mouth curled into a cold smile. Instead of playing these two trump cards now, it would be better to first clutch them in his hands and let them use them for himself, constantly growing his strength. Waiting for their wings to be full, have the capital to be able to arm wrestle with the two behemoths behind them. And then personally destroyed them. It is not too late. What he wants to do is not to be a vain messenger of justice, but to become a vengeful beast that is more fierce and evil than all of them. Then, he will swallow them all in one gulp. Chapter 106 Yi Qingcheng. The car was traveling smoothly on the main road of Yanjing late at night. Lu Xian was holding the steering wheel with one hand, his other hand was holding a cigarette, the scarlet flames flickering between his fingers. The pleasure of conquering Lin Jiling just now hadn't completely faded, and a kind of coziness of being in control of everything flowed through his heart. The best way to kill an enemy was not to make him disappear, but to make him kneel at his feet and become his most loyal dog. Lin Jiling, this pawn, was even more useful than he had expected. At this moment, the cell phone screen lit up. Caller ID is Chen Yubing. Lu Xian opened the answer, tone flat, say. On the other side of the phone, Chen Yubing mischievously reported respectfully and quickly, Master, the thing you explained has a result. Your cousin's grades have been restored, and the admission notice will be reissued in the next 2 days. Aha! Lu Xian answered, not surprised by this. But Chen Yubing's tone carried a hint of gravity. The person behind the scenes, we weren't able to uncover them directly. My dad and the Bai family's old man both utilized some of their old connections before asking for a bit of information from the Yi family in Strangdu. Yi family? Lu Xian raised his eyebrows. Yes, the person who did the specific job is Yi Qingcheng, one of the 4 young men of Strangdu. Chen Yubing's voice was lowered. Yi Qingcheng personally admitted that he did it, but he said that he was only entrusted by a friend. When we pressed further to ask who that friend was, Yi Qingcheng refused to say anything else, only leaving behind one sentence. What words? He said that friend, he couldn't afford to mess with. Can't afford to mess with? Who is that Stronghold City's 4th young man, Yi Qingcheng? Is it very powerful? Lu Xian frowned. Yi Qingcheng is the eldest granddaughter of the Yi family. Their Yi family is one of the 4 great families of Strangdu, and they are very vocal in both the military and political sectors. Chen Yubing hurriedly explained. Isn't it the 4th young man? How come it's still a female? Because she's the Yi family's inner heir, many men in the Strangdu circle are inferior to her. I see. Lu Xian's voice could not be heard as happy or angry. Master, need me to? Again. No need, stop here. Lu Xian directly interrupted her, have all your people withdraw and stop investigating. Lu Xian's eyes instantly went cold. If he could make the Yi family's youngest son say the words can't afford to mess with, I'm afraid that the other party's origin was even more terrifying than the Chun family and the Bai family combined. Any further investigation would only alert the snakes and would be pointless. Hanging up the phone in a few seconds, Bai Yanqi's phone also followed in. The content of the report in Chen Yubing is much the same, but the words between a few more deliberately pleasing and inviting the meaning of credit. Lu Xian perfunctory a few sentences, then hung up the phone. He slowly parked the car on the side of the road, turned off the fire, and the car fell into a dead silence. It was this feeling again. A grim feeling of being manipulated by an invisible black hand behind his back, exactly the same as the feeling he had in his last life when he was surrounded by the entire network and eventually lost his name. Something like topping a college entrance exam result was a heavenly matter to ordinary people, but to people at that level, it was nothing more than moving their lips. But why did they target a cousin of theirs with no background? There was only one answer. Xiang Zhuang danced with his sword with the intention of being a man. The opponent's target, from start to finish, was him, Lu Xian. Ha! Lu Xian let out a cold laugh, the killing intent under his eyes almost condensing into substance. Hiding in the dark rats, one day, I will end your nest. He restarted the car, but the annoyance in his heart was washed away by another phone call. The caller ID was Mom. Lu Xian took a deep breath, collected all the hostility in his body, and answered the phone. Hello, Mom. Xian. Your second aunt just called me and said that she was able to check the results. The school side also called, saying that it was a system error, and that they will be able to report tomorrow. On the other end of the phone, his mother's voice was full of surprise and excitement. Well, got a friend to make some connections and solved it. Lu Xian said lightly. Egu, my good son. You're really something. The mother first complimented, then her tone turned, with a crying voice and thick self-reproach, Xian ah. His mom is not good, this. His mom is too anxious, should not force you. I later thought, this thing must be how difficult to do you have to beg grandpa and grandma to see how many people face. Mom sorry for you, give you a big trouble. Oh. Your father gave me account, said I don't know what to do. Hearing his mother's cries, the softest place in Lu Xian's heart was touched, and he smiled helplessly. Okay Mom, how much, it's all in the past. I didn't look at anyone's face, I just owed a few favors to my friends, I'll find a chance to return it later. That also. Well, Lu Xian interrupted her, in the future this kind of thing you don't again take charge on the line, our family is an ordinary family, peaceful and stable life than what is strong. I know, Mom won't give you any more trouble in the future. Lu Xian's mother let out a long sigh, seemingly letting go of the heavy burden in her heart, and hurriedly changed the topic and said, Right Xian, let me tell you something. I heard people in the village rumor, said with a nose and eyes, this piece of land in our village, seems to be occupied. Occupied? Yes. Said to build what? What super big project? The leaders of the town have come to secretly see it several times. People in the village are rumoring that our family's several acres of land, as well as that old mansion, are going to make a fortune this time. Our family's good days are finally coming. Mother's tone was full of longing and joy, as if she had already seen mountains of money. Lu Xian's fingers on the steering wheel were violently tightened. Countless thoughts instantly flashed through his mind. In his previous life, his hometown did have an occupation, but the scale was not large, the compensation was also very little, not at all the big project as his mother said. Could this also be because of his own rebirth? Or is it that in his last life, because he was framed, there is no large project to occupy the land? The corner of Lu Xian's mouth slowly hooked up a playful arc. Behind the scenes or not, the big project. It was getting more and more interesting. He smiled at the other end of the phone and said, "Mom, I know about this. Just wait peacefully at home, the rest, leave it to me." Hanging up the phone, his deep gaze looked in the direction of Xiaoin. Chapter 107. Who told you to sit down? Stand up for me. After taking care of Lin Jiling, Lu Xian drove back to Yin University when it was already afternoon. The car drove into the familiar campus, and looking at the vibrant but slightly young faces around him, Lu Xian actually had the illusion that it was like a lifetime ago. A moment ago, he was still the devil who had played the diva superstar in the whirlpool of power and revenge. At this moment, he had changed back to a mediocre student of Yinjing University. This switch of roles, instead of making him feel uncomfortable, he had a strange pleasure. He liked this feeling, like a tiger in sheep's clothing, mingling in the real sheep, leisurely admiring their naivety and ignorance. In the afternoon, there was also a public class on politics with Professor Wang, the university's famous hypnosis master. Lu Xian is not in a hurry, so he sneaked into the staircase classroom and found an inconspicuous seat in the back row. As expected, Professor Wang's calm tone of voice, like reciting scripture, was comparable to the top of the line sleeping pills. In less than 10 minutes, the classroom collapsed a large area, leaving only the front row of a few volume king is still writing. Lu Xian boredly turned the pen, was thinking about whether to simply skip class or here to make up a sleep. A girl with a ponytail red face carefully came over. That student, you are Lu Xian, right? Lu Xian raised his eyes. This girl he had a bit of impression, seems to be the study committee member of the class. What is it called? He couldn't think of it for a moment. It's me, something wrong? He revealed a smile that he thought was kind. That girl's face turned even redder by his look, and she stuttered a bit in her speech. The guide asked me to inform you to come to our office after class. Guide? Lu Hanyan? Aha! The girl nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. The smile on Lu Xian's face remained unchanged, his tone still gentle. Did she say what it was about? It seems like it's about you skipping class. The girl finished, as if she had accomplished some difficult task, and added, You be careful, Mr. Lu doesn't seem to be in a good mood today. After saying that, she ran back to her seat as if she had fled, not even daring to return her head. Lu Xian's mouth curved slowly, becoming playful. Lu Hanyan. This beautiful instructor of his, he had experienced her prestige on the first day of school. A woman of 27 or 28 years of age, with the title of a doctorate degree, but stereotypically like a spinster of 50 or 60 years old. Her favorite thing to do is to seize on trivial matters, in front of the students to establish her ridiculous authority. He was worried about not having time to clean up her. She was good, took the initiative to send to the door. Good, then squeeze out a little precious time to visit this conscientious and responsible teacher Lu. Lu Xian walked in the boulevard leading to the office building unhurriedly, fingertips in the cell phone screen gently pulled out that from the school's official website to save down the ID photo. The woman in the photo wore a pair of black-framed glasses, her expression was serious, and her meticulous professional suit made her look like a stereotypical breath of life. He put away his cell phone, quickened his pace, and arrived in front of Lu Hanyan's office door. Knock, knock, knock. Please come in. A cold and slightly impatient voice came from inside the door. Lu Xian pushed the door in, and Lu Hanyan was the only person in the office. She was lowering her head, writing something on a document. Teacher Lu, I'm Lu Xian, you're looking for me? Lu Xian hummed a harmless smile and took the initiative to speak. Only then did Lu Hanyan raise her head, those eyes hidden behind the lenses swept over him like an X-ray, then she lowered her head again and spoke in an icy tone. Well, I know. Tell me, why didn't you show up for your morning class? I checked the records, there was another specialized class before that, and you didn't show up either. Student Lu Xian, you just started school and you're playing missing. Do you want to be written up by the school, or do you want to be expelled directly? Her voice was not loud, but every word was like quenched ice. Do you know where this place is? This is Yin University. It's not your family's backyard. Every year, how many people squeeze their heads off to get in, but you're good, what do you think this place is? She finished in one breath, seemingly waiting for Lu Xian's explanation, or rather, waiting for him to beg for forgiveness and repentance. However, Lu Xian said nothing. He just took a step and walked unhurriedly to her desk, pulled open the chair, sat down very naturally, and even righted a pot of green roses at the corner of the desk with his hand. The air in the office instantly solidified. The tip of Lu Hanyan's writing pen made a piercing mark on the paper. She slowly raised her head, her eyebrows twisted fiercely into a Chuan character. She had seen disobedient students, she had seen smooth talkers, but she had never seen a student like Lu Xian, who could be so cozy in the face of her thunderous anger. His clouded appearance was as if he was not here to be admonished, but a leader who came to inspect his work. This kind of feeling of being ignored, let her proud authority was provoked unprecedentedly. A wave of anger flared up in her head. Pa! She slammed the table, and the pot of greenery that had just been righted by Lu Xian trembled in fear. Lu Xian! Are you even listening to me? She stared at Lu Xian dead in the face, fire almost spewing out of her eyes behind the lenses, her voice plucked up with a hint of sharpness due to her anger. Who told you to sit down? Stand up for me. Chapter 108, 2 slaps to teach you to behave. Lu Xian seemed as if he didn't hear Lu Hanyan's angry roar, not to mention ignoring her eyes that were almost spitting fire. He leaned on the back of the chair, slowly pulled out his cell phone, unlocked it, lowered his head, and slid his finger on the screen unhurriedly. This action, like a ladle of boiling oil, violently poured on top of Lu Hanyan's long-burning anger. She was so angry that her chest rose and fell violently, and the well-tailored professional dress seemed to be unable to restrain her anger that was about to explode at the moment. She fiercely walked out from behind the desk, her high heels stepped on the ground, emitting a did-did-did sharp sound, each time as if knocking on a person's nervous nerves. Lu Xian! She walked over to him and looked down on him condescendingly. What kind of attitude is this? Disrespecting your teacher, ignoring classroom discipline, and now you dare to play with your cell phone in front of me? Do you really think the school is run by your family? I told you to stand up. Do you hear me? I'm warning you. If you keep this up, believe it or not, I'll call your parents right now and show them what kind of a good son they've raised. Lu Hanyan's voice grew sharper and sharper, her self-proclaimed calmness and composure was crushed to pieces in front of Lu Xian's hobnail-like attitude. Lu Xian finally reacted. He turned off his cell phone screen and raised his head, and instead of having the slightest fear on his face, a helpless smile hung on his face, as if he was looking at a child who was being unreasonable. Teacher Lu, why are you in such a hurry to get angry? Being young, it hurts to be angry. He sighed and shook the cell phone in his hand. I'm just about to show you something great. It's guaranteed to be wonderful, and you'll love it. You. Lu Hanyan was so angry that her words were incomplete. She only felt that her authority and dignity were being stepped on by the student little by little. In a flash of her brain, she made a decision that she would regret for the rest of her life. You get up. The teacher is standing. Who are you, a student, to sit? Before the words left her mouth, she reached out her hand and grabbed at Lu Xian's arm, wanting to use brute force to yank him up from his chair. However, she had been working at her desk for years, and with her thin arms and legs, she was no match for Lu Xian. Just at the moment her hand touched Lu Xian's arm, Lu Xian flipped his wrist, a wave of dexterity came, and Lu Hanyan only felt an irresistible force bring her forward, and her whole person instantly lost her balance. Ah! With a short shriek, her entire body was like a puppet with broken strings, and she planted herself straight towards Lu Xian's arms. What's worse, due to the inertia being too great, her upper body directly flopped down, and her head, impartially, dug into between Lu Xian's legs, with her cheeks solidly pressed against a sensitive location that made her brain instantly go down. The air in the office froze at this moment. Time seemed to stand still for 3 seconds. Lu Hanyan's mind was blank. She could even smell the refreshing smell of laundry detergent on the boy's body, as well as a scent that made her cheeks instantly burn into a branding iron, belonging to a male. Boom! A rush of blood rushed straight to her head, and Lu Hanyan's scream got stuck in her throat, her entire being confused. She panicked and tried to get up. Her hands were braced haphazardly on Lu Xian's legs, but she couldn't make any force because her posture was too awkward, struggling several times. Instead, she was like a flopping shrimp, her posture becoming more and more ambiguous. Lu Xian looked down at the moving woman in his arms. The smile at the corner of his mouth became even more intense. He even considerately gently pressed her back with his hand. Hey, Ms. Lu, what are you doing? His voice was low with a hint of teasing, ringing above her head. It's broad daylight. If you were to be seen, it would be a big misunderstanding. Although I know that I am not small in charm, but you are also too active, right? You let go of me. Lu Hanyan was dying of shame and indignation. Using her milk strength, her hands pressed Lu Xian's thighs to death, finally holding herself up. Her hair, which she had purposely draped down today, like a waterfall, was now messy like a bird's nest, and a few strands of hair were woefully plastered on her reddened cheeks. The tight-fitting black sheath dress was also wrinkled by the struggle, and the pair of sexy polka-dot black silk on her legs was full of irony in her own eyes at the moment. Lu Xian. Lu Hanyan was infuriated, the strings of her sanity completely collapsed. You have no respect. Molesting a teacher. I'm going to write you up. I'll have you expelled. She raised her hand, gathering her whole body's anger and humiliation, and slapped Lu Xian's face fiercely. However, the expected crunch didn't happen. Her wrist, in mid-air, was steadily grabbed by an iron clamp like palm. Lu Xian slowly stood up, and his eyes, which originally still had a hint of teasing, abruptly turned cold the moment he stood up, becoming as deep as an abyss, filled with a palpitating sense of oppression. Those eyes were no longer the eyes of a student looking at a teacher, but the eyes of a wild beast staring at its prey. Lu Hanyan's heart trembled, and an unexplained fear rose from the soles of her feet. Before she could react, Lu Xian's hand that was grasping her wrist gently flung out, and his other hand was raised without warning. Splat! A clear and loud slap solidly struck the left side of Lu Hanyan's face. Lu Hanyan was hit and stumbled, her entire being confused. She stared with those beautiful eyes wide open, incredulously tilting her head as she looked at the student in front of her. Since she was young, she was the proud daughter of heaven that was held in her heart, the pride of her parents, the model in the eyes of her teachers and classmates, and the object of adoration for countless boys. Do not say beaten, even a heavy word has not been heard. This student, he dared to hit himself? The fiery pain came from her cheeks, but it was far less than the shock and humiliation in her heart. However, this was only the beginning. Splat! Another even louder slap viciously slapped her on the other side of her face. This time, Lu Xian increased the force, directly knocking her unsteadily to her feet, staggering back 2 steps, and dropping her butt onto the cold floor. The world, as if it was quiet. Lu Hanyan sat on the floor, completely down. She could not feel the pain on her face, only the buzzing in her ears, and the man in front of her, who was condescending, with eyes so cold that it looked like he was looking at a dead thing. 2 lines of tears finally slid down from her disoriented eyes. There are a few points as pain, but more, is aggrieved, is that was crushed to the ground of the pride. Chapter 109, Peach TV popular female anchor. The air in the office seemed to have solidified into a solid, so quiet that you could hear the sound of their breathing. Lu Hanyan just fell to the ground, a head of black hair scattered over the shoulders, covering half of her face. Her entire body was dumbfounded, her brain was blank, only the continuous buzzing sound in her ears. The hot pain on her cheeks reminded her of what had just happened. But that pain was far less than the shocking waves in her heart. She, Lu Hanyan, had been the proud daughter of heaven in the eyes of others since she was a child, the pride of her family, and the youngest seafarer doctoral advisor of Yenjing University. Not to mention being slapped in the face, she had never heard even a single heavy word. But today, in this office which symbolizes her authority and pride, she was slapped by a problem student in her eyes, like a disobedient animal. It was worse than killing her. The self-esteem that was held high by these 2 slaps, smashed to pieces, fell to the ground, but also by the other party with the soles of the feet ruthlessly crushed. Lu Xian, however, acted as if he had done a trivial and insignificant thing, not even raising his eyebrows more than once. He slowly and methodically sat back on the chair, his posture casually crossed his legs, and pulled out his cell phone, that ease and coziness forming the most piercing contrast with Lu Hanyan, who had fallen to the ground and was in a sorry state. He ignored her eyes that were out of focus and full of tears, his finger gently clicked on the screen, and uploaded that meticulous-looking ID photo downloaded from the official website to the Black Material app. Ding! New analyzable target person detected. Analyzing target person information. Please wait. On the phone screen, around Lu Hanyan's Sirius ID photo, light blue data streams began to emerge, like the holographic scanning in a sci-fi movie, full of some kind of cold and precise sense of technology. After a few seconds, the data streams came together and took shape. Name, Lu Hanyan. Gender, female. Age, 27. Face value, 94. Control value, 0-100. Circumference, 816479. Circumference, 816479. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Target evaluation, enjoying the feeling of being star-studded since childhood, extremely enjoying others' compliments to her, can't hear a single word of others saying she's wrong, and is already immersed in compliments that she can't extricate herself from. Lu Xian looked at that comment and the corner of his mouth curled up in a sneer. It's this kind of goods again, it's practically carved out of the same mold as Lin Jiling, only one is in the entertainment industry and the other is in the ivory tower, and in their bones, they are both spoiled princesses. At this time, Lu Hanyan on the ground finally came back to her senses from the huge impact. Humiliation and anger erupted like a volcano in her chest, she wiped the tear stains on her face, and those beautiful eyes were burning with madness at the moment. Ah! Lu Xian! You bastard! You uneducated! She screamed, her voice hoarse from excitement, I'm your guide. I'm going to mark you down. I'm going to make you get out of Yen University. Lu Xian didn't even lift his head, his finger continued to slide on the screen, and his mouth said faintly, Teacher, look at you right now, cloaked in hair, sitting on the ground and yelling, where is there any semblance of being a teacher? He paused, his tone taking on a hint of playfulness, hurry up and get up, the ground is cold. If any colleague or student passes by and sees it, they would think that the 2 of us are playing some new trick in the office, how bad is the impact? You. Lu Hanyan was so angry by his words that she was trembling, pointing at him, but she couldn't say a complete sentence. You are shameless. Black material generation in progress. Please wait, app's beep sounded at the right time. Perhaps it was Lu Xian's phrase being seen that poked her last line of defense. Lu Hanyan gritted her teeth, holding the corner of the cold table, and stood up tremblingly. The first thing she did was not to continue to be angry with Lu Xian, but to pick up the small mirror on the table in a panic to check the injuries on her face. When she saw the two clear red fingerprints in the mirror, her tears once again gushed out in an indisputable manner. Generation of black material is complete. Option 1, 200 points to redeem the complete black material package. Option 2, black material redemption coupon X1 redeem complete black material pack. 200 points, redeem. Lu Xian recited silently in his mind. Redemption successful. Instantly, a huge and exciting flow of information surged into his mind, and an encrypted document was synchronized and generated on the screen of his phone. Lu Xian tapped on the document, and when he read the line of core titles, even though he was well informed, he couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Black Material Core Details, Yanjing University Chinese Department of the Third Class Guide. Lu Hani is actually offshore over-the-wall live platform Peach TV popular female anchor. Live account Smoke Princess, 300,000 fans, more than 1 million likes, the cumulative amount of bounty more than $1 million. Lu Xian's eyebrows were raised high, his eyes full of surprises and a hint of strange laughter. He raised his head and re-examined the woman in front of him who was looking into the mirror and organizing her grooming with aggression and anger. It really didn't look like it. A moralistic, stereotypical and didactic beautiful doctoral guide during the day, but at night, she transformed into a female anchor who grinds tofu on her big brothers in the live broadcast room? Is the scope of business of the people's teachers so wide these days? He suddenly remembered Chen Yubing, and an absurd thought popped up in his heart. Goodness, these two were actually colleagues. One shoots intimate portraits and videos, and the other is even more awesome, directly engaging in live interaction. If they were to get to know each other, they might even be able to exchange business insights. Lu Hanyan turned her head to look at Lu Xian. Lu Xian, you're finished. I'm going to make you drop out of school. Chapter 110, I don't like people pointing their fingers at me. Lu Hanyan had just finished shouting that threat when the office door was knocked by someone. Not waiting for the person inside to respond, the door handle was turned, and a young man wearing a light gray leisure suit and gold glasses hurriedly walked in. Hanyu, are you alright? I was just in the office when I heard a commotion on your side. It was quite loud, so I came over to take a look because I wasn't worried. The man's face was concerned, and the first time his eyes fell on Lu Hanyan's pretty face that was still streaked with tears, and when he saw the two clear and symmetrical red and swollen fingerprints, his entire body froze, and then his face changed drastically. He rushed over in an arrow step, his voice changed tone, your face. Who did this? His eyes were like knives as they violently turned towards the one who was still sitting peacefully on the chair, Lu Xian. Lu Hanyan forced herself to hold back the tears that were once again welling up in her eyes and looked towards the visitor with a mixed feeling in her heart. The person called Sun Hao was the counselor of the next class, relying on his father, who was the dean of the finance school. He had always been high in the school. Since a year ago to see Lu Hanyan launched a fierce pursuit of offensive, just Lu Hanyan has been on him not cold, hanging just. But right now, his own most wretched appearance, but by him to see a clean. However, the originator, Lu Xian, at the moment didn't even put this newly arrived flower protector in his eyes. His entire interest was focused on the freshly baked black report on his cell phone screen. He browsed through the details with interest. Specific description, the target character, Lu Hanyan, was born in the Yanjing scholarly family, the Lu family. Her father, Lu Jia, is currently the executive vice president of Yanjing University. Her mother, the minister of international cooperation of Beihua University. Since childhood in the family shade and the envious eyes of the crowd grew up, material conditions are extremely favorable, people around them are all the words of praise. In the long run, he became numb to the ordinary compliments, and even felt that they were not exciting enough. Once accidentally opened a web page, contact with the offshore live platform Peach TV, found that the comments section of those almost crazy worship, explicit adoration of speech, and even obscene language, can give her unprecedented psychological satisfaction. So she signed up for the account Smoky Princess and threw herself into it. She didn't care about the monetary rewards, what she enjoyed was the ultimate sense of control and vanity as thousands of viewers worshipped her through the screen and worshipped her as a goddess. The corner of Lu Xian's mouth hooked into a playful smile. Interesting, really interesting. Each and every one of these women had a background that passed through the heavens. How come they were all more or less mentally ill? He casually clicked on the attached PPT file package that was estimated to have several hundred pages. Inside the graphic, detailed records of the Smoke Princess every lifetime, theme, revenue, and even a large number of intercepted, unbearable pop-up content. Although the live broadcast of Lu Hanyan always wearing a delicate mask, want to cover but also shy, but the PPT in a high-definition screenshot notes completely locked her identity. The left collarbone below a finger away, there is a not too eye-catching, cool heart-shaped mole. Just as Lu Xian was looking at it, Sun Hao's anger had already burned to the top of his head. Hey! What's wrong with you, student? Sun Hao's eyes widened in anger as he pointed at Lu Xian's nose. You don't stand up when you see a teacher, and you dare to hit your own guide? Do you not want to stay at Yen University anymore? Only then did Lu Xian slowly raise his head, his eyes skimmed over Lu Hanyan who was full of aggression and embarrassment, and finally landed on Sun Hao who was righteously indignant. His eyes were like looking at a jumping clown. This teacher, Lu Xian's tone was bland but carried a natural contempt. I'm in the middle of an in-depth teacher-student exchange with our guide. It seems like there's nothing for you to do, right? You. Sun Hao was choked by his attitude and his face turned green and white. What kind of attitude is this? You're not big or small. Stand up for me immediately. Apologize to Teacher Lu. After saying that, he even directly stretched out his hand and aggressively tried to grab Lu Xian's collar, trying to pick him up from his chair. Lu Hanyan's heart violently tightened, subconsciously wanting to stop it, yet there was a hint of hidden anticipation. Sun Hao was a man after all, he could always suppress this lawless student, right? However, what happened in the next second made her fall into an ice cave. Just at the moment when Sun Hao's hand was about to touch Lu Xian's collar, Lu Xian moved. He didn't even stand up, he just raised his left hand that was gripping the cell phone lightning fast, precisely clasping Sun Hao's wrist and twisting it gently. Ka-da! A crisp sound of misaligned bones and joints was particularly ear-piercing in the quiet office. Ah! Sun Hao's face, which was reddened with anger, instantly turned pale and let out a pig-killing scream. He only felt a sharp pain that drilled into his heart coming from his wrist, and his entire arm went numb, instantly unable to exert any strength. Lu Xian remained seated, not even changing his posture, only his eyes went cold. I, for one, don't like people pointing their fingers at me. He let go of his hand as if he was just brushing away a piece of dust that was in the way. Sun Hao clutched his wrist that was twisted at an eerie angle, pained by cold sweat, staggered back 2 steps, and looked at Lu Xian with shock and disbelief in his eyes. Lu Xian stood up, slowly and methodically straightened his collar that did not have a single crease at all, and his gaze was redirected to Lu Hanyan who was already completely stupefied. He raised the cell phone in his hand, the screen facing her, and on it was a screenshot of a live broadcast of her wearing a mask, her eyes mesmerized. Teacher Lu, the corner of Lu Xian's mouth grinned a devilish smile, his voice was not loud, but it was like a heavy hammer on Lu Hanyan's heart. Now, can we continue the teacher-student exchange from earlier? Or do you want to let this Mr. Sun, too, to sit in on the legendary story about Princess Smoky? Lu Hanyan only felt that her heart was going to stop beating, she could no longer breathe normally. Chapter 111 Who's Your Father? I will fight as I am. Sun Hao was still unconvinced and forced himself to endure the pain, he couldn't lose face in front of his goddess. Covering his wrist, large beads of sweat fell down, but he still took a step forward, intending to stand up for Lu Hanyan. This student, you hit the teacher with your hands, I'm going to call the police right now, so hurry up and apologize to Teacher Lu. Otherwise it's too late for you to regret. But Lu Xian just smiled faintly, that gesture made him feel even more disgraced. But he saw Lu Hanyan looking at Lu Xian's cell phone and not saying anything. Immediately after that, Lu Hanyan straightened her back and looked at Sun Hao with a pale face. The fact that her most wretched appearance was bumped into by Sun Hao already made her want to die, but she was even more afraid of Sun Hao, this idiot, adding fuel to the fire. Hanyan, don't be afraid. Sun Hao saw Lu Hanyan's pale face, and even more so, he recognized his heroic rescue script. He pointed at Lu Xian with a righteous look. I'll call the security office. And then give your dad a call to Vice Principal Lu. I'll see how he walks out of this school door today. He intentionally emphasized the words Vice Principal Lu, both to remind Lu Xian of the other party's background and to show credit to Lu Hanyan. However, when Lu Hanyan heard this, her soul was almost scared out of her mind. Calling her father? Wasn't that making a complete mess of things, tearing off her last shibboleths and throwing them on the ground for everyone to step on? She violently raised her head and looked at Lu Xian, but she saw that instead of being the slightest bit alarmed, he was looking at himself with interest, as if his eyes were saying, "Look, this is your rescuer? Sun Hao." Lu Hanyan's voice was so shrill that it changed tone, and she practically rolled and crawled to get up from the ground, not bothering to straighten her messy clothes and hair, grabbing Sun Hao's arm and desperately pushing him outward. Get out of here. Now, immediately, right now. Ha? Hanyan? Sun Hao was completely confused, that's not how the script was written. Shouldn't she have been moved to tears and thrown into her arms? This is my private matter. It's out of your hands. You get out of here. Lu Hanyan was so anxious that tears were coming down, she now only wanted to get this accomplished guy out of the way, staying for one more second. She felt like the knife hanging above her head was about to fall. A personal matter? He's beaten you to such a state, what other personal matters are there? Sun Hao yelled unwillingly, he felt that Lu Hanyan must have been scared silly. If you don't leave, we won't even be friends in the future. Lu Hanyan used her last killer move, almost using all her strength to push Sun Hao out of the office door. Sun Hao was pushed and stumbled, looking at Lu Hanyan incredulously. Bang! The office door was slammed heavily in front of him, and there was also the sound of a reverse lock. Sun Hao stood outside the door, his face green for a while and white for a while, only feeling humiliated that his heart had been stepped on in public. But on second thought, he thought that Hanyu must be afraid that the student would make another move against him. She was protecting herself. Yes, that must be it. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case, and the anger in his heart was replaced by a wave of inexplicable emotion. He quietly moved to the door and pressed his ear to the cold door panel, wanting to listen to the movement inside. In case that kid made another move, he would immediately break in. Inside the office, dead silence. Lu Hanyan leaned her back against the door panel, her chest rising and falling violently, like a fish lacking oxygen. She looked at the man who was leisurely sitting on the chair as if he had everything under control. The last bit of fluke in her heart also completely collapsed. She took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down, trying to find a trace of dignity belonging to a guide. Lu Xian student. The photos in your cell phone, although I don't know who that is, that kind of thing can't just be shown to anyone. Her voice was dry and hoarse, with a hint of trembling that she herself didn't even notice. It's bad to spread such pictures. I can now pretend that nothing has happened. You delete the pictures and apologize to me, and I'll forget about skipping class. She thought this was the biggest concession she could give, a condescending forgiveness. When Lu Xian heard this, it was as if he had heard some heavenly joke, and he couldn't help but laugh out softly. System detection alert, someone is eavesdropping outside the door. He slowly stood up and didn't look at her. Instead, he took a step and walked straight towards the door of the office. Lu Hanyan's heart instantly raced to her throat. What is he going to do? Could it be that he was leaving? Just as she was ruminating, Lu Xian's hand had already gripped the door handle. In the next second, he violently yanked it outwards. Ah! Outside the door, Sun Hao, who was putting his ear to the door and listening with great interest, completely did not expect the door to suddenly open, and the whole person lost his balance, screamed miserably and flung himself in, falling solidly at Lu Hanyan's feet in a dog-eat-dirt position. The scene was once very awkward. Sun Hao's face instantly rose into a pig liver color. He was scrambling his hands and feet trying to climb up, his mouth still stuttering to explain. I was just passing by, yes, passing by. Lu Xian closed the door with his backhand and dropped the lock in passing. Teacher, eavesdropping is not a good habit. Before the words fell, he raised his foot and seemingly casually kicked Sun Hao on the bend of his knee that was supporting his body. Ka-ching! Ow! Sun Hao let out a mournful miserable howl as his entire body knelt down uncontrollably, both knees slamming heavily on the floor with a muffled sound. The severe pain caused his tears and nose to flow out instantly. You dare to hit me! My dad is... Splat! Without waiting for him to finish, a clear and loud slap landed precisely on his face, directly jerking back the latter half of his sentence. Lu Xian slowly crouched down, leveling his eyes with Sun Hao, who was kneeling on the ground, with a warm smile on his face, but his tone was so cold that it looked like it came from hell. Who your father is, does it have anything to do with me? I'm a person who hates people buzzing around like a fly when I'm doing something. He reached out his hand and gently patted Sun Hao's red and swollen face. Now, can you be quiet? You wait. I'm going to call the police, said Sun Hao as he took out his cell phone. Chapter 112. Since you don't recognize it, call the police. He ignored Sun Hao, and his gaze crossed over him and landed on Lu Hanyan, whose face was as white as paper. The teasing in his eyes was even harder for her to bear than a direct insult. Teacher Lu, look how righteous this teacher is. Didn't you say that you don't recognize the person in this photo? Then just let him call the police, just so that the police comrades can judge and see what crime I've committed. Lu Xian said, slowly resitting back in his chair, gestured cozily, crossed his legs, fished out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, took a deep breath, and slowly spat it out. Greenish-white smoke curled up in front of him, blurring his face with a smile, but making those eyes appear deeper and deeper. Come on, teacher, you report. He raised his chin at Sun Hao, his tone so relaxed that it was like he was inviting a friend to dinner. I'm right here, I'm not running. Whoever runs is a grandson. The strings in Sun Hao's head buzzed, completely disorganized. What is the situation? Is this kid crazy? Or did he have some cards that he didn't know about? However, Lu Hanyan's reaction made him instantly throw all his doubts to the back of his mind. Only Lu Hanyan trembled as if she had heard the call of death, and those beautiful eyes were filled with terror and pleading as she stared at Sun Hao with a deadpan expression. Sun Hao! Don't listen to him. No need to call the police. Her voice became shrill with fear. This is a little misunderstanding between us teachers and students. I can handle it myself. Calling the police will ruin this kid's whole life. As soon as Sun Hao heard this, the little bit of doubt that had just risen in his heart instantly dissipated, replaced by a burning desire for protection and a sense of justice. Han Yan. It's all come to this time, and you're still thinking about this person. You're just too kind. He was moved beyond words and looked at Lu Hanyan with pity in his eyes. When he looked at Lu Xian again, he had a righteous and cynical look. Don't be afraid, Hanyan. You are just too soft-hearted. If this kind of scum doesn't give him a lesson, he'll never know the heights of heaven. I have to call the police today, he said, covering his sharply painful wrist with one hand. The other hand trembled and went to pull out his cell phone. I don't just want to call the police, I want to call 120. I feel like my wrist is broken. This is not over. Lu Hanyan saw that Sun Hao's finger was about to poke the cell phone screen, and the last string of sanity in her head snapped. Almost by instinct, she rushed up in an arrow step, raised her hand, and used all her strength. Splat! A slap that was so loud that it viciously slapped Sun Hao's face. His pair of golden glasses were all slapped and flew out, making a wretched arc in the air, falling to the ground and falling into two halves. Sun Hao's entire body was blinded, covering his hot face, incredulously looking at the crazy woman in front of him. His own goddess. Hit himself? I said. There is no need for you to care. You get out. Lu Hanyan's eyes were red, her chest rose and fell violently, and that beautiful face was distorted from anger and fear. Sun Hao's brain circuits took a bizarre turn at this moment. He suddenly figured it out. Containing smoke. She hit me, not because she is unreasonable. She is because she cares too much about me. She was afraid that I would suffer if I got tough with this lawless student. She was using this way to protect me. Thinking of this, instead of having resentment in his heart, Sun Hao's heart surged with an unspeakable sadness and emotion. Han Yan. Don't you be afraid. There's me here. He can't bully you. We must call the police. It's the only way to. Snap. 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 Lu Hanyan went completely crazy, like a cat that had its tail stepped on. She raised her hand to deliver a series of slaps that rained down on the other side of Sun Hao's face. Scram. 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 Are you a police officer in the Pacific? You're so broad-minded. What's my business got to do with you? Get out of here. Sun Hao was dazed by these slaps, and the little bit of sad hero complex in his head, along with his remaining dignity, was smashed to pieces. He finally realized that Lu Hanyan wasn't acting, she was really crazy. If he stayed any longer, he probably wouldn't be able to keep his other hand. I'll go. I'll leave right away. Sun Hao was scared out of his wits, rolling and crawling to get up from the ground, limping and rushing towards the door. The office door was right in front of him, and the dawn of freedom was just ahead. However, a hand was like an iron clamp, gently pressing on the door panel, blocking his way. Lu Xian's face with a morose smile appeared in front of him like a devil. Teacher, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Lu Xian's tone was so soft that it was like a lover's murmur. Not reporting to the police? No. Don't report it. I was wrong. I'm really wrong. Sun Hao looked at Lu Xian's eyes, only to feel a chill go straight from the soles of his feet to the sky. His legs softened and he almost knelt down again. Big brother. My leg is going to be broken, my hand is broken too, I need to go to the hospital, please let me go. As he said that, he uncontrollably nodded his head at Lu Xian. That look was more respectful than meeting his own father. Lu Xian, however, just smiled faintly, raised his foot, and seemingly casually kicked Sun Hao gently at the knee bend of his other leg. The force was not great, but it was precise. Ka-dis sound. Ow. Sun Hao let out a miserable howl that didn't sound like a human voice, holding both legs, like a shrimp that had been jerked, rolling on the ground in pain. The entire office echoed with his pig-killing wail. Lu Xian did this so that Lu Hanyan, who was already dumbfounded on the side, could see clearly. This was to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. He bent down and picked up the back of Sun Hao's collar as easily as if he were carrying a small chicken, dragging him towards the door. Teacher, Lu Xian came up to his ear and said in a voice that only two people could hear, if you dare to say a single word about what happened here today, I'll break both of your legs. I don't care if your father is the dean or the principal, I'll do what I say. He opened the door and threw Sun Hao down the corridor like a piece of trash. Then, he straightened up, that harmless smile back on his face, and said gently to Sun Hao, who was wailing on the ground. So, teacher, go to the hospital, don't delay. After saying that, he turned around and returned to the office, closing the door with a bang. Click. The sound of the door lock falling, in the dead silence of the office, seemed exceptionally clear. That sound was also like locking the last shred of hope for Lu Hanyan. Chapter 113. Teacher, how is this mole? Exactly the same as the one in the photo? The office door was unlocked, the crisp click sound, like a heavy hammer, ruthlessly smashed in the heart of Lu Hanyan, her last shred of hope to escape also completely shattered. She leaned her back against the cold wall, her chest rising and falling violently, her face as white as paper, looking at the man who walked back to the chair and sat down again like a leisurely stroll. Lu Xian crossed his legs, a faint smile hanging on his face, but that smile was even more horrible than the devil's sardonic smile in her eyes. The office was deathly silent, leaving only the sound of her own ragged breathing. Teacher, Lu Xian finally opened his mouth, breaking the suffocating silence. He shook the cell phone in his hand. The screen was still a screenshot of the live broadcast with the mask on. You said that you don't know the person in the photo, but I'd, for one, like to get to the bottom of things. I have to confirm it. Before the words fell, he stood up violently. Lu Hanyan's heart tightened and she subconsciously took a step back, her back slammed heavily against the door with a muffled sound. Lu Xian, however, as if he didn't see her panic, walked to her in a few steps. Classmate, what? You want to do? Her voice was dry and hoarse, carrying a tremor that she herself did not even notice. Lu Xian didn't answer, he just raised his hand, moving as fast as lightning, and grabbed the neckline of her white professional shirt. Tear! An ear-piercing sound of fabric tearing exploded in the quiet office. The fine silk shirt, from the neckline, was torn open by him in a big slit, revealing her delicate and perfect collarbone, and the lace underwear straps inside. Ah! Lu Hanyan subconsciously let out a short scream, and then covered her mouth with death. She didn't dare to shout. There might still be people outside the door who hadn't gone far, and if they saw her in this disheveled state, sharing a room with a male student, her life would be completely over. Humiliation, fear, anger, a myriad of emotions overwhelmed her like a tidal wave. She wanted to resist, wanted to push away this demon in front of her, but her body was like lead, so soft that she couldn't use an ounce of strength. You let go of me. Lu Xian. You are committing a crime. I advise you to stop immediately. Her face reddened as her hands futilely grasped at the torn lapel in an attempt to cover up. Lu Xian, however, looked as if he hadn't heard her warning as he lowered his head and his gaze landed on the line of her left collarbone. But there wasn't that mole, followed by Lu Xian yanking downward and pulling the shoulder strap off. There, below the collarbone line, a small, not too eye-catching, cool heart-shaped mole was exposed. He stared at the mole, the corner of his mouth hooked up a playful bad smile. Scat out, teacher, how is this mole? Of yours exactly the same as the one in the photo? He even stretched out his other hand and blocked the lower half of Lu Hanyan's face with his fingers, then brought the cell phone screen to the side and compared it fussily. Hey, you don't say, looking at it like this, the eyebrows are really the same person. Do you think it's coincidental, teacher? Lu Hanyan was so angry at his humiliating gesture that her body trembled and tears of humiliation flooded her eyes. As she pushed Lu Xian's hand away, her voice hoarsely roared, "What exactly do you want? If you want to kill or die, you give a quick word. What are you doing by humiliating me so consistently?" She spoke toughly, but deep inside she had long been filled with fear. This photo, this video, any one of them spread out, not only her own reputation, the face of the entire Lu family will be thrown on the ground to be trampled on. What's more, the offshore live broadcast profit, the amount of money is huge. Once the investigation is confirmed, the disaster of prison cannot escape. Lu Shen felt nothing but amusement in his heart as he looked at her colorful appearance. He was like a cat that had caught a mouse, not rushing to eat it in one bite, but enjoying the feeling of teasing his prey. It's just a screenshot, what are you afraid of, teacher? He withdrew his hand and said slowly, "Don't be anxious, I have something even more fun to show you here." Saying that, he flicked his finger on the screen and tapped on a video. In the next second, a burst of sound came out from the cell phone earpiece, accompanied by a woman's pretense of a coquettish voice. "Brother, I don't want a rocket. Brother said that you're Smokey's cultivation hook, quick." In the video, Smoke Princess is wearing a mask, to the camera, twisting the waist. Lu Xian is still not enough, deliberately adjusted the volume of the phone to the maximum. That sound instantly filled the entire office. "Take it away. No. Don't." Lu Hanyan's face instantly turned white. She violently pushed Lu Xian's cell phone away, as if she had seen something of the filthiest things. Her eyes dodged, not daring to look at the screen at all for another glance. "Egu, what are you hiding from, teacher?" Lu Xian's tone was full of teasing. "Isn't this all your own wonderful performance? Don't you usually appreciate your own replay and summarize your business experience?" He forcefully raised his cell phone to Lu Hanyan's eyes. Lu Hanyan closed her eyes tightly, covered her ears with both hands to death, shrunk her body into a ball, and shook her head non-stop. "Lu Xian." She finally broke down and shouted with a sobbing voice, "Just say it. What in the world are you going to do? Don't think you can do whatever you want with these things." She took a deep breath, as if she had made some major decision, forcing herself to calm down, and said in a transactional tone, "Do you want to bail out of graduate school? Or do you want to go straight to doctoral school? As long as you delete all these things, I can guarantee that you will be able to study all the way to your doctorate at Yen University in the future. How about it? I guarantee that you'll have an unimpeded future at Yen University." She threw out her last and what she considered to be the most weighty bargaining chip. This was the greatest authority she could use as an instructor and as the daughter of Vice Principal Lu. This was the best prospect that a student could ever hope for. However, when Lu Xian heard this, it was as if he had heard the funniest joke of the year, and he couldn't help but laugh out softly. He looked at the woman in front of him, who was still trying to negotiate with a gesture of charity, and shook his head, slowly coming to her ear, and said softly in an almost murmuring, yet cold and piercing voice, "Teacher, are you mistaken about something? Doctor? Do you think I would care about that piece of paper? Do you think your future is worth so little?" Chapter 114. I hope Ms. Lu can take some initiative. Lu Hanyan's breath stuttered, that light rhetorical question, but like an invisible hammer, it hit hard on all the perceptions she was so proud of. A doctorate degree? A teaching position at Yen University? These top-notch chips that she could take out, enough to make any ordinary student ecstatic and grateful, in this man's eyes, were actually worthless? Then what did he want? Her mind raced, fear and humiliation intertwining into an impenetrable web that made it almost impossible for her to think. She forced herself to calm down, and with the last of her sanity, threw out what she thought was the ultimate trump card. "Fine, Lu Xian, count yourself ruthless." She gritted her teeth, her voice slightly trembling from the exertion. As long as you delete everything, I can promise that when you graduate, you will directly stay in school, serve as a counselor, and enter an administrative post. This is already the limit of what you can get in your life as a student. I advise you to take it for what it's worth and don't push me. At the end of her words, it was as if she had found a trace of backbone, and her eyes became fierce. Big deal, fish death. I'll call the police right now and sue you for breaking into the office and molesting and tearing my clothes. Even if we can't find out in the end, you, a student who beat up a teacher, will definitely be expelled. At most, I'll just have my reputation damaged and go in for a few years, and when the wind passes, I, Lu Hanyan, will still be Lu Hanyan. At that time, I'll see what you can fight me with. Her words, echoing in the silent office, appeared colorful. After Lu Xian heard this, the playful smile on his face became even more intense. He was even amused to the point that he laughed out softly and shook his head, as if he was looking at a small child who was playing tricks but had no rules. Teacher, aren't you forgetting something? Lu Xian slowly extinguished his cigarette, stood up, and approached her step by step. You call the police? Fine. What will the police say when they come? Show them these videos? He took a step forward with every word. Lu Hanyan's face went 1 point wider, and she subconsciously stepped backward until her back was once again pressed against the cold door panel, unable to retreat. You go in for a few years and come out still Lu Hanyan? Lu Xian's voice lowered, with an icy, anatomical cruelty. But what about your father? The executive vice president of Yenjing University, Mr. Lu Jia. Will he still be able to continue as his vice chancellor? What would his peers think of him? How will the entire education community talk about him? An educator who can't even teach his own daughter well, letting her fall into the role of a female anchor on an offshore live broadcasting platform? Does he still want his face, the face of your Lu family's entire family? So teacher, Lu Xian had walked up to her and looked at her condescendingly. There was no more playfulness in those eyes, only the purest desire and control remained. What I look for is never the things you say things. Lu Hanyan completely collapsed. Lu Xian's every word was like a precise scalpel, cutting open all her disguises and cutting off her last way out. She looked at the near, handsome yet devil-like face in front of her, at his undisguised, aggressive eyes. A thought that made her body go cold finally surfaced. What do you really want to do? Her voice was as thin as a gnat, full of desperate trembling. Lu Xian laughed. Teacher, what are you blocking? His gaze fell on her hands that were gripping the lapel of her coat in death, and he shook his head. Here I am, but I have all the footage from your first live broadcast to the most recent one, with all kinds of angles, all kinds of clarity, everything. You're a towering goddess in front of all those unsuspecting students and co-workers. He paused, moved to her ear, and whispered in a voice that only the two could hear. But in the live broadcast room, in front of those big brothers who shouted for you to shake it up, what are you? Now in front of me, what are you pretending to be a pure-hearted martyr? You shut up. You're talking nonsense. These words seemed to have touched Lu Hanyan's most sensitive nerves, and like a cat that had its tail stepped on, she screamed violently, trying with all her might to push Lu Xian away. That's not what you think it is. That's art. What do you know? They are my followers, they prostrate themselves at my feet and call me goddess. I'm their god. Her eyes were crimson, and she was agitated to the point of some madness, as if this was the only way she could hypnotize herself to maintain that shaky worldview. Goddess? Lu Xian's patience seemed to have finally been exhausted, and the smile on his face instantly disappeared, replaced by a morose coldness. He fiercely struck out and gripped Lu Hanyan's silky black hair, forcing her to tilt her head up and meet his fierce eyes. Ah! The sharp pain coming from her scalp caused Lu Hanyan to cry out in pain, all the madness and shouting stuck in her throat at this moment. You really think of yourself as a god? Lu Xian's tone was filled with disgust. Today, I'll let you, a goddess, descend to earth and have a good taste of what it's like on earth. You off! You pervert! Crazy! Lu Hanyan was in pain with tears streaming down her face. Her hands grabbed at Lu Xian's arm haphazardly, but she couldn't shake him in the slightest. Bitch still wants to set up a house of cards? Lu Xian laughed coldly and let go of her hair, but the words he uttered caused her more pain than grabbing her by the hair. Do you believe me or not? I'm going to pack up all these works of art of yours right now and make a link to share them for free, and send it out to the campus forums of Yin University? And then send a copy to your dad, your mom, and your brother who is studying abroad, one by one? I'll let all of your relatives, all of your friends, come and enjoy how you, the eldest miss of the Lu family, have become a goddess. At that time, will you still have the face to live? Teacher, sometimes, social death can be 10,000 times harder than death. Lu Hanyan's strength was drained out of her body as she slid down the door panel and fell to the ground, lost in thought and with empty eyes. Lu Xian smiled with satisfaction as he watched her in this state. He slowly and methodically walked back to his chair and sat down, his posture as if a king had returned to his throne. I'm a person who doesn't like to get rough, that's not elegant enough. He said lightly, that playfulness and calmness returning to his voice. I hope, Mr. Lu can take the initiative, so that all of us can look good on our faces. After saying that, he reached out his hand and gently patted his thigh. That action was filled with unspoken humiliation and innuendo. Teacher Lu, what are you waiting for? The corner of Lu Xian's mouth grinned an evil smile, and that smile was reflected in Lu Hanyan's out-of-focus pupils, causing the back of her spine to chill and her hairs to stand on end. Do you really want me to send the video to your family members as tonight's booster program? Chapter 115 Master. I was wrong. Lu Hanyan's back had long been thoroughly drenched in cold sweat, the thin silk shirt was tightly adhered to her skin, outlining delicate curves, but at the moment, it only made her feel a burst of icy coldness from the marrow of her bones. Her legs were so weak that she could barely support her body weight, and she could only lean against the cold door panel to keep from going limp. Although she was bold in her style on Peach TV, enjoying the frantic pursuit and imaginations of countless fans, in reality, she was conservative to the point of being almost antiquated, and had never even fallen in love once. The smoke princess who wears a mask, twists her waist in front of the camera, and teases her fans with her coquettish voice is just a virtual personality for her, a tool to satisfy her morbid vanity. She had never associated that image with the real Yen University doctoral advisor Lu Hanyan. But now, this man, in the roughest and most direct way, tore those two identities apart viciously, then kneaded them together and slammed them in her face. What, goddess hasn't thought of it yet? Lu Xian's voice came out leisurely with a hint of impatient teasing. My patience is limited. Why don't I send Vice Principal Lu a video teaser first and ask him which cover he likes? These words became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Lu Hanyan's body trembled violently, and the last of the luster in her pupils was completely extinguished. She slowly raised her head and looked at the man sitting in the chair with a posture so cozy that it was as if he was in his own living room. The distance from the office door to that chair was only a few short meters, but at this moment it was like being separated by an abyss of 10,000 fathoms, the dividing line between heaven and hell. She moved. Every step was like stepping on the tip of a knife. The sound of high heels hitting the ground made Lu Hanyan's heartbeat slow down. She walked in front of Lu Xian, the tears of humiliation finally unable to be suppressed, sliding down her pale cheeks. She clenched her lips so tightly that she almost bit out blood as a way to fight the feeling of shame that was about to engulf her. Lu Xian admired her shaken, but forced to give in look, and the smile at the corner of his mouth became even more intense. Teacher, that's right. He leaned on the back of the chair, leaned back and opened his arms. His posture was lazy and full of a sense of command that was not to be trifled with. I saw the live replay. Aren't you quite good at playing? Don't let me down. Come on, you dominate. Lu Hanyan stiffened. These words embarrassed her more than any vicious curse. She slowly closed her eyes, as if that would isolate her from this cruel world. Tears flowed even more fiercely, and slowly, with immense difficulty, she bent her knees, which had never bent to anyone before. 1 hour later. Lu Xian leaned back in his chair, refreshed, not even a single crease in his clothes. He lit a cigarette and leisurely gulped down the clouds, his eyes deep. On the other hand, Lu Hanyan, like a muppet that had been played with, was curled up on the carpet not far away. Her originally meticulous hair was disheveled, covering her face that could not be seen, and only a slight shrug of her shoulders showed that she was still alive. Detected that the target character Lu Hanyan's psychological defenses have completely collapsed, immersing herself in the host's dominance, the control value has increased significantly. Current control value, 100-100. Congratulations to the host. Completing the perfect control of the target character Lu Hanyan. A series of system beeps sounded in Lu Xian's mind. Reward, primary technology energy shield, can withstand all 7.62 mm level bullet attacks. Reward, full grades for all courses in the Chinese Department of Yen University. The host will automatically receive full credits for all courses that have been taken and have not been taken. Reward, full grades for all courses in the Chinese Department of Yen University. Reward, phantom tattoo sticker disposable consumable, stick it on the target, it can unconditionally control its mind within 7 days. Accidental drop reward, silent barrier, when activated no one inside or outside the host's selected range can hear the sound. Lu Xian's eyebrows raised. Good lord, this system was really a sweetie pie. Knowing that he didn't have the time to take those boring classes, he went straight to one step, even saving the exam. Immediately afterward, a huge stream of knowledge surged into his mind, from ancient literary history to modern literature, from exegesis to modern Chinese grammar, countless originally boring points of knowledge, at this moment, as if they were born with him, clearly imprinted in the depths of his memory. This feeling of getting something for nothing was simply even better than just now. At this time, Lu Hanyan on the ground moved. She did not open her eyes, and her voice was as hoarse as if it had been ground by sandpaper, with a hint of weakness and pleading after the robbery. Lu Xian. This time you are satisfied, right? Can you let me go? Lu Xian got up, walked to the huge dressing mirror in the office, slowly and methodically organized his hairstyle, and through the mirror, looked at the wretched figure on the ground, the corner of his mouth hooked up a cruel smile. Teacher, aren't you too naive? He turned around and looked at her condescendingly. When did I say I was satisfied? The game has just begun, how could I let you go? Lu Hanyan raised her head violently, and there was finally a fluctuation in those disoriented eyes. It was disbelief, anger, and despair. And Lu Xian paced in front of her, using his toes to gently pick up her chin, forcing her to look at himself. Your name needs to be changed. From now on, you, Lu Hanyan, are no longer some high and mighty guide, you are nothing more than a dog that I, Lu Xian, have raised. A dog? How should you talk to your master? Do you need me to teach you? You are shameless. Lu Hanyan wanted to retort and curse, but when she met Lu Xian's cold and playful eyes, all her anger and backbone were instantly doused, leaving her with only a fear that went deep into her bones. She realized that she couldn't even say a complete sentence. In the end, she trembled and slowly lowered that once incomparably proud head. Kneeling to the side, in a humble stance that she herself had never thought of, she spat out a few words in a voice that was barely audible. Master. I was wrong. Chapter 116 The Lu Family. The Lu family will also be at the disposal of their master in the future. Lu Xian looked at Lu Hanyan, who was prostrate at his feet and didn't even dare to raise his head, and the corner of his mouth hooked up with a trace of arc if nothing else. He flicked his fingertips on the cigarette, and the ashes fluttered down, landing on Lu Hanyan's hair. Lu Hanyan didn't move a muscle. Well, count on you to know what you're doing. His voice was flat, no joy or anger could be heard. Seeing as you have good skills and are good at taking care of people, I'll spare you this time. Lu Hanyan's body shook a little imperceptibly. Only now did she truly understand that Lu Xian's horror was far more than just those black materials in his hands. This man was simply a devil. He had accurately grasped her 7 inches. No, he had strangled the throat of her entire Lu family. Resistance? She did not think about it before. But what about the consequences? Failure of reputation, 10,000 people spit on, prison disaster. These she may still be able to bite the bullet. But what about father? What about the Lu family? As Lu Xian said, the spittle of public opinion can drown people. Father struggled for a lifetime of reputation. Lu family's several generations of accumulation of clear reputation will be because of her, ruined. In this era, there are too many red-eyed people, many people waiting for you to make a mistake, and then swarmed up, will eat you alive, not even the bones of the dregs will remain. She, Lu Hanyan, used to be the proud daughter of heaven, the youngest doctoral supervisor of Yen University, the goddess that countless students looked up to. But now, she was just a dog wagging its tail and begging for mercy. The master. Master said yes, Smokey. Smokey will be obedient in the future, please master. Beg the master to raise his hand, don't put me those humiliating things to send out. Lu Hanyan's voice was broken and hoarse, every word seemed to be squeezed out from the throat in a hard way. I promise, I will never broadcast live again. Absolutely not. As she said this, she pressed her forehead against the cold floor. It was a gesture of completely giving up her dignity. The Willow family. Willow family will also be at the disposal of the master in the future. I am a dog of my master. Lu Xian reached out, his fingertips carrying a hint of coolness, and pinched Lu Hanyan's chin, forcing her to raise her head. That once beautiful and haughty face was currently covered in tear stains, so pale that there was not a trace of blood color. That pair of once haughty and cool phoenix eyes were now brimming with water. There was no more trace of resistance in them, only almost twisted adoration and complete submission remained. Lu Xian narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing her expression. Teacher, can I trust you? He asked softly, his tone meaningless. The faint bit of starlight in Lu Hanyan's eyes flickered dramatically, as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. Lu Xian temporarily let go of her. This person, Lu Hanyan, was indeed useful to keep. Her father, Lu Jia, the executive vice president of Yanjing University, this signboard carried a lot of weight in Yanjing, especially in the education sector. In the future, whether it's integrating forces or dealing with some unseen matters, it will be much more convenient. The most urgent thing for him right now was to integrate the power he held in his hands. Although the black material app system was powerful, every time a person's black material was exposed, it was the same as setting up an enemy or even a group of enemies. The black materials in his hands right now were enough to make several families in Yanjing hate him to the bone. To be able to peacefully reach this point, apart from the control value given by the system playing a key role, there was also a part of luck. Previously on the road to revenge, he had gone too fast and furious, and many details had not been handled well enough. Today's tactics against Lu Hanyan were also a bit impulsive in retrospect. It was like he was dancing on the edge of a cliff. One wrong step would be the end of everything. So, it was necessary to slow down the pace. Turning these people under his control into a whole, weaving a network that truly belonged to him. When Lu Hanyan saw that Lu Xian seemed to have loosened up, the string in her heart that was taut to the extreme slightly loosened, and the instinct to survive made her react immediately. She could not care less about the pain in her knees, violently moved forward, almost crawling on her hands and knees to Lu Xian's feet, and heavily knocked her head twice, her forehead hitting the floor with a muffled thud. Hastily raising 3 fingers, he swore with all his strength. Master! Master, don't worry. I, Lu Hanyan, swear to the heavens that everything I am, from my body to my heart, is my master's. If I have half a false word, or harbor half a mischievous intention, let my Lu family be in turmoil from now on, never to be recovered. Her voice was tinged with a sobbing tone, but it was exceptionally firm, as if she wanted to sacrifice her soul. Lu Xian looked at this gambling look of hers, and a hint of playfulness flashed in his eyes. What he wanted was not foolish loyalty, but absolute control. However, right now, this effect was quite good. Well, since teacher is so sincere, I'll believe you for once for now. Lu Xian smiled faintly and his tone lightened up a bit. Now, there's a small matter that I need a favor from you, teacher. Master, please command. I'll go through fire and water without hesitation. Lu Hanyan immediately took a stance, that eager appearance, as if she was afraid that Lu Xian would not give her the opportunity to redeem her sins. Lu Xian stretched out his finger and gently tapped the desktop. As you know, I'm a student of the Chinese department. I've had more things to do recently, so I'm afraid I don't have that much time to spend in the classroom. How delicate Lu Hanyan was, she immediately understood what Lu Xian meant. Does Master want to get an exemption from listening, or a long-term public vacation? She asked tentatively. Lu Xian nodded, smart. Can it be done? Can. Of course it can. Lu Hanyan replied without hesitation. This matter was nothing more than a show of hands to her. Don't worry, Master, I will immediately go and make arrangements. Guarantee that there won't be anyone to disturb Master. She paused and added carefully, then. Master's achievements. Lu Xian smiled, this Lu Hanyan, but really quite good at taking care of people. The system rewarded Yin University Chinese Department of all courses full score results, is still hot in the brain, he does not need to worry about this. However, this matter was also considered a test for Lu Hanyan. Oh? What's the teacher's best suggestion in terms of grades? He asked, pretending not to know. Lu Hanyan hurriedly said, Master doesn't have to bother. Whether it's the final exam or the usual homework, I will arrange it for Master. Guarantee that all subjects are excellent, and will never affect any of Master's future development. She was even thinking about whether or not to use her father's connections to directly arrange a guaranteed graduate school place for Lu Xian, no, directly guarantee the blog. As long as she could make this Master satisfied, not to mention this small matter, even if she was asked to dance in the principal's office right now, she was afraid that she could only grit her teeth and do as she was told. Very good. Lu Xian nodded with satisfaction, stood up, walked to the window, and looked out the window at the lush scenery of Yenyuan. The game had only just begun. As for Lu Hanyan, she was just a pawn on his chessboard that had just been activated. Next, there were more interesting things waiting for him to do. As for that Sun Hao. Lu Xian's mouth, the corner of his mouth, hooked up a cold smile. Dare to buzz like a fly while he is doing his business, you have to have the realization of being swatted to death. Chapter 117. What is the meaning of brotherly love? What is the meaning of love more than gold? Lu Xian turned back to Lu Hanyan. Alright, get up. That's it for today, I'll go back first. Lu Xian took a step towards the door. Lu Hanyan scrambled to get up from the ground, not caring to straighten her messy clothes and hair, she just lowered her head deeply and used all her strength to suppress the trembling in her voice. Master, take care. Don't send me off, hurry up and tidy up the office. Lu Xian's hand was already on the door handle as he added without looking back, also, remind that Sun Hao not to mess with me. For people like him, I don't have the time to play with him. After saying that, Lu Xian's figure disappeared behind the door without the slightest bit of lingering. Lu Hanyan looked at the closed door, and her entire body felt as if her bones had been drained away as she leaned helplessly against the wall and slowly slid to sit on the floor. She let out a long sigh of relief, her taut nerves finally getting a moment's respite. But immediately afterward, an even stronger sense of emptiness and loss overwhelmed her like a tidal wave. She could clearly feel that in Lu Xian's eyes, she was nothing more than a dog, a tool that could be used at any time. But it was this humiliating feeling of being absolutely controlled that gave her a sick, almost twisted feeling of worship and dependence. This feeling made her feel fearful herself. Lu Xian walked out of the school building. The afternoon sunlight was a bit harsh, he squinted slightly. Just down the steps, he saw a group of people blocking the entrance of the building in great numbers. At the head of the group, it was his familiar roommate, Lu Ming. And behind Lu Ming stood nearly 10 bull-tall and big strong men. Each one of them had a big waist, their muscles holding up their tight t-shirts as if they were going to burst open, their arms were tattooed with dragons and tigers, and they stared at the incoming and outgoing students in an unfavorable manner, causing many people to go around the road. Lu Xian frowned. This Lu Ming, what is he up to again? It turned out that the more Lu Ming thought about it, the more angry he became since he had stuck his hot face on Lu Xian's coldness a few times. He couldn't figure out, he was at least the backbone of the fitness club, he was familiar with the people in the school, he had a lot of friends, and he put down his stature to support a rich man who won the lottery. Why wouldn't the other party give himself face? Doesn't he just rely on a few dollars? Zhao Qin in the same dormitory, people are serious second-generation rich, are not like him so pretentious. Unbeknownst to him, in the eyes of Zhao Qin and Chen Min, Lu Ming's role of trying to climb up the ladder is the most disdainful of all. It's just that those two were too lazy to poke at him. Lu Ming held fire in his heart, and in the WeChat group of the fitness club, he added more fuel to the story, and immediately provoked a group of simple-minded good brothers of righteous indignation. Brother Ming, this kid is also too impolite, right? Isn't it just winning a lottery? What's so great about it? Go! Today we must let him know what it means to be a brotherly love, what it means to have a love that is stronger than gold. So a bunch of people killed to the classroom with great vigor, and when they inquired, they realized that Lu Xian was called away by the guide. Lu Ming immediately decided to wait for the rabbit at the entrance of this teaching building, and must get this face back in front of the brothers. At this moment, Lu Ming saw Lu Xian come out and his spirit was revitalized. He first gave a wink to the brothers behind him, and lowered his voice. Watch out, not that I'm exaggerating, you see his behavior, later see how I make him soft. After saying that, he immediately changed into a passionate smile and ran over. Aya, brother Xian. Such a coincidence. You're just coming out of the guide's office? Lu Xian looked at his face that was filled with hypocrisy and calculation, and a hint of boredom flashed under his eyes. This kind of buzzing fly really didn't make people half interested. What am I here for, and what does it have to do with you? Lu Xian's tone was as indifferent as water, bypassing him and preparing to leave. His mind was now thinking about whether to simply pack Lu Ming's black material of opening AI beauty suit as a beautiful anchor woman on the internet and raise it to the campus forum for him to get rid of it all. The smile on Lu Ming's face stiffened, not realizing that in front of so many brothers, Lu Xian still dared to give him so little face. If he let Lu Xian go just like that, how could he still mix in the fitness club in the future? He violently crossed his body and stretched out his thick arm to block Lu Xian's way. Hey, brother Xian, don't leave in a hurry. Lu Ming's tone took on a hint of threat. Brothers are just saying hello to you, your reaction is too hurtful, right? Lu Xian stopped walking, his eyes finally cold, like he was looking at a dead thing. I'll say it again, get out of the way. Yo-ho? Behind Lu Ming, a muscular man who was nearly 1 meter 9 in height walked up and pushed on Lu Sun's shoulder, but it felt like he was pushing on a steel plate, not moving. Instead, he himself was shocked to the point of numbness in his wrist. The muscular man couldn't hang on to his face and said viciously, Kid, how can you talk to our brother Ming? Did I give you a face? If you don't make it clear today, you don't want to leave. That's it. Apologize to brother Ming. You really think you're somebody? The rest of the people also swarmed up and surrounded Lu Xian, each of them rubbing their fists and being fierce. Looking at this group of self-righteous fools, Lu Xian suddenly laughed. He shook his head and sighed softly. Trouble. The moment the words fell, he moved. The muscular man who had pushed him only felt a blur before his eyes, and before he could see Lu Xian's movements, the wrist that had grabbed at Lu Xian's collar was clasped by a deft force. In the next second, a sharp pain that drilled into his heart came. Ka-ching! Ah! A crisp bone dislocation sound accompanied by a pig-killing scream. The muscular man's arm twisted at a bizarre angle, and his entire person was thrown out by Lu Xian like a piece of trash, knocking down the two companions behind him who had not yet reacted. The scene was instantly silent. Lu Ming and the few remaining brothers looked dumbfounded. They didn't even see how Lu Xian struck. Go together. Get him. I don't know who shouted, but the rest of them woke up as if from a dream, roaring in anger and pouncing at the same time. Lu Xian stood still, not retreating but advancing. A huge fist with the sound of wind slammed into his face. He just slightly sidestepped and easily dodged it, and at the same time, a precise elbow strike ruthlessly topped the opponent's ribs. The man stifled a grunt, like a boiled prawn, bowed his body and fell down, foaming at the mouth. The other attacked from the side. Lu Xian didn't even look at him, and kicked him in the knee. Another click sound, the man holding the leg on the ground rolled and wailed. The whole process, the flow of water, so fast that people's eyes dazzling. In less than 30 seconds, the ground was already lying on the ground, leaving Lu Ming alone, like a wooden stake frozen in place. He looked at the good brother rolling all over the ground, and then looked at even the atmosphere did not breathe a breath, and even the hairstyle is not messed up Lu Xian, a cold air from the soles of the feet straight to the sky. This is an ordinary student who won the lottery? This is the king of special forces, right? Lu Xian patted the non-existent dust on his hands and walked step by step in front of Lu Ming, who was already so scared that his legs went soft. Now, do you still want me to give you a statement? No. No. Brother Xian. I was wrong. I'm really wrong. Lu Ming went down on his knees with a plop, snot and tears flowing down together as he hugged Lu Xian's thighs and cried, I'm not a human being. I didn't recognize him Tintai with my eyes. If you're so generous, just let me go as a fart. Chapter 118. Seriously? Baby Jojo Bunny is a muscle man? Lu Xian disgustedly kicked him away. The force wasn't too strong, but it made Lu Ming roll around twice like a leather ball. He squatted down nicely, looked at Lu Ming's snotty face, and came to his ear. His voice was pressed extremely low, like the murmurs of lovers, but with a cold aura from hell. I'm a person who doesn't like trouble. But trouble like you, always not long for the eyes, have to find the door by yourself. He paused, the corner of his mouth hooked into an icy arc, and slowly and methodically pulled out his cell phone. Brother Xian, I'm wrong, I'm really wrong. I'm just a fart, please let me go. As Lu Ming watched Lu Xian's unhurried movements, his heart felt like it was being clutched by a large invisible hand, almost stopping beating. Lu Xian ignored his wailing, his finger flicked on the screen and a photo popped up. On the photo was a standard Netflix beauty with big eyes, a pointed chin and glowing white skin, who was beaming and comparing a cute scissor hand. She was wearing a pink strapless sweater, looking innocent and charming. Recognize? Lu Shen disliked the cell phone screen in front of Lu Ming's eyes with a hint of playfulness in his tone. Jiao Jiao bunny baby, the dream goddess of quite a few brothers in your fitness club, right? I heard that big brother Pengji I swiped over $100,000 a month for her. Those surrounding muscle men who were still grunting on the ground, a few heard this name and struggled to raise their heads, their eyes straightened. It is Jiao Jia. Lu Ming's face instantly became whiter than paper, his lips trembling, unable to say a word. Lu Xian let out a light laugh, and with a flick of his finger, he switched to the next photo. It was a screenshot of the software's background. In the small window in the upper left corner was Lu Ming's squinting face, while the main screen in the center was the Jiao Jiao bunny baby after AI real-time face painting. The chain of evidence is so complete that it makes people despair. This AI beauty face is indeed powerful, Lu Xian said, as if he was admiring some artwork. You've got all this tendon meat, and it can all be PD into a willow waste for you, so it's really worthy of being a cyber-painted skin. If the last photo was a bolt from the blue, then this screenshot was directly nailing Lu Ming to the pillar of shame. No. Not. Brother Xian, listen to my explanation. Lu Ming completely collapsed, his mind was blank, only instinctive denial remained. Lu Xian was too lazy to listen to his nonsense anymore and directly clicked on the campus forum, slowly editing the post. The sound of typing, in Lu Ming's ears, was like the judge of hell outlining his life and death book. He watched as Lu Xian typed down the title that sent his soul reeling. Late Night Mystery. Our school's famous fitness expert has this kind of fetish? Jiao Jiao bunny baby online begging for big brother's reward. Xian. Brother Xian, don't. Lu Ming's voice changed tone, shrill like a chicken that had its neck stepped on. Lu Xian shook the contents of the edited post, along with the several high-definition and censored screenshots, in front of his eyes, and then gently pressed his thumb on the send button. Buzz. The moment the post was sent out, the cell phones of several students who were watching around him vibrated at the same time. That was the push alert of the campus forum's special attention. Sorry, Lu Xian smiled faintly, that smile pure and harmless, hand-slipped. Ah. Lu Ming let out a hiss of despair and violently kowtowed, his forehead hitting the concrete floor with a muffled thud sound. Brother Xian, I was wrong. Please delete it. I'll be your cow, please. You know it's embarrassing? Lu Xian stood up and looked at him condescendingly, the disgust in his eyes undisguised. You know it's humiliating and you're still dressing up as a woman and scamming money on the internet? Think about your big brothers on list 1, they're probably puking at the screen right now. If you have anything to say, save it for explaining to them. The surrounding murmurs and suppressed laughter had rung out. Seriously? Lu Ming is that petite bunny baby? My day, I even swiped him 2 days ago. Vomit. Don't say it, I want to die. Quickly look at the forum, it's exploded. The comments section is full of at Peng 1 big brothers, it's so unethical, ha ha ha. As Lu Ming listened to these comments, he only felt the heavens spinning and the extreme humiliation of social death made him want to die on the spot. Lu Xian looked at him in this state, and there were no more waves in his heart. For this kind of fly who repeatedly provoked, he should be slapped into a cesspool for eternity. He recalled that in the system information, this kid had not only cheated men out of their money, he had also cheated the feelings of a few world-weary young girls in the same way. Thinking of this, Lu Xian's eyes went completely cold. He raised his foot and kicked down seemingly casually, but with unparalleled precision, at the crotch of Lu Ming, who was paralyzed on the ground. The force, just right. Ow. A miserable scream that didn't sound like a human voice cut through the afternoon of Yen University. Lu Ming's entire body was like a boiled shrimp, violently arching his body, his hands covering his vitals in death, frantically rolling around on the ground, tears and snot smeared all over his face, and his mouth made a ho-ho huffing sound. My egg. Ah. My egg. Quickly. Call 120. Save me. His so-called good brothers, when he was beaten up, none of them thought to call the police to call an ambulance. Now his own vitals are wasted, only to think of asking for help. See his cold selfishness. The surrounding crowd has long been exploded, timid girls screamed in fear, the good people have taken out their cell phones, the scene of the year can be said to be the scene of the year crazy shooting. Sirens and rapid footsteps from far and near. A team of uniformed campus security guards finally arrived and froze when they saw the mess in front of them. At the entrance of the teaching building, there were 10 or so strong men lying around, all of them with bruises and swollen noses, wailing continuously. In the middle of one even covered his crotch, screaming as if he had just returned to the sun from hell. Chapter 119 Uncle Security Guard, this is self-defense. Several uniformed members of the campus emergency response subteam arrived panting, and when they saw the scene before them, they collectively sucked in a breath of cool air. The leader of the captain is a middle-aged man in his 40s, named Wang Defa, usually in the campus to catch a school badge is not wearing, the management of a chaotic parking, the mighty. But today this battle, he was a little weak. The door of the school building, 10 or so fitness club muscleman, usually in the school horizontal walking lord, at the moment with a pile of broken sacks lying on the ground. Some were holding their arms, some were covering their legs, grunting one after another, like pigs to be slaughtered. In the center of the storm, the student called Lu Meng was curled up in an extremely twisted position, with his hands covering his vitals, and the screams that came out no longer resembled a human voice, which made Wang Defa feel a chill in the lower half of his body. Then look at the other side, the student surrounded in the center, posture upright, not to mention injured, even the hair did not miss a trace, face even with a trace of bored indifference. What the hell is a student capable of doing? Wang Defa gulped, forced down the horror in his heart, put on a businesslike demeanor, and took 2 steps forward, but wisely stopped at a distance he thought was safe. That student! Freeze! He shouted in a colorful voice, you're suspected of gathering a crowd to fight on school grounds under serious circumstances, and we've already called the police. I advise you not to resist unnecessarily. The few young players behind him also followed to bolster their courage, pulling out their rubber batons, but their feet were glued to the ground as if they were on the ground. None of them dared to really go forward. Joking, those strong men lying on the ground, any one of their arms are thicker than their thighs, now not all lying flat? They have this body plate to go up, afraid as not to send a person's head. Around the students watching more and more, cell phone lenses with shotguns like, on this side of a fierce shot. We've all seen it, we've called the police. The police uncle will be here soon. The uproar from the crowd gave Wang Defa a hint of confidence. Lu Xian swept a glance at these few nervous security guards and felt somewhat amused. Uncle security guards, which one of your eyes saw me gathering people for a fight? He spread his hands, his tone so flat that it was as if he was asking what the weather was like today. I was acting in self-defense. A dozen of them were blocking me alone, so they couldn't let me stand and get beaten up, could they? As for why they lay down, it might be because they usually eat too much protein powder, their physique is too weak to be touched. The moment these words came out, a few unsupported proofs came from the surrounding crowd. The fat on Wang Defa's face twitched, thinking to himself, is this human language you're talking about? The body is weak? Can you be surrounded in the center unharmed when you're so frail? Classmate, what you said is useless. Wang Defa put his neck, whether it is self-defense or not, you save it to explain to the police comrades. Right now, you must come back to the security office with us. After saying that, he himself shrank back half a step, fearing that Lu Xian would give him a blow at the drop of a hat. Lu Xian frowned, his eyes sweeping through the surrounding crowd of people watching. So many students here are watching, they were the ones who moved first, everyone can testify for me. However, wherever his gaze reached, the students lowered their heads or averted their eyes, pretending to be looking at their cell phones. No one wanted to cause trouble. Right in the middle of this awkward silence, a clear voice rang out. I can testify. The crowd automatically parted a path, and a boy wearing a blue and white plaid shirt and black framed glasses walked out. He looked svelte and even a bit skinny, but his eyes were unusually determined. Lu Xian recognized him. Last time when he hand-tore Shen Yahui's pair of dogs and men, it was this boy who took the initiative to come forward and help him cast the evidence onto the big screen. This brother, indeed, can handle it. Li Yifan walked to Lu Xian's side and first nodded vigorously at him as a greeting before turning to the security chief Wang Defa. What this student said is true. I saw it from beginning to end. It was these people on the ground who first provoked trouble, stopped this student from leaving, and took the lead in attacking. This student's behavior is completely in line with the legal definition of self-defense. Wang Defa saw another student jumped out, immediately felt his authority was challenged, his face sank. Who are you? What business do you have here? You say self-defense is self-defense? You know the law better than the police? Li Yifan pushed his glasses, a hint of wisdom reflected on the lenses. He said unabashedly, Comrade security guard, I'm a junior student of the law department of the law school, do you think I know the law? Moreover, there is a high-definition monitor right in front of the entrance of the teaching building. Whether it is provoking trouble or not, whether it is self-defense, let's call it out and take a look. You. Wang Defa was choked and could not say a word, a face suffocated into a pig's liver color. Lu Xian smiled and said to Li Yifan beside him, thanks, classmate. What's the name? Seeing Lu Xian take the initiative to talk to him, Li Yifan was a bit excited, his face was flushed with red light, and he smiled my name is Li Yifan. Brother Xian, I know you. The last time you criticized that pair of dogs, you were simply too handsome. Looking at Lu Ming again, this is the way to deal with such people. Clean up our Yen University. Brother Xian? Lu Xian raised his eyebrows. Yeah, that's what we call you in private, and now the forums call you Yen University's only brother. Wang Defa listened to these two students chatting as if no one else was around, and being left out to the side himself, his face became even more untenable. He cleared his throat and forcefully said, all right. I don't understand what you guys are saying, even though I'm a security guard. Anyway, what we say doesn't count, everything wait for the police comrades to come, let them make the decision. He now only wanted to wait for the police to hurry up and pick up this hot potato. Just at this time, the distant sirens came from far and near. Wang Defa was like being pardoned, while Lu Ming and the others who were wailing on the ground were like hearing the sound of a bell urging them to die. Especially Lu Ming, not only did he suffer from severe pain in his vitals, he was even more afraid that his male disguised as a woman to cheat money would be known by the police, and that would not be as simple as a social death, it would be a real need to go in and step on the sewing machine. Lu Xian, on the other hand, always had a calm face and even looked at the flashing police lights in the distance with interest. The police were coming? Just in time, there was something else he wanted to ask his police comrades for a favor. Chapter 120 OK, Officer's Sister. The ear-piercing sound of sirens came from far and near, tearing apart the peaceful afternoon atmosphere of Yin University. The crowd automatically parted, and two police cars with flashing red and blue lights steadily stopped in front of the school building. The car doors opened and down came three police officers, the leader of which was a woman. She was about 25 or 26 years old, with a head of sharp short hair, delicate features, and a heroic spirit between her eyebrows. A straight police uniform was worn on her body, outlining just the right curves, both feminine and soft, without losing the majesty of law enforcement. As soon as she stepped out of the car, her sharp gaze quickly swept across the entire scene, taking in the entirety of this mess. When she saw the dozen or so strong men lying on the ground, and the one covering his vitals, Lu Ming, who had already begun to convulse, her good-looking brows couldn't help but wrinkle tightly. Looking at the other side, that youth who was vaguely isolated by everyone, Lu Xian. He stood there with a straight posture and a calm demeanor, not to mention being injured, there wasn't even a single wrinkle on his clothes. It was as if the wounded wailing on the ground in front of him were just the garbage he cleaned up during his after-dinner walk. This strong contrast, so that the female police officer's eyes more than a trace of gravity and probing. As soon as the security chief Wang Defa saw the police, he was like seeing a savior, rolling and crawling up, pointing at Lu Xian, complaining with a sad and angry face, "Comrade police! You guys have finally come. It's him. This student, openly committing murder and gathering people for a fight in the school. Look at what he did to these students. He's a disgrace to Yin University." Female police officer Qin Ro turned on the law enforcement recorder, her cool gaze swept over Wang Defei's fawning face, ignoring his added oil and vinegar, but raised her voice and asked, "Who called the police? What's the situation at the scene?" A student in the crowd raised his hand and stammered out the situation. After hearing this, Qin Ro gave a wink to the two male officers behind her. The three immediately dispersed tacitly, vaguely forming a triangular encirclement, vigilantly approaching Lu Xian. There was no way, this record was too scary. One person, drawing out a dozen or so muscle-bound men from the fitness club, this combat power, no wonder they were not careful. "Student, you are suspected of intentional injury, please come with us." Qin Ro's voice was crisp and cold, carrying a resolute command. "Comrade police officer, this is self-defense." Li Yifan stood out once again, blocking in front of Lu Xian. "A dozen of them surrounded and beat up one of my classmates. We all have eyes, and the surveillance camera captured it clearly." Qin Ro glanced at Li Yifan. "Did you do it?" "He didn't." Lu Xian patted Li Yifan's shoulder and pulled him behind him. Meeting Qin Ro's scrutinizing gaze himself, he spoke calmly, "From start to finish, it was me alone. He's just a roadside witness." Li Yifan also hurriedly nodded. "Yes, I didn't do anything, but I witnessed the whole process." Qin Ro nodded and said in a businesslike manner, "Alright, since you're an eyewitness, you also need to go back with us to make a statement." Her gaze fell back on Lu Xian with a hint of scrutiny. "Classmate, even if what you said is the truth, your behavior has been suspected of overdefense. Look at what you did to the person. When the ambulance comes, you must return to the bureau with us to be investigated." As soon as the words fell, the sound of ambulance sirens came from the distance again, and there was more than one. After all, the number of injured people was a bit high, and the scene was spectacular for a while. Not long after, a middle-aged man with a big belly also panted and ran over. It was none other than the director of the Defense Department. When he took a look at the scene, and heard Wang Defa's report, his official authority immediately came up. Pointing at Lu Xian who was about to be taken away, he gave him a scolding. "Your name is Lu Xian, right? How did our Yin University produce a student like you who advocates violence? Do you know what this place is? It's a holy place for teaching and educating people. Look at what you've done, what a bad influence you've created on the school. It's simply a disgrace to our Yin University." Lu Xian didn't bother to debate with him and just gave him a calm look with a look of death. That look was light, but it made the latter half of the director's reprimand stuck in his throat, inexplicably feeling a palpitation. Lu Xian had already opened the black material app in his heart, ready to check the glorious deeds of the director. Let him know what is called the real reverence for force. Lu Xian and Li Yifan were taken to the back seat of the police car. "I'm sorry, brother, I even tired you to make a trip," Lu Xian said to Li Yifan with a smile. Li Yifan waved his hand with a disinterested face. Instead, he was a bit excited. "Hey, how big a deal? Brother Xian, don't worry, with the surveillance, you're definitely fine." "It is? I am a little worried that the court will sentence you to a defense overdose. After all, they are injured quite seriously. This medical fee is estimated to be sky high." The corner of Lu Xian's mouth raised, a hint of mystery in his smile. Don't worry, money is the thing that you don't have to worry about in this world. Shinro, who was sitting in the co-pilot's seat, looked at Lu Xian's handsome and calm face through the rearview mirror and muttered in her heart. This kid looks like a man, his physique doesn't look particularly strong, how come his hands are so black? If he fought with him himself, it is estimated that he would not be able to go more than 3 rounds. Hearing two people still talking and laughing in the back, she finally couldn't help it, turned back and said in a cold voice, "Be quiet. When this place is a cab-off? You're still chatting." Lu Xian immediately changed into a harmless smile. "Okay, sister, I was wrong." "Sister?" Shinro's face instantly turned cold and her eyebrows stood up, calling who sister? No decent behavior, call the police officer. "Okay, officer sister." Lu Xian was submissive and smiled even more brightly. "You." Shinro almost lost her breath when she was choked by his officer sister, and her cheeks were slightly hot. She angrily turned her head away, deciding not to pay any more attention to the smooth-talking guy, and would properly clean him up when she arrived at the station. The carriage was quiet for a moment. Lu Xian's voice leisurely sounded again. "Officer sister, can I make a phone call?" Shinro didn't turn around, she just let out a cold snort from her nose, her tone filled with disdain. "Make a call, hurry up while you're still in the interrogation room. If you have any connections, hurry up and find them, I'd like to see who can fish you out of the bureau." In her opinion, this was nothing more than the standard procedure for rich kids when they were in trouble. Lu Xian smiled and didn't say anything else. He slowly and methodically pulled out his cell phone, unlocked the screen in front of Shinro, found a number, and dialed it directly. The phone only rang once before it was picked up. Chen Yubing came to the window and put the phone to his ear, then covered it. The tone of voice became respectful and humble, that posture, a far cry from the cold as ice to the other students just now. "Master, it's me." Chapter 121, Listen to me, do as I say. The person Lu Xian was currently most at ease with was indeed only Chen Yubing. As for the others, they are either harboring evil intentions or their relationship hasn't reached that point yet. Although Bai Yanqi is also quite obedient, but the case of betraying military intelligence on her is the king bomb that Lu Xian keeps to deal with the Bai family, and both sides will have to tear their faces off sooner or later. On the other end of the phone, Chen Yubing's voice instantly switched from being cold externally to being respectful internally, even with a hint of imperceptible nervousness. "Master, what's wrong? Are you in trouble?" Lu Xian leaned on the back seat of the police car, looking at the rapidly receding Yen University scenery through the car window. His tone was so relaxed that it seemed like he was making an afternoon tea date. "Sister Binger, nothing big, just a little conflict with someone at school. Now I'm sitting in a special car, I'm going to go to the police station to have a cup of tea." Shinro, who was sitting in the co-pilot's seat, moved the tip of her ears, and the corner of her mouth skimmed out a disdainful sneer. "Still drinking tea? When you get to the station, there will be a time for you to cry." Chen Yubing on the other end of the phone, but his face instantly sank. "Conflict? Go to the police station?" Struck out a little heavier, Lu Xian added lightly, "The opposite side of a dozen people. Now it is estimated that they are all on the way to the hospital. I'm considered self-defense, but the police sister said that I over-defense. I'm a little careless, you see if you can find some relations." Chen Yubing's heart thumped when she heard more than a dozen people, but more than that, she was concerned about Lu Xian. "Master, you're not hurt, right? What can I do?" "That's good." Chen Yubing breathed a sigh of relief, then her tone became incomparably firm. It was a power that could make anyone feel at ease. "Don't worry, master, in this acre of Yanjing, the small matter will be resolved within 5 minutes. The military and police are not separated. The one responsible for this piece of Yen University is the Yenyuan police station, right? I'll make a call first, don't be anxious." "Ah, good." Lu Xian hung up the phone and looked out the window in a good mood. The police car quickly drove to the Yenyuan police station outside the east gate of Yen University. Shinro got out of the car, pulled open the rear door and said to Lu Xian with a cold face, "Come down, we're here. Be honest to me when you get inside, less oily," she said, and habitually tried to reach out and push Lu Xian. Lu Xian, however, stepped off the car first and smiled faintly. That smile looked extraordinarily eye-catching under the afternoon sunlight. "Officer sister, you're so hot-tempered, are you suffering from endocrine disorders? I know a little bit about Chinese medicine. A beautiful woman is always angry, it's not good for the skin." Shinro's outstretched hand froze in mid-air, a pretty face instantly reddened. I don't know whether it was angry or ashamed. She clenched her silver teeth, angry and amused, and in the end, she could only glare viciously at Lu Xian. "Shut up. If you don't keep your mouth honest, be careful of going in and suffering." Meanwhile, after hanging up Lu Xian's phone, Chen Yubing didn't hesitate for a second and directly dialed another number. Instead of calling her father, she called her uncle, Xu Yunfei, the current director of the Public Security Bureau of the Ping'an district of Jinmen. "Uncle, it's me, Bing Bing Ah." As soon as the phone was connected, Chen Yubing's voice took on a few moments of a little girl's pout. "Yo, why did our family's busybody remember to call this old uncle of mine? Speak up, what is it that you're begging me for?" A bright middle-aged male voice came from the other end of the phone. "Aya, I can't miss you if I'm not doing anything." Chen Yubing pouted, "It's That I made a boyfriend called Lu Xian, yes, that's him. Today, he fought with someone in Yin University and was taken away by the people from the Yin Yuan police station. Boyfriend? Zhu Yunfei's tone was obviously surprised for a moment. Just talked? You don't ask so much. You just say help or not. If you don't care, I will never ignore you again. I don't care. My little ancestor, how dare I not care? Zhu Yunfei cried and laughed. Alright, I know, Yin Yuan police station, right? I'll call over right away. You let him relax, big fart. Aha! Wait for your news. After hanging up the phone, Shen Yubing only took a long breath and looked out the window, but a hint of coldness flashed in her eyes. Dare to make the master go to the police station? No matter who it was, they would have to pay the price. In the police station, Lu Xian and Li Yifan were taken to make statements separately. Lu Xian had just sat down for a short while when Shen Yubing's phone call came over, telling him that things had been taken care of and reassuring him. While outside the interrogation room, Qin Ro was called to his office by the director. The director is a balding man around 50 years old, holding a beer belly. He personally poured a cup of tea for Qin Ro, smilingly said, Xiaoin, come to the office is also almost half a year. Today this case is done well, so that your first time out of the field on the occasion of such a big case is your luck. Director, this case is actually not complicated. The surveillance at a glance, the student called Lu Xian is self-defense. At most it is an over-defense. Qin Ro honestly said. Hey, words can't be said like that. The director waved his hand, leaned forward and lowered his voice, injuring a dozen people. How bad is the impact? When it gets out, where does our Yin University's face go? Xiaoin, you are still young, some things should be looked at from the big picture. Your father will be transferred at the end of the year. Before he left, he asked me to take good care of you. I'm an uncle, I have to think about your future, right? Qin Ro heart sank, had a bad feeling. Only to hear the director continue, this case can be big or small. To put it in a small way, it is a student brawl. To a larger extent, it is a mob injury case of a bad nature. As long as we make the case into an iron case, you will be the first one to get credit. Next month, I'll guarantee that you'll go directly into the city precinct's criminal investigation team, which is what your father has been hoping for. Qin Ro's face instantly changed. Director, what do you mean by this? We can't distort the facts, the surveillance video is there. Surveillance? The director lifted his teacup, blew out the hot air, and slowly said, equipment, there are always times when there is a malfunction. Video lost a small section, or a certain angle cannot see clearly, is not very normal? In our place, what is the truth is up to us. He looked at Qin Ro's face that was full of resistance, and sighed in a serious manner, Xiaoin, you can't always be so naive. If you don't think about yourself, you have to think about your father as well, right? Is it easy for him to beg grandpa and grandma for your matter? Listen to me and just do what I say. Qin Ro's hands, which were placed on her knees, unconsciously clenched, her knuckles whitening from the exertion. Chapter 122. These evidences were very detailed, enough to build a case. Qin Ro's heart was engaged in a heavenly battle. On one side, it was the sense of justice that had been engraved in her bones since she was a child, the sacred duty that the police badge had given her. On the other side, there was her father's eager gaze before his impending retirement, and the bait laid by the greasy station chief with her coveted spot on the criminal police force. In these 6 months at the police station, she dealt with chicken scratch, Eastern and Western parents, catching cats and dogs, and mediating neighborhood disputes on a daily basis. More than once in the night, she wondered, her fighting skills and theories of criminal investigation, is it going to wear out in these trivial matters? Today, the director of this big case to her, said to give her the opportunity to make a difference. Qin Ro heart clear, this is a hot potato, a test of her humanity. If in accordance with the director's hints, the self-defense into mobbing injury, then Lu Xian, this young man's life, may be really ruined. 10 or 8 years in prison is enough to crush anyone. However, if he insisted on the principle, contradicted the director, offended the father before retirement and trusted uncle, then the criminal police team dream, I am afraid that it is really just a dream. What is the truth, is what we say. The director's words, like a greasy worm, burrowed around in her head, making her nauseous for a while. What the hell am I supposed to do? Call Dad? Nah. She immediately dismissed the idea. This matter, she had to make her own decision. Qin Ro scratched her short, sharp hair in annoyance, her pretty face full of struggle. She stood up violently and paced back and forth in the office, the sound of her high heels hitting the ground like her confused heartbeat. Eventually, she stopped, her eyes looking through the gaps in the blinds to the interrogation room where Lu Xian was. That boy, from start to finish, had acted too calm, as if he had everything under control. This kind of calmness was either fearlessness of the ignorant, or it was emboldened. As if she had made up her mind of some sort, her eyes became incredibly firm in a moment, her gloomy expression swept away, replaced by a touch of determination. She quickly walked towards the evidence storage room, and found the hard disk that stored the surveillance video at the entrance of the school building. Plugging it into the computer, a clear picture soon appeared on the screen. How Lu Ming's gang arrogantly blocked the road, how they took the lead, pushed Lu Xian, and then swarmed. Every detail clearly. She took a deep breath and touched a small USB flash drive from her pocket and inserted it. The progress bar moved slowly on the screen, and every second was as long as a century. She stared nervously at the door, afraid that the director or someone else would burst in. Dropping. The file copying was completed. She quickly pulled off the USB flash drive and clutched it tightly in her hand. The cool metallic touch seemed to give her infinite strength. Only after doing all this did she lean back in her chair and exhale a long, cloudy breath, her forehead already covered with fine beads of sweat. She didn't know if she was doing the right thing, but she knew that this small piece of USB flash drive was the last bottom line she left for herself as a police officer. Shinro readjusted her expression, received 2 cups of water, and pushed open the door to the interrogation room. Have a sip of water. She pushed one of the cups of water in front of Lu Xian, and gave the other cup to Li Yifan, who had a nervous face next to her. She cleared her throat and said in a businesslike manner, in accordance with your confessions, combined with the surveillance video, it can basically be concluded that you were acting in self-defense. It was the other party who initiated the provocation in the first place, and it was also them who made the first move. When Li Yifan heard this, he was relieved and a smile appeared on his face. But, Shinro's words turned and her gaze fell on Lu Xian. You did have an over-defense. A dozen people, all of them went into the hospital, and their injuries were identified, none of them were light. Especially one of them. Said here, Shinro's cheeks were hot for no reason, some unnatural don't head. In short, his situation is more serious, may have an impact on the future life. Lu Xian, however, acted as if nothing was wrong, picking up a cup of water and taking a sip, smiling faintly. That's what they deserve. If you don't have that ability, don't learn from others to come out and be a curmudgeon. This glib tone made Shinro blankly glance at him without any good reason. Right, officer's sister. Lu Xian suddenly came closer and lowered his voice with a mysterious smile on his face. I still have a bit of a situation here to report to you. I wonder if it counts as a meritorious performance. What? Shinro froze. I want to report the one I just beat up, named Lu Ming, Lu Xian said slowly. That kid, he's a cyber wizard. A man dressed up as a woman, with AI beauty face on to cheat money live on the internet. Is this considered a scam? I've heard that just that ranking one big brother of his, he swiped over $100,000 for him. What? Shinro's eyes instantly widened. Her professional sensitivity made her immediately realize that the nature of this case had changed. A student brawl can be big or small. But network fraud, the amount of money involved is huge. This is a real criminal case. There's actually such a thing? Do you have evidence? Her tone instantly became serious, and her body unconsciously leaned forward. Lu Xian laughed. That smile carried a bit of smugness. That's for sure. The evidence is all in my cell phone, high definition, and no code, children and men. Bring it to me and I'll take a look. Shinro was a little impatient. Lu Xian unlocked his cell phone, called up the PPT that he had prepared long ago, which was rich in illustrations, and handed it over. Shinro took the phone. The more she looked at it, the more her face became grave, and in the end, her eyes were already faintly glowing with excitement. The photos, screenshots, and background data. Evidence chain was so complete that it was textbook level. This evidence is very detailed, enough to build a case. She raised her head and looked at Lu Xian with a burning gaze, as if she had found a piece of treasure. Classmate, this way, let's add a green bubble. You send me the full version of this PPT. This case is much more valuable than the mass brawl. This is the case she wants to do. Chapter 123 Officer's Sister, Smile. Shinro looked at Lu Xian, handed over the cell phone. Professional instincts let her heart hot. This is a nail in the coffin of the fraud case. With this, not to mention dealing with the director, she can even directly bypass the office to report to the precinct. This credit cannot be snatched away from anyone. Almost subconsciously, she took out her cell phone, ready to scan the code. Hey, Lu Xian, however, flipped his wrist and retrieved his cell phone, looking at her with a smile. Officer sister, adding a green bubble can be, but this evidence, always have to be a little bit of sincerity, right? What do you mean? Shinro's movements stiffened, looking at him warily. You want to negotiate? I'm warning you, negotiating with the police is not a wise choice. Next to him, Li Yifan didn't dare to utter a single breath, his eyes watching the nose, his nose watching the heart, trying to lower his presence. Brother Xian is Brother Xian. In the interrogation room of the police station, he can still turn the other cheek and bargain with the police officers handling the case. This mental quality, absolute. It's not a bargain, it's just a small request. Lu Xian's gaze frank, with a hint of playfulness, he leaned back in his chair, posture leisurely as if in his own living room. You from the door to now, has been on a face, nice to look at is nice, but too cold, looking at people's hearts panic. How about this, if you smile at me, I'll send you the evidence. What? Shinro suspected she heard wrong, a pretty face instantly covered in frost. Say that again? Making her laugh? Laughing at him, a suspect, in this interrogation room? Is this person crazy or is he out of his mind? I said, smile. Lu Xian repeated, his tone so sincere that it was like he was asking his neighbor's sister for help. Just one, it's not hard, right? Shinro was so angry that her chest was heaving. She felt that her professional dignity had been provoked like never before. This guy, what did he take him for? An escort girl? Lu Xian. Please show some respect. This is a police station. She slammed the table and her voice went several degrees colder. See, angry again. Lu Xian spread his hands, with an innocent face. Officer sister, I'm a timid person. If you're so fierce, when I'm scared and my fingers shake, I might just delete the evidence. At that time, the person is you arrested, the evidence is gone. You say you how to investigate this case? You dare. Shinro was so furious that her silver teeth were about to be clenched. She glared at Lu Xian with a deadly glare. If that look could kill, Lu Xian would probably have been killed by 1,000 cuts by now. However, Lu Xian was looking at her so lightly, without a hint of lewdness in his eyes, only pure, playful banter. This guy is a complete asshole. The standoff lasted for a full half a minute, and the air in the interrogation room seemed to have frozen. In the end, it was Chinro who lost the battle. She needed that evidence, too much. She took a deep breath, as if she had made some major sacrifice, biting her back teeth and said, okay. Just a little bit. Don't you give me an inch. I promise. Lu Xian smiled like a cat that had stolen fish, and also raised his chin at Li Yifan next to him. Brother, testify for me. Li Yifan was scared, his head shook like a rattlesnake drum. Miso turned around, facing the wall, his mouth recited, I didn't see anything, I didn't hear anything, I'm air, I'm wallpaper. This desire to survive, directly pull full. Shinro looked at these two living treasures, angry and amused, and finally could only close her eyes as if giving up on herself. She tried to mobilize her facial muscles, and the corner of her mouth pulled upward with difficulty. 1 second, 2 seconds. Lu Xian looked at her heroic expression and couldn't hold back his laughter. Shinro snapped her eyes open and stared at him angrily. No, officer sister, you. Lu Xian forced back his laughter and commented, are you sure this is a smile? Why do I feel that it's even worse than crying? If you let the victim see this expression, it's unlikely that they'll withdraw the case on the spot, it's too scary. You. Shinro's face turned red in a swish, and this time, she wasn't angry, she was ashamed. She had never been called ugly to her face like this in her entire life. What do you want? Her voice took on a hint of aggravation that she didn't even notice. I honestly think that you definitely look good when you smile. Lu Xian's expression suddenly became serious, those deep eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. Has it been a long time since you laughed from the bottom of your heart? Tightening your face all day long, trying to disguise yourself as an indestructible Iron Man. But officer sister, police officers are also human beings, they have flesh and blood, they cry and laugh, that's what makes them real, isn't it? Lu Xian's voice was not loud, but it was like a heavy hammer that struck Chinro's heart hard. Yes, how long has it been since she laughed? Ever since she got admitted to the police academy and aspired to be the most outstanding criminal police officer, she had put away all her daughterly sentiments. She learned from those old criminal cops on TV, unsmiling and thunderous, and she thought that was what professionalism looked like. Over time, she forgot what she originally looked like. Looking at the boy in front of her sunny smile, that smile is clean, pure, like a beam of light, so without warning into her often frozen heart, so that her hard heart, there is a crack. Shinro was in a trance, staring at Lu Xian in a daze. For a moment she forgot where she was. Hello? Officer sister? Come back to your senses. Lu Xian reached out his hand and shook it in front of her eyes. Ah! Shinro woke up as if in a dream, her cheeks burned and she panicked. You don't go too far. Say yes once. Her voice, unconsciously, has softened, and that ice coldness that rejects people, quietly melted a little. Just now that one doesn't count, that was an accident. Lu Xian juggled, one more time, one last time, I promise. Shinro glared at him, but there was no more harshness in those eyes from before, instead there were a few more hints of anger. She closed her eyes again, and her mind couldn't help but conjure up that bright smile of Lu Xian's just now. She tried, following his example, slowly, relaxing the tight corners of her mouth. This time, she didn't intentionally smile, but just let the ripples that were touched at the bottom of her heart ripple onto her face. When she opened her eyes again, a shallow, shy smile bloomed on her lips. In that instant, it was as if the icebergs melted and spring blossomed. The serious and depressing atmosphere in the entire interrogation room seemed to have been washed away by this smile. Lu Xian looked slightly stunned. This is more or less the same. He heartily exclaimed, Officer sister, you look really good when you smile, you need to smile more in the future, or else this face will grow in vain. Shinro's heart jumped at his compliment, her face turned even redder, and she hurriedly resumed that cold and icy expression, only that deep in the bottom of her eyes, there was more than a trace of a wave of light that she herself hadn't even noticed. She cleared her throat to hide her loss of composure and took out her cell phone again. Now, can you send me the evidence? Of course. Lu Xian quickly pulled up the QR code. Just as Shinro successfully scanned the code and Lu Xian was about to send the documents, the door of the interrogation room was roughly pushed open from outside with a bang. The balding director with a beer belly stood in the doorway with a gloomy face, his eyes like a knife scraping through Shinro, and finally stared dead in Lu Xian's body. Who told you to give him a cell phone? Shinro, what do you want? Chapter 124, A Vastly Positive Spirit. Ro's face instantly stiffened. She subconsciously blocked between Lu Xian and the director. Back to the head, frowning. Director, we are learning about the new case. The cell phone is an important evidence, according to the regulations. Regulations? I am the rules here. The director impatiently interrupted her, pointing to the door. His tone was not to be trifled with. You, come out with me for a moment. Ro bit her lip and glanced at Lu Xian with complicated eyes, but finally followed the director out. Just at the moment when the two turned to leave the interrogation room one after the other, Lu Xian leaned back in his chair and lifted his cell phone in an extremely idle and relaxed position. His movements were as fast as lightning, but with a careless casualness, he pressed the shutter quickly at the back of the two men with two soft clicks. Li Yifan, who was facing the wall, sneaked a glance back and saw this operation of Lu Xian, so scared that he almost bit his tongue off. My god, what is Brother Xian doing? Candidly filming the chief in the police station? Is this guts made of iron? He hurriedly turned his head back again, his mouth brokenly reciting, do not look at me if I'm not polite, do not listen to me if I'm not polite. Lu Xian, on the other hand, simply ignored him as he looked at the two freshly released photos in his cell phone's album, the corners of his mouth hooking up into a playful arc. He did have a bit of curiosity about Ro, the officer's sister who was cold on the outside and hot on the inside. As for the director, it was purely a matter of convenience. Looking at his face, he was sorry for his eyes if he didn't check him out a bit. He first clicked on Ro's photo and uploaded it to the Blackmail app. Ding! New analyzable target person detected. Scanning photo information. Target person information confirmed. The system's beep arrived as promised, and an icy mechanical tone sounded in Lu Xian's mind. A few seconds later, a virtual light screen unfolded in front of Lu Xian's eyes, and Ro's detailed information emerged clearly. Name, Ro. Face value, 96. Control value, 0. Circumference, 765769. Height, 174 centimeters. Weight, 56 kilograms. Target evaluation. The target character Ro is upright, bright, and righteous, with a lifelong goal of eliminating violence and pacifying the people in her heart, making her an invaluable partner in justice. Holy, Lu Xian really froze for a moment when he saw the system evaluation. Clearly positive adjectives, not a word of nonsense. This evaluation is a bit outrageously high. This system, since with their own, see who is not a belly of bad water, today actually changed sex? This police officer's sister, is it really a comic walk out of the incarnation of justice? Black material generation in. Please wait. Black material generation completed. Lu Xian's spirit was revitalized. He said, people are not sages who cannot fault, is a person must have black material, it is just the difference between the size of the portion. Some people feel that the hard disk learning materials are public as social death, some people feel that the examination cheating was caught as black material, everyone's bottom line and shame are different. Targeted character Ro's black material is given away for free. Lu Xian raised his eyebrows, free? There's this good thing? He immediately had a bad feeling in his heart. How was this plot so similar to the last time when he checked on that veteran soldier, Zhang Yining? It couldn't be some kind of reversal again, right? He couldn't wait to look at the black material details. Black material core details. Yuan Police Station Security Police Ro, in the 3rd grade of elementary school, picked up a dollar coin outside the school and did not turn it in, and has been deeply regretful and guilty afterward. This matter has become the biggest moral stain in his heart. But Lu Xian almost didn't spray out a mouthful of water. Just this? Just for $1? What kind of black material is this? He cried and laughed as he clicked on the specific description. Specific description, the target character Ro, born in the police family, her father was originally Yanjing City Gentle District Public Security Bureau Criminal Police Brigade Deputy Director. She was influenced by her father since she was a child, and with her ears and eyes, she regarded becoming an excellent criminal police officer as her life creed. Elementary school in the 3rd grade, the class's popular and expensive cartoon stationery box, Ro saved a week pocket money is still not enough. One day on the way home from school, she picked up a dollar coin, after a fierce ideological struggle, and finally used this dollar to get enough money to buy a stationery box, did not choose to hand over to the teacher. Although this matter is small, it is like a thorn that is deeply rooted in her heart, and has become a warning bell that spurs her to be absolutely upright at all times in the future. After Lu Xian finished reading, he was completely speechless. Such a trivial matter, if it were someone else, they would have forgotten all about it the moment they spent the money, and there would be no psychological burden. This Ro is also too upright, right? Simply upright to the point of being a bit cute. He then looked at the photo, the Ro in the photo, her back was permeated with a stubbornness. Lu Xian smiled and put away all the teasing he had for her. Such a police officer deserved respect. Then, his gaze fell on another photo. The director in the photo, with a big belly and his hands behind his back, was lecturing Ro in a commanding manner. Lu Xian's eyes went cold, and he didn't hesitate to upload this photo. Let me see, what kind of extraordinary black material do you have again? Chapter 125, not a single hair should be missing. Outside the interrogation room, inside the director's office. The shutters were pulled down with a crash, shutting out all prying eyes outside the door. The obese director sank his butt into the boss chair, which made an unbearable creaking sound. He lit up a cigarette and inhaled deeply, the smoke he exhaled shrouding his greasy face into an even greater blur. Shinro, what the hell are you thinking? He tapped the desktop with the finger holding the cigarette, his tone carrying undisguised intimidation. Has the video been deleted yet? Don't play games with me. Do you still want to enter the criminal police force? How much of your father's hair has turned gray for your sake? Can you bear to let him down? Shinro stood in front of her desk, her posture straight, like a small poplar. The hands she placed at her side were quietly clenched, her nails sinking deep into her palms, bringing a subtle tingling that kept her awake. Director, Okay, you don't say anything. The chief impatiently waved his hand, interrupting her words. I'll give you time, go out and think it over yourself. Remember, after this village, there won't be this store anymore. I'll only give you one chance. Shinro tightly bit her lower lip and didn't say anything, just looked deeply at him, then turned around, pulled open the door and walked out. Watching the door close again, the disguise on the director's face instantly faded, revealing a sinister and triumphant sneer. He picked up the cell phone on his desk and skillfully dialed a number. When the call was connected, the smile on his face immediately became fawning, his waist unconsciously bent, as if the other party could see his posture through the phone line. Hey, Lu Bureau Ego, don't worry, I'm on it, it's done. Yes, that kid is called Lu Xian, I've already got people watching. You can rest assured, to ensure that you into an iron case, the nature of the bad, gathering a crowd of people to fight, the impact is extremely bad. Do not sentence him to a decade or 8 years, are sorry he is so arrogant. Okay, wait for my good news. Hanging up the phone, the fat meat on the director's face was squeezed together in a smile. As long as this matter is accomplished, and flatter the Xiaoin district's deputy director Lu, his own transfer to the city precinct, is not another step closer? As for Shinro, that rash. At that time even if something happened, there is also her top in front. Her father's mandate? That's nothing. Compared to her own future, it's not even as good as a piece of. In the interrogation room, Lu Xian was still looking calm and relaxed. He looked at the photo of the director's bossy back in his cell phone, and the corner of his mouth hooked up into an icy arc. Ding! New analyzable target person detected. Scanning photo information. Target character information confirmed. Name, Wang Fugue. Face value, 35 greasy bonus 10. Target evaluation, a greasy waste whose body has been emptied by alcohol and color, and his soul has been corrupted by power. Wang Fugue? This name is really as good as its name. Lu Xian let out a light laugh and continued to look down. Black material generation in progress, please wait. Black material generation completed. In the next second, a long list of black material that was comparable to an old lady's shroud unfolded on the virtual light screen in front of Lu Xian's eyes. Li Yifan was cowering in the corner as a mushroom. When the corner of his eye caught a glimpse of the increasingly playful smile on Lu Xian's face, he couldn't help but shiver. It's over, brother Xian is smiling again. When he smiled, someone was sure to be out of luck again. Only to see Lu Xian sliding the light screen, and his mouth mumbling a whispered comment. Using his authority to help KTVs and bath centers set up inspections, from which he took bribes 37 times, totaling 1,230,000. TSK 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 TSK, not a small appetite. Below there are some other charges. These charges together, this director is also to the end, but also go into squat a dozen years. Just when the director Wang Fugue is still in the office fantasizing about his dream of high promotion, the red landline on his desk suddenly rang a piercing ringtone. The moment he saw the caller ID, the smile on Wang Fugue's face stiffened violently, his hand shook, and the cigarettes he had just lit fell on his pants. Caller ID City Bureau, Wang Shui. That was the deputy director of the city's public security bureau, a real big shot. He stubbed out his cigarette on his hands and knees, and pounced over to pick up the phone, his voice trembling. Wang. One director? Hello. I'm Wang Fugue from Yenyuan Institute. The phone came from the other end of a majestic and calm voice, without a trace of emotion. Your institute is not just brought back a Yen University students called Lu Xian? Wang Fugue's heart thumped, cold sweat instantly came down. The person that Deputy Director Lu wanted to fix, how did he alarm Director Wang of the Municipal Bureau? Are these two immortals fighting? It's... Yes. There is such a person, because of a little skirmish. Cut the crap. Wang Shui's voice was permeated with an unquestionable majesty. People, release them immediately. Hospitably send me out, a hair cannot be missing. Is that clear? Release. Released? Wang Fugue's brain buzzed and went blank. Can't understand human language? Understand. Understand. I'll go and do it right away. Guarantee to complete the task. Hanging up the phone, Wang Fugue sat on his butt in the chair as if he had been jerked, his fat body shivering. He wiped a handful of cold sweat on his forehead, his mind was in a mess. What kind of divine background did this kid have? Just came a district bureau deputy director to the death of him, after the foot of the city bureau deputy director personally called to bail him out? This ing who can top up? Suddenly, he thought of a more serious problem, his face swish turned pale. Xiaoin Ro. That rash young man, that will not really listen to their own hints, the surveillance video to delete it? That is Lu Xian's self-defense of the iron evidence. If you don't have the video, how can you explain that he was beaten up like that? If this matter is not clear, they can be from impartial law enforcement to arrest for no reason. Thinking of this, Wang Fugue couldn't even care about the smoke hole on his pants, violently bounced up from the chair, stumbled and rushed to the office door. Xiaoin Ro. Xiaoin Ro, you stop right there. What about the surveillance video? Is the video still there? Chapter 126. It's all a misunderstanding, pure misunderstanding. Before Xiaoin Ro could walk back to the interrogation room, she was stopped by an exasperated shout behind her. Xiaoin Ro! Come back here! Like a fat pig whose tail had been stepped on, Wang Fugue rolled and crawled as he rushed out of the office, the beads of sweat on his forehead mixed with the oil glow, brightly shining under the corridor lights. Director? Xiaoin Ro's footsteps lurched, looking at his fiery appearance, her heart thumped and an ominous premonition rose. Could he know that he secretly backed up the video? The video! That surveillance video! Wang Fugue rushed to her, lowered his voice, but his tone was so anxious that it was like he wanted to eat people. Have you deleted it? Tell me honestly, did you delete it or not? Xiaoin Ro's face instantly changed slightly. Looking at the director's twisted face, she subconsciously wanted to tell the truth, but when the words reached her mouth, she was stunned and froze by Wang Fugue's next action. Only to see Wang Fugue's anxious eyes suddenly flick upwards, pausing for a second in the corner of the corridor ceiling, where a red dot was flickering ghostly. It was a surveillance camera. His expression, in an instant, changed radically. 1 second it was panic, the next, it was replaced with a look of pain and hatred and sorrow. He slammed his thighs, his voice steeply rising an octave, full of righteous accents. Xiaoin Ro, Xiaoin Ro. You really deleted it? He pointed at Xiaoin Ro, his fingers shaking, not knowing if he was acting or really anxious. How could you do such a thing? For the sake of your own future, for the sake of grabbing credit, you even went so far as to delete key evidence. Is this something we, a people's police officer, should do? You've let me down too much. You've disappointed your father too much. Xiaoin Ro was completely confused. It was like she was struck in place by a thunderbolt, her mind going blank. What was the director talking about? In one foot, he was bullying himself to delete the video in the office, and in the next foot, he was acting out such a scene under the surveillance? Is he going to put all the responsibility on himself? Destroying himself to save him? She remembered that her father took her hand and said that Uncle Juan was an old war friend for many years and would definitely take good care of her. Old comrade in arms? This is what is called an old war buddy. An icy chill went straight from the soles of her feet to the sky, and Xiaoin Ro froze all over. Director, She opened her mouth, wanting to defend, wanting to say everything. Don't you explain. Wang Fugue waved his big hand and interrupted her righteously, not giving her a chance to speak at all. If you have anything to say, come with me. Go explain to the victim, Mr. Lu Xian. After saying that, he didn't even look at Xiaoin Ro, turned around and walked towards the interrogation room in large strides, that back, as if he was really going to do justice. Bang! The door of the interrogation room was violently pushed open. Li Yifan, who was cowering in the corner as wallpaper, was so scared that he almost didn't jump up from his chair. Lu Xian, on the other hand, remained as steady as Mount Taishan, only lazily raising his eyelids and looking at Wang Fugue, who had instantly changed his face at the door. As soon as Wang Fugue entered the door and saw Lu Xian, his face, which was filled with righteousness, instantly looked like it was possessed by a Sichuan opera master, and turned into a fawning and flattering smile in a flash. His beer belly seemed to have humbly collected a few points, rubbing a pair of fat hands, nodding his head and coming up. Mr. Lu Xian. Ouch, classmate Lu, this is all a misunderstanding, a heavenly misunderstanding. As he said that, he turned back violently, pointing at Xiaoin Ro with the same hand that was just pointing at Xiaoin Ro with pain and sorrow, but now it had turned into righteous indignation. It's all her. Wang Fugue pointed at Xiaoin Ro, who followed him in with a pale face, and complained bitterly. We have a black sheep in our ranks. This police officer named Xiaoin Ro has an improper mindset, and in order to move up the ladder, she even privately deleted the key surveillance video that could prove your innocence. She wants to claim credit for making this case an ironclad one. Simply lawless, a disgrace to our police force. He spat and acted vocally, but don't worry, Mr. Lu. Our police will never wrongly accuse a good person. For this kind of black sheep, we will definitely deal with it seriously and never tolerate it. We will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. Xiaoin Ro listened to this sentence of heartbreaking words, so angry that she was trembling and her head was buzzing. Shameless. Despicable. She had never seen such a brazen person in her life. Director. I. She was so angry that her lips trembled and she couldn't say a complete sentence. Wang Fuguo viciously glared at her and once again rebuked in front of Lu Xian, "Shut up. Aren't you clear about what you've committed? Falsifying a case and destroying evidence. This is against the law. You'll just wait to be disciplined." This pot of dirty water, he was sure to throw it today. However, right at this moment, that young policewoman, who had been treated as a soft target by him and thought to have been scared silly, suddenly raised her head. In those beautiful eyes, there was no more confusion and fear, only the anger and determination after being pushed to the brink remained. "Director." Shinro's voice was not big, but it was exceptionally clear, and every word was like a slap in the face, fiercely slapping Wang Fuguo in the face. "I didn't delete it." "What?" The smile on Wang Fuguo's face instantly froze, and that expression was comical like a clown. He even subconsciously pulled out his ears, suspecting that he had heard wrong. "Not deleted? What nonsense is this girl talking about?" Shinro straightened her spine and met him with a burning gaze, repeating word for word, "I said, I didn't delete the video. I just made a copy of it and existed in my USB flash drive." In the interrogation room, a dead silence fell. The expression on Wang Fuguo's fat face was nothing short of brilliant. It went from shock, to dismay, to disbelief, and finally dissolved into a sea of embarrassment. He felt like a clown who was performing hard on stage, and halfway through his performance, he was stripped of his pants in public. "Ha! Ha ha!" He laughed dryly twice, trying to salvage the situation. "No, didn't delete it? That's a good feeling, a good feeling. Copy. Copied well." Comrade Xiaoqin's awareness of retaining evidence is worthy of praise. Right, praise. Lu Xian leaned on the back of the chair, from beginning to end to appreciate the farce. The heart is clear. The officialdom of these tilting framed the rotten thing, he has seen a lot. This director called Wang Fuguo obviously kicked the iron plate, want to find a scapegoat, but did not expect the seemingly docile sheep actually hide a hand. A little interesting. Wang Fuguo awkwardly wiped the sweat, no longer dared to look at Shinro a glance, and hastily turned to Lu Xian again. The smile on his face is worse than crying. "That. Lu Xian students, you see, since it is a misunderstanding, the video is also still there. You are completely justified in self-defense. You can leave with your friends at any time now." He now only wanted to hurry to send this big god away. "Hey, this matter is so past. Don't take it to heart. It's all a misunderstanding, purely a misunderstanding." Chapter 127: The perfect incriminating evidence to send Wang Fuguo to jail. Lu Xian looked at Wang Fuguo's face that turned from embarrassment to fawning, like looking at a crappy clown who had sold out but failed to perform. He lazily leaned towards the back of his chair and slowly opened his mouth. "Director Wang, since it's a misunderstanding, let's forget about it." When Wang Fuguo heard this, he was like an amnesty, nodding his head and saying, right, Mr. Lu is deeply righteous, deeply righteous." However, Lu Xian's words turned, the corner of his mouth hooked up a playful arc. "I happen to have two pieces of information here I would like to hand over to our police as a warm-hearted citizen, which can also be considered as a contribution to the harmony of the law and order in Yanjing City." Saying that, he shook the cell phone in his hand. "Two copies?" Shinro's heart jumped. Wasn't there only Lu Ming's copy just now? The other copy was... Her gaze instantly sharpened and her breath was subconsciously held. Wang Fuguo, on the other hand, was dumbfounded and didn't react. What information? Lu Xian didn't pay attention to him, but instead turned his gaze to Shinro, and there was a bit of unspoken teasing in those eyes. "One copy, it's the evidence of the fraud of my cyber wizard classmate. As for the other copy..." He deliberately dragged out his tone, and under Wang Fuguo's expectant and bewildered gaze, he laughed. "It was specially prepared for you, Director Wang." "Prepared for me?" Wang Fuguo stared blankly, and then that fat face instantly piled up with a smug smile, and the beer belly he was holding out seemed to be a few points prouder. Lu student is too polite. Is it a letter of commendation? Hey, I just did a little bit of work, it's not worth it, it's not worth it. On his lips he said it's not worth it, but his expression clearly said, quickly take it out and show it to me. Next to him, Li Yifan's jaw almost fell off in shock. He covered his mouth to death, so that he didn't let himself laugh out a pig squeal. Brother Xian is also too damaging. This is to put this fat director on the fire roast. It's not a letter of praise, it's much more advanced than that. Lu Xian's smile became more and more pure and harmless. I purposely made a PPT, illustrated and detailed record of your many years of love for the people and impartiality of your glorious deeds. I think that such an outstanding servant of the people deserves to be studied by all the comrades in the entire office, right, Officer Qin? Shinro instantly comprehended Lu Xian's intentions, her heart beating like a drum as an unprecedented excitement and nervousness swept through her body. She forced down the waves within her heart and nodded her head forcefully, trying to squeeze out a business-like expression on her face. Right. Mr. Lu is right. The director is a role model for us to follow. How can this be good? Wang Fugue was so relieved by the sudden kissing that his whole body was about to float up. He waved his hand and said with a leadership style, "Since it's a piece of mind from Lu student, I'll take it as a compliment. Shinro, I'll leave this matter to you. It must be grand. Make sure everyone in the institute is there to observe and learn." "Yes, sir." Shinro stood upright and saluted. Her voice was loud and full of energy. "I promise to complete the task. I'll go to the conference room to prepare the projection equipment." She turned around and left. Her steps were windy. When she walked to the doorway, she turned back and took a deep look at Wang Fugue, who was being complacent. The eyes were as cold as a knife, with a trace of imperceptible pity. Wang Fugue, however, did not realize, rubbing his hands, full of anticipation of their own upcoming in front of the whole office shine moment. Shinro quickly walked to the end of the deserted corridor. Her heart is still thumping wildly. She quickly took out her cell phone and clicked on the second PPT file that Lu Xian had just sent over. After only glancing at the title and the content of the first page, her pupils shrank violently. Using his power to act as an umbrella for entertainment venues, he took a bribe of $1,230,000 meddling in economic disputes, forcing the parties to go private, and profiting from it. And even article by article, paragraph by paragraph, the chain of evidence was outrageously complete. Photographs, transfer records, call recordings organized. Where is this PPT? This is clearly a perfect evidence of guilt that can directly send Wang Fugue to prison. This usually dignified director, behind the scenes, is actually such a dirty and unpleasant assholes. Shinro was so angry that she was trembling. A sense of shame and mission as a police officer surged to her heart at the same time. She did not hesitate, first dialed the city inspector's internal hotline. The situation briefly reported. Hang up the phone, she turned out the number, to the Discipline Inspection Commission again, real name report. After doing all this, only then she quickly rushed to the conference room, inserted the USB flash drive into the computer, and the huge projection screen slowly lit up. In the interrogation room, Wang Fugue had already personally uncuffed Lu Xian and Li Yifan, his face smiling into a greasy chrysanthemum. "Student Lu, Student Li, I'm really sorry. Come on, sign on this settlement, let's forget about this, purely a misunderstanding, purely a misunderstanding." Lu Xian took the pen and looked at the settlement letter prepared for Lu Ming's gang, but at the moment he had to sign it himself as the victim, and couldn't help but feel a little funny. He signed his name with a flourish, and then handed the pen to Li Yifan, who had already looked dumbfounded. "Let's go, brother." Lu Xian patted his shoulder. Li Yifan dizzily finished signing and followed behind Lu Xian, looking at Wang Fugue, who nodded and personally sent them to the door, feeling like he was dreaming. He came to Lu Xian's ear and used his entire vocabulary to worship from the bottom of his heart. "Brother Xian. You are my own brother." In the police station, the director is arranged in a clear way. Who dares to believe this out? Chapter 128. What do you want? Rebellion. Lu Xian looked at Li Yifan's adoring look of not having seen the world, and patted his back in amusement. "Alright, stop kissing ass here. Do you want to see something more lively?" "More lively?" Li Yifan's eyes instantly lit up, then a little scared. "Xian brother, we are out, but also still go back, ah? A good show has just begun, and now that we've left, wouldn't we have bought tickets for nothing?" Lu Xian squeezed his eyes. "Do you want to see?" Li Yifan's head nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. "Want to walk?" Lu Xian turned around and shouted out to Wang Fugue, who was preparing to personally escort them away. "Director Wang, stay back." Wang Fugue was thinking about how to send these two gods away in a hurry. When he heard this, his heart tightened and he hurriedly squeezed out that fawning smile again. "Io, what else does Lu command?" "Command dare not be," Lu Xian said slowly, "is just heard you say, the institute to organize an observation and study meeting, learn your glorious deeds. I think it, such an educational activity, if my classmates and I miss it, it's really a big regret. I don't know if we can also sit in on it and receive a bit of advanced thinking?" Li Yifan was dumbfounded to hear this beside him. Brother Xian's cheek, it's made of the corner of the city wall, isn't it? When Wang Fugue heard this, he was so happy that he couldn't find his way out. The victim who let himself rule obediently, now actually take the initiative to ask to stay to learn his advanced deeds? If this is rumored, his own prestige is not going to heaven? His greasy face, the smile more and more sincere, waved his hands and said, "Hey, this is in accordance with the rules, after all, is our internal meeting. But well, today's situation is special, since Lu students have this passion for learning, I am the director, how can I not support it?" He waved his hand in a grandiose manner. "Then let's make an exception. Let the two of you observe and learn together as well. Come with me to the conference room." After saying that, he shouted at the top of his voice to a young police officer passing by in the corridor, "Xiao Zhang. You, immediately go and inform all the officers in the institute, gather in the big conference room in 2 minutes. Yes, all members. There's an important study session." "Okay, director." Lu Xian and Li Yifan followed behind Wang Fugue, looking at his back that held his stomach and walked with the wind. They felt like they were following an earthly emperor who was going to ascend to the throne. In the conference room, Wang Fugue personally arranged a front row seat for the two of them, and then sat down on the first place in a big, pompous manner. He cleared his throat and looked toward Chin Ro, who had already set up the projector, asking with an expectant face, "Little Chin, is everything ready? Should I go through the content first?" Chin Ro's heart jumped violently, but her face did not move, and even carried a trace of just the right amount of difficulty. "Director, this is about to start, and the comrades are all about to arrive. If I show you in advance, the sense of surprise will be gone later, and I am afraid that the atmosphere of learning will also be discounted." Wang Fuguwei heard, thought deeply, nodded, face showed a "or you understand me" smile of approval. "Well, reasonable, reasonable. Then let's wait a little longer. A good meal is not afraid of being late." He completely failed to notice that Chin Ro's hand hidden behind her back, because of her nervousness and excitement, her knuckles were a little white. Soon, the conference room was filled with people one after another, and the police officers underneath were talking to each other, all curious about what the director was doing in the middle of the night. Wang Fuguwei enjoys the feeling of public attention. Wait until the people are all together. He coughed heavily. The whole place is instantly quiet. He stood up, with his hands behind his back, and spoke in an extremely solemn tone. "Comrades, today, we are convening this emergency meeting, a learning meeting and a recognition meeting. Some enthusiastic citizens, deeply impressed by our police's impartial and single-minded work attitude, have specially created a PPT to recognize an outstanding representative among us." He paused, his eyes swept across the room, and finally looked at Lu Xian triumphantly. "All right, without further ado, I hope all comrades will study and watch carefully. Xiao Qin, play it." "Yes, director." Chin Ro took a deep breath and pressed the play button. On the huge curtain, a line of big bold black letters slowly appeared. "Report on the advanced deeds of Comrade Wang Fuguwei, Chief of Yenyuan Police Station." When Wang Fuguwei saw the title, he was so comfortable that his body stretched out, and the corners of his mouth grinned up to his ears. However, he hadn't been complacent for 3 seconds before he realized that the atmosphere under the stage wasn't right. Everyone was staring at him with wide eyes, looking at him like he was a monster, then exchanging words and murmuring like flies buzzing around. "Quiet. It's time to study. What's all the noise?" Wang Fuguwei slapped the table unhappily and turned back to see which page of the PPT was so well written that it could cause such a big reaction. With just this glance, his brain made a buzzing sound, as if he was hit by a heavy hammer, and instantly went blank. Blood pressure soared. His face turned red. Heart beating wildly. Cold sweat broke out at the back of his spine. Only to see the screen, not at all with the banner and awards, but a picture of himself with his arm around the shoulders of the owner of a local luxury KTV, smiling from ear to ear. The next page is he and a few bath center bosses at the table to push the cups. And then the next page is a clear screenshot of the bank transfer, next to the red letter labeled "Thank you for the care of Wang." And then the next page is a pile of cash and high-grade cigarettes and wine gift photos. Shooting location is his home underground storage room. Wang Fuguwei's eyes went black and he almost fainted on the spot. He violently bounced up from his chair, pointing at the curtain, his voice changed tone, and hysterically roared at Chin Ro. "Chin Ro, what is this thing you put up? This is a false accusation. You used these synthesized crappy photos to frame me. What are you trying to do? Rebellion." He was like a madman, his reddened eyes glaring at Chin Ro in death, waving his hand violently and roaring at the police officers on the stage who were already looking dumbfounded. "Come on, people. Arrest her for me. She is a spy. A black sheep who has mixed into our police force." Chapter 129, Heavy Reward, Will Be Courageous. The police officers under the stage were completely dumbfounded, each looking at each other, at a loss for words. They took a look at Wang Fuguwei, who was like a madman on the stage, and then took a look at the shocking photos and transfer records on the projection screen. Finally, their gazes converged on Chin Ro, who stood alone beside the projector, but her posture was as straight as a gun. Arrest her? What international joke? The evidence is all plastered on her face. If she still listens to the director, what is it if she is not an accomplice to the evil? In the future, when the inspector and the Discipline Inspection Commission investigate, no one will be able to run away. Li Yifan shrank beside Lu Xian. He tugged at the corner of Lu Xian's coat, pressed his throat, his voice changed tone. Xian brother, this is not playing a little too big? I am a bit scared." Lu Xian calmly patted his shoulder, signaling him to be at ease, but his eyes flashed a trace of worry. He was worried not about himself, but Chin Ro. This beautiful policewoman was too straightforward and too clean. She was like a sword out of its sheath, sharp but also easy to be broken by the old grease in this pool of muddy water. Seeing that none of the police officers on the stage even responded, Wang Fuguwei's face, which had already risen to the color of pig's liver, was even more furious and twisted at this moment. His eyes that were emptied by alcohol and color, burst out a spiteful light. "Are you all deaf? Didn't hear me?" He hissed, spittle flying. "Whoever takes Chin Ro this down for me right now, I'll guarantee him a visection. No, I'll bail him into the criminal police team. Heavy reward, there will be a brave man." However, this time, his promise failed to exchange for anyone's action. A few of the old greaseballs who were usually close to him, at this moment, all lowered their heads and pretended to be studying their shoelaces, fearing that they would be named by him. Just kidding, the establishment of the criminal police force is fragrant, but you have to have the life to enjoy it. If the things on this PPT are true, Wang Fugue himself will have to go in and sing the Tears of the Iron Window, and who dares to believe the blank check he issued? Shinro took a step forward, her cool gaze looked directly at the furious Wang Fugue. Her voice was not loud, but her words were clear, echoing in the dead silence of the conference room. Wang Fugue, you bend the law, act as a protective umbrella for the dark forces, and corrupt the law. You are the real black sheep of our police force. The evidence is overwhelming. What else do you have to sophistry? I'm sophomoric? I'm sophomoric, your mom. Wang Fugue went completely crazy. He looked at the surrounding faces of contempt, fear, and pity, and felt like a clown who had been stripped naked and nailed to the pillar of shame. All the paths of retreat were blocked. A fish-dying hostile aura surged up from the bottom of his heart. In a flash of lightning, he sidestepped violently, and his right hand reached for his waist like lightning. There was a soft click. A black hole Type 92 pistol was pulled out from his holster. Originally, there was a knife attack case in the precinct today, and Wang Fugue personally led the team to the scene and wore a gun according to the regulations. Later, because of Lu Ming that matter, rushed back, actually forgot to pay the gun into the warehouse at the first time. At this moment, this gun that should have punished the evil, but became his last madness. Ah! The conference room instantly exploded. The timid female clerk screamed and squatted under the table. The male police officers also turned pale and backed away, their mouths exclaiming, "Director, calm down, don't be impulsive." The black hole of the gun aimed straight at the center of Shinro's eyebrows. Shinro's pupils suddenly shrunk, her blood seemed to freeze at this moment. Even if she had received even more rigorous mental quality training, when the cold muzzle of the gun was aimed at herself, the palms of her hands also uncontrollably seeped out cold sweat. If Wang Fugue is really crazy, himself will be accounted for here today. You this. Wang Fugue raised his gun, his arm trembled slightly because of his excitement and anger. He laughed hideously, that smile was even worse than crying. I know, you just want to step on me to get to the top. Wang Fugue, even if I die, I will never let your treacherous plan succeed. Today, I'm going to rid the people of evil. Clean up the door. Saying that, his fat index finger fiercely pressed against the trigger. Bang! A muffled sound. But it was not the sound of a gunshot. Instead, it was a swift and unparalleled whip kick that brought up the dull sound of breaking wind. Lu Xian, who had been leaning on the back of his chair and watching the show leisurely in the previous second, his figure seemed like a stretched shadow in the eyes of the crowd, and instantly appeared at Wang Fugue's side. He didn't even get up, he just sat on the chair, and one leg kicked out at an incredible angle, as fast as lightning. Precise. Vicious. Ka-ching. A crisp and toothsome bone crack exploded in the conference room one step ahead of the gunshot. Wang Fugue's right arm, which was holding the gun, flipped and folded outwards at a weird angle, and the white bone ballast even pierced through the police uniform, exposing it to the air. Ah! My hand! My hand! Pig-like miserable howl resounded throughout the entire police station. The 92 Type pistol is also powerless out of hand. In the air across a parabola, dang sound fell to the ground. Shinro and Lu Xian hands on the instant reaction. She violently an arrow step rushed forward, a clean tackle, will howl Wang Fugue dead on the conference table, reverse sheer hands, pull out handcuffs, click sound, firmly cuffed. The whole process is flowing, so fast that people are dazzled. Being pressed on the table, Wang Fugue pain sweating, mouth is still not clean hissed, Shinro, you this poisonous woman. Comrades! Quickly catch her! She's a spy. She's going to get me killed. Shinro pressed her knee dead center against Wang Fugue's back heart, leaned down, and said word for word in his ear in a voice that only two people could hear, Wang Fugue, your good days are at an end. Chapter 130, Lu can also be used by the Municipal Discipline Inspection Committee. In the conference room, time seemed to freeze. The hysterical roar of the previous second was replaced by a crisp bone crack and a pig-like howl. The police officers present, with their brains collectively down, watched as their director, that usually imposing Wang Fugue, was pressed on the table like a puddle of mud, his wrists twisted at a frightening angle, and he was in pain with snot and tears. Xian! Brother Xian! Li Yifan's voice shivered. He gripped Lu Xian's arm in death, and the look he gave to Lu Xian was no longer one of worship, it was clearly the look of a god. Brother! You are my own brother. Just now that, simply handsome that I want to kowtow to you. It's so awesome. Teach me? Lu Xian cast a sidelong glance at him and lazily spoke, want to learn? Yes. Even in my dreams. Li Yifan's head nodded like garlic. Oh, Lu Xian trailed off, then grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth, want to learn? I don't teach, he. Li Yifan's face instantly collapsed, aggravated like a 200-pound child. Brother Xian, you're being too inconsiderate. I'm a child's kung fu, I've been practicing it since I wore crotchless pants, can I learn it without a dozen years of foundation? Lu Xian nonsense in a serious manner. 10 years? Li Yifan broke his fingers and counted, suddenly deflated, that or forget it, my body and bones are not estimated. Immediately afterward, he hemmed and hawed and giggled, hugging Lu Xian's arm tightly. But it's okay, I can't learn, but I have big brothers who can. In the future, I'll mix with you, brother Xian. I'll never go west if you point me east. I'll never catch a chicken if you let me shoe a dog. Lu Xian gave him a disgusted glance. This guy is obviously a few years older than himself, a mouthful of a brother Xian called more than anyone else. At this moment, Qin Ro walked over. The shocking moment just now made her face still a little pale, but in those beautiful eyes, it was like two clusters of flames were lit up, bright and amazing. She walked over to Lu Xian, her lips moved, and in the end, 1,000 words only converged into one. Thank you. This thank you was not only for the kindness of saving her life just now, but also for the fact that he had uncovered this abscess, allowing her to see that the justice that she had been pursuing but was confused about could be realized in this way. Officer Qin is polite. Lu Xian smiled faintly, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. As a zealous citizen, when I saw an outlaw attempting to attack the police, it's only right that I step in to help. Qin Ro was so amused by his "I'm just an ordinary citizen passing by" look that she almost laughed out loud, and the pent-up anger in her chest dispersed quite a bit. At this moment, the door of the conference room was pushed open from outside with a loud bang. Several people dressed in black suits, with solemn expressions, exuding an uninviting aura, walked in with large strides. The leader was a woman, about 27 or 18 years old, wearing a competent high ponytail, with a cold face and a pair of danfang eyes as sharp as knives, as if they could penetrate the human heart. She wore a pair of black leather gloves on her hands, adding a bit more of a cold aura. Her gaze swept through the chaotic conference room, finally settling on Wang Fugui, who was being held down by Qin Ro. We are from the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. The woman's voice was clear and cold, without a trace of emotion, as she walked closer and pulled out an ID from her pocket, first waving it in front of Qin Ro's eyes, and then handing it over to Wang Fugui's pale and oily face. My name is Lu Can also. We received a real name report that Wang Fugui, the director of the Yenyuan police station, is suspected of bending the law, acting as an umbrella for the dark forces, and being corrupt and perverting the law, and the evidence has been preliminarily verified. Now, according to the law, you are detained for investigation. When Wang Fugui heard the word Discipline Inspection Commission, his body's fat meat violently trembled, and the last trace of blood color faded from his face. He desperately struggled up, and his mouth was still doing the last cunning defense. Wrongfully accused. I was wrongly accused. It's her. It was all Qin Ro this who framed me. Those things were all forged by her. Lu Jia's eyes didn't change in the slightest, he just glanced at him lightly. That look was like looking at a jumping clown. Whether it's a false accusation or not, the investigation team will give you a fair conclusion. For now, please cooperate with us. She turned her head to Qin Ro, her gaze lingering on her for 2 seconds. You are Comrade Qin Ro, right? The informant this time is also you. According to the procedure, you also need to come with us to assist in the investigation and verify the authenticity of the evidence. No problem, I'll cooperate fully. Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Ro replied dryly. Take away. Lu could also wave his hand, and the 2 staff members behind him immediately stepped forward and set up Wang Fugui, who was still wailing and struggling, from the table, dragging him outside. Before leaving, Qin Ro deeply looked back at Lu Xian. Her eyes were complex, with gratitude, admiration, and a trace of a strange luster that she herself hadn't even noticed. In a voice that was barely audible, she said, It's you who let me know that there are some things that are worth holding on to with everything. Lu Xian grinned at her and waved his hand as if he was bidding farewell to an old friend. It wasn't until the people from the disciplinary committee had left that Li Yifan took a long breath and slumped her butt in the chair, feeling like she had just finished running a marathon. Brother Xian, this is the end? No, this is just the beginning. Lu Xian leaned back in his chair, his eyes looking playfully in the direction of the door. He pondered in his heart that this Wang Fugui's black material was nothing more than his own smooth hands, purely due to this fat man's own death to hit the gun. However, that woman called Lu can also have a few interesting points. Also surnamed Lu, 500 years ago may still be a family. He touched his cell phone with interest, and the corner of his mouth hooked up a bad smile. Do you want to check her black material as well? Out of the police station 2 people stopped a cab back to school.